Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Subject -1. Volume 1, Lord of Mysteries, begins. In the alleyways of Tokyo, darkness choked the sound out of the steps, screams of panic going unnoticed. Wearing a blue one-piece and lush red lipstick, a woman was running, her bare feet slipping on the grimy, rough ground. "Help," she cried, dryness becoming needles inside her throat. "Please. Somebody. Help." She looked over her shoulder and saw the darkness taking shape, her heart lunging to her mouth. Her foot struck a brick. She fell. She dragged her body forward, ignoring the pain banging inside her toes. She again looked back, her nails grinding on the ground. It was a man. Dark. With lust in his eyes. The woman lashed out with her left hand. Bubbles exploded from her palm, engulfing the space between her and those eyes. "Ha ha ha," the man laughed as those bubbles popped after touching his body. "What a useless quirk you have there, missy." He licked his lips. The woman stood up and limped. This time, the man behind him lifted his right hand, his palm aiming at her legs. A short, black thorn came out, parting his skin, and then it shot toward the woman. With a bloody squelch, it struck her limping leg and passed right through it. A scream of agony and hopelessness echoed, melting into the darkness. This time when the woman fell, she knew she wouldn't be getting up. "Ha ha," the man laughed, now standing only a few feet away from her. "Sluts like you should be more careful, no?" the woman cried. "Please." The man's laugh died as rage took over. He took a firm step forward. It was then they heard voices. "I can't. All might's balls. Just suck it up. I can't. I am gonna vomit. Here. Stuff my feathers inside your mouth. Ew." It was like the bickering of two children, a boy and a girl. So, when they saw a full-grown man walking out of the shadows with a crow on his shoulder, they just didn't know what to think of it. "Crow your mother," the bird shrieked. "You mother few." Nix, the man wearing a white lab coat, exclaimed at the profanity, his eyes widening. He had a head full of black hair with glossy black eyes. The villain standing beyond the woman frowned. "I didn't say anything." The bird scoffed. "You were thinking it. I am a raven. Name's Nix. But I will allow you to call me your highness, you mongrel." Nix had a voice that felt like she was a girl in her late teens. However, it also carried with it a touch of coarseness. The white lab coat-wearing man was holding a handkerchief on his nose. And it didn't need much brains to figure out that he just abhorred standing there, surrounded by filth and smell. The villain, Blackthorn, didn't like it. Why they all thought themselves to be higher than him. Why? First, it was this slut. Now, a freaking talking bird. He hated it. He hated them all. He again lifted his right hand. The bird lifted her wing. Blackthorn stepped back, expecting an attack. Living on the streets had made him astute enough to expect such things. Surprisingly, no attack arrived. The bird used the wing to hide her face and... "Achoo," she sneezed, rubbing her beak with her wing. "Excuse me. I am gonna..." Blackthorn cursed, fury rising to his face. Suddenly, the lab coat-wearing man bent his back. Alarmed, Blackthorn again stepped backward. Surprisingly, no attack arrived. Again. The man took the piece of cloth off his mouth and... "Bleh," he vomited. Then he cleaned his face and threw the handkerchief away. "Sorry. I am Luke. Can you please leave this lady alone?" Nix face-bombed. "What are you doing?" she cawed. "Years of training." "Years? And that's your opening line?" Luke didn't know what to say. He took out a new handkerchief and covered his nose again. Thoroughly pissed off, Blackthorn pointed his arm toward them. Now that they had come here, he couldn't let them leave alive. The thorn whistled through the air as it left Blackthorn's palm. The bird's feathers stood up on their ends. She took to the air with a great push of her wings. Because of the force, the men shifted opposite, the thorn missing both as it traced the path between them, hissing. Another thorn had already appeared in Blackthorn's left hand. It took him a few seconds to create a thorn. So, he had learned to keep a thorn ready right after firing the first. Also, Blackthorn could only fire one thorn from one hand at a time. The weakness was, of course, countered by the sheer speed of the thorns and their sharpness. With a low bang, the thorn left Blackthorn's palm as he aimed at the bird. Nix effortlessly fluttered away. Thorns after thorns came at her, but she dodged them all, going in and out of the darkness. Then, as Blackthorn let out an annoying grunt, she perched herself on a pipe against the wall. Mockingly, she turned around, showing Blackthorn her tail feathers. "Can't touch this," she sang, twerking. "Tentenana. Can't touch this." Meanwhile, Luke helped the woman stand up, barely touching her shoulders. She was staring at him with a dead expression, clearly in shock. "Please close your eyes," Luke said. "Please." The woman didn't know him, but she knew only he could help her now, somehow. So, she closed her eyes, leaving herself to fate. Opposite them, a thoroughly enraged Blackthorn's eye spewed murder. His head snapped toward Luke and the woman, and he aimed at them, ignoring the bird. "Nix," Luke said, snapping his fingers. "Don't kill him." Blackthorn didn't hear Luke. Nor did he care. With a bang, the thorn left his palm. If landed, it would pass right through both the woman and the man. The very thought made him smile. Suddenly, the bird fluttered between the incoming thorn and the targets. A shine coursed through Nyx as if someone had shown a mirror at her from very far away. In a matter of seconds, Nyx went through a majestic transformation. Flesh squirmed. Bones popped. The small raven suddenly enlarged, becoming a 12-foot, two-legged, feathery wyvern. In the darkness, Nyx's red eyes shone bloodier than blood. The thorn struck her feathers right under the head and ricocheted off. Blackthorn's face paled. He shifted his body to just turn around and ran. Too late. Go back to the hole you came from. Nyx's girly voice possessed a draconic might, booming in the ears. With one lunge, she crossed the distance between her and the villain, swatting him with her wing. Like a bullet, Blackthorn struck the wall at the end of the alleyway, coughing blood, his eyes rolling back into his head. Boom. And by hole, I didn't mean your mother's vagina. From behind, Luke gasped. Nyx. By the time the woman gained enough courage to look back, opening her eyes, Nyx had already regained her original form. "Don't worry," Luke said, smiling at her. "He's gone." Nyx fluttered her way to Luke, perching herself on his right shoulder. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks, her entire body trembling. "Thank." Trying to smile, she put her hand on the man's chest. But Luke stepped away, eyeing the blood and filth on her hands. The woman just gawked at the frown on his face. "Don't mind him," Nyx cawed. "He's a cleanliness freak. Also, if you are thankful, how about flashing us? You know, show us those titties." "Nyx." Luke gasped, horrified. The woman, biting through the pain, looked at the bird as it eyed her breasts. She didn't know why, but the idea of a bird drooling over her just brought out a smile on her face. And then she ended up laughing. Seeing her giggle, Luke smiled behind the handkerchief. "Luke." The sudden voice jolted both the man and the bird. From the corner, Kigo Takami, former number 2 pro hero, wing hero, Hawks, walked out, wearing a black suit. He was followed by a dozen agents, wearing similar uniforms and black glasses. It took just a glance for Kigo, the current chairman of Hero Public Safety Commission, to figure out what happened here. Kigo looked at Luke. "Why did you leave the car?" Luke's gaze fell as he stuttered out the answer. It felt like she needed help. Kigo frowned. "That wasn't my question. Why did you leave the car?" Nyx flapped her wings. "I needed to go, all right. Can't a lady go to bathroom in peace in this city?" Kigo's frown deepened. He stared at Luke. "Your eye." One of Luke's eyes had gone blue. Guessing this, he smiled wryly. The contact lens must have fallen. Kigo shook his head. "Let's go. They are waiting for you." "Hawks," Luke suddenly said, following the men. "She didn't see my quirk. I promise." Kigo stopped. He looked over his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry. You did well, for a person who's seeing the outside world after a decade." Smiling behind his handkerchief, Luke's shoulders relaxed. Then, he and Nyx disappeared with Kigo. Behind them, the guard at whom Kigo had glanced, took out the mobile. "Good evening, sir," the head guard said, his voice flat. "Subject -1 used his quirk." "No, sir. No. He tricked us, sir." "Yes, a villain and a civilian." "A woman, sir." "He claims she didn't see anything." "Sir, this will, all right." "Yes, sir." Cutting the call, he looked at other agents. A few of them rushed and brought the villain, dragging him on the ground. "Excuse me." The woman approached the head guard. "It hurts. Can you please?" Bang bang bang. In absolute shock, the woman saw the agents firing rounds after rounds at the villain, killing him on the spot. Meanwhile, the head guard put on a glove and picked one of the thorns fired by Blackthorn. The woman looked away from the dead villain. The head guard's hand flashed, the thorn puncturing her heart. Blood seeped out of the woman's mouth with a gasp as she stared at the men in disbelief. "I am sorry," the men said, twisting the thorn inside her. "He is the hope of this world. We can't afford loose ends. I am sure the world will understand." Character images of Luke and Nyx's gigantic transformation, are available. Please read the auxiliary chapter exclusive images and tiers available on web novel to know more. Chapter 2, Luke and Nyx, A Revelation. 15 years ago. A crow. No. A raven landed on the sill of a glassless window, its blood-colored pupil widening as it peeked inside the room. Silently, it lifted one of its wings and beckoned someone up. Every inch of manners displayed by the raven felt very human-like, a human trying to break in. 5 fingers grabbed the sill and pulled. A boy, with rough blonde hair and blue eyes, peeked inside. "No one's in," the raven hissed out a smothered caw. "Stop being a pussy." "Nyx," the boy gasped at the profanity. Then, trusting the raven, the boy pulled himself up fully, his figure hiding the full moon in the background. He was wearing a torn green t-shirt over worn, blue shorts. As he turned his face to look back, black and blue spots on his face and neck stood out as if someone had been constantly hitting him for months, never letting the wounds heal. The raven fluttered in, effortlessly finding her way through the darkness. The boy jumped down and slipped with the first step. "Luke." Nyx cawed, sounding completely opposite her previous hisses. She landed near him. "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" The boy stood up, holding his knee. "No," he whimpered through the pain. "Let's just get the books. If they catch us again." They approached the bookshelves, trying not to make any sound. Again. Nyx fluttered up and dropped them one by one. Luke couldn't see properly, but when he felt the sleek paper of the comics, a bright smile surfaced on his face. He took a whiff and that confirmed it. "Okay, let's go," Nyx said, landing on the boy's shoulder. As the two went back to the window, the boy's gaze landed on the books other than the comics, the moonlight letting him read the titles. "Nightly." He read, blinking his eyes rapidly. "Nightly Pleasures of Queen Estonia." Luke stared at Nyx, his mouth hanging open. The raven licked her beak. "Now, listen," she said, rubbing her beak with her wing. "Tell me, who's the smarter between us?" Luke's mouth twitched. "You." Nyx gave him a stare. "You." "Good," Nyx nodded. Then she pointed at the adult book that shouldn't have been in the library at all. "And that's the reason behind my genius." Bang. The door of the small library banged open and 4 boys rushed in, the lights coming on. "Run." Nyx cawed, flying out of the window. Luke clutched the books and the comics tightly and made a run toward the window. "Ha ha ha ha," one of the boys, a fat one, laughed. "Caught you red-handed, you quirkless chump." All of the fat boy's fingers suddenly lengthened and grabbed Luke's leg, dragging him back. With his eyes wide in horror, Luke saw Nyx's flying away against the full moon and smiled. "Beat the crap out of him," the fat boy roared, smiling. "Idiot thinks he's all might with those hair." He grabbed Luke's hair and tried to rip them apart. One of the other boys brought a water bottle and dumped all the water on Luke's head. "It's not dye," Luke said through the bloody teeth, grabbing the boy's hand. "I told you I was born." The punch came out of nowhere. Luke balled up on the floor as they rained the fists and the kicks, perhaps knowing that it would be over soon. "Caw. Leave him alone." The raven screamed, barging inside the room through the window. "The bird's here," the fat boy suddenly shouted as if he had been waiting for it. "Do it." As Nyx came blasting toward the fat boy, one boy's throat bulged and he spat out a gooey substance. It landed right on Nyx, gluing itself to her feathers. With a thud, the raven crashed on the floor, cursing out loud as she tried to furiously flutter her wings. "Stupid bird." The fat boy walked up to it and kicked it like a football, the bird hitting the wall on the other side. "Nyx." Luke looked through the swollen right eye, the world blurring in his sight. "Ah." His hands trembled. "Ah." The tips of his fingers throbbed. "Ah." An itch coursed through his entire body, making him scratch all over. "Ah. Ah. Ah." Then, twitching like a mad, dying man, Luke began crawling toward the bird, letting screams after screams. The fat boy lunged and grabbed Luke's mouth. "What's happening to him?" one of the other boys said, trembling himself. "Make him stop." "Madam, but will kill us." But, despite the weight, Luke dragged himself forward, growling like a beast. His nails came apart as he pulled himself forward toward. The raven was lying listlessly inches away from his fingers like a broken doll. Suddenly, one of her eyes opened and she saw Luke, reaching out to her. Taking a dying breath, she pulled her wing apart from the gooey substance and touched him. As the boys panicked in the background, Luke just looked at Nyx for a few moments, holding her wing. Then her wing fell. Something snapped within Luke. It was tangible. There was a snap. Veins slithered on his face as he bit the boy's fingers holding his mouth. Unseen by all, the raven's body shone as if someone had cast a mirror's shine over it from miles away. Lights flickered within the library as terrifying screams painted the walls with blood. By the time Madame Butt, a middle-aged lady, entered the library, it was already over, making her face go white with dread. Blood was everywhere with bits of flesh scattered around along with pieces of chairs and tables. Through the gore, one could make out half the face of the fat boy and limbs that could have belonged to just about anyone. In the middle of all this, a red-haired Luke was seated, holding the raven in his hands. Then, slowly, he looked up, his blue gaze staring dead at the colorless moon. Mr. Ryujiro Sionji sat up on his bed, sweat drenching his back, the barest hint of a blue spark burning within his black eyes. He ignored his panicking wife and fumbled his way out of the bedroom, trying to catch his breath. Not many knew that the head of the Sionji family, the tycoon who had taken the world by storm, the men whose hands reached where even the strongest heroes and villains found themselves helpless, wasn't a quirkless man himself. His quirk was soothsayer. In dreams, he could get a revelation regarding the future, giving him an extremely powerful leverage. However, these revelations were always centered around him and he had no control over them. Still, using these revelations, and with his brilliant, business mind, he had climbed his way up in society, becoming one of the most powerful and wealthy men in the world. Then what was this? What kind of revelation was this? Taking a deep breath, and accepting the glass of water, Mr. Sionji calmed himself down. Call Sand. He told his wife. I have a task for him. Morning. Next day. Seated grandly in his office, wearing a black suit, Mr. Sionji adjusted his black hair, his black eyes planted on the documents in front of him. Sand, wearing a brown shirt and pants, was standing next to him. He lives in an orphanage, Sand told Mr. Sionji. No recorded quirk. Some foreigner's bastard, I guess. What about the other one? Ryujiro asked, making note of the faintest tremble in his voice. It had been years since he received a revelation so clear, yet unnerving. He had already made it. He had already achieved it. Then how did this boy come into the picture? Quirk-related accidents kept happening now and then, anyway. What was so special about this boy? Ryujiro remembered the last scenes of the dream, the touch of the boy's fingers with the raven's wing, the mirror-like reflection. The bird, I mean, he repeated. Just a raven, Sand shrugged. They said it's been hanging around with the boy for like forever. Ravens are very communicative. No one mentioned it having a quirk. Communicative. Ryujiro shook his head. That wasn't just communication. No. It felt human. He licked his lips and looked outside the top floor of Sionji Tower, his gaze spanning the world as if he were a god. He had decided. Bring him in, he ordered. Sionji family will adopt him. With a raised eyebrow, Sand accepted the order and walked away. And Mr. Ryujiro said, making Sand paused. Bring the bird, too. Don't hurt it. And character images of young Luke and Ryujiro Sionji, and the scene after Bloodbath, are available. Chapter 3, Bioalchemy. 5 years later. In these last few years, the Sionji group had begun shifting its assets secretly, gathering a team of the most prominent quirk-related scientists from around the world. Somewhere in Japan, deep underground on private land within a forest, there were a series of labs branching out, covering hundreds of meters. It housed a team of 100 personnel, including over a score of scientists. Within its neat, white corridors, Luke walked a step behind his father, Nyx perched up on his right shoulder. He had dyed his blonde hair black and for his eyes, he was wearing contact lenses, turning them black as well. At 14 years old, Luke was a tall boy of 170 centimeters. Nyx looked still the same, though, her head high as if she was sitting on a throne. As they kept walking, their steps echoing against empty walls, white lab coat-wearing people gave them a wide berth. However, they all held a very reverential and admiring expression on their faces for the men in a black suit and pants. For Luke, their eyes burned with passion and expectations. Look up, Mr. Sionji said, still facing forward. Luke looked up, avoiding all gazes. Hey, Charles. Nyx caught at a scientist coming toward them. Still fucking Elia. Nyx. Luke gasped. Mr. Sionji frowned as he saw the horror on Charles's face. He kept walking, ignoring the bird's obvious way of distracting Luke from the unnerving situation. When they were alone in the corridor again, Ryujiro asked, "Do you hate it?" Luke looked around him and shrugged. This place was practically his home. How could he hate his home? For the last 5 years, Luke had been going outside for a day or two before returning to this place where the scientists did tests on him and on his quirk. bioalchemy, they called it. A quirk he didn't even know he had it before coming here. After each test, both he and Nix would get books and comics to read. So it wasn't that bad, he guessed. Also, if he hated it, his father would send him back to the orphanage. No. I like it, father, Luke replied with a smile. Everyone here is our friend. Nix bobbed her head to look at Luke before looking away. Mr. Sionji just nodded his head. I didn't mean this place, he corrected, taking a turn. Do you hate it, the things that happen here? Luke's steps faltered. Mr. Sionji stopped. They had arrived in front of the lab with subject -1 written over its entrance. The man in a black suit turned around. His black eyes held the same expectations Luke had been seeing on the faces of others. You already know why I adopted you, Luke, Mr. Sionji said. Your quirk is unique. Marvelous. And dangerous, if the true extent of its capabilities remains unknown. Remember, everything that happens here is for the greater good of mankind. You will understand one day. Also, as long as you help us in figuring it out, I will allow you to make friends outside. A redness surfaced on Luke's cheeks. Really? Mr. Sionji smiled. Office. Chief Scientist. Ren, Chief Scientist, Donald, asked, looking at Mr. Sionji's frown, is there something troubling you? Donald had been a villain in the USA before Ryujuru extracted him to Japan, hiding him here. He was one of the best minds in the world when it came to research on quirks and their evolution. He was bald but had a white beard on his face, and his brown eyes seemed red behind the glasses' reflection. My quirk's been acting up, again, Red admitted, leaning back on the chair. I am getting more and more revelations. Donald frowned. All related to -1. Mr. Sionji stared at Donald. Don't call my son that. Haha, the chief scientist laughed, getting up from his chair. If someone learned that you have such a soft spot for the subject. TCH. All right. Luke. Mr. Sionji didn't know if it was because of the dreams, but he had been feeling more and more attached to Luke. It wasn't like he had no children of his own, either. But the zeal Luke carried in his eyes, after everything that the kid had been through here, anyone else in the boy's place would have already crumbled 100 times over. Luke didn't. Even if he hated being here, the boy never admitted it. For a man who had climbed to the top of the social ladder by himself, Ren admired such a trait in anyone, much less a boy. And a bird, yes. Any progress? Ren asked, seeing Donald's quirky smile. The chief scientist's smile widened. I have something to show you. Look. Donald switched on the wall-sized LED screen. Luke was standing at the center of the screen, surrounded by many scientists. In front of Luke, there was a table with a black-colored cat sitting on it. There were many books on different anatomies on the table as well. Mr. Sionji noticed the extreme frailness on Luke's face, but he brutally ignored it. On the screen, Luke touched the cat for a few seconds and then backed up. One of the scientists stepped forward, held the cat, and then dropped it in a tank full of water to the brim before covering the top. The cat began drowning. Then Luke snapped his fingers. A shine passed over the cat as if someone from very far away had reflected a mirror on it. It was so clear that even those who were watching it on screen picked it up. In the next moment, the flesh around the cat's throat mutated, becoming gills. Simultaneously, Luke coughed out blood and passed out. Donald paused the video. The subject. The chief scientist paused, noticing the look on Ryujuru's face. The kid can grant quirk factors to quirkless living organisms, except humans. Human subjects didn't work even if they were quirkless. Luke must touch the animal or plant, first. Then, he can remotely activate it whenever he wants within a 10-meter radius. The process drains his stamina. And the more complex the nature of mutation, or let's say, quirk, the more stamina Luke loses. But that's not the main problem here. For it to work the best, Luke must know the biology of the organism in and out, along with the nature of mutation and how it will act out. For this experiment alone, we made him study for hundreds of hours. Good thing the boy's a natural. Ren processed the information and closed his eyes. Only to quirkless organisms. He asked himself, remembering his dream. In the revelation, Luke had mutated the bird, who possessed a basic intelligence-based quirk of her own as confirmed by Donald. Was it influenced by the boy's feelings? No. Maybe, the bird wasn't even alive when it mutated. For now, Ren refrained from sharing his doubt with the chief scientist. He looked at Donald. What do you mean by the complex nature of the mutations? Donald grinned, playing another video. On the screen, Luke was standing against the same cat, but its gills had disappeared. The quirk factor vanishes after some time even if it's not activated, Donald explained. The simpler the quirks Luke bestows, the lighter the load on his stamina, and the longer it lasts before activation. Ren looked as Luke touched the cat again, for many seconds this time. Then, one of the scientists again dropped the cat in a water-filled tank, closing the top. Something was different this time, though. Luke's hand was up, but it was trembling. It was as if the boy was afraid of snapping his fingers. A hand landed on the boy's shoulder. It was Donald's, Ren recognized. Luke's entire body jolted and he snapped his fingers. In the tank, after the mirror-like reflection, the cat's entire body bulged. Its flesh boiled, tumors growing exponentially. In the next moment, those tumors took the shape of bat-like wings. The cat grew as well, becoming as big as a tiger, long canines made of steel jutting out of its mouth. And it was still mutating. On the other side, veins slithered over Luke's face. The white sclera of his eyes became red with blood. Streams of blood ran down from his ears. Then, with a boom, the abomination within the tank exploded. Luke let out a soundless scream and passed out as well. Donald paused the video. "Don't worry," he told Ren, returning to his chair. "We heal him every time after such experiments. But I need more time. For each experiment, Luke must study for hours, even if the boy's smart, it's a time-consuming process. Just shift him permanently here. He likes this place anyway." Ren ignored the suggestion and the blatant mockery in Donald's words. "What about the bird?" Donald shrugged. "We just give it a few books to read. It doesn't make a fuss." After the first time when they had tried to separate the boy and the bird, Donald had decided against it himself. The boy had almost died, ending all research on the spot. "Donald," Ren said, looking at a passed-out Luke on the screen. "I brought you here because of the revelation, too. I don't care about your views on Quirk singularity. But, if that's why my Quirk, soothsayer, brought you to me, then." For the first time, Donald's face held a serious, dark expression. "It's true, Mr. Sion-ji," he said, leaning forward on the table. "One day, the Quirks will grow so powerful that humanity will go extinct. This Quirk, bioalchemy, can very well be the only way to prevent that from happening." Ren knew what Donald meant. A Quirk that could bestow quirks to quirkless plants and animals didn't sound like much of a humanity's salvation. But, if it was combined with the ability of creation. "Let me contact Dr. Kid-Igaraki," Donald said. "That man's a genius. I have tried everything to somehow copy the kid's quirk, but I failed despite my expertise. If something happens to him, can we really afford to lose our only hope?" Ren stood up, following a script. "This was my latest revelation about Donald." The chief scientist's brows shot up. "What did you answer?" he asked, licking his lips. "Mr. Sion-ji took a last look at Luke's bloody figure and shook his head before walking out of the office. Despite what Ryujiro Sion-ji wished, fate had other plans for Luke, it seemed. That very night, the tycoon dreamed once more of the coming of the most terrible man. A man who could steal quirks. A man who brought even All Might to his knees. A man who lost, but then returned, stronger than ever, all for one. When Ryujiro woke up, he found himself trembling. Yes, the dream was terrible. Yes, the threat was unavoidable. But that was not the main reason behind this tremble. Ryujiro Sion-ji hated nothing more than going back on his words. He trembled because he knew he must break a promise. He trembled because this time when he took Luke to the labs, the boy wouldn't be coming back. And, character image bioalchemy at work, i.e., the cat mutating, is available. Chapter 4, Quirk Conformity. 10 years later. Luke looked outside the limo's open window, Hawks sitting next to him. "So that's how it was." Hawks nodded, behaving as if he didn't know it already. "I don't know what would I have done if I were in Mr. Sion-ji's place. But it's all right," Luke said, still looking out. The lights, the rush, the people, the air, it made him feel alive. He faced Hawks and smiled. "It doesn't matter." Hawks' mouth flattened into a thin line. It wasn't the first time he was meeting with Subject -1. A few years after assuming the position of the chairman of Hero Public Safety Commission, the famous tycoon of the Sion-ji group, Mr. Ryujiro Sion-ji had contacted him, letting him know a few secrets. Hawks had been shocked beyond words to learn that the man wasn't quirkless. But as he talked more with Mr. Sion-ji, things had become clearer, letting Hawks learn a bitter truth: the tycoon practically owned the Japanese government. As if that had not been enough, Mr. Sion-ji then revealed the existence of Subject -1. Bioalchemy. Hawks thought, recalling the info on Luke's quirk. If All for One had stolen it. Hawks imagined the All for One at the end of the final war, with an army of monstrous animals and plants with strange powers, and a chill ran down his spine. Now, Hawks felt he had unconsciously lied to Luke. He knew exactly what he would have done if he was in Mr. Sion-ji's place. He sighed, feeling guilty for no reason. "Aren't you angry?" Hawks asked, seeing the sheer joy on Luke's face. For what they did to you, holding you there for a decade, experimenting on you. For a moment, Hawks noticed the tremble in Luke's eyes. If he had learned to hide his emotions, Hawks didn't know. But, for that tiny moment, he sensed something more than anger. Why did you agree to it? Hawks asked, changing the topic. To the marriage. Luke brought his thoughts to the present and recalled the moment when his father had come to him. Sion-ji Group and the Yaoyorozu family had set up a Quirk marriage between Luke and the current number 19 hero, everything hero, Kriati. If Luke agreed, there would be no need for him to remain in the labs anymore. He could go out, have a family, live, too much to ask from someone who had never had a single friend in his entire life, no. Luke didn't say that, though, accepting his father's request on a single condition. From a scientific perspective, it does make sense, Luke answered Hawks. If I and Momo have a child, the chances of the child having a quirk with both my and her Quirks traits are over 90%. With the doom planned by Quirk Singularity, the birth of such a child is humanity's only salvation. A fusion of bioalchemy and creation can theoretically let one manipulate quirk factors at will in all organisms. But that's not why I agreed to the marriage. Hawks looked at the hope of humanity with a troubled gaze. On one side, it was Luke, hidden and secured from the outside world. On the other side, it was Momo Yaoyorozu, protected by secret forces all her life. It had shocked Hawks beyond measure when he had learned that there had always been quirk users watching over Momo, making sure she didn't get mortally wounded. Some had even died in her place. Hawks was sure that if she hadn't been the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, then Mr. Sion-ji would have locked her up as well. Why did you agree, then? He asked. Luke grinned. I told my father I will only agree if I get to present my research to the world. Hawks' brows shot up. Quirk conformity. Yup. Luke looked outside, taking a deep breath. Hawks shook his head. Even after knowing that the theory of quirk singularity wasn't just a myth, but a cold, hard truth, he just couldn't see any sense in Luke's research. Not only him, but no one in the world believed it, Hawks knew. Before Luke came out, Sion-ji Group had published the research for the entire world to see, attracting public outrage and mockery from thousands of scientists. They had, of course, ignored it. Now, Hawks knew why Sion-ji Group didn't try to defend the theory. They don't believe it, either. Hawks concluded. It was just a condition. You don't want to marry at all, do you? He asked Luke. The man wearing a white lab coat shook his head. I will do it, he said, feeling the wind on his face. I know what's at stake here, Hawks. My life was always supposed to be a sacrifice, that's my fate. Hawks stared at Luke with admiration. If we can save the world by this marriage, then I will do it. These were the exact words Momo said, Hawks had learned. It felt like she needed help. You know. Hawks said, recalling Luke's words from half an hour ago. You would have been a great hero. Yeah. Luke asked. How do you know that? Because we are the same, Hawks said, smiling. You are just me if Endeavor had never saved me from my father. In his childhood, Hawks' father would force him to stay locked up in the house to ensure no one could discover and capture him, and he was unable to interact with the outside world or anyone his age. Furthermore, he was subjected to constant physical and emotional abuse by his father. Hawks would be kicked simply for turning his back to his father, who would constantly say how it would have been better if he was never born. It was only after Endeavor arrested his father that Hawks escaped his hopeless fate. A hopeless fate that Luke never escaped, it seemed. Hey, Hawks. Nix cawed suddenly, perched regally between Luke and Hawks. How about opening a bottle of champagne for this big sister? Hawks' lips twitched. Crows and hawks aren't. Crow your mother. I will murder your ass. Nix lunged at Hawks, brandishing her claws. Luke tried to grab her, a few tiny feathers battering against the wind. Cough. Hawks cleared his throat as he heard Nix's indecent curses. Sorry. I meant Raven, big sister. Nix took several deep breaths and started attending to her feathers. Humph. To celebrate the joining of their families with marriage, the Sion-ji Group and Yaoyorozu family arranged a grand party. Primarily, it was to formally let Luke enter the world, presenting him as Mr. Sion-ji's son who had been earning his doctoral degree overseas, to tell the world that he didn't have a quirk. With the rise in international crimes, they had decided to never let anyone know that Luke even possessed a quirk. If someone even got a hint of it, and acted out against him hoping to steal or copy his quirk, injuring him meanwhile, then. It would also be the first time for Luke and Momo to meet each other, both knowing the hidden implications behind the marriage. In a great hall, many famous figures had gathered, the sound of soothing music decorating the background. Izuku Midoriya, Achiko Uraraka, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, and Kyoka Jiro were standing together dressed formally. There she is. Uraraka almost screamed cheerily. Momo, wearing a long green gown, walked up to them. You guys made it. TCH. Bakugo sked, loosening his tie. He pointed at Izuku, then. This idiot practically dragged me here. Shoto smiled. Never thought you would be the first one to get married. Congratulations. Tenya held up a large gift-wrapped box. Congratulations. From all of us. Momo accepted the gift, a wry smile dancing on her lips. After talking with the old 1A gang for a while and sharing a few laughs, Momo slipped away, her gaze shifting left and right. Kyokajiro caught up with her, frowning. What's going on, Momo? She asked. What aren't you telling us? Momo and Kyoko were best friends. Yet, it was only yesterday Kyoko learned about this marriage nonsense. It was clear something was off with whatever it was. When Momo didn't reply, Kyoko held her hand and pulled her away before pointing somewhere. Momo followed Kyoko's finger and saw him sitting at a table in a far corner, with a bird on his shoulder. He was wearing a black shirt and pants. But his hair wasn't blonde and his eyes weren't blue as was told to her. He's been sitting there since the moment he arrived, Kyoko said. Also, what's with the freaking bird? Suddenly, they saw a little girl approaching the men. Momo elbowed Kyoko. Hearing Hiro, earphone jack rolled her eyes. The earphone jack on her right earlobe extended, embedding itself into a pillar next to them. She pressed a switch on her belt and gave Momo an earpiece. Can I pet her? The girl asked, pointing at the bird. I am Nyx, the bird cawed, jumping off Luke's shoulder. You, little girl, you are cute. I will allow you to worship me. Nyx. Luke stared at the bird. He nodded at the girl. You can pet her. The girl stood on her toes and put her finger on Nyx's head, a brilliant smile surfacing on her lips. So smooth. Of course. Nyx cawed, stretching her wings. I wash my feathers daily with shampoo and conditioner. Wow, the girl had stars in her eyes. She then looked at Luke. Are you a hero? Luke stiffened. No. Whoa. I thought the bird was your quirk. The girl said. Seeing Nyx's furious expression, Luke laughed. Haha. No. She's just an old woman trapped in a bird's body. How dare you, you mongrel? Nyx hissed and lunged at Luke's face, slamming his cheeks with her wings. On the side, the girl began hammering Luke's legs, too. Yes. How dare you, you mongrel? After a few moments, Luke spied two figures approaching them. He recognized one of them instantaneously. As the unknown girl with long earlobes took away the girl, Momo sat down opposite Luke. Nyx, sensing the oddness, stopped slapping Luke's face and turned around. Whoa. Huge. Nyx. Luke gasped. Momo frowned. Nyx hopped to Luke's shoulder and smiled, covering her beak with her wing. Hee hee. You lucky bastard. She's packing. Nyx. Luke looked at Momo, horrified. Momo's frown deepened. My father told me about you, she said, taking a deep breath. With your quirk, you could have easily broken out of that place. Why didn't you? Luke stared at the spotless tablecloth. Running away is easy. Momo smiled, but the smile vanished before Luke or Nyx saw it. You published quirk conformity, didn't you? Luke's head snapped up. Who told you? Momo ignored the question. Your research claims that all quirks have originated from one source, she said. That the quirk singularity is nothing but an effect to this cause. I am no scientist, but I agree with those who are. Isn't it a little too absurd with the little data we have? Nyx's eyes went hard. Luke's head slowly fell again. Momo continued uncaring, though. However, that's not what you were really trying to tell, were you? Luke's head jolted up. Again. Momo's eyes held intelligence as she looked at him. You were saying that, a quirk like all for one is not only inevitable but also repetitive in nature. Luke stared at Momo stupidly. Hundreds of papers. Thousands of calculations. Tens of thousands of hours. The world's greatest scientists had read Luke's research even before it had been revealed to the outside world. Yet, no one inferred the true meaning he wanted to tell through it. Not even Dr. Donald, the chief scientist. Momo did it right here in front of him, in a few sentences. Nyx whispered in Luke's ear. I like her. For the first time, Luke truly looked at Momo. He didn't know why, but his heart was thumping. You are beautiful. Momo smiled, getting up. As she walked a few steps away, she paused and looked over her shoulder. You aren't bad, either. Luke didn't understand. Nyx face-bombed. It means she will reproduce with you. Nyx. Luke gasped. Asterisk. Asterisk. 1 year later. Who are you talking with? Luke asked. In the mansion's hall, Momo was seated on a sofa by the fire, gently caressing her belly. To our daughter. We talk sometimes. Luke smiled and sat down opposite her, her eyes landing on the framed photo of their wedding on the mantelpiece over the fire. Unknowingly, his mind went to the times when his father had adopted him, when they forced him to use his quirk day after day, cleaning the blood off him so that he would always remain clean, very clean. Luke looked at Momo and his vision blurred. She held his hand, looking into his eyes. What's the matter? Luke shook his head, smiling. I don't know, but, when I look at you, it feels like, finally, there's some meaning in life, that, it wasn't all pointless. Momo got up and sat down on Luke's lap, hugging him. From somewhere, Nyx landed on the mantelpiece. If I had a wife who would press those bazumbas on my face every day, then I will find meaning in life, too. Nyx. Luke and Momo both gasped. Run. It found us. Huh. Luke's mind rocked. Who was that? Contrary to him, Momo's entire face paled all of a sudden. Use your quirk on Nyx. Now. As she screamed, she was already activating her quirk, simultaneously pressing the switch on the sofa that would alert all guards outside. Luke, though flabbergasted by the voice and his wife's sudden action, didn't wait for explanations. With an urgency, he lifted his hand and... boom! Fire was everywhere. Someone was screaming miles away. No matter how the tongues of fire licked his face, he didn't feel the heat. Only inches away from him, washed in blood, was Momo, looking at him with her remaining eye. Between them, Nyx lay dead. Why? Luke's hand moved, his fingers dragging themselves toward them. Why? How? There were dozens of bodyguards outside, all with powerful quirks. Momo reached out to him. Our. Blood foamed in her mouth. Daughter, she is. Why? Why was it happening? Why didn't his father see this? He saw everything, everything. Steps rang in Luke's ear. Someone was standing on top of them. He looked up. No. Why? Katsuki Bakugo, the head bodyguard assigned to them, was surrounded by a fuming, red mist, his eyes glowing bloody red. He pointed his palms toward them. Something snapped within Luke, a silent scream of buried rage bursting out of his lungs. Sparks oozed out from Bakugo's palms as he smirked. Die. And then everything went dark, a gray fog lingering in the back of Luke's broken mind. An image of Luke and Momo's wedding ceremony is available. Chapter 5, Mr. Fool. Announcement, starting from next month, the top contributor of Dr. Blessed will be given free membership of Inheritors tier, offering 12 chapters ahead of web novel of both Dr. Blessed and Chaos and Order, including all backlog chapters containing images and GIFs. For example, if you are the top contributor by the end of July, then you will have free membership of Inheritors tier worth $4.99 in August. For more, please see the free post pinned on my page. Thank you. Screams of agony rang through the emptiness, an evil spirit crying tears of blood. All his life he had gone along with his fate, making his peace with it. All his life he had fought the demons hiding within his heart. All his life he had held himself back from turning into a monster, a coward, a villain. And the moment he found someone to live for, they betrayed him, they killed his wife, they killed their unborn daughter. Madness from the pits of hell oozed, becoming a cocoon around him. He wanted to kill. He wanted to rip their souls apart. He wanted to end the world. He wanted to see everything and all burn, as she had, in front of his eyes. Then it all began melting away. No. He threw his hands at it, trying to grab the madness. His teeth bit into it. His eyes tried to contain the rage within. However, no matter what he did, no matter how much he wanted it, the emotions didn't stop abandoning him as if beckoned by a higher power. When all but an empty feeling of sadness remained in his heart, Luke found himself holding his face, crying unseen, unfelt tears. It felt like it had been ages since he had begun screaming, drowning in his emotions. Yet, he could still see it. Momo's face, inches away from him. Nyx lying dead between them. Wake up. The words were like a knell in Luke's mind. The final dregs of the evil lingering within him, clouding his thoughts and turning him insane, vanished. Slowly, Luke took his hands off his face. He was seated on a chair at the end of a long table. On the floor, a sea of gray fog was boiling, and all around him, pillars were rising, melting into a great, domed roof. Opposite him, at the other end of the table, was him. Was it even a person? Luke couldn't tell. He was wearing a black suit and pants with a top hat, and his face was a blur. The same gray fog covered him, but it also felt different, somehow. It was as if the gray fog was alive and it was worshipping him. Luke didn't know why, but despite the deaths of his loved ones, he felt calm. He wanted to get angry, but couldn't. So, his scientist's instincts took over, bringing rationale to his mind. He looked at the person sitting opposite him. Am I dead? Luke asked, looking around, searching for his wife. If this was the afterlife, she should be here, no. He wanted to get up, but couldn't. So, he looked back at the person. The man in the suit tapped his finger on the long table as if thinking over something. Yes. Luke let out a wry smile. So, he was dead after all. Gone. Everything was gone. Luke took a deep breath, lifting his head. If he was here, sitting against this being, then there must be a reason for it. Where am I? Why am I here? There was a brief moment of silence. The figure with a blurred face slid his hand against the table's edge. This is the world above the gray fog, a place that exists in a higher dimension. You can call it the Gray Castle. Gray Castle exists in a higher dimension. Luke's brows pressed together. He waited for the existence to finish speaking. As to why you are here. I want to know the answer to this question, too. Huh. Luke didn't know what to say. You didn't bring me here. What was going on? I allowed you to come, but the existence told Luke. You were sent here. Luke just stared ahead, dumbfounded. Someone sent him here, to a higher dimension. Did my wife? The figure shook his head. Sigh. Luke let out a breath. Can you please explain more? What exactly happened? Luke didn't know who this existence was, what it wanted, and why it had allowed him to come here. What he did know was that this existence was insanely powerful than he was. And, it was willing to clear his doubts. I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. The existence said. Before I answer your question, are you willing to share details about your world? Principle of equivalent exchange. Luke ruminated. Is it a whim or an imposed rule? Still, Luke didn't mind sharing anything. What did it matter, anyway? He was already dead. So, starting from the history of quirks, Luke began telling everything. Quirks, quirk factors, society, wars, education system, science, etc. With Luke's hoard of knowledge, the only thing he couldn't tell was minute interpersonal details, like friendship, enmity, common experiences of life that he had remained a stranger to. I see. In the grand scheme of things, your theory of quirk conformity and quirk singularity does make sense. On all the planets that I know, at least those that have extraordinary powers, you can always find a similar background. The existence told Luke, tapping the table. What I want to know is how did you come up with the name, conformity? Luke was still hung up on the sentence, on all the planets that I know, when the figure asked the most simple question to him. Luke felt like someone slapped him across the face. His face contorted as he tried to remember, but failed utterly. It was his theory. It was he who had spent years researching it. Yet, he didn't remember how he decided to call it quirk conformity. What ridiculous notion was that? Let it be, the existence said as if it had asked the question just to confirm something. Before I answer your question, would you like to know how I see you? Luke was still grappling with the absurdity of lost memories when he heard the question. He looked down at himself. He was wearing the same clothes as he had been wearing before dying. A simple white t-shirt over black pajamas. Still, now he had confirmed that this man could very well be a godlike existence. Every word that this existence said could have a hidden motive and far-reaching implications behind it. Luke nodded. With a jerk, Luke felt like his eyes left his skull. The vision turned around, shifting from the fog-shrouded existence to himself. What Luke saw shocked him beyond measure. Luke saw himself, transparent, but hundreds of blackish threads oozing out of him, disappearing into the vast gray fog beyond. He could still make out his blonde hair and blue eyes, but that wasn't all. There were minute, golden dots scattered inside his body. His hands, instead of dots, held blobs of golden light, their brilliance overshadowing everything in his vision. An even more striking detail was that there was another blob of golden light near his heart, like a distant island. This is spirit vision. Simply, it lets one see the spirit body, or soul, of someone. In your case, as you are dead, it is the projection of your spirit body just before your death that I allowed to come here. Luke's vision returned to him. With his brilliant mind, it didn't take him even a moment to realize what the existence was talking about. Those blobs of golden lights in my hands. Here's a theory. The figure said, tapping his finger on the table. The quirk factors you mentioned are nothing but manifestations of, let's say, spirit particles in the outside world. This would also explain why no one in your world succeeded in extracting the quirk factors alone from a quirk user. Luke looked at the figure with a strange admiration. This would also explain the presence of vestiges when quirks are passed on to someone else, stolen or otherwise. Exactly. But here's things get tricky. The figure slightly shifted on his chair as if he were going to discuss a grave secret. Even though there are quirks based on spirituality, as you said, and even though there are concepts revolving around spiritual enlightenment in your world, there isn't much focus on seeing quirks from a spiritual perspective, despite the rich, scientific history. Luke gaped, feeling absolutely puzzled himself. It was true. Even the greatest scientists never deliberated going beyond quirk factors, trying to locate their origin. Suddenly, like a lightning bolt striking him from the blue sky, Luke remembered the very first conversation he had with Momo. I am no scientist, but I agree with those who are. Isn't it a little too absurd with the little data we have? Little data, little date. Luke was thunderstruck. Why wasn't there any data? It was as if. It is as if the people of your world are actively avoiding looking deeper into the Quirks mysteries. The existence worded Luke's thoughts. And now I will answer your question. Luke had gone extremely quiet. In only a few sentences, he had realized that there was something deeply disturbing about the things he would learn soon. Someone, or something, opened a rift on your end, connecting to this place. The existence explained. When this something tried to push you in, I noticed a few things. First, there was a great convergence of fate upon you, which was fueling the rift itself. Second, there was a spirit body latched onto you that wasn't yours. Third, your world didn't have a spirit world. Convergence of fate. Luke repeated, his mind numb. Then he looked at the blob of golden light that was supposed to be in his chest. Spirit world. All worlds have planes that exist to either guide or assimilate the souls, or spirit bodies, upon death. The existence replied. Such planes superimpose themselves over reality, both existing together. Even though the people of your world have spirit bodies, there's no spirit world. Not only that, I tried to look outside the planet, hoping to trace its location from the outside. But something blocked my gaze. There seems to be a boundary around your world that prevents foreign interference. That's why I allowed you in. What? What did he just say? Luke stupidly looked at the gray figure. A boundary around the planet blocked his gaze. Isn't he, like a god? Luke gulped. Are there beings on a similar level to this figure in my world? The thought made him tremble. But Luke was already having a hard time controlling the words that had been trying to explode out of his mouth. Since the moment he had learned that this existence had allowed him in, he had been thinking of it. Can you send me back? Luke asked, balling his fingers into fists. There was a fierceness in his voice. So what if there was a boundary around his world? So what if there was no spirit world? So what if there was more to Quirks than they all had thought? So what if there were gods and demons? He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill all those who had murdered him and his wife and their unborn daughter, starting with Katsuki Bakugo. I have a better proposal than mere revenge. The existence said. I cannot send you back to the same time, but I can graft your memories to you of the past, simulating a resurrection. Go back in the past. Luke thought aloud, astounded. Yes. If that happens. I can change everything. Of course, you would find that changing the events leading to your death will be pointless, especially if there are external factors involved. In that case, I am willing to extend a helping hand to you, parasitizing you with a hint of my powers. Luke licked his lips, rows of words playing in his mind. I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. A price is exacted for what fate bestows. The existence said as Luke had predicted. In return, I would like you to pursue the mystery behind the absence of spirit world in your world. Also, you would have to spread my religion in your world, gathering followers. Gathering followers? Luke wasn't sure about that. He had hardly interacted with anyone in his world even when he was a child. How would he ever gather followers of an unknown, shady religion? Why? Luke asked, already making up his mind. At this moment, he would just do anything to go back. He would do about just anything to prevent what happened to Momo. Let's just say that I am interested in the development of a world that functions without a spirit world. For a moment, Luke contemplated the consequences of his decision. He would be practically agreeing to let this figure invade his world, bypassing the boundary that was supposed to prevent exactly that from happening. What else could mean by spreading religion and gathering followers? And yet, Luke nodded. He needed to go. He wanted to go. If he wanted to defy the fate leading to his loved ones' deaths, then he must accept. The existence nodded back, neither calmly nor hurriedly. Would you like me to separate the second spirit body? No. By now, Luke had already figured out who it was. All his life, everyone who knew about his quirk had wondered why he could use bioalchemy on Nyx when she was a quirk user herself. It seemed, she wasn't. Unknowingly, unconsciously, Luke had been bestowing an intelligence quirk factor on her to have someone to talk to. Hours after hours. Months after months. Years after years. By the time he was 9 years old, he had done it so many times, every single day, that the quirk factor became permanent, becoming indistinguishable from an original quirk. Her spirit body latched onto the returning quirk factors which were part of your spirit body. The existence said. When you return, and if you choose to bestow her the same quirk, she would also gain all her memories. Do you really want that to happen? Nix. Luke took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. Luke stood up and hesitatingly asked, how should I address you? You can call me. The existence lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers. Mr. Fool. An image of Luke's spirit body is available. Chapter 6, Regression Successful, 11 Years. The Scion-Ji group, led by the formidable Ryujuru Scion-Ji, was thought to be a dynasty that could not only predict success but could also shape it. Revered and feared alike, Mr. Scion-Ji was known for his uncanny ability to be one step ahead in business, politics, and society, as if fate itself was holding his finger, subtly guiding him. That he himself was quirkless mattered little on the stage he played. Unlike him, though, his family members' quirks were well known. Misaki Scion-Ji, Ryujuru's wife, was a beauty to behold, having the quirk, Future Sketch. She could subconsciously sketch events that were about to happen in the next 24 hours. However, the sketch differed too much from anything remotely discernible and was always related to her. Sometimes, it took days to interpret a sketch, only to find out later that it was of her drinking tea. Their son, Rikuya Scion-Ji, had the quirk, Dream Walk. Their daughter, Aina Scion-Ji, had one of the most desired quirk by the hero agencies across Japan, Snapshot Prophecy. The twins had recently become first-year students at UA High School. Even if some people questioned the nature of the children's quirks, given Mr. Scion-Ji was quirkless himself, they kept their mouths shut. However, despite such a lineup of quirks at their disposal, what people questioned was Mr. Scion-Ji's decision to adopt a quirkless child 5 years ago. The only explanation the media received from the Scion-Ji group was that Mr. Scion-Ji wanted to support a quirkless orphan, remembering his struggles as a quirkless child. Of course, the very act garnered worldwide praise for the tycoon. Scion-Ji Mansion. Tokyo, Japan. Ah. Marvelous tea, Mr. Scion-Ji. Nizu, the principal of UA High School, commented. Excellently brewed. As always. In the dining hall, the Scion-Ji family was hosting dinner for Mr. Principal, who had arrived seeking donations for the school support department. Mr. Scion-Ji had seated himself at the head of the table, with Nizu on his right. His wife was to his immediate left, followed by his son and daughter. At last, seated next to Aina, was Luke, his head down. Only today they had returned from the Blue Site, the underground network of secret labs, hidden in northern Hokkaido's vast, rugged wilderness. Luke had undergone only one experiment. But, as it was centered around a complex mutation, it had left him beyond exhausted. They had patched him up pretty well, of course. Still, there was no cure for the stamina drain, yet, reflected by his sluggish actions. Nizu looked at the boy from the corner of his eye while sipping tea. Renji Scion-Ji, the adopted son, had dyed his hair black and was wearing contact lenses, making his eyes look black as well. It was an oddity impossible to hide from him, Nizu knew. That meant, Mr. Scion-Ji didn't want to hide it, to begin with. Mr. Principal finished his tea and was just going to ask for a private audience, when it happened. The spoon fell from the boy's hand. His eyes rolled back into his head, a spasm coursing through his body, making it rigid. With a jerk, the boy fell off the chair, making the plate, full of food, fall on him as well, the sound of metal striking the floor ringing across the dining hall. Luke. Mr. Scion-Ji almost flew to the boy. Sand. Nizu had run around the table when he saw a wave of sand flying in, taking the shape of a brown-haired and brown-eyed, bearded man, wearing a brown uniform. Sand, Mr. Scion-Ji's personal bodyguard. Nizu looked at the boy who was experiencing a seizure. But it was the expressions of Mr. Scion-Ji's face that surprised him. Never had he seen such a dread on someone's face. Never. Much less needed to be said about seeing one of the most powerful people in the world when it came to financial, political, and societal influence. Nizu's cold reasoning also reminded him that the boy wasn't even blood-related to the men. There's something here. Mr. Principal noted as both men held the boy. Then, the bird arrived. Luke. Nix cawed, fluttering down from above. I told you. I told you. You piece of sleek-haired shit. She lunged at Mr. Scion-Ji's face, trying to claw out his eyes. But a fistful amount of sand surrounded it, holding it midair. From the sides, Miss Scion-Ji frowned at the bird along with her children. Just like that, just as Ryujuru had picked Luke up to take him to the hospital, it was over. Luke opened his eyes, carrying the weight of 10 years' worth of memories. For a moment, it felt like everything had been a dream. The loneliness, the sadness, the cleanliness, anger and madness, love. Momo, their daughter. Everything felt like blurry events from a vivid dream. Then, he saw figures taking shape in his vision. His father was bent over his face, panic overflowing his eyes. Next to him was Sand, the cold man who did everything his father wanted without question. There was a white mouse, too, with Nyx held up in the air, surrounded by sand. Nyx. Nyx. Luke shouted, not in panic, but with a strange, conflicted joy. No. It wasn't a dream. He had died, his family had been betrayed and killed, that wasn't a dream. He had gone to the grey castle of Mr. Fool, that wasn't a dream. He had returned to the past with purpose, that wasn't a dream. Tears began flowing out from Luke's eyes as he reached out toward Nyx, the last image of her lying dead between him and Momo vanishing from his mind. He wanted to touch her. He wanted to return the spirit particles of her from the future. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt out of the blue, Luke held himself back, calming himself down. No. He wasn't a 14-year-old boy. The memories were still settling down, his personality, knowledge, and experiences superimposing with his current, childish self. And with that came prudence. He remembered the meeting his father had with Mr. Principal. It was some 11 years ago. It was also the night when his father had dreamt of All for One and then 3 days later had taken him to the blue site, never to return. Has this ever happened before? Nizu asked, eyeing Luke weirdly. Before Mr. Sionji could reply, Luke opened his mouth. Father. He said, sitting up. I am all right. It wasn't the time to act out and do something rash, Luke knew. He needed some time to wrap his mind around everything. Not to mention, his head was pounding. Also, if he wanted Nyx to regain her memories, he needed to do it at a place where others couldn't see them. At this point, if he were to touch her even for a few seconds, it would get reported. Nyx being Nyx, was bound to make a fuss upon remembering everything. Ryujuru looked up and nodded at Sand, who held Luke's hand saying, come. I will get you looked up by a doctor. Luke nodded, keeping his head down, trying to recall how he used to behave. However, he had underestimated how thorough this resurrection was. With his memories, knowledge, and experience, the traumas he had yet to face had returned as well. So, when Luke stood up and saw himself covered with juices and bits of food, his entire face contorted. He slammed his hands at himself, trying to get it off. There was such madness about Luke's actions that, in moments, he ripped off his shirt. And, with his head already bombarded with pain, this time when his eyes rolled back, he truly passed out. An family portrait of Sionji's is available, showing all members. Chapter 7, Lord of Mysteries, 3 Squents 9s. 1. Luke lay in bed, staring dead at the ceiling. It's been a few minutes since he had woken up. He was in his bedroom with Nyx perched on the bedpost, sleeping. To his left, on a sofa, was his father, sleeping as well. The doctors must have come and gone after checking up on him, finding nothing wrong. If it wasn't for Mr. Principal's visit in the evening, making him wary, his father would have taken him to Dr. Donald on his private jet. The sudden, cold reasoning ability made Luke frown. It seemed the memories had finally settled down and the resurrection had completed. As if that was a cue to activate some greater mysteries, Luke's vision blurred, rows of white-colored words appearing over a black background with a soothing, female voice, shocking him. Congratulations. Welcome to the Lord of Mysteries system, blessed. You have unlocked Sequence 9, Apprentice, Marauder, Seer. Luke almost sat up in shock, but held himself back, his breath quickening. What's this? Mind control. No. Luke remembered what Mr. Fool had told him before sending him back into the past. Of course, you would find that changing the events leading to your death will be pointless, especially if there are external factors involved. In that case, I am willing to extend a helping hand to you, parasitizing you with a hint of my powers. Is this the helping hand Mr. Fool mentioned? Luke looked around and noticed that his father hadn't woken up. Only I can hear and see this notification. Good. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the notification again. What are sequences? He asked the question within. Sequences are paths to the divine. Each sequence is numbered from 9 to 0, with 9 being the lowest and 0 being the highest. To step onto the paths to the divine, the blessed must consume the potion of a sequence, gaining mystical abilities corresponding to that sequence. Those who consume potions to reach the divine are called beyonders. I see. Luke narrowed his eyes. The sequence is almost like a growth-type quirk. Then he eyed the 3 different sequence 9s and corrected himself. 3 growth-type quirks. With this. Luke looked at the mention of the potion, then. Show me the details of the 3 sequences. Sure. Let me display all the sequences' general abilities and their potion ingredients in brief. You can go through the detailed processes of brewing the potions later. Sequence 9, Apprentice. Door opening, phase through walls and other big obstacles by opening a symbolic, incorporeal door. Lock opening, open any lock that doesn't contain mystical powers. Potion ingredients, 1 gem-devouring worm, 1 illusion crystal, 10 drops of goat's beard hydrosol, 90 milliliters of ancient well water, 1 flower grown from a corpse, 5 grams of spirit world contaminated soil. Sequence 9, Marauder. Superior observation, see in the darkness and have an intuition of where valuable items are or even how much they're approximately worth. Physical enhancement, enhanced agility, dexterity, and strength. Also grants powerful coordination, near inhuman level of acrobatic skills, and excellent talent in the realm of throwing various objects. Theft, all abilities serve to make the Marauder's core skill of stealing more potent. Potion ingredients, 1 blood-speckled black mosquito, 1 core of a candle devourer, 100 milliliters of another's blood, nail fragments from 9 different individuals, 1 sapphire, 10 grams of verbena powder. Sequence 9, Seer. Enhanced memory. Spirit vision, see non-physical things, such as ghosts and specters, and different parts of a soul to deduce a person's health and emotions through it. Divination arts and ritualistic magic, master all kinds of divination methods, including astrology, spiritual numbers, and scrying. Danger intuition, can intuitively detect danger. Potion ingredients, 10 milliliters of Lavos squid's crystallized blood, 50 grams stellar aqua crystal, 13 drops of night vanilla liquids, 7 gold mint leaves, 3 drops of poison hemlock, 9 grams of dragon bloodgrass powder. Note: all abilities will keep progressing as you digest a sequence potion. You can consume a different sequence potion of the same level only after you have fully digested the already consumed one. You can consume a higher level potion of a sequence only after you have fully digested all the lower level potions of the 3 sequences. That was a lot of information. But Luke, who had spent over a decade memorizing books upon books, and even more complex procedures, it took him less than a moment to process everything. Luke focused on Seer, first. Enhanced memory was well and good, but his memory already bordered on photographic. But when he saw spirit vision, he remembered seeing himself as Mr. Fool saw him, the spirit particles manifesting as quirk factors within his hands. That's a great ability. Luke ruminated. I can target certain parts of the plants and animals using my bioalchemy even finer if I can see the spirit particles within them. But in combat, only danger intuition is helpful. Contrary to Seer, Marauder attracted Luke's attention more. Not only it would help him physically, but it would also attack his greatest weakness, his body. Then, there was Apprentice. An ability to escape any entrapment to run away. Luke wanted them all, but he must decide which he wanted the most first. Keeping that in the back of his mind, he focused on the second thing that garnered his attention. What's digestion? Great question, Blessed. Digestion refers to the process where a beyonder assimilates the mystical qualities of a consumed sequence potion into their body, soul, and mind. If you fail to digest a potion, you become mentally unstable, risk going insane and mutating into a monster, and cannot safely take the next higher sequence potion. It will be even more dangerous for you, Blessed, as you will be consuming sequence potions from different paths. However, the Lord of Mysteries system will help you curb some of the potential dangers. For that, I recommend using the acting method. The name of a potion is not solely symbolic at its core, but a concrete imagery, and the key to digestion. Acting method is the process of acting according to the potion's name to fully digest the potion. For this, the Blessed must understand the core traits and behavior patterns of the consumed sequence potion. You must actively simulate, practice, or embody those traits in real life, while simultaneously keeping in mind that you are only acting. With the acting method, you can digest a potion faster, and your abilities will become more instinctive and easier to control. Upon full digestion, you will have a clear sense of breaking a bottleneck. I see. Luke nodded to himself. So it's not as simple as drinking a potion to gain powers. Reasonable, I guess. Still, there was this one unnerving feeling that was constantly prickling his nerves. At the end of the day, it all depended on. Will you provide the potion ingredients to me? This time when the female voice spoke, it sounded hesitant. Unfortunately, such a feat is impossible, Blessed. Your world is cut off from outside interference by a boundary. The Lord of Mysteries system cannot contact the Grey Castle to exchange physical and spiritual objects. Also, the potion ingredients are alien to your world and don't exist, as already confirmed by Mr. Fool before bestowing the system to you. Perhaps, as you rise higher in sequences and spread Mr. Fool's faith, I will be able to do so. So, till then, do your best. Good luck. Luke's lips twitched. Good luck. How am I supposed to become a beyonder without potion ingredients? Chapter 8, Lord of Mysteries, System plus Quirk. 2. Luke had just cried out in his mind in shock when the system replied with a notification. Worry not, Blessed. Mr. Fool has designed me in such a way that I am indistinguishable from your spirit body in nature. As your quirk is a manifestation of your spirit body, I can interact with it to do many cool things. For example, by interacting with bioalchemy, I can let you know the exact composition of all potion ingredients, organic and inorganic, on a molecular level. With your background, and using this information, you can create many ingredients yourself with the help of your quirk. Also, the cool things I talked about aren't limited to this. I can turn your entire quirk into stats, making it more understandable and usable when it comes to battles. To know more, you must step onto the paths to the divine first, becoming a Beyonder. Then, together, we can not only fulfill Mr. Fool's directives of investigating the spirit world's absence, while also spreading his faith and gathering followers, but we can also figure out the mysterious events that led to your death. Awesome, right? Luke's eyes were already shining. Yes. This solved almost everything. Using bioalchemy, I can target specific mutations in plants and animals, extracting potion ingredients through them, Luke thought, a smile surfacing on his lips. That left, inorganic. Luke's quirk didn't work on non-living objects and those who had a quirk. But, as he stared at the notification, he remembered who did possess such an ability, a wetness blurring his vision. Momo Yaoyorozu had the quirk, creation. If she knew the composition of an object, she could create it through her body. Luke's fingers tightened into a fist. He didn't know how would he react if he were to meet her now. Her of the future had accepted him. Her of now was but a child. Blessed, I understand your internal conflict. But let me warn you about something. The sequences shared with you by Mr. Fool would work best if you don't isolate yourself from society. The process of digestion using the acting method makes it impossible, too. At higher sequences, the connections you make today will play an even more active role. Also, the things that we need to accomplish can't be done without dirtying our hands. So, you must be ready to prepare yourself. You must be ready to face your traumas. If you remain half-hearted, then the chances of you losing control after drinking sequence potions will rise exponentially. All I can do is to help you stabilize your condition to some extent. It will not work if you yourself aren't willing to work on it. Luke's mouth flattened into a thin line. The system was right, he knew. He couldn't play the nice guy anymore. What did playing the nice guy get him anyway? The answer was clear, death. Ever since he had returned, he knew he would be walking on a path extremely different from his previous life. He couldn't afford to face the same fate, not accomplishing anything. Then there was the matter of the enemy. Luke could still see Katsuki Bakugo, the demonic grin planted like a worm on his hideous face. Whenever he thought of that guy, anger and rage boiled inside him. Yet, the scientific mind told him to be rational about all this. Yes, Bakugo was a difficult guy, but he wasn't a villain. Not to mention, only a few months ago before his death, Momo herself had gone to him, asking him to become the head bodyguard until she gave birth. Luke couldn't figure out this mystery if held onto his usual personality. And, if the enemy was vastly more powerful than any hero he had ever known, then he must depend on the system to contend against it. He must become a Beyonder of the three paths. He must take help from Momo, whether he liked it or not. Luke let out a sigh, already feeling the burden of the tasks to come in the future. The Lord of Mysteries system is very interactive, Luke thought, noticing the oddity. I wonder if Mr. Fool designed it by using someone's personality as the basis. I don't know. Maybe. Luke took a deep breath. So, first, I need a place where I can freely use my quirk. As much as I hate the blue site, I have to agree with my father on this. That damned place is the safest place on the planet for me. Now that Luke knew some of the gravest events to come, he knew how important it was to not let anyone know about the true potential of his quirk. Second, I require a way to remain around Momo and Bakugo, a way to freely operate in society, while keeping my true identity hidden. At first, Luke had thought to let Mr. Principal know everything that was about to happen regarding All for One. However, the moment he had thought of this, he faced two cold facts. First, because he had spent most of his life at the blue site, the events he knew related to the outside were only the big picture. He didn't know the intricate details of anything. Even after marrying Momo, they rarely talked about the past, limiting it to the happy times she had spent with her classmates. Second, Luke couldn't trust anyone. He had no idea who had ordered the attack on his family. If Katsuki Bakugo, one of the greatest heroes of all time, had fallen to villainy, then who knew how many heroes had also fallen and when? I have a suggestion, Blessed. How about you join the UA High School next year? With this, you can remain closely involved with Momo and the other heroes. Also, with the limited knowledge you have of the future, you can dictate how the events play out. Together with this, to accomplish our goals, you can keep a second persona of a vigilante. As a hero, you can use your bioalchemy quirk. And, as a vigilante, you can fully put the sequence's mystical abilities to use. Bree. Luke put a hand on his mouth. Brilliant. Thank you. So, Luke thought, listing out the things to do, use blue site to freely get organic potion ingredients without attracting attention. Join UA, get Momo's help to get the rest of the ingredients. Become a Beyonder. Create a vigilante persona. Then investigate the matter of spirit world and the mysterious enemy. Exactly as I would have summarized it. Luke nodded. But before all that, if he wanted to avoid the same fate as his previous life, he needed to accomplish a specific task right here and now. Luke looked at his father, knowing that he could be dreaming about the all-for-one revelation anytime now. Luke needed to do something about it without waking up his father because that wasn't a solution. What if his father dreamed of the same thing tomorrow? Luke couldn't keep just sitting by his father's bed every night. Slowly, he sat up, his eyes hardening with determination. If this was before, the 14-year-old Luke could have never accomplished such a feat. Things were different now, though. This Luke had undergone a lifestyle so hideous and repulsive that he had awakened bioalchemy to a level that it could bestow even the most complex quirks. Tonight, Luke thought, touching Nyx by his bed. I will change fate. Chapter 9, Lord of Mysteries, Stats and Quirk Complexity. 3. Luke reached for Nyx, who was silently sleeping, perched on his bedpost. Suddenly, the notification flashed between him and the bird. Wait. It's not a good idea. Luke's hand paused. What happened? We can't afford to lose time. It wasn't like Luke was hasty, but time was literally against him. If his father woke up after dreaming of all for one, then he would lock up Luke into the blue site. Another point was that Luke was confident. When he was 14 years old in his previous life, he could barely bestow a complex quirk to a life form before passing out. It wasn't the case with him now. Some awakened their quirks under extreme emotions. Luke had awakened his bioalchemy under the constant torture, always pushing himself. Now, he could not only maintain a complex quirk, but he could also bestow quirks to at least 3 different life forms. Of course, the complexity of the quirks dictated how many quirks he could maintain and for how long. The system had a piece of bad news for him, though. Blessed, even if your spirit body has undergone qualitative change because of Mr. Fool's blessing, your body is still the same, i.e. your stamina is the same as when you were of this age in your previous life. So, the moment you bestow a complex quirk to Nyx, you will pass out. I have an idea. Let me show you the current values of your spirituality and stamina. You can do that? Luke asked. Of course. As I said, I can do many cool stuff. Wait. Processing. Whippy whippy. Done. Blessed stats. Spirit. Stamina. Spirit here shows your spirituality, which, in turn, will dictate the usage of quirk. So, let's say you bestow a simple levitating quirk to a cat, and then a set number of points will be deducted from your spirit. Basically, you are just transferring your spirit particles, using them to manipulate the spirit particles of the target. Using bioalchemy, you rearrange the spirit particles in the target's body, giving it mystical abilities. The more complex the arrangement, the higher the spirit consumption, and the vaster the load on the target. Also, I realized something while calculating spirit. You can't bestow a quirk that consumes more spirit points than the total spirit points of the life form. That's why most of the life forms to whom you bestowed complex quirks ended up, boom. Of course, the spirit particles bestowed returns to you automatically. Stamina is stamina. This was the first time for him, a quirk scientist, to see things from a spiritual perspective. And, as much as he disliked to admit it, all these explanations made much more sense if he were to take spirit particles into account. So, not only my spirituality, Luke analyzed, but the target's spirituality also matters. Yes, that's why it was always easier for me to bestow quirk to large life forms. In the case of insects and all, it never worked. Luke stared at the values, then. Any reference for this data? He asked. For now, I have only generated the most relevant stats. We can work on more when we need them. I can only get a rough idea of someone's stats if you interact with them spiritually. For reference. Nyx's stats. Spirit. Stamina. Luke's jaw dropped. You don't mean to say that I have only twice the stamina of a bird? He screamed inside. Sadly, it is true, blessed. Have you ever looked yourself in the mirror? Luke didn't know what to say. He looked to his far left and saw the mirror. Scrawny was the best word that came to his mind. He was just skin and bones, with the smoothest white-brown color painted on him. Luke took a deep breath and contemplated what to do, then. He again looked at the stats and his eyes narrowed. If I restore Nyx's memories, first, then will her spirit double. Because, if that happens, then the load on my stamina will practically half as well for the quirk I need to bestow her. Wow. I didn't think of that. Excellent observation, blessed. You are right. Nyx's spirit body is within you. If you bestow the basic intelligence quirk to her now, then her spirit points will double. Also, for my future reference, can you think of which quirk you want to bestow her in detail? It's always a great idea to record the data, right? Luke smiled. Yes, it always was. Closing his eyes, he pictured out the quirk in detail as per his practice. Not only did he think of the quirk factors involved, but he also layered out Nix's anatomy, pinpointing where he would want the quirk factors to converge. That's why he had needed to study extensively before each experiment, to begin with. When it was done, the system's voice buzzed in Luke's mind like an ecstatic girl in her late teens. That's so fascinating. Very detailed. Let me calculate your consumption. Shup. Done. Quirk, dream walk. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Okay. I have decided to allot a letter to the quirk. Please note that these don't take a target's compatibility with the quirk into account. The complexity can be simple for one target while impossible for another, right? Here's what I have come up with for quirk complexity. Very simple, D, spirit points 5 to 10. Simple, C, spirit points 15 to 25. Moderate, B, spirit points 30 to 50. High, A, spirit points 55 to 80. Super, S, spirit points 90 to 120. Plus ultra, S plus, spirit points 130 to 180. Blessed gone insane, X, spirit points greater than 200. The corner of Luke's mouth twitched. But, yes. Dreamwalk, his stepbrother's quirk, was what he had decided to use against his father's soothsayer. After going through the quirk complexity stats, Luke read the note above. Not taking compatibility into account makes sense. Luke thought. It's much easier to sharpen a cat's claws than giving it wings. If I am right, then the complexity doesn't necessarily mean higher spirit and stamina consumption, but that should usually be the case. Luke took a deep breath, deciding not to wait anymore. All right. He said in his mind. Let's do this. Wait. What should I call you? Saying the system doesn't, ring the bell. Oh. I was waiting to properly introduce me. Cough. Let me drink a glass of water, please. Okay. Phew. I am Miss Justice. Nice to meet you, blessed. I will be in your care for a while. Miss Justice. Luke nodded. Nice to meet you, too. Now he was sure that Mr. Fool had designed the Lord of Mystery system with someone's personality as the basis, or, at least, a version of her personality. Then, without saying anything, Luke reached out and grabbed Nix's beak. Who? Rascal. Luke tightened his grip on her beak, putting a finger on his mouth. There were cameras in the bedroom, except for the bathroom. P. Luke gestured toward the bathroom. This was already suspicious if they later checked out the footage, but he had no choice. Nix eyed him as if the boy had gone truly insane. Still, she silently hopped onto the boy's shoulder as he tiptoed to the bathroom. Once inside, Luke let out a breath of relief and stared at his best friend with a nostalgic expression. Don't worry. Nix cawed. I won't let you die until you lose your virginity. Nix. Luke gasped. And, suddenly, for no reason, tears welled up in his heart, his eyes losing focus. Before the bird could say anything, Luke lifted his hand and touched her. This time, Nix's eyes rolled back in her head, over 10 years' worth of memories bombarding her little mind. Chapter 10, Bioalchemy vs. Soothsayer, Changing Fate. Luke tried his best to console Nix, but both kept crying. Like him, her spirit had doubled the moment he had bestowed her the basic intelligence quirk. Surprisingly, it didn't consume him any spirit points. Nix's spirit body latched to Luke's soul had, instead, transferred itself to the bird, fusing with the already present soul within her. It also made her remember their previous lives. If it wasn't for the heightened intelligence, the bird would have collapsed right there and then, never waking up again. You guys can catch up later. Hurry. Miss Justice is right, Luke said, rubbing his eyes and taking a deep breath to put on his game mode. We need to handle Father's dream, first. Nix rubbed her wings over her eyes as well, her red pupils gaining a lethargic grayness. Luke then put his hand on Nix's head, mentally bestowing and arranging quirk factors. The collective spirit particles that belonged to Nix and the ones getting bestowed by Luke rearranged themselves, elevating the bird's mystical existence. When it was done, Luke took off his hand. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, dream walk. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit 100, target spirit points. Stamina. Contact time, 11 seconds. Activation time, 5 to 6 minutes. Wow. Luke wondered aloud. He had extensively mapped out the time he needed to bestow different kinds of quirk and the time they remained active later. The system's calculations were not only right, but they also seemed to be much more thorough. This will come in handy. Luke looked at Nix. Are you ready? Nix's voice still held a coarseness. I was born ready. I just don't understand one thing. What? Luke frowned. He had already shared the details regarding the system with her. She was probably the only one he could blindly trust in this world anymore. With your stamina. Nix cawed, how you and Momo kept doing it. Nix. Luke gasped. I am blushing. Luke face-bombed. Then, knowing they were losing time, he snapped his fingers. Snapping fingers wasn't a true necessity, but it had become a habit, acting like a mental cue. In the same way, if Luke needed to snatch back the bestowed quirk or deactivate it before it ran out naturally, he could also do so whenever he wanted with a snap of his fingers. A shine coursed through Nix's body as if someone had reflected a mirror at her from very far away. Then, in Nix's red pupils, black mist surged. Nix landed on Luke's shoulder and pressed her claws on him, snickering. Leave everything to this old Empress of Darkness. Luke rolled his eyes. And then they fell, space exploding around in a mass of blackness. It was a sea of darkness, geysers of black mass erupting everywhere. Luke couldn't see anything. He didn't need to. I can see many points of light, like stars. Nix cawed, her head bobbing left and right. Let's go to the nearest, Luke said. That should belong to his father, representing the ongoing dream. In the darkness, Nix flew carrying Luke effortlessly as if he didn't weigh anything. After a few seconds, a brilliant blue and white flash overwhelmed Luke's vision, making him squint his eyes. This time when Luke opened his eyes, he saw colors. Figures and scenes were blending, a many-colored sea frothing everywhere. Luke blinked and he saw his father sitting in his car, just looking outside. Luke blinked again and they dissolved into a many-colored sea. The sea didn't even look like water, but thick, pastel colors. Suddenly, a notification popped up in Luke's vision with an urgency. Blessed. Detecting a massive source of spirituality. Luke's brows jumped up as he shared the words with Nix. Is it father's quirk, soothsayer? How massive? Massive. It's not your father's spirituality. This one is immensely pure and vast. Luke's heart thumped, a deep sense of foreboding settling inside. Which direction? Follow my directions. Through the sea of colors, Nix flew carrying Luke left and right. In Luke's mind, the system kept correcting the course as if it were a beacon keeping him from getting lost in the deep space. After a minute, Miss Justice screamed, bringing them to a stop. It's here. Any further and we will get noticed. Luke's hands were trembling. Just what's going on? At first, he had come here, hoping to influence his father's dream. He wanted to plant an idea that all dreams related to All for One were just ridiculous fantasies. Nothing more. But, it seemed, there were other mysteries involved, too. What is it? Luke asked as Nix threateningly looked left and right. It's like a supermassive black hole, blessed. Its edges are glowing blue as if it's radiating blueness. As I said, the spirituality it's radiating is very, very pure. The only time when I felt like this in someone's presence was when Mr. Full created me, fusing me with your spirit body. Oh, heavens. Luke cursed, grounding his teeth. Can I see it? Not without spirit vision, you can't. Also, even if you could, I am not sure that would be a great idea. Oh. It's pulsating now. This time, even Luke felt it. It was like a high-frequency sound hit you on the face, but you couldn't hear anything. Suddenly, the sea of colors representing Mr. Ryujiru's dream churned, taking the shape of a time that Luke had seen footage of many times. It was when All Might had defeated All for One. No. Luke shook. This is happening too soon. Luke could see his father standing among the rubble surrounding All Might and All for One. There was no chance of talking him out of it now, not if he was to wake up right after seeing this dream. Nix. Luke said, putting his hand on her hand. Let's go plus ultra. That's my Luke. Nix cawed. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, enhanced speed. Complexity, C. Consumption. Spirit 15, targets remaining spirit points. Stamina. Contact time, 2 seconds. Activation time, 40 minutes. Nix was still fine as she had 20 spirit points remaining. However, after losing 28 stamina points, Luke had only 2 left, but the quirk bestowal consumed 8 points over that value. Veins popped on Luke's face, his head banging against his skull. Blood foamed in his mouth, his muscles going taut as the tips of his fingers throbbed. You can handle it. Nix cawed in his ear. You have suffered worse. Changing fate wasn't so easy. Luke realized, grinning a bloody smile. Momo, this is for you. And then he snapped his fingers. With a flutter of Nix's wings, she became a bullet. Just as All for One was about to showcase his quirk-stealing power, Nix entered the scene, cawing out her lungs and slammed right into him, exploding him into a mass of colors. It didn't take her a moment to turn around and then slam into All Might, melting his face. Left and right, she blurred in and out, destroying everything. Huh. Run. It found us. Luke had an immense sense of déjà vu. Just before his death, he had heard the same words, but he hadn't had Miss Justice then. Who had said those words? What was it? Was this the enemy he was seeking? Questions gripping his heart, and blackness claiming his vision, Luke cancelled the dream walk. If he had won his first battle with fate, only time would tell. An image of Dream World, as perceived by Luke and Nyx, is available. Chapter 11, Bioalchemy's Weakness, Gaining Strength. Rewind. Ryuichiro Sionji, head of Sionji Group, Quirk Soothsayer. Misaki Sionji, Ryuichiro's wife, Quirk Future Sketch. Rikuya Sionji, Ryuichiro's son, UA's first-year business course, Quirk Dream Walk. Aina Sionji, Rikuya's twin sister, UA's first-year general education, Quirk Snapshot Prophecy. Renji Sionji, Luke, Ryuichiro's adopted son, Quirk Bioalchemy. Nyx, a raven, Luke's sassy companion. Chapter begins. On the very night that he regressed, Luke changed his fate for the first time. Then he spent the nights to come in a hushed dread, walking, eating, and living on the edge. Whatever that blue, supermassive black hole was, it wasn't his father's soothsayer Quirk, that was confirmed. Still, it wasn't like he could give up. There was no such option for him anymore. Luke knew that he hadn't pulled the roots of the problem, as the dream revelation could return. So, he kept sending Nyx to his father's dreams, hoping she could talk him out of the madness if the dream were to return. Surprisingly, neither the dream returned nor there was any sign of a black hole when Luke went to check after a few times using the system. Luke would have doubted the system itself, as he hadn't seen anything. However, he had felt it. He had felt the presence in his bones. So, making his peace with the changed fate, he began focusing on other things. One of the two most important things he needed to decide was, of course, all for one. Even if he didn't know the intricacies, the big things he knew were also significant enough by themselves. Among those big things was the existence of Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the most infamous man who had sided himself with All for One. Behind the guise of an innocent civilian, it was he who had created Nomus, genetically engineered multiple Quirk users, and then later helped Tamura Shigaraki reach his full potential. One could even say that without Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the return of All for One would have been almost impossible. Here it all became a little tricky. How to do it? The most outright way was to just go out and declare that he had awakened a future sight-type Quirk, mentioning all the relevant events. Many things made it impossible, though. First, who would believe him? He was a 14-year-old child with a troubled past. The moment he opened his mouth, his father would throw him to the blue site, locking him up for who knew how much time. Not to mention, Luke was weak, even if he had awakened bioalchemy to support him. He couldn't fight a man who practically owned the government. Not yet, at least. Second, even if someone were to believe him and ask him to prove it, he wouldn't be able to. The reason: bioalchemy's weaknesses. Other than the obvious hindrances like contact time, activation time, and activity radius, bioalchemy's true weakness lay in something else. Even if Luke could grant a quirk, he couldn't control it. Once bestowed, how the quirk would be used entirely depended on the life form using it. It was like a child awakening their quirk for the first time. Forget about control, even coming to terms with the mystical phenomenon would be troublesome. That's why, there was a compatibility factor involved in bioalchemy, i.e., if a quirk was compatible with the life form, then it was much easier to control outrightly. An even bigger trouble was that Luke couldn't control the nature of the quirk. For example, even if he could bestow a future sight-type quirk to Nyx, he couldn't dictate what sights she would actually see upon using it. That's why Luke had decided to use dream walk and not dream manipulation, because they already had ample amount of experience in handling the former quirk in their previous lives. So, in the end, Luke concluded that the matter of All for One was not in his hands as he was now. If the opportunity presented itself, then he would try to subtly guide others toward it. Otherwise, he would focus on improving his strength, tackling the situation by himself later. That's how the second of the two most important things came into the picture. Late July. He's doing what? Mr. Ryuichiro's brows shot up. Sand scratched his light brown beard with a rueful expression. The personal bodyguard was still wearing a brown jacket over a skin-tight brown t-shirt and brown cargo pants. His short, brown hair looked wild, as if he had stretched his neck out of a car moving over 100 miles per hour. Where is he? Ryuichiro asked, standing up. He was in his bedroom, reading the morning newspaper. Take me to him. Sand nodded. Despite being Mr. Ryuichiro's personal bodyguard in name, the men had only one specific task in the Sionji mansion: Luke's safety. They arrived at the garden and saw an unbelievable sight. On one side, Aina Sionji, Mr. Ryuichiro's daughter, was having tea with her mother, her brows pressed together. She was a student of the general education department at UA High and had come home for summer break. Her presence at UA High was only symbolic, though. The hero agency she would be working with, for how long, and for what was already decided. Unlike her brother, Rikuya Sionji, was a student of the Department of Management, despite Mr. Principal requesting him to be in the hero department. But, like his sister, what Rikuya would be doing was already dictated by his father. And that left. 21. Nick's cod, perched on Luke's bare back. Come on. You can do 10 more. 25. Luke was doing push-ups. Silence. They all eyed him with gobsmacked faces. It's been over 5 years since Luke arrived in their home after getting adopted. Forget working out, the boy barely talked to anyone except for the bird. Forget looking at someone, the boy barely lifted his head to learn someone's face. As if that wasn't enough, the boy's hair wasn't dyed anymore. Golden hair, blue eyes, sweaty, thin body. Just what was going on? I noticed it a month ago. Sand whispered in Mr. Ryojiru's ear. He's been eating a lot. Working out as well, or, at least, trying to work out. The boy is naturally weak, because, you know. Mr. Ryojiru frowned. Bioalchemy costs stamina. With a weekly visit, it had never surprised him that the boy barely left his room till the next visit to the blue site. He asked me. Mr. Ryojiru's head snapped toward Sand. Asked what? Sand gulped. To help him build muscle and stamina. He said he wanted to do better during the experiments. Mr. Ryojiru's expression softened. And? Sand shrugged. I upped his diet and recommended some light exercises, but... Mr. Ryojiru, the boy's serious. He never focused on anything other than books. Ryojiru looked at the boy as he fell after doing 30 push-ups and got up. His eyes narrowed. Luke still looked scrawny, but he could spy hints of muscles here and there, like someone had just begun chiseling out a thin block of ice. Is that why he's showing so much enthusiasm in going to blue site? Ryojiru asked himself. Every time we go there, he spends hours roaming the place. From the corner of his eyes, he saw his daughter staring dead at Luke. He sighed. You are a military man, Sand, Ryojiru said, turning around. Just how much stamina can he even raise with all this? Sand didn't even need to think about it. I didn't recommend it before because the boy, well, it didn't feel like he would ever go for it. But, considering his quirk, raising stamina makes absolute sense. Also, Luke has half the stamina of a healthy boy of his age. His potential will go through a massive boost if... Sand left it unsaid. Mr. Ryojiru sighed again. Very well, if he wants to be strong, then let him be. Smiling a little, Ryojiru looked over his shoulder as Luke began doing sit-ups. For strength gained in silence is the kind that changes fate. Chapter 12, Last Potion Ingredient Collected, Brainwash. Rewind, Luke's stamina isn't consumed unless he activates a bestowed quirk within a life form. A month later. Blue site. Sand used Luke's momentum and sent him rolling on the floor, a groan escaping the boy's throat. Come on, Sand said, smiling. You can do better than that, kid. Luke, wearing only his pants, stood up, his arms shaking. It's been 2 months since he started working on his stamina. A rich diet that hit all the protein, carb, and fat requirements, while fulfilling his vitamin and mineral needs had done wonders for him. Coupled with daily workouts, no one could tell that it was the same scrawny boy from February when he had regressed. If the feeling wasn't enough, then Luke could clearly tell that he was progressing by seeing his stats. Wow. Stamina plus. This was a great idea, blessed. Blessed stats. Spirit. Stamina. Luke smiled. He had decided to live a different lifestyle early on, but it was his father's stats that had hammered the nail on his thoughts. Luke needed to interact with someone spiritually for Miss Justice to guess their stats. After their first dream walk, the system had generated the values for Mr. Ryojiru. Mr. Ryojiru Sionji. Quirk, Soothsayer. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. From one glance, Luke could tell the sheer level of the Soothsayer quirk, comparing his father's spirit points with his own. Luke's current spirit points tallied at 250, but they were over twice the value he originally held. Mr. Ryojiru's spirit points alone stood at 130. Because of his experience, Luke knew exactly how potent bioalchemy was compared to other quirks. For Soothsayer to have a value higher than that, it was at least a plus ultra-level complexity. However, it was the value of the stamina points that had poured cold water on Luke's head. Mr. Ryojiru was an average, middle-aged man. For him to have 100 stamina was like saying Luke didn't exist. It was then Luke had decided to never let his bioalchemy be held back by his stamina, at least. Everything else would come later. That's where Sand came into the picture. In his previous life, Luke had never interacted with the man who was literally responsible for his life. The gentle smile on Sand's face didn't fool Luke, though. He might have not known the truth about this man before, but he had figured it out later. Sand was a killer, a cold one at that. He had the quirk, Sand. He could freely control all sand in a 50-meter radius around him, but he could expand his reach to beyond 100 meters in one direction, turning him into a perfect assassin. The brown jacket, t-shirt, and pants he was wearing were all Sand, too. Luke had lost count of the people who had died under Sand's hands, thinking they had caught him off guard. The only weakness Sand had was that there wasn't much sand to control in an urban environment, forcing him to keep sand on him as a shirt and pants. Also, he was very prone to dehydration. Opposite Luke, Sand drank down a bottle of water, some color rising to his face. He noticed Luke's smile and felt odd. Just how could someone change so much in months? But that was the thing about youth, wasn't it? They were rash and bold when it came to taking risks. Tell you what. Sand said, cracking his knuckles. If you land a punch on me, I will teach you the real thing. Luke's body went taut. He would teach me how to kill. Scared? Sand asked, smirking. Luke let out a scream and rushed at Sand. Ah! Afar, Chief Scientist Donald and Mr. Ryujiro watched all this playing out with odd expressions. Charles, one of the scientists at the blue site, approached Luke, holding a box of worms in his hands. They were in a big, spacious lab with different parts of animals and plants suspended in greenish solution within bottles. Luke knew there was a dedicated lab, bigger than this, for human research as well. It wasn't the time to tackle that headache, though. Red wigglers, Charles said, smiling. Why do you need them? The scientist put the box on the table as the boy made room for it, shifting the books. Just wanted to experiment with my quirk, Luke replied, smiling back. I would like to do better. To not let the cat out of the bag, Luke had been keeping the status quo on his bioalchemy quirk, letting many mutations fail, despite the fact he could control them now. The only thing that had changed was that after faking a passed-out situation, he began coming back to his senses soon, giving him enough time to prepare ingredients for the sequence potions. As Charles kept standing next to Luke, Nix fluttered to the grown man's shoulder and whispered, I saw Elia going to Lab 005. Alone. Charles gaped, color rising to his face. He looked left and right, mumbled out a thank you, and hurried away. Nix landed on the table, shaking her head. Men. Even scientists think with their penises. Nix. Luke gasped. Hurry up, Nix said, eyeing the worms hungrily. Once I make a mess, someone is bound to come. Luke took a deep breath, Miss Justice. Bring out the gem-devouring worms composition. Ooh. It's the last one, isn't it? Okay. Here we go. Luke analyzed the apprentice potion's ingredients as the system laid it out for him. They divided all ingredients into two categories, organic and inorganic. Luke could obtain organic ingredients by causing mutations in animals and plants using bioalchemy easily. The only problem was that he couldn't afford to get caught while doing so. That's why, it took him over 5 months to collect all the organic ingredients corresponding to the 3 sequences. That left the inorganic ingredients, which Luke couldn't get even if he wanted to. For them, he had only one way, Momo's creation quirk. Luke nodded at Nix and opened the box. He began touching each worm as if fascinated by them, simultaneously bestowing a mutation quirk to one of them as per the gem-devouring worm's biological composition. When he was done, he winked at Nix. So hungry. Nix screamed, lunging at the box. Food. With a thud, she slammed into the box, sending all the worms flying here and then. At the same moment, Luke snapped his fingers under the table. One of the worms that had fallen on his lap wriggled, becoming a yellow-puss-colored worm with gem-like protrusions. His heart thumping wildly, Luke snatched that worm and put it in his pocket. Then, taking several deep breaths, he began picking up the worms, while scolding Nix for the cameras. From the other side, Charles came rushing toward them, adjusting his pants. What happened? He asked, frowning, seeing the mess. Sorry. Nix cawed, not looking sorry at all. I guess, like you, I can't control my urges as well. Nix. Luke shouted within. Not now. I don't feel good. I will try out later. Charles nodded and took the worms-filled box from Luke. As he turned around, he suddenly paused. One worm's missing. Luke's heart jumped to his mouth. No matter how much of a lecher Charles was, there was a reason his father had selected him for the blue site. Nix calmly fluttered to Luke's shoulder. I ate one. Gonna hang me for one worm, after all we have been through, Charles. Charles smiled ruefully, looking at the camera from the corners of his eyes. Instantly, Luke and Nix realized that this fool wasn't that much of a fool, he was going to check the cameras. Luke sighed. Sorry. He apologized. Charles. Then he snapped his fingers with the hand that was still in his pocket, activating the quirk he had already bestowed to Nyx. Quirk, brainwash. Complexity, A. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 7 seconds. Activation time, 11 minutes. Nyx's red pupils glowed redder, and the same glow took over Charles's eyes as well, brainwashing him on the spot. An character image of Sand and Luke as he bestow quirk to a worm are available. Chapter 13, Aina Sionji, choosing a sequence. September. Aina Sionji entered Luke's bedroom and, for a moment, felt like she smelled nature. The 15-year-old daughter of the Sionji family, the user of the famous snapshot prophecy quirk, was 168 centimeters tall. She had silk-like, black hair, reaching to her waist. Her eyes were gray with a touch of silver in them, making them look glassy as the bedroom's light fell on her face. Today, she was wearing a flowing skirt, blue, with lavender embroidery. Like her brother, Rikuya, she had come home for the weekend. Unlike her brother, she knew Luke wasn't going insane, but coming out of the buried insanity. She went to the boy's bed, carrying a Polaroid camera in her left hand, and brushed the palm of her right hand over it. Then she looked around, noticing every corner. It all felt so clean. She took a deep breath, the softness in the air making her wish she was a part of it. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and through the steam, Luke walked out, a towel wrapped around his waist. Aina stared dead at Luke, color rising to her face. In only a few months, her stepbrother had undergone a growth spurt, now standing tall at 175 centimeters. Not only that, the scrawny boy she had the memory of seemed to have melted away at some point in time. Now, Luke carried toned muscles, his eyes holding a shine like never before. Aina. Luke smiled at the little girl. Did you need something? In his previous life, Luke had never interacted with his stepbrother and stepsister. Never. He had always felt like Ms. Misaki, their mother, hated him for some reason. So, he had made extra sure to never talk to the boy or girl. However, he also knew their personalities. Even though Rikuya was in the management course, it was Aina who was the smarter of the two. She also didn't possess her brother's overwhelming pride in their family's name. You. Aina said, her eyes wide, have grown. Luke chuckled. Too tall. In the next year, he would hit his height limit of 182 centimeters, he guessed. Still, now that he thought about it, he was a centimeter taller than his previous life. Because of his weekly visits to Blue Site, Luke had accurate data about himself. I didn't mean the height. Aina thought, looking away. Luke reached for his t-shirt. Wait. Luke looked at Aina. What happened? Aina stood there rooted to her place for a while. Then, she almost jumped. Ah, yes. Can I take a snapshot? Luke stared at the camera Aina was waving at him. Doesn't her quirk work only on people-less locations? He thought, frowning inwardly. Not many people knew the secrets of snapshot prophecy, but he did, thanks to his memories. Is she still experimenting? Luke nodded. Sure. Snap. Luke blinked the whiteness away. Whoa. That was fast. She didn't even give me time to put on clothes. When vision returned to him, Aina was already checking out the photo, blowing on it. Suddenly, something clicked in Luke's mind. Aina. Yes. The girl fumbled with the snapshot, throwing it in her pocket. Can you do me a favor? Favor? Why is he talking so formally? Aina thought. Then again, it was the first time they had exchanged more than a hello or good morning. Perhaps, this is how he always talks. What favor? Are you going to Momo's birthday next week? Luke asked. Aina's eyes narrowed, becoming thin needles. I am. Do you know her? Luke sensed something was amiss. No. Then why are you calling her by her first name? Oh, shit. Luke cursed. Aina was smart. He couldn't fool her by saying he slipped. I don't know her last name. Ah. That makes sense. Aina's shoulder relaxed. Why are you asking about her birthday? Luke put on the t-shirt. I was wondering if you want to go. Aina guessed, her eyes shining. And you want me to convince father? Luke blankly stared at her. Yes, can you? Sure. Aina shouted and almost hopped out of the bedroom. What just happened? Luke pressed his brows. A few moments later, Nyx flew in after her light stroll in the sky. Did I just see the seductress coming out of your room? Nyx. Luke gasped. Don't you dare keep calling her that. I tolerated it before, but she's just a little girl now. Luke never really understood why Nyx called Aina something that gross in his previous life as well. Nyx scoffed. What was she here for anyway? Shaking his head, Luke told the bird everything. Nyx narrowed her eyes as if she could see Aina through the walls. The girl will get Luke in trouble one day. Luke suddenly paused. Oh, Miss Justice. Did you record Aina's stats? No. She didn't activate her quirk. Luke stared at the notification, dumbfounded. In the middle of the night, Luke woke up and went to the bathroom, Nyx fluttering to his shoulder, both yawning. The moment they entered the bathroom, though, all their tiredness melted away. The bathroom was large enough to be called a room by itself. Spit them out, Luke said, sitting on the toilet seat. One by one, Nyx began vomiting tiny things that immediately expanded to become green solution-filled bottles and boxes. Quirk, shrink. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 10 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. After collecting the last ingredient, Luke had bestowed shrink quirk to Nyx, hiding them within her. The activation time here meant her ability to shrink objects, not the time of how long the objects would remain in that stage. In his previous life, Luke had learned to take advantage of such loopholes pretty well. However, the moment these objects came into contact with the atmosphere, they returned to their original size. Plants are still fine. Luke said, looking at the flower grown from a corpse, dragon blood grass powder, and other plant-based ingredients. I can mutate the plant and cut off the ingredient required, letting it return to its original composition. But, animals. Luke looked at the minced bandit dog's heart and other animal-based ingredients, his eyes coming to a rest on the gem-devouring worm, now suspended in a solution. Cutting off a mutated part basically left an animal handicapped at best. At worst, he needed to kill it, preserving its corpse, like the worm. Otherwise, the mutation would reverse by itself, or the life form would end up exploding. Luke let out a sigh. Have you decided which sequence potion you will use first? Nyx asked. Before going to Momo's birthday, he needed to finalize his first sequence. He wouldn't be able to ask her to create all the inorganic ingredients without looking suspicious. Not to mention, Mr. Principal and other pro-heroes would be there as well. And they were also one of the prime reasons for Luke to go to the birthday. Miss Justice. Luke thought. A little help. Rise and shine. I am here to help you, of course, blessed. Okay. Let's see. Apprentice needs 3 inorganic ingredients. So, that's out of the question. Marauder and Seer both require 1 each, i.e., Sapphire and Stellar Aqua Crystal, respectively. Of course, the Sapphire here is different from the one present in your world. Marauder will definitely help you physically, increasing your stamina. Seer, on the other hand, will enhance your spirituality, i.e., spirit points. Both are equally important and good, blessed. You can go for either one. It's just a matter of time until you get the others as well. Also, once you have consumed all 3 potions, I have a surprise waiting for you. He he he. Luke stared at all the ingredients and then looked up, seeing himself in the mirror. His eyes were shining blue, just like the supermassive black hole from his father's dream that he had failed to see. An character image of Aina Sionji is available in this chapter. Chapter 14, Momo's Birthday Party, Hero or Villain. Luke had no idea how in Mr. Fool's name his stepsister, Aina, convinced their father. That man wouldn't let Luke go to the bathroom alone if it wasn't for the decency born out of his lifestyle. So, as Luke sat in the limo with his entire family on September 23rd, he was still having a hard time believing it. They all were dressed normally. Nothing extravagant. If there were signs of wealth, then they were subtle. The platinum earrings that Mrs. Sionji wore. The custom-tailored suit that Mr. Sionji donned. The neatness that Rikuya held. The coldness that Aina wielded. Luke had been forced to dress in a black suit and pants over a white shirt, matching the dress code with his father and stepbrother. Misaki and Aina wore plain, blue gowns that brought out the shine of their black hair. As his father and mother chatted, Rikuya, seated between Ryujiro and Luke, put his hand on Luke's thigh. He squeezed. If you did anything to humiliate us, he said, looking at Luke and Nyx. He left the rest unsaid. Rikuya was unlike all the young heirs of wealthy families Luke had read in the books. The boy was just too serious. All the time. He was 170 centimeters tall, still growing. He had sharp facial features and a head full of black hair, his black eyes holding a constant look of contemplation, exactly like his father. Rikuya squeezed once more, making Luke press his brows. Then, he let go. Luke noticed that Aina was watching it all play out with one of her eyes, the other one closed to maintain the coldness. That felt so good. Luke thought. My muscles are so sore. You. Miss Justice's reaction brought out a smile on Luke's face. Opposite him, seeing the smile on Luke's face, Aina snapped her eye shut. We are here, sir, Sand said, opening a slit from the front. He winked at Luke and then closed it up. Luke took a deep breath. Don't go nuts after seeing her. Nyx whispered in his ear. Just follow the lead of this old empress. Momo. Nyx cried out her lungs. No. Let me go. Luke grabbed Nyx with all his might as he felt eyes on him. From his side, Mrs. Sionji and Rikuya were glaring daggers at him. And it was when they hadn't even seen Momo. Luke pinched Nyx's beak and hurriedly apologized in all directions, bending his waist as low it was possible. Then, his heart pounding, he rushed to a corner. As the people got busy, sharing fake smiles, Luke suddenly realized something, taking deep breaths. Much had changed since his regression, but some things still felt like déjà vu. Here he was, once again in a corner, feeling stifled by so many people. Nyx squirmed in his chest, a few of her feathers falling out. Let me go. She hissed. I can make her understand. Luke snapped. I thought you were the smarter between us. Get a hold of yourself. Nyx stared at Luke angrily, tears streaming down her dark feathers. Then, her body softened. I miss her. I couldn't even say goodbye. Luke's eyes misted. Stop, they are watching us. He couldn't see anyone, but you could trust Sand to always have an eye on both of them. Suddenly, the hubbub died. Luke and Nyx looked up and saw her coming toward the towering birthday cake, pressed between Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Momo was wearing a simple, red gown, her dark eyes shifting left and right. As the children sang happy birthday, the background music enlivening the atmosphere, the 14-year-old Momo cut the cake. Luke couldn't see her, though. They had celebrated only one birthday together. Still, he knew how much she disliked this fanfare. He remembered eating the cake with her. Just the two of them. Nyx diving deep into the cake, spattering it everywhere. Luke licked his lips, his throat going dry. When he came back to the present, they were already taking away the cake. He saw as Mr. Yaoyorozu pulled his father away. Mrs. Yaoyorozu and his stepmother chatted, joining other ladies. Aina and Rikuya congratulated Momo as other children surrounded her, presenting gifts. Hello. Luke almost jumped, looking around. Down. Luke stared at Mr. Principal. Remember, you are 14 years old. Hello. Nizu smiled. You aren't going to congratulate her. That's why you are here, aren't you? Ah, yes, Luke smiled ruefully. I will go, now. Mr. Principal nodded. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Luke marched away, feeling eyes on his back. Tonight, Nizu was as important to his plans as Momo. If he wanted to change his fate, then he must accomplish all his goals tonight. But first, he needed Momo to create an ingredient. He approached the children and stood at the back, sharing a glance with Nyx. Nyx sighed. All right. She whispered, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, she had already buried the emotions. Let's do it. Luke ignored the Rikuya's frown and pressed forward. He was much calmer among children, it seemed. Seeing them from a grown-up's perspective was quite helpful. He was also a head taller than everyone, with blonde hair and blue eyes, that had always worked against him before. Ms. Momo, Nyx said, making all children look at the bird with fascination. Big fan. The sounds of OS and O surrounded Luke and Nyx. Thank you, Momo replied. Then she looked at Luke. Is she your quirk? Luke hurriedly shook his head, feeling a coldness seeping into his bones. Sand was definitely looking dead at his back. I have no quirk. The children shifted on their feet as if they were afraid of catching a disease. Nyx cleared her throat, bringing attention to herself again. I have a gift for you, an interactive one. Momo's eyes lit up. Interactive. Nyx slapped the back of Luke's head. Take it out. Luke took out a sheet of paper from his pocket obediently and handed it over to Momo. It took Momo one look to understand what she was looking at. It's a crystal's composition. Nyx giggled. If you can create it, it's yours. Momo's quirk wasn't a secret among the children in this circle. How it worked, though, was a different matter altogether. Luke knew Momo was a curious girl. If he showed her an ingredient composition, she wouldn't hesitate to create it just to give herself another challenge. The children also began nudging her, hoping to see her quirk in action. Behind Luke, both Rikuya and Aina frowned, for different reasons. Opposite them, Momo smiled and nodded, going through the composition again. She lifted her right hand and immediately a blue crystal began materializing within her palm, dotted with twinkling whites. Stellar aqua crystal. The moment Momo created the crystal fully, Luke's hands trembled. It was now or never. He looked at Momo's joyful face as she admired the crystal. He noticed her innocence. He felt at the peace around her. As he closed his eyes, he heard her screams. He saw her lying inches away from him, burning. Nyx pressed her claws inside his flesh, urging him to hurry. Hero or villain? Luke let out a breath, putting his hands inside his pockets. What does it matter what I am, without you? Boom. Crash hey. Roar. Villains had arrived, with a snap of Luke's fingers. An image of the scene as the villains arrive is available. Chapter 15, Bioalchemy's Full Potential. Rewind. To bestow a quirk upon a lifeform, Luke must know the lifeform's anatomy like the back of his hand, intricately arranging the quirk factors within it while using bioalchemy. There was a neat trick to bioalchemy. Even though the system generated the bestowed quirk stats right after bestowal, the spirit and stamina consumption occurred separately. Luke could bestow a quirk and let it remain in a lifeform forever if he wanted to. It did block a part of his spirit points, but as long as he didn't activate it, he wouldn't lose stamina points at all. Not to mention, before activating, there was no concept of activity radius as well. A quirk-bestowed lifeform could freely roam throughout the world without worrying about the quirk factors within it disappearing. Meanwhile, Luke could cancel the bestowed quirk from wherever he wanted. It was as easy as tugging an invisible thread of spirituality, connecting him to the lifeform, mentally. It was only for activating the quirk did he need the lifeform to be within a 100-meter radius. No one knew about these neat details. No one knew that Luke could not only control the degree of the so-called uncontrolled mutation, but he could also do so by an unprecedented degree. No one knew that Luke could not only bestow over one quirk to a single lifeform, but he could also bestow multiple quirks to several lifeforms. No one knew that Luke could not only bestow permanent quirks as he had done with Nyx, but he could also turn the uncontrolled mutations into permanent, at the cost of the lifeform's life. No one knew all this because these things had yet to happen. It had taken a decade of seclusion and experiments for blue site scientists and Luke to figure out all this about bioalchemy. Now that he had regressed, he would make sure that no one would know the true potential of his quirk, ever. Boom. Crash hey. Roar. The birthday party was happening in a grand hall on the top floor of a multi-storied tower. On the leftmost side, bulletproof glass panels connected the floor to the ceiling, presenting a grand night view of the city. The bulletproof glass didn't survive a second under the bombardment, though, raining inwardly at the guests. They all eyed the monstrous creatures, then. One was an 8-foot-tall dog with a human-like body. From the shape of its head, it looked like a Rottweiler, but the madness it possessed in its growl felt otherworldly. White saliva was frothing from its fanged mouth, its humongous arms and legs donning not only muscles but sharp claws. Standing on its legs, it roared at everyone, its eyes glowing red. Next to the mutated Rottweiler was a 7 feet, 2.13 meters tall, furry cat with the same human-like body. However, it was much leaner, with claws twice the size of the dog. As it looked around with its red glowing eyes, it let out a murderous hiss. This was the reason Nyx kept going out in the last few months. It took Luke weeks to bestow quirks to the brainwashed dog and cat without getting caught. With so many eyes on him, he couldn't afford any haste. Then, large eagles, who had already been hypnotized by Nyx, dropped both creatures from the sky, their momentum carrying them toward the bulletproof glass. And the moment they came in the range, Luke activated their quirks. Now, he had only a few minutes, as the dog and cat would die after that. Before that happened, he had a very specific task for these two at the birthday party, cause chaos without killing anyone. Sand. Mr. Yaoyorozu's shout echoed through the hall. Panic had overtaken the crowd, the children next to Luke running away. One of them ran right into Momo, making her slip. The crystal fell out of her hands, rolling away on the floor. Luke took a last glance at Momo and picked the crystal up, putting it away. Even though the screams and shouts were bombarding his ears, he found himself surprisingly calm. Calmer than he had imagined himself to be at this moment. Grrrr. Boom. The mutated dog shot in a direction, its feet shaking the entire floor. Even before Sand could close up on Luke, the dog appeared in front of it, slamming its massive paw at the men. The brown-colored shirt Sand was wearing suddenly diffused into sand particles. Before the dog's paw could land on Sand, the sand stormed around him and lashed out, becoming a scythe. Squelch. Blood showered as the sand side punctured the dog's stomach, making Sand smirk. The smirk melted away as soon as it had appeared. The creature behaved as if it wasn't his stomach that the sand scythe had impaled. With madness in its eyes, the paw landed on Sand, sending him flying. Bam. On the other side, the mutated cat disappeared as well, becoming a blur. The next moment it appeared, it was standing next to the R-rated hero, Midnight, Namiri Kayama. Dressed formally in a one-piece, she had arrived with Mr. Principal to attend the function on Mr. Yaoyorozu's invite. As Momo was already a recommended student, and the Yaoyorozu family was one of the top contributors toward UA High, it was an invitation they couldn't say no to. There weren't many pro-heroes attending the birthday party, to begin with. As the mutated cat appeared next to her, hissing menacingly, a chill ran down Midnight's spine. Pink-colored aroma exploded out of her, instantly putting many people to sleep. However, to her dismay, the creature behaved as if her quirk of putting people to sleep did not affect it. The agile, mutated cat spun and kicked Midnight's belly with another bam, sending her rolling on the floor. Then, with another hiss, it disappeared. Booms and bangs overwhelmed the grand hall as the bodyguards who had arrived with influential people tackled the villains. Meanwhile, Ryojiru's Scion Ji ran through the crowd in the opposite direction, his eyes latched onto Luke. He even ignored his own children as the others helped the children out. Seeing this from afar, Sand took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing into thin needles. Even his inner t-shirt melted away now, all the sand around him becoming dozens of daggers. Running forward, he threw the daggers with a whistling sound. The daggers lodged into the mutated dog, making it stumble back, blood mixing with froth in its mouth. Taking advantage of the situation, Sand slipped between the dog's legs and rushed toward Luke. The boy had his knees on the floor, holding the bird in his lap. No. If something happened to him. Suddenly, the space in front of Sand blurred. A set of sharp claws came at him from below, making his pupils widen. Sand leaned backward, barely avoiding the claws. A few of his brown hair got sliced instantly. However, just it felt like he had dodged the attacks, the mutated cat's tail got a hold of his leg. With a hissing growl, it lifted Sand and threw him far into the wall, the sand rushing behind him to cushion the blow. Boom. As if that wasn't a nightmare in itself, the dog let out a mad roar, ripping the sand daggers off its body. Lifting its paws high, it slammed them onto the floor, cracking the entire floor. All people who were yet to escape fell to their knees, screaming. A few of them were children, their faces pale. Out of nowhere, like a puppet held by unseen strings, the mutated cat appeared over the children, grabbed one, and threw him off the floor, his screams deafening the ears before vanishing into the thin air. And images of the villains, the mutated dog and cat, are available. Chapter 16, Beyonder, the journey begins. Rewind, the same quirk bestowed using bioalchemy can have different complexities. Luke was hunched up on the floor not because he was trying to fake the helplessness, but because he was literally holding on to his senses. Since the moment he had activated the mutation quirks, he had already lost all his stamina points. Caught in the moment, he had kept up the facade for a moment. Then, as seconds went by, even his bones began hurting, his muscles squirming as if someone was twisting them. Yet, Luke didn't dare to pass out. He didn't dare to spit the blood bubbling in his mouth. He didn't dare to lift his head, lest he saw people getting injured, in the tragedy orchestrated by him. The battle with his dwindling senses he could win, Luke knew. But it was the battle with his sense of morality that challenged him the most. Still, if he wanted things to take a turn for good, if he wanted to dictate the flow of events, this was something he must do, whether he liked it or not. Hold on. Nix caught in his ears. It looked like the boy was holding the bird, but it was the other way around. Don't you dare pass out on me, Luke. And, just as it seemed he couldn't handle it anymore, it was time. They heard the scream of a boy as he was thrown off the floor through the broken wall of glass. Luke stood up, his vision blurring. Transfixed, he began walking against the wind blasting inside. Luke. Mr. Ryojiru shouted from behind. Don't do it. Don't do it. Luke couldn't even hear anything. He was already running. Was he watching? Luke asked himself. He must be watching, right? He had planned this villainous event because he wanted him to watch. Faster. Nix screeched, flapping her wings. Don't worry. He's looking at us. Gritting his teeth, shouting within his mind, Luke cancelled the bestowed quirk of the mutated dog with a mental tug. Behind him, getting attacked by all the bodyguards and a half-passed-out Sand, the monstrous creatures were still fighting, showing no sign of fatigue. Suddenly, the mutated dog's entire body squirmed as if snakes were slithering inside it. With a squelching boom, it exploded, washing everything in blood. Simultaneously, regaining his spirit points, Luke touched Nix's body and jumped off the floor. Nizu had been protecting a little girl, hiding her in one corner behind a huge vase. There was little he could do against such raw power wreaking havoc. It was best to save as many people as he could, letting the professionals take on the villains. It was then he noticed the dark cat villain throwing a boy off the floor. With his furry face paling at the sight, he had just begun moving when he caught another figure rushing at the open wall. Wind blasting his hair, Luke was charging toward the destroyed wall of glass. A great sense of déjà vu took over Nizu as he saw the boy and his golden hair and blue eyes. Then, under the stunned eyes of Mr. Principal, the boy jumped. No. He ran up to the edge of the hall and looked down, holding the broken glass. What he saw left him speechless. Right in front of his eyes, the small raven became a huge bird, carrying the boy over its back. With one flap of its wings, it closed the gap between Luke and the falling boy, grabbing him in her claws. Then, with another flap of her wings, she pushed up, taking to the air. That Niza thought, remembering the oddity he had been sensing around Luke, was not the bird's quirk. As if sensing something, Niza looked to his right and found Mr. Ryujiro Sionji standing at the edge as well, holding nothing. It was as if the man was just moments away from jumping himself. Niza saw the dread on Ryujiro's face vanishing and put two and two together. Ryujiro looked to his left and his eyes matched with Mr. Principal. Then, they both sighed, deciding to talk about it later. Behind them, with another boom, the mutated cat exploded as well. In the chaos, the exhausted bodyguards and heroes let out a breath of relief. There was no knowing when his father would get another revelation. There was no knowing what would make his father throw him to the blue site for another decade. So, Luke needed to make sure that he remained in the outside world. Meanwhile, he also needed to join UA if he wanted to keep an eye on the heroes, trying to solve the mystery of his family's death. Even the system itself had told him that the sequence's powers would work the best if he remained in the society. For all this to happen, Luke needed to force his father's hand. That's where Niza came into the picture. Create a desperate moment where he would be forced to use his quirk and let Mr. Principal catch onto it. This was the only thing Luke thought that would work in his favor. Not to mention, with no one knowing Bioalchemy's new capabilities, they couldn't link the mutated lifeforms to him as well, even if the creatures would feel similar. The Luke of now didn't have the stamina to cause such controlled mutations to not even one creature. Much less needed to be said about 3, including Nyx. That he succeeded with Nyx could be considered an emotional trigger, as was with the case of many quirk users. At the roof of another multi-storied building, Nyx landed gently, putting the little boy away. From the fall, the boy had already passed out. Luke cancelled Nyx's quirk and coughed out blood, his arms and legs shaking. It was a miracle that he could still open his eyes. Months of workouts, constant pushing himself to his limits, and a proper diet seemed to have worked wonders for a scrawny and weak boy like him. Nyx rushed to Luke, who put his hand on her again. Quirk, heal. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 10 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. This time, when he snapped his fingers, he truly passed out. Luke woke up with a gasp only moments later, a green aura rising from his body. Nyx had her wings on his head as she used the quirk on him, his stamina recovering at a visible pace. When he regained all the stamina points, he sat up. Luke and Nyx looked at the boy and then stared at each other, sharing emotions. He felt so empty. There was a sweetness in his throat, a tightness in his chest, a fuzziness in his mind. One misstep, just one, and that little boy would have died. Luke's jaw quivered as he realized something that he had been avoiding confronting for so long. The man Momo had fallen for, that Luke, was dead. The woman he loved, the woman who had accepted his oddness, was dead. If his wife stood right in front of him now, he wouldn't be able to even look her in the eyes. I am. Luke choked. Just a memory chasing ghosts. Nyx didn't know what to say. So, she cried along with him. They cried until their tears ran dry, reliving all the memories. It is best to let out all the emotions, blessed. It is best to let go of these feelings. The path you wish to tread, don't tolerate such emotional upheavals. After a while, Luke found himself staring at the stars. This was the last time, he promised himself. If I can't even control myself, then I should forget about controlling fate. Bring out the ingredients, Nyx, Luke said. The system had already shared many details regarding brewing potions and other matters, like cogitation, a way to stabilize mind. Luke had chosen the photo of him and Momo in bridal clothes as the object to focus on after drinking the potion. When he was done brewing the potion with an uncanny cold efficiency, Luke stared at the dark blue gelatinous liquid with a faint and seemingly ethereal scent. Yes. Your mental state is much more stable now, blessed. In my opinion, this is the best time to consume the potion. Luke looked at Nyx, who nodded back at him. Then, he once again looked at the stars, saying goodbye to his old self. He didn't know the true nature of the enemies. He didn't know the whys and hows. Not only that, but he also didn't know how it all would act out in the future. What he did know was that there was a mysterious force that was invisible to him, like a ghost. So, if he was only a memory chasing ghosts, then he'd rather find a way to see the ghosts first. Luke's blue eyes hardened with unmatched determination. Then, with one swift motion, he downed the seer potion, embarking on his journey as a beyonder. Volume 1, Lord of Mysteries, ends. And, images of Nyx flying away and Luke drinking potion, this image is also available on R as a teaser, are available on my Pat. By now, you must have gotten a pretty good idea about the novel. I would be heartily thankful if you can leave a review for others. Chapter 17, Seer. Volume 2, Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice, begins. Important announcement. For those who are interested in accessing images associated with characters and scenes, please read the Exclusive Images and Tiers Auxiliary chapter. 1 month later. Blue site. After the Meta Puppets incident, as dubbed by the media, Mr. Yaoyorozu confined Luke to the blue site permanently. It was clear that the villains who had attacked Momo's birthday party were being controlled by a mastermind. The dog and cat were nothing but half-completed experiments that, fortunately, succumbed to their mutations before causing any mortal injury. Of course, the matter of Luke saving a boy using his quirk got buried, but not as perfectly as Yaoyorozu would have wished. Nizu, one of the smartest quirk users on Earth, had seen Luke and Nyx. Regardless of Luke's current confinement, it was bound to be temporary. Luke panted hard as he tried to lift his arms, Sand eyeing him like the boy was prey. Sand walked slowly, showing no signs of attacking him. However, the hair on Luke's neck stood up, an intuition coursing through his brain. He could almost see Sand hitting him from the left like a snake. With great urgency, Luke bent his waist backward, dodging the attack. Sand's eyes widened. You dodged. Taking advantage given to him by his danger intuition, one of the powers he obtained after drinking the seer potion, Luke spun and instantly lunged forward, punching out. With a low thud, his fist buried itself in the sand that had come between him and Sand's stomach. Luke pulled away and activated spirit vision. Suddenly, the world changed in his eyes. He saw light, golden particles scattered throughout Sand's body. But, there was a fist-sized, golden blob of light in his head. As the sand shifted around him, that blob of light pulsated as well. His spirit points were draining out like water from an open tap. Keeping an eye on that blob of golden light, Luke kicked Sand's knee. The blob of light pulsated, Sand already rushing to the spot between Luke's toes and Sand's knee. Suddenly, Luke snatched his leg back and noticed that the blob of golden light in Sand's head was still lighting up. He can't control Sand in all directions instantly. Luke realized, punching out with his left hand. With a muffled thud, it connected, Luke's knuckles pressing into Sand's sides. Realizing what just happened, Sand's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Luke by the back of his neck and struck him with his knee. Even before his body registered the pain, Luke was on the floor, grabbing his stomach. Sand looked down where Luke's fist had almost connected. He turned around, grabbed a bottle of water, and downed it in one go. I have nothing to teach you anymore, Sand said, walking away. Still on the floor, Luke cancelled spirit vision and looked at Sand's back. You should talk to him. Miss Justice was right, Luke knew. But he didn't know what to say. Luke couldn't even imagine what his father would have put Sand through after his disappearance that night. He had let them find himself on the same roof. By the time Sand and other bodyguards had arrived, he had already stabilized his condition after consuming the potion. Then his father brought him here. They hadn't talked ever since. With a grunt, Luke sat up, taking deep breaths. Sand. He said. I am sorry. Sand paused as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked over his shoulder and eyed Luke, stunned. Then, slowly, he held his head. I don't know what Mr. Yaoyorozu will decide, Luke, he said. Mr. Principal has been visiting your father a lot these days. Things couldn't have been worse. Sigh. You need to prepare yourself. Be ready for all outcomes. If you decide to step out, in the society. Sigh. I wish I could teach you more, to kill. Shaking his head, Sand walked out of the gym. Luke stared at the spot where Sand had been standing and wondered, could he kill if it really came to that, or not? In his room, Luke sat on a chair, with a deck of tarot cards and a topaz pendulum chain on the table. There were 3 core powers that the seer potion had given him, other than the enhanced memory, which wasn't much of a use in Luke's case. One was the spirit vision. It let him see the spirit particles, or the quirk factors, within a life form. Also, he could tell the emotions and health of an individual by seeing the colors of their soul. He had made some progress, but with no way to rapidly digest the potion, he hadn't mastered it yet. The second was danger intuition. He could intuitively detect danger, see obstructed objects, and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to take preemptive judgment. The third was divination, and the most important, it seemed. It's very fascinating. There is no spirit world, but divination still works. I wonder if we can decrypt some details regarding this at higher sequences. Luke noted that, too, and brought out his stats to look at them. Blessed stats. Spirit. Stamina. Seer potion had raised his spirit by 30 points instantly. The system then projected that he would gain another 20 by the time he digested the potion. Also, even though he doubled his stamina in the last few months, he still needed to work on it, harder than ever, if he wanted to make full use of bioalchemy. For now, Miss Justice was teaching him everything regarding divination since they had arrived at the blue site. After many days of lengthy discussions, they decided to go with tarot cards, pendulum chain, and dream divinations as Luke's primary divination methods. Try it, Nyx said, landing on the table. Try one of them for me. Luke didn't mind the cameras watching him right now. He was a young man with broad knowledge and insatiable curiosity. It wasn't abnormal for him to be interested in different fields as a hobby. Not to mention, with Luke confined to the blue site, the scientists would do just about anything to keep him mentally stable, a fact he had already confirmed in his previous life. Luke nodded. Nix, give me a question of yes and no. Hee hee. The bird giggled mischievously. How about this, is Luke a virgin? Nix. Luke gasped. No. It's a great question. Cough. I mean, you were married in your previous life, but now, you are but a child. Let's see if this causes any paradox or not. Reluctantly, Luke wrote the question on a piece of paper. Then, he held the topaz pendulum in his left hand and let the gem hover just above the question. Closing his eyes, Luke chanted the question 7 times in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he found the gem rotating clockwise. It was a clear yes. Whoa. Nix exclaimed, surprised. Interesting. Luke's mouth twitched, not finding the matter of his virginity interesting at all. But, there was something in it, he knew. Logic stated that his spirituality should have connected with the spirit world to know the answer. But there was no spirit world. So with whom he was connecting while doing a spirit pendulum divination? Suddenly, Luke's head snapped back as if he could hear someone standing outside the door. A moment later, the door opened and Sand looked inside. He approached Luke silently, his eyes landing on the question. A blush rising on Luke's face, he crumpled the paper. Nix made me. The corner of Sand's lips twitched. Pack your stuff, he said, smiling. We are going back. An image of Luke attempting divination is available. Chapter 18, Misaki Sionji, a deal for digestion. Luke stared at the hundreds of incomprehensible portraits scattered around in the Misaki hall of the Sionji mansion. Just as he and Sand returned from Blue Site, Luke was surrounded by bodyguards, uncaring of the cold killer next to him. Then they brought him here, to this woman, who he hadn't called mother a single time in the last 6 years. Misaki Sionji was a beautiful woman with chestnut hair and dark eyes. Her high birth stood out in every inch of the elegance rooted in her postures, behaviors, and glances. She preferred wearing gowns, little jewelry, and almost no makeup. Today, she was standing against a white canvas, her color-stained fingers dancing on it wildly. Can you look at her stats? Luke asked Miss Justice, uncaring of the clear tactic of making him nervous by letting him stand there stupidly. He was too old to fall for such tricks. No. She must interact with you spiritually for me to project the data on her. Luke nodded inwardly. The same answer he had received in Sand's case as well. Even though he had punched the men, and had touched the Sand controlled by him, the system had failed to capture Sand's data. Interacting with spiritually meant literally an interaction between the spirit particles of the two individuals. For now, it had only happened with his father's case when he had infiltrated his dream as soothsayer was active. But the matter on hand persisted. What he was doing here. Suddenly, the wild lashing of Misaki's hands stopped. What presented itself on the white canvas was the most distorted piece of art one could have ever seen. However, seeing the calmness on the woman's face, it seemed to be a normal event. This was Misaki's quirk, future sketch. She could draw sketches of the events to be happened in the next 24 hours centered around her. However, it was nigh impossible to infer those sketches without spending an enormous amount of time. Even Luke, with all his intelligence, couldn't do so. That's why, there was a dedicated team behind the inferring of her sketches themselves. Out of nowhere, getting curious over it, Luke activated spirit vision, his spirit points draining out faster than ever. The world changed in his eyes, his brows shooting up. Aside from the tips of Misaki's fingers, which held golden blobs of light, the sketch also was glowing with golden specks of light. The thing to wonder was that those golden specks of light were dancing with a rhythm of their own. And, as Luke kept looking, those specks of light aligned themselves in such a way with the sketch that he could barely make out what Misaki had drawn using her quirk. Transfixed, Luke walked up to the sketch, giving Misaki a nasty frown. That's a cup, Luke said, deepening the frown on Misaki's face. A broken cup. Before Misaki could scoff and rebuke the presumptuous boy, a maid walked in, holding a cup of tea on a tray. Suddenly, she slipped on stray drops of color. With a tink that echoed in the hall, the cup broke, its pieces reaching Misaki's feet. Ugh! Luke held his eyes, feeling a stabbing pain that ran to his head. He cancelled the spirit vision. I need to practice cogitation more. However, at the same moment, Luke felt a refreshing feeling inside him as well. It was like someone had poured cold water on him. Did I just digest my potion a bit? Wow. Incredible. Remember this feeling, blessed. Not only did you predict the future, reading it from the sketch, but you also received instant feedback from Misaki as she saw it come true. This is one of the key things to keep in mind with digestion using acting method. I predicted it right. Luke asked himself, shaking his head. Because of spirit vision and focusing on the sketch, he hadn't seen what happened around him. Still, he caught on to the crux of the situation instantly. It wasn't like he predicted the future. With Misaki's quirk, the sketch was bound to happen eventually. The reason he digested the potion because of it was that he dictated what the sketch entailed when it was clearly unreadable by others. In a way, it was just like tarot card reading. Instead of tarot cards, though, Misaki here drew out a sketch, not cards, and Luke interpreted it for her. So, if I get to interpret more. Luke couldn't finish the thought. Misaki was looking at him with shocked eyes, with a hint of great apprehension. As the maid cleared the floor, with dread on her face, Misaki wiped her hands on a piece of cloth, taking a deep breath. "Follow me," she said, going to an adjacent room. Luke felt a bit naked without Nyx when it came to social interactions. However, Misaki absolutely forbade to be in the vicinity of the perverse bird, as she put it. So, he had instead sent Nyx to his bedroom with X-ray vision quirk. After a month, they should have an idea of how many new security cameras were there, and at what locations. Misaki sat down on a big sofa and gestured for Luke to sit opposite her. "Rikuya's father approached my family to marry me," she said after a while. It was a Quirk marriage, even though the world didn't know that. Ryujuru is a man of unshakable determination. I never loved him, but I admired him. I still do. That's why, when he brought a bastard home, I forgave him once. I am not a... Misaki raised her hand, staring daggers at Luke. If not Ryujuru's, then someone else's. I really don't care. You are a bastard. Luke's lips flattered into a thin line, his eyes falling. When Ryujuru started giving you more importance than his own children, Misaki said, looking out through the window, even then I didn't care. When he asked you to call him father, I let it go as well. When he showed me an emotion while talking about you, an emotion I have never seen on his face before, I couldn't keep myself from not caring. But, I didn't say anything even then. Do you know why? Luke just stared at the floor. This was already the most Misaki had said to him, with both lives combined. Because you were not only a bastard, Misaki told Luke, but a quirkless bastard. Yes, Luke suddenly realized. In his previous life, no one knew about him having a quirk even after he got married to Momo. Things were already taking a much different turn, it seemed. The only thing to take solace in was that he had already predicted this day would come. It just came a bit sooner than he had predicted. Misaki stood up and went next to the sofa where Luke was seated. Now they are talking about sending you to UA High. And I care. I will see you dead before you harm Rikuya and Aina's chances of inheriting the Scion G group. Hee hee. Misaki looked at Luke, dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Luke was laughing, almost like a maniac. He reached out in his shirt and took out a piece of paper, handing it over to Mrs. Scion G. As Misaki read it, her brows shot up, disbelieving the contents. You. Even though it wasn't notarized, the signed document clearly said that Luke had no intention of inheriting any part of the Scion G group. You can make it legal. Ma'am. Father doesn't need to know, Luke said. Misaki just stood there as if it was all just too good to believe. Why? What do you want? At first, Luke didn't want anything in return. However, since the moment he arrived back home, he had found something that he desired. In return, Luke said, standing up, let me interpret your sketches. No one else. Misaki Scion-ji stared at Luke as if it was the first time she was actually seeing him. Are you really Luke? He looked at the woman who had been keeping an eye on him for the last 6 years and smiled. Who else? Then he walked away, his thoughts focusing on a photo of him and Momo, smiling in bridal clothes. An image of Luke using spirit vision on the sketch is available. Chapter 19, Ryujuru's Determination, Killing a Spy. Ryujuru saw Luke and Sand walking out of his office at the Scion-ji mansion and sighed. Things couldn't have taken a worse turn. First, the dream revelations that had been helping out every next day, had suddenly paused months ago. However, with his experience of going without getting a revelation for years, it hadn't troubled him much. But then those meta-puppets attacked the single event he had allowed Luke to attend. Ryujuru's heart had given out, knowing that both Luke and Momo were at the same place. He hadn't even talked things out with Yaoyorozu regarding the future of this world and how both children were crucial for the survival of humanity. Others dubbed it as a crude attempt at assassinating key figures by a villain. Ryujuru, on the other hand, was almost sure they had come for Luke and Momo. As if that hadn't been a disaster already. Second, Mr. Principal saw Luke using his quirk on the bird. Even after he had constantly rejected that Luke didn't have a quirk, Nizu wasn't someone he could fool easily. Sure enough, Mr. Principal met him weeks ago, along with All Might, the last man Ryujuru wanted Luke to associate himself with. All Might was the strongest hero on the planet. And associating with him would put Luke in the highlight, a thing Ryujiro dreaded as much as people getting to know about bioalchemy's secret. That's why, after thinking over it for nights, he had admitted that Luke had activated his quirk during the incident, for the first time. Nizu, of course, demanded the boy to be sent to UA High. He had even suggested sending Luke on recommendation. Ryujiro rejected it outright, without explaining why. With all that was happening, he must do everything to keep Luke out of the limelight. However, the unthinkable had already happened. Luke would be going out of the Blue Site's haven. What if he got himself accidentally killed? What if he lost his quirk? What if? Sigh. Ryujiro let out another breath, leaning back on his chair. If he couldn't control what would happen to Luke from here on in its entirety, then the only way left was to make sure that the boy survived the future to come. Get stronger. Become strong enough to survive anything. Become strong enough to overpower anyone. And for that to happen, the boy needed to change, both in personality and morality. That's where Sand came into the picture. Ryujiro hadn't failed to notice how Luke had been focusing on increasing his stamina, while also learning martial arts from Sand. However, unlike others, he had also noticed the constant signs of gloom that flashed on the boy's face now and then. Ryujiro had been to the best and the worst of the places on the planet. And he had seen that gloom only once, on the faces of soldiers about to go on a suicide mission. Ryujiro couldn't fathom the reason behind that gloom. Luke was merely a boy. He hadn't even been to any place other than home and the Blue Site. Then why? Still, if the boy possessed such an emotion, then it was better to put it to use. Ryujiro closed his eyes and let his shoulders relax. He just hoped that as Luke hadn't hesitated to help the boy, jumping off the floor, in the same way, he wouldn't hesitate to kill as well. Midnight. Nishinari, Japan. Luke walked behind Sand, wearing a black hooded robe. Nyx was perched on his shoulder, eyeing the dark corners and covering her beak now and then because of the smell of alcohol and urine. Sand was still in his sand clothes, his brown eyes holding no emotions. Luke still didn't know what was going on and what he was doing here, at midnight. This zone was famous for its villain activities, but the activities never reached the intensity for heroes to storm it en masse. That's why, Nishinari remained a haven for villains who wanted to lie low. Taking a turn into a slimy alley, Luke frowned. Every step he took made his bones itch. There was a constant frown on his face that refused to go away, his left brow drooping on its side in annoyance. The threat to get filth on him had never been higher. Is that why Father sent me with Sand? Luke asked himself, skipping a step to not let his foot land on a puddle. This morning, his father had called him and let him know that some changes were coming to his lifestyle. First, the weekly visits to the Blue Site would become monthly. Second, he may tell others that he had activated his quirk, but he wasn't allowed to tell the true nature of bioalchemy to anyone. Third, he was allowed to join UA High, if he promised to never become a hero after graduating. Luke had never heard of so many contradicting conditions, but he could guess where his father was coming from. Not to mention, as long as Luke got what he wanted, he didn't mind just nodding at his father. Still, the question remained. Why was he here in the middle of the night? Taking out a handkerchief, and putting it on his nose, Luke activated his spirit vision briefly to look at Sand. He saw purple, a sign of spirituality taking control of the coldness. Suddenly, Sand paused and snapped his head back at Luke. What were you doing? Luke cancelled the spirit vision, shocked. Nothing. Sand's eyes narrowed. I felt it before, too, when you punched me during our last session. Is it something related to your quirk? Now Luke was shocked beyond measure. Others could feel him using spirit vision on them. No. He had been practicing cogitation and spirit vision for many weeks now. This was the first time someone confronted him regarding it. Perhaps they all did, but never found the source of the oddity, Luke thought. But as I am the only one with Sand now, I basically let him confirm his doubts based on our last training session. Blankly, he nodded at Sand. The killer's stare relaxed as he turned around. You failed to mutate other life forms, right? Luke licked his lips, following the men. Yes, he replied. It's only working for Nyx, I guess. After finding out that Luke had successfully caused a controlled mutation in Nyx, they had put him through extensive experiments. However, Luke made all mutations explode, always passing out in the process. Sand nodded, taking another turn. There were many people around them, donning tattoos, eyeing them like prey. But one look at Sand's face made them think twice before stepping toward them. In my spare time, I handle the government's dirty work, Sand suddenly said, putting his hands inside his pockets. That's one of the ways your father maintains a hold on the politicians. There's a man, codenamed Brain Thief. He can control other minds by maintaining a 3 seconds eye contact, for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, his own body can't move. After infiltrating the high-level circle of government by manipulating a politician's daughter into marriage, he has stolen key state secrets. Basically, he is a spy. We are here to take care of him. Luke suddenly paused dead in his tracks. Sand sighed. He turned around, shaking his head. Look, you need to learn how this world works. To Sand's surprise, who just wanted to console the innocent boy, Luke had stopped for something else entirely. Luke lifted his right hand and unwrapped the pendulum chain from his wrist. He let the topaz pendulum fall and repeated a question 7 times in his mind before opening his eyes and finding the gem rotating clockwise slowly. It means there's some danger, but it's not life-threatening, Luke nodded to himself, rolling the pendulum around his wrist again. Then he looked up and found Sand staring at him, his mouth open. Chapter 20, Dream Divination, The Glowing Red Eyes. Luke had been interpreting Misaki Sionji's sketches for over a week now. It was excellent training for his spirit vision, letting him grasp the timing of its activation and canceling to minimize its impact. Coupled with his advancing hold on cogitation, Luke could keep spirit vision active for over 10 seconds now without losing his bearings. However, this training wasn't the prime reason for which Luke had begun working with a woman who hated him deeply. It was to act as a seer. Interpreting Misaki's sketches, and getting real-time feedback after seeing them coming true, was only one facet of this acting method. As Miss Justice had pointed out, acting method meant that he must act as seer, imbuing it in his lifestyle, while constantly keeping the fact that he was only acting in the back of his mind. So, Luke decided to dive more into being a seer. As others didn't even know what a beyonder meant, he didn't mind others seeing him doing odd things. At the end of the day, he could blame it all on bioalchemy. Even the world-class scientists had yet to figure out how ridiculous this quirk was. Much less needed to be said about the likes of Sand and other pro-heroes and villains. Is it him? Luke asked, standing on the roof next to Sand. They were looking at him and sitting idly on a long sofa in a room with an open window. He had a handsome face with sleek, black hair and glasses on his face. He was smoking a cigarette, holding a stack of documents in his other hand. Sand's eyes had lost a touch of aloofness he possessed near Luke. He was looking at the men as if the target was already dead. Yes, he nodded. Tell me, how would you kill him if you were alone? Luke had a plan. But to kill. He felt like he could do it, but to say that he was sure of it would be a lie. If he was being honest with himself, then the number of lifeforms he had killed could very well be greater than Sand. Still, it was one thing to explode animals and plants willingly or unwillingly, and it was another thing entirely to kill humans. Regardless of his inner struggle, Luke shared his plan with Sand, Nick silently listening to it as well. Just as he finished, Sand stared at Luke with the same dead expression. Did you know about the mission beforehand? After asking, Sand then looked at Nyx. Can you bestow a soothsayer-like quirk to her? Luke's heart skipped a beat. He could bestow her such a quirk, but its complexity could very well turn out to be plus ultra. Still, that wasn't something he wanted others to know. No. Luke flatly rejected. Sand's grunt didn't show if he accepted the refusal. That's a solid plan, Luke. It feels like you are natural at this sort of stuff. The killing, I mean. Luke averted his gaze. Sand let out a small smile. For now, you two watch me. Something triggered Luke's spirituality, making him look down. A trail of sand was crawling down the wall of the building. The line of sand was so thin that if it wasn't for his danger intuition, he might have completely missed it. In a matter of seconds, the trail of sand crossed the alley between the two buildings, crawled up, and entered the target's room through the open window silently. Luke and Nyx exchanged a glance. This. They thought they could handle anyone with bioalchemy. But, if Sand one day decided to kill him, then they wouldn't even hear him coming. What happened next happened so fast that Luke couldn't even process it. At one moment, the brain thief was still smoking. In the next moment, the trail of sand left the floor, pulled back its head like a snake, and then snapped forward with a sizzling sound. By the time it was over, blood was pouring out from the hole in the spy's head. Whoa. Luke looked at the assassination, transfixed. That was. Mother of Darkness. Nyx cursed. That bitch was a clone. Yes. In front of their shocked eyes, the spy just melted in a sticky, muddy substance. Standing next to him, Sand's eyes had gone wide. It was clear that even he didn't know that the target was a clone, or someone was helping him. Crack. Suddenly, the window of the adjacent room shattered. From it, two other, similar-looking men jumped out in the alley and began running in the opposite direction. Struck by a momentous inspiration, Luke activated spirit vision. The one running toward the right had spirit particles condensed around his brain. That was it. This one was the original. Smiling, Luke looked to his left and the scene wiped the smile off his face. This one too had the same pattern as the one on the right. This is impossible. Luke thought, stunned. Sand put a hand on Luke's shoulder. We can't let him go, he said, already jumping to the right. Don't engage. Just keep an eye on him. I will be back soon. Before Luke could warn Sand, the men had already disappeared, a wave of sand carrying him down the alley to the right. Luke again looked toward the left, but the spy, or clone, had already disappeared. What are you doing? Nix hissed. Let's go. She was about to fly away when Luke narrowed his eyes. Wait. There's no need to rush. Nix stared at Luke, dumbfounded. Then her red pupils widened. Oh. Guard me, Luke said, sitting down and taking a deep breath. Miss Justice, can I learn the target's exact location using dream divination? If he looks the same, then you can try. But, see if there's no danger with dream divination. I am very concerned about that supermassive black hole from your father's dream. That is wise. Luke noted. So, he first used spirit pendulum dowsing to confirm if dream divination was safe or not. When he received a positive answer, he repeated the question about Brain Thief's location 7 times in his mind, focusing on his appearance. Then, he entered a state of cogitation. Luke felt as if he was half asleep with blackness surrounding him. Suddenly, he heard steps before the entire scene presented itself to him. The spy was running in an entirely different alley, constantly looking back over his shoulder. In the divination, Luke suddenly realized that both men who had jumped out of the window were clones. Meanwhile, the original spy had already run away in a different direction. Using his almost perfect memory, Luke remembered the signboards he was seeing in the alley within the divination. The spy stopped at a bar with a red neon light flashing over it. He opened the door and was about to step in. Simultaneously, Luke felt like his spirituality was drying up. As he had already confirmed the real target and his location, he gave a mental tug to cancel the divination. It happened then. The spy suddenly spun around and grabbed Luke's throat. It was Luke's first time using dream divination. He didn't even know if he had a real body in this dream or not. But the grip on his throat not only felt real, but murderous. Luke let out a painful grunt, his throat getting squeezed. Through the blurry darkness, Luke looked at the men. He still had sleek, black hair, but, behind the glasses, his eyes were glowing red. As Luke's spirituality finally emptied, canceling the divination on its own, the red glow in the spy's eyes intensified. Is that you? The voice penetrated Luke's soul. Sister. An image of the dream divination related to incident is available. Chapter 21, Twisted Morals, Divination isn't all-powerful. Oh, my feathery ass. Nix cursed. You are growing penises. Luke couldn't even gasp at the profanity. He lay there on the roof in the darkness, clutching his throat. Fleshly protrusions were sprouting on him everywhere, a sight he was just too much familiar with, while causing mutations in the lifeforms. It was a lifeform's direct rejection, while simultaneously adapting to the newly introduced quirk factors of different quirks. That's why mutations were so dangerous, as they weren't a single quirk, but many, tiny quirks stuffed inside a quirkless lifeform. The source of Luke's mutations, though, remained unknown. You are losing control. Use cogitation. Hurry. Luke could barely register Miss Justice's pleadings. His mind was buzzing as if needles were pricking his skull from the insides. He felt like someone had filled his lungs with mercury, his blood becoming a gelatinous substance. The very idea of taking a breath filled him with dread, as if he would inhale filth itself. Somehow, just somehow, Luke realized he was dying, so, he wanted to remember the people he loved. The image of him and Momo, with Nix on his shoulder, during their wedding, propped up in his mind. Incredibly, and coincidentally, that was also the image of his cogitation. The more he focused on that image, the calmer he became, the fleshly protrusions on his body retreating at a visible pace. After a few moments, Luke lay there gasping, his eyes opened wide. That's it. No more dream-related anything. Luke brushed away Nix's feather stuck to his face and sat up, the memory of those red eyes bombarding his mind. There was a horror on his face, but one emotion was even clearer, confusion. It wasn't the first time he had seen those eyes. That redness wasn't just a glow. It wasn't just pupils gaining a new color. It was an experience, a constant pull, stemming from the depth of those eyes. It was like gravity itself had changed directions, the red glow becoming down for Luke. The confusing thing was that he had seen the exact redness in Bakugo's eyes as well, before the pro-hero had murdered his family. What was that? Luke asked, holding his throat. He shared his experience with the system and Nix. I don't know. It was unlike the blue supermassive black hole from your father's dream. I couldn't even see it coming. Otherwise, I would have warned you. It means, your spirituality didn't pick even a trace of the coming danger. Didn't you dangle your thing before doing dream divination? Nix asked, a bit angrily. That's the thing. Luke remembered. He could still see the topaz pendulum rotating clockwise, telling him that everything would be fine. Despite everything, he did confirm one thing: divination, though a powerful tool, wasn't all-powerful. But this wasn't the time to think more. Let's go, Luke said, standing up. I know where the spy is. We can't let him change location without knowing about it. Are you serious? Nix asked. You can't even stand properly. Luke grinned. Don't worry. I have a plan. Luke entered the bar alone, with the black robes hood hiding most of his face. He was tall enough to pass as an adult. Combined with the serious, exhausted expression on his face, no one dared to question him as he crawled his way through the crowd. Luke spied the brain thief seated in the far corner, quivering. The best thing to do was to wait for Sand, as he had already left a note for him on the roof of the building they had been standing on. However, there was no telling the powers of the villains assisting the spy. There was also no way to tell when Sand would return. Also, Sand would have never brought Luke to this mission if he didn't mean to end the spy's life, meaning if they didn't take care of this man today, then something bad would happen. Even though he had almost died, Luke had gained some concrete info as well. So, the least he could do was to keep the man occupied until Sand returned. You are hiding yourself well, Luke said, grinning. Opposite him, the spy's eyes widened instantly. But, in the very next moment, his shoulders relaxed. Twice. You ditched them. Twice. Luke noted the name. Is that the villain behind him? He already knew that the villain could make clones of anyone. So, he took advantage of the info, duping the spy. Don't worry about them, Luke said, playing along. Let's go. No. Brain thief hissed under his breath. I paid the League to extract me out of Japan. I can't keep hiding with the info I have. League. Luke noted again and sneered. You also can't keep sitting here. Pro-heroes can arrive at any moment. Do whatever you want. Luke turned around and began walking out of the bar. The spy stared hard at Luke's back, gritting his teeth. Then, taking a large gulp of whiskey, he rushed to catch up with him. Luke took the spy to a secluded alley, keeping quiet. Suddenly, from the sky, a black silhouette fell upon them. Found you, the bird-like monstrosity cried. You thought you could outrun the Mother of Darkness. Nix. Luke cursed in his mind. You idiot. Luke had told her to shout out Raven only. Still, he needed to play the part. Luke and the spy both stepped back as they saw the giant black-feathered bird with red pupils, its wings spanning the entire alley. Oh, shit. Luke cursed under his breath, letting the spy hear him. It's Mother of Darkness. Hawk's sidekick. What? Brain thief gasped. He employed a new sidekick in one day. Luke's lips twitched under the hood. Of course, being a spy, the guy must have kept a close watch on the famous pro-heroes. Still, getting new sidekicks wasn't a big deal. Also, the sudden turn of events didn't let the spy reason more rationally. Hurry. Luke urged. Use your quirk on her. I will guard your body. We can't let her hold us here. Haha. Nix laughed bombastically. Give up, you mongrels. Using her monstrous feet, she pushed the ground, her claws scrapping like steel striking concrete. The spy looked at the bird, becoming bigger in his eyes as it came nearer, then he looked at Luke, and his eyes hardened. Don't leave me behind. Or. Brain thief warned Luke and then stared into Nix's eyes. Luke waited for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the spy's body jerked and fell. Simultaneously, Nix's head jerked as well. Haha. Brain thief laughed, stretching the wings. I feel so, eh. The spy's body fell with a thud. Under the stunned eyes of Brain thief from Nix's mind, he saw Luke taking off his hood with a smile on his face. Then, the blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy snapped his fingers. Within a moment, Nix lost her humongous size, gaining a new quirk. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, Black Vision. Complexity, D. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 1 second. Activation time, 60 minutes. It was a very simple quirk, blindness. What's happening? The spy cried from Nix's mouth. I can't see. He fluttered here and there, falling on the ground, panicking. He couldn't even fly properly. Meanwhile, now knowing that Brain Thief had not only a villain but an entire league behind him, he couldn't wait anymore. Any moment, either Sand or this league could come, the chances of the former event happening higher than the latter, as already predicted by him using chain pendulum. Luke stared at the spy's body. Kill. The word rumbled in his mind. This man hadn't done anything to him. But his wife and unborn daughter hadn't done anything to anyone, either. Then why they were dead? Why? Master. A squeak entered Luke's ears. He looked at the head-sized rat staring up at him and sighed. With a snap of his fingers, Luke granted another quirk to the rat, who already possessed an intelligence quirk. The rat's eyes glowed blue. In the next moment, it erased all memories from the spy's head. Everything. Then, as the rat crawled away from them, it exploded with a bloody squelch. After a while, Luke saw sand approaching him from the side and looked up at the sky, his seer potion digesting further. "Am I weak, Miss Justice?" he asked. "Mercy isn't a sign of weakness, blessed. But, remember, only those who are strong can afford it. Only the strong can afford it." Luke repeated the words, closing his eyes. "Then I will afford it, until I can't." Next to him, Sand killed the spy with one wave of his hand. An image of the quirk bestowed rat removing brain thief's memories is available. Chapter 22, 3 Core Principles of Seer, Potion Digested. Note, if you are liking the novel so far, please help me out with ratings. I need at least 10 reviews to have a rating on WebNovel. Also, every advance review on our art will give you access to all Volume 1 and Volume 2 chapters, letting you see all the unique images and gifts for absolutely free. Enjoy. Christmas Eve. Sionji Mansion. With their busy lives, Christmas had always remained a close affair in the Sionji household. The mansion was decorated to the brim, but there were no guests. In the Misaki hall, Luke was seated opposite his stepmother, both eyeing the sketch she had drawn in the morning. Luke cancelled the spirit vision and rubbed his eyes. "I see a dress, a gown." He interpreted it for her. "Maroon." Misaki Sionji eyed the boy oddly. For the last 2 months, he had been spending almost all afternoons reading her sketches. Not everything that he said came true, but most of them did, and that was saying something given her experience with her quirk, future sketch. Luke, on the other hand, found himself standing against a bottleneck. He had been acting as a seer for months now, with the limited resources available to him. He couldn't just go out and read palms or divine something for others, or, as Miss Justice said, he could have digested the potion long ago. Still, the bottleneck persisted like a glass waiting for that last crack before shattering. Luke looked at Misaki and asked, "Did you already decide which gown you will be wearing when father comes back?" Misaki's gaze flattened at the boy. "The way he talks is odd. It's like he's old." Mrs. Sionji held conflicted emotions in her heart. The boy, as promised, had already signed a notarized document, declaring that he would not make claims for any property of the Sionji group. Not only that, but he had also claimed that after becoming 18-year-old, he would leave the Sionji family altogether. This should have pleased her the most, but to get what she wanted without facing any issue, felt so strange. Regardless of her feelings, Misaki had decided to tolerate the boy's presence, given he had a knack for reading her sketches. Who knew when another attack would happen? What if the villain behind the Meta Puppets incident decided to attack Sionji Mansion? If there was any chance of knowing it beforehand, then she would do everything in her power to know it. "What do you think?" Misaki answered with a question. Luke remembered his experiences as a seer and fell into contemplation. He had been going out with Sand on hunts almost every week since the spy incident. Unlike before, no one survived Sand's assassination the first time. Meanwhile, Luke acted as support, barely exchanging moves with anyone. Still, he had progressed a lot as a seer by taking help from divinations and assisting Sand with them. "I can't say," Luke admitted. "If you have already decided, then your sketch only confirmed your choice. But, if you have not decided, and you decide to wear the maroon gown now, then aren't you dictating whether to bring the sketch to reality or not?" Misaki scrapped her long nails on the sofa. How could a mere 14-year-old boy, who hadn't been to school, and had no friends, other than a raunchy bird, could have such philosophical thoughts? Is there a secret behind him? His background? Or something related to parents? Misaki asked herself. Maybe that's why Ryujiro decided to keep him here. Misaki knew the dream revelation her husband had some 6 years ago. But she didn't know the exact details. What she did know was that after the revelation, her husband decided to adopt a quirkless boy, attracting worldwide mockery. Very well. Misaki let out a breath. "I will humor you." She leaned back on the sofa and stared at her incomprehensible sketch. "All divinations are lies," Misaki said after a while. "Until they become truth, they are but choices. Sometimes, these choices are in your hands. You decide whether to bring that lie to reality. You decide whether to turn the lies into truths. Sometimes, the world dictates that for you. For example, the breaking of cup at our first meeting here. What you saw on the canvas was a lie. It was a lie until the very moment the maid walked in and she slipped. If I had super speed, then I could have decided to not turn that lie into the truth. But I don't have such strength. As such, it was the world that dictated it for me." Luke looked down, holding his chin. "But if you had super speed, then would you have sketched a broken cup, to begin with?" he asked. This time, it was Misaki whose thoughts stirred. She hummed, drumming her fingers on the sofa's arm. Let me correct myself, then. All divinations are lies, but the nature of those lies resonate with individual strength. Yes, Luke nodded within. If the cup was meant to break, then it would have broken by any means. If Misaki had super speed, then maybe the cup would have broken in a way that made her speed useless. Or, she could have decided to break the cup herself. All right, Misaki said, standing up. It's enough for today. Thank you, Luke said with a smile before walking out of the hall. Misaki stared as the boy disappeared. Then, she looked back at the sketch she had drawn for Luke to interpret, and let out a small smile. An hour later. Sorry, Luke apologized to Aina. I got you in trouble. Ryujuru hadn't punished or rebuked Aina for forcing him to take Luke to Momo's party. But there were subtle changes in her lifestyle that became apparent as weeks passed by. Wearing a red frock, Aina smiled wryly. At least no one died, she said. And you activated your quirk. That's what matters, no. Father told me you will be applying for UA High as well. Luke nodded. Turning a stupid bird into a giant stupid bird. Rikuya walked up to them, wearing a white t-shirt and donning a smirk on his face. He frowned at his sister briefly before looking back at Luke. Tell me, do you really think you can get into UA with a pathetic quirk like that? Don't you feel you were better off remaining quirkless? I know I would have. It was a comedic sight. If it had been before, then Rikuya would have truly stood out. Now, with Luke already being taller than him, and especially after gaining muscles on his previous scrawny self, he looked like a monster standing next to Rikuya. Still, Luke had a taciturn personality. Unlike. Nyx fluttered down and perched on Luke's shoulder. Don't worry about his quirk, she cawed, narrowing her eyes at Rikuya. Worry about your penis. Not all have small ones, you know. Nyx. Luke gasped. Rikuya's face went red in shock and anger. How dare you? Next to him, blushing, Aina turned around and walked away. Before Rikuya could act, Misaki walked in along with Ryujuru and called the boys and the girl to open presents. Luke let out a breath as Rikuya walked away after giving him a stare. Did you have to be mean to him? He asked Nyx. Nyx rolled her eyes. I didn't lie. Luke shook his head. Then, he looked at the family of the four. Since the matter of his having a quirk had come out, his father had gained a few wrinkles from stress. Mr. Ryujuru was smiling, Luke saw, but there was a constant line on his forehead, as if his thoughts were troubling him. Meanwhile, wearing a gorgeous maroon gown, Misaki was smiling merrily at Aina and Rikuya, giving them their presents. I don't belong here with them. Luke said, suddenly realizing the truth. He looked at the Sionji family and repeated the 3 core principles of being a seer he had figured out. Divination isn't all-powerful, Luke told himself, closing his eyes. And all divinations are lies until they become truths. Divinations are nothing but choices. It is I who dictates whether to bring those choices to reality. Luke closed his eyes, the distinct feeling of digesting the seer potion resonating with his spirituality. And as he walked forward, smiling a little, he remembered, the sketch he had interpreted for Misaki didn't have a maroon gown, but green. An character image of Misaki Sionji in maroon gown is available. Chapter 23, Meeting All Might, Why Become a Hero. February 26th. Mizutofu, Shizuoka Prefecture. Inside a black limo, wearing a white shirt over black pants, Luke sat pressed between Mr. Ryujuru and Sand, with Nyx on his shoulder. Opposite them, Mr. Principal sat, drinking tea. After learning that Mr. Ryujuru was coming to send off Luke for the entrance exam, he had arrived at the airport to tag along with them. Now, it was already 8 a.m., and they were just standing on one side of the road, waiting for. Haha. They heard the voice before the men had even entered. The limo's door opened, and, wearing a yellow suit, the pro-hero sat inside, the entire vehicle sinking a few millimeters. Sorry, I am late. All Might, the symbol of peace. Even Nyx, who usually didn't like these awkward silences, remained quiet, her eyes lighting up. One day. She whispered in Luke's ear, easing the tension within him, you are going to look like that. What is she on about? Luke hissed within, smiling wryly. I never looked like that even in my previous life. You idiot. But even if Luke didn't look like that, he was definitely on his way to do that, it seemed. Even seated, Luke was not only taller but bigger than the 2 men seated on either side. Maybe it was his genes. Maybe it was something else. One thing was sure, though. He looked powerful. If it wasn't for All Might in the vicinity, Luke would have outshone them all. And if looks weren't enough, then his stats were screaming the same as well. Blessed stats. Spirit. Stamina. Where were you? Nizu asked. All Might coughed. Just jogging. Unknown to everyone, he was coming after meeting with young Midoriya and granting him one for all. Hearing All Might's dodgy answer, Mr. Ryujuru frowned. Even Sand looked at the strongest man oddly. It was the same for Luke as well. Luke knew that Midoriya was All Might's successor, but he had no idea why, when, or how it happened. These days, he constantly cursed himself for not having a curious personality when it came to social matters. Otherwise, if he knew the intricate details of everything, by talking it out with Momo in his previous life, he could have used them to his advantage. Now, the information he did know felt like a much stronger version of his father's soothsayer quirk. "Oh, who do we have here?" All Might asked, looking at Luke. "Renji Sionji, right?" Luke lifted his head, his blue eyes matching All Might's. "Should I talk to him about the future events? Given his history with All for One, he might believe me. Please be careful, blessed. We need to be extra careful after what happened in the dream that day." Luke could still feel the fingers gripping his throat, an evil presence buzzing in his mind. "Hello," he let out a smile. "You can call me Luke." Niza sipped tea. "Are you sure your father didn't have more children, All Might?" All Might laughed at the obvious joke. "Honestly, I am not sure." "Haha." Mr. Ryujuru had had enough of this. "Mr. Principal," he said, not feeling stifled by All Might's presence at all. "If Luke fails the exam, then I am sure you will not press upon what happens next." Niza declined to humor the insinuations. Ever since he had seen the dread on Mr. Sionji's face when Luke had experienced a seizure around a year back, he knew things were more serious than they seemed. If he was right about it, then it was that day Luke awakened his quirk. Now, Niza knew Mr. Ryujuru had a quirk, Soothsayer, which the tycoon revealed when he and All Might had visited him. Of course, he had taken All Might to pressure the Sionji family's head, which worked. The fact that Soothsayer was a state secret, and its presence couldn't be revealed, was another matter altogether. Later, Niza theorized that Mr. Sionji must have adopted Luke, knowing what type of quirk he would awaken. So, it couldn't be as simple as gigantifying a bird. There was no way the boy would fail the entrance exam, unless... "Why do you want to become a hero, Luke?" Nizu asked slyly. "Why do you want to join UA High?" Luke had grown physically. However, he still had a long way to go to make himself comfortable in foreign presences. With Sand and Sionji's, it was still alright. He could be in the same room with all of them and not let his throat go dry, fearing a conversation. But, with Nizu and storming All Might, "I can't keep being like this," Luke told himself, letting out a breath. Nyx looked at Luke from the corner of her eye. "He wants what all other boys want," she cawed, giggling. "A girlfriend." "Nyx." Luke gasped, blushing. "Haha." All Might laughed. "I like the crow." "Your mother's a crow." Nyx lunged at All Might, brandishing her claws. "Make me big. I will slap some sense into this mongrel." Nyx eyed All Might with a murderous gaze from Luke's lap, a few of her feathers sticking out from All Might's spiky, golden hair. All Might cleared his throat. Nizu eyed the boy, picking a feather out of his tea. "Why did you jump off the floor, Luke?" he asked, putting his question differently. "Why did you save the boy?" Luke looked outside the window, asking himself another question. Why did he orchestrate an attack that could very well have killed innocents? "I don't want to be a hero," Luke said, shocking everyone. Not without knowing what this word truly means. He brought his gaze back inside, his blue eyes falling on Mr. Principal. "I jumped off the floor because I wanted to do more," he said, letting out his true feelings. "I wanted to do more than what people expected of me. In that time, I didn't want to keep standing on the sidelines, letting fate dictate my life. So, I know nothing about becoming a hero, but I don't want to feel helpless when someone's life is on the line in front of me. Ever again." Luke added the words inside, remembering his wife. "This kid." All Might's blue eyes shone bluer. Sand closed his eyes, his lips barely arching up into a smile. Mr. Ryujuru's mouth flattened into a thin line, his fingers balling into fists. Opposite them, All Might and Mr. Principal shared a smile between them, nodding. Suddenly, the limo stopped. They had arrived at the location of UA's entrance exam. A bodyguard in a black suit and pants opened the door. All Might gave the boy a thumbs up with his signature smile. Looking at his father and Sand, Luke stepped out of the car and disappeared among the crowd of students. Inside the limo, Mr. Sionji and Niza looked at each other. "If Luke passes the entrance exam," Ryujuru said, "then I will let him join UA, on one condition." Niza finished the tea. "I am hearing." Ryujuru looked at All Might. "I heard UA's hiring. I have a recommendation." Chapter 24, UA Entrance Exam, Luke vs. Bakugo. Dr. Blessed Sale. To promote the FIC, starting July 1st, there will be a month-long sale. All tiers offer the same number of Dr. Blessed and Chaos and Orders chapters, up to 60 chapters ahead of the latest chapter on web novel, all backlog chapters with unique images, side stories, and all upcoming monthly uploads. Dr. Blessed's Volume 2 is fully available, with 35 chapters of Volume 3 as well. If you would like to support the work, while accessing many chapters in advance, please consider taking advantage of the sale. Enjoy. In a white tracksuit with black stripes, Luke stepped out of the bus along with other candidates. In front of them, huge metal doors separated them from the city-sized battle center A, where the 10-minute-long urban battles would be conducted as the practical exam. However, the students from different schools eyed the huge door as much as they were eyeing Luke and Nix, perched on his shoulder. It wasn't just about the fact that Luke was tall and had a lean but defined athletic build. It was the quiet and distant expressions on his face, along with his obvious, foreign appearance. Look at his hair, do you think he dyed it? All Might's fan, I guess, but his eyes. Foreigner. What's with the bird? TCH. Show off. Luke had been ignoring all comments, but the last sentence made him snap his head in one direction. In a black, skin-tight, sleeveless shirt, Katsuki Bakugo held a disgusted look on his face. When he saw Luke staring at him, he grinned. What are you looking at, fanboy? Nix stretched her wings, cursing under her breath. She had been eyeing the spiky-haired bastard for a while now. Not now, Nix, Luke said, looking away. Pro heroes are watching. Crack. They all looked up and eyed a weirdly dressed woman cracking a whip, her figure surrounded by a distinct pink aroma. Pro hero, midnight. Look at the new bunch, she said, licking her lips. I wonder if there are some outstanding ones among you. Her eyes suddenly landed on Luke, who could barely see her from the ground. She smiled. Cracking her whip again, Midnight shouted, what are you waiting for? The exam has already started. The huge doors had opened soundlessly when students looked down again. With a sense of urgency, everyone rushed inside. Why wouldn't they, when the next 10 minutes would dictate their entire lives? Luke calmly walked inside the battle center A, holding multi-storied buildings and a labyrinth of roads and alleys. From present mix orientation, Luke knew the basic structure of the practical exam. There were 4 faux villains scattered around the city-sized battle center. And, if he remembered right, then they were robots. Each robot held a point from 0 to 3. The robot with 0 points was an obstacle that the candidates needed to avoid while destroying other robots to score as many points as they could. It was a simple, game-like setup. But, as of now, only Luke knew that there were rescue points as well. The judges, who were pro heroes and UA staff, were watching all the candidates and would award rescue points to individuals who rescued other candidates. So, to not stand out too much, Luke had decided to score average points from both destroying the robots and rescuing the candidates. With Nix by his side, he already possessed an advantage. Already knowing that he would be needing significant power to deal with the robots, Luke had bestowed the same quirk but a higher complexity this time. Nix flew off Luke's shoulder, and he snapped his fingers. Quirk, Gigantification. Complexity, A. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 8 seconds. Activation time, 10 minutes. This was the first time Luke had bestowed a high-complexity gigantification upon Nix after his regression. Not to mention, if he had bestowed the same quirk on a dog or a cat, it could very well have turned out to be super or plus ultra complexity. The lower mass lifeforms might have instantly exploded, to say the least. It worked with Nix because she held an enormous amount of spirit points, and she was very compatible with the quirk and Luke. A reflection passed over Nix's black feathers, as if someone had shown a mirror at her from very far away. In the next moment, Nix enlarged, becoming a small bus-sized creature. It wasn't just a simple ballooning up, either. Her mass increased proportionally, her strength matching her size. Nix's claws scraped on the road, ripping off its upper layer. Her red eyes narrowed, her gaze scanning the most shadowy corners. I thought you would let out a roar. Luke asked, approaching her. Oh, please. Leave the jokes to me, she said, letting him climb up on her back. Also, roaring like that doesn't suit a lady like me. Luke rolled his eyes and tapped his palm on her. Hold tight, Nix warned. Nix stretched her wings, then, with a powerful lunge, she took to the air, the road bursting apart behind her. Judge's room. You said he could make the bird as big as a man. All Might asked, looking at Nizu. Mr. Principal was himself gobsmacked. With so many wonderful quirks and interesting candidates to look at from the hundreds of screens, he hadn't thought that Luke would stand out. Yet, here he was, looking at the massive bird claiming the battle center's skies for her own. Maybe he has been working on his quirk. Nizu guessed, a bit stunned. You met him. What do you think? All Might looked at Midoriya, then at Luke, and knew one thing. The boy is serious. Booms and bangs were reaching Luke's ears even up in the air, his blue eyes watering. He took out swimming goggles from his pockets and put them on, regaining sight as wind blasted his hair up like there was a golden fire on his head. Nix made a circuit of the entire battle center and then suddenly dived. On the ground, a boy was running away from a one-pointer who had come out from a corner suddenly. Before the robot could land a blow on the boy, a black shadow fell upon it. The boy, with a bouncy step Quirk, looked up and gasped. The shadow on the robot became bigger and bigger, and, just as it loomed over the boy, Nix's monstrous claws grabbed it. With a powerful flap of her wings, causing a dust storm underneath her, she took the robot into the air as well. When she reached the height of a building, she let the robot go. The one-pointer fell from hundreds of feet and shattered on impact with a fiery explosion. Boom. Mongrels. Nix cried, making many candidates and robots look up. Worship me. I am the Empress of Darkness. Luke facebombed, contending himself with points for both destroying and rescuing. On the ground, Bakugo finished another two-pointer and eyed the giant bird in the air, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, a three-pointer blasted its way out of the building, sending many candidates flying. Bakugo grinned as he rushed at it, sparks exploding from his palms. He could use the sweat on his palms as the fuel to cause explosions. Simultaneously, Nix fell upon the robot as large as her. With a wide grin on his face, Bakugo put his palms on the back of the robot. Die. Nix slammed her claws at the robot like black missiles, the power behind her blow sending the robot flying. With a massive boom, the three-pointer exploded midair. Luke slipped off Nix's back and eyed Bakugo, who had gone half mad already. Stay away. Bakugo screamed through the teeth, charging at Luke, from my points. Bakugo pointed his right hand at Luke, his palm giving off black smoke. Then, just as he was about to touch Luke's face, the world spun in Bakugo's eyes. From running to finding himself lying face first on the ground, it didn't even take a fraction of a second. What just happened? Grinding his teeth and straining his neck, Bakugo looked over his shoulder. Luke had his knee pressed into Bakugo's back. He was also holding the boy's wrists, stretching out his arms, making his palms face away. Don't be so hothead. Luke said, holding back the rage within. Kid. An image Nix's gigantic form is available. Chapter 25, UA Entrance Exam over, the present tarot card. Bakugo squirmed in Luke's grip, tiny explosions going off in the palms of his hands. However, no matter how much he tried to snatch his hands out of Luke's grip, he failed, the knee pressing into his back making matters worse. I will blast you to pieces. Bakugo screamed within, preparing to let out a bigger blast. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the spot where the three-pointer had been standing before the giant bird had lifted it away. A girl was lying there, holding her leg. Bakugo's eyes widened. You almost exploded the robot on top of her, Luke said, eyeing the same spot. There was anger boiling inside him, but he couldn't bring himself to take it out on a kid. He knew this was the same Bakugo who had killed him and his family, but now another mystery was bothering him. The blue, supermassive black hole. The red, glowing eyes. Had someone been controlling the pro-hero in his previous life? Luke had asked himself this question 100 times. But it was one thing to control a pro-hero of Bakugo's caliber, and it was an entirely different thing to make him kill the grandest secrets. Whoever had killed him and Momo, and their unborn child, knew about the secret behind their marriage. Of course, this would have been the case if Bakugo had indeed been under someone's control. One thing was sure, though. He needed to watch the pro-heroes and villains of this world closely and, personally. Luke twisted Bakugo's arms, making the boy let out a grunt in anger. Then, taking a deep breath, he let go. Bakugo almost shot to his feet and grabbed Luke's collar. I will. He hissed, grinding his teeth. A shadow covered them suddenly. Bakugo looked up and found two blobs of redness staring at him. Nix's humongous body towered above Bakugo, her claws scraping against the road. Like Luke, she was holding herself back. Unlike Luke, she wasn't very good at it. Sensing extreme danger, Bakugo let go, the white tracksuit gaining black marks. Almost simultaneously, they heard a siren. 5 minutes were over. Glaring at Luke and Nix, and glancing at the fallen girl that he almost injured gravely, Bakugo reluctantly ran away to get more points. Luke then took the girl to a secured spot and went back to the sky, riding Nix. Boom. Rumble. The zero-pointer had entered the stage. From the high vantage point, Luke saw the behemoth crawling out of a domed building. It was a massive robot, towering above multi-story buildings. In this exam, it had only one purpose, to distract the candidates and fill them with panic. Luke knew he had gained enough points by destroying the 1 to 3 pointers. So, going with the plan, Nix took him to the zero-pointer to fill up the rescue points quota. On the ground, the zero-pointer lifted its massive fist and punched, creating a cloud of dust and a massive crater. Boom. All the candidates ran in different directions. Those who were unlucky enough to get caught in the explosion just lay there, stunned. The robot lifted another arm, the red, glossy eye in the front of its massive head shining bloody. Before it could punch, though, Nyx flew by across its vision like a black blur. The robot's fist paused midair before changing direction. Nyx went around in robot, looking like a fly. The zero-pointer tried to grab her left and right, but she was just too fast. Meanwhile, those who were too scared or had fallen during the first attack got the time to rush away to safety, helping each other. Riding Nyx, Luke let out a smile. Keep distracting it, he screamed over the wind. I guess we will have more than enough points. The rest of his words were buried by a massive boom. It felt like it had arrived from somewhere afar. Nyx's red eyes widened to take in the distant scene. What she saw left her gobsmacked. Someone had punched the zero-pointer in the face. Now, it was breaking apart. And I thought we were powerful. Nyx gulped. She shared what she saw with Luke, still flying around their zero-pointer. Pro-hero Deku. Luke remembered the name. He had barely interacted with the successor of One for All, but he did know that Deku was a good guy, and was a close friend of Bakugo. Luke let out a shaky breath. He didn't know who was good or bad anymore. After a while, another siren marked the end of the practical exam. As the zero-pointer shut down, Luke's shoulder relaxed, his gaze landing on the distant horizon. A different fate doesn't mean a better fate, he realized, sensing the turmoil within. If I want to unveil the evil mysteries of this world and find the real culprit, then I need to improve continuously. For that to happen, he must join UA and take Momo's help. A week later. Sionji Mansion. In a dim room, with candles in four corners of a table, Luke and Aina sat opposite each other. So, how does this work? Aina asked, smiling. Do you just take one out at random? Luke's lips twitched. Okay, let me show you first. I will read the cards for myself, and then you follow my lead. Aina nodded several times in a row. Luke shuffled the cards and put them on the table. First, you clear your mind, he told her. We need to draw out 3 cards, representing past, present, and future. You must guide your spirituality while drawing the cards out. Spirituality? Aina asked. Luke fell thoughtful. So, let's say for the past, you concentrate your emotions, feelings, desires, and wishes surrounding an event that you feel was a turning point in your life. For the present, you focus on what's going on in your life now. For the future, you focus on something that you really want to happen. Aina said, jumping on her seat excitedly. Exactly, Luke replied with a nod. Okay. Let me draw them out. One by one, guided by his spirituality, Luke drew out 3 cards and laid them on the table, Nyx eyeing both of them from the side. He turned over the card representing the past first. That's death. Aina said, shocked. Reverse death for me, Luke corrected. It means. Sigh. It means fear of change, clinging to something that's already over. Aina felt puzzled. She had never heard Luke sound so sad. Shaking his head, Luke turned over the future card next. It was an upright wheel of fortune. It means fate is spinning, Luke read, narrowing his eyes, but the direction is unknown. Or, a sudden change is coming. Wow. Aina giggled. You sound like what they call them. Seer. Exactly. Luke reached for the present card. Suddenly, they heard the knock on the door. Luke left his chair and opened the door, and found Sand holding a letter in his hands. He stared at the letter, his heart beating nervously. Is that? As Luke looked up, he found Sand smiling. I will be seeing you at UA. Sand said, giving him the letter. Luke couldn't process Sand's meaning as emotions overwhelmed him. Behind him, Aina shouted. Hey! Come back. What does this card mean? It looks so funny. Luke walked back inside the room, smiling at Nyx. Then, he eyed the table, where Aina had already turned over the present card. It means, Luke said, his smile widening as he stared at the upright Fool card, a new beginning. Chapter 26, Hero, Villain, Killer, Luke vs. Meteor. Late March. Unknown Forest. Meteor rushed through the forest, carrying a briefcase and dread flashing across his black eyes. He was bald and there were scars on his head, running down to his nose and cheeks. His yellow shirt and blue jeans were torn from here and there, getting hacked by the sharp branches. Trails of blood oozed from the fresh wounds, making him wince. However, he couldn't stop running. Not now. Not ever. Gritting his teeth, Meteor looked up and, through the dense canopy of trees, he saw a black silhouette shining silver against the full moon's light. He could feel it, that thrice-damned crow looking for him. He pressed the briefcase against his chest and jumped over a fallen tree, entering another layer of dense bushes. Suddenly, when he rushed out of the bushes, he found himself in an open area. The moonlight had lit up a circular area uphill, a stream of water parting it into two halves. Meteor stopped because there was someone on the other side of the stream. For a moment, Meteor's heart gave out. All fucking might. What have you put me against, boss? But the more he looked, the more he realized it wasn't all might, his heart booming against his chest regardless. Whoever this person was, he looked like a tall and muscular young boy with short, blonde hair and sharp, blue eyes. He was wearing a long, black greatcoat with glossy fabric, long enough to feel like a cape as its lower half fluttered high and might against the wind. Under the greatcoat, he was wearing a skin-tight black t-shirt. Even from afar, his muscles stood out like tiny blocks of black ice. Under the t-shirt, he was wearing what seemed like stretchable cargo pants over black combat shoes. Also, both his hands were in the pants pockets, his face up toward the sky. Meteor's hand reached toward his back, his fingers wrapping around the gun's handle. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the person said. Slowly, taking a deep breath, the blonde-haired person looked down, his entire blue gaze landing on him. A chill ran down Meteor's spine. There was something about that gaze that pricked his bones oddly. It was like this entire moonlit space on the hill belonged to this person, and he shouldn't be here. "Why?" Meteor shouted. "Who are you?" "I haven't done anything." The blue-eyed young man took his hands out of his pockets. They were gloved to the knuckles, showing another layer of blackness under his greatcoat's glossy sleeves. "Put the briefcase down," the man said. "Turn around and sit down on your knees, with your hands over your head." Meteor blankly stared at the person. Now that he heard the man's voice again, he realized something. "You." Meteor let out a deranged smile, his grip tightening on the gun's handle. "You are just a kid. Ah." Within a moment, Meteor pointed the handgun at the boy and fired. Bang bang bang. Bang. There was such madness on Meteor's mind that he emptied the entire handgun, laughing like a maniac. When he realized he was vainly clicking the trigger, he let his hand fall. Meteor's eyes widened, making him step back. "Ouch ouch whoa." Luke made a weird noise, his face contorting as the bullets hit his back. With one of the wealthiest men in the world as his father, he had decided against submitting a hero costume design while registering for UA. Of course, given how much value Ryujiro put on Luke's safety, he had gone above and beyond when it came to the costume itself. The black greatcoat was made of special fibers that were not only light but could also neutralize common bullets. It could even dampen bullets from higher caliber bullets fired through semi-automatic and automatic rifles, but not without tearing Luke's muscles under the impact. As if the greatcoat wasn't enough, they had gone a notch higher with the inner skin-tight t-shirt. It was fireproof and couldn't be penetrated by an object with a sharp point, no matter the force behind it. Worst came to worst, there were better chances of a pointy object going through Luke along with the t-shirt than the material giving out. The cargo pants were also made of a special fiber that gave Luke enough stretchability, having many hidden pockets. Then there were the knuckle gloves, containing pointy, hard alloy on the knuckles, a layer of elastic material cushioning the reaction force for Luke's hands. Also, the gloves were open on the palm side as per the touch requirement of bioalchemy. All in all, it was a costume that had cost the Scion G Group millions of dollars. So, basically, chump change. Luke groaned, holding the sides of the greatcoat so to protect the back of his head. When he heard the handgun running empty, he stood up, feeling the soreness settling in on his back muscles. This is the last one, Luke remembered. San must be watching, but he wouldn't interfere. Not only would San not interfere, he had forbidden Luke to use his quirk for this one, making even Nyx watch it all from the sky. The moment the target, named Meteor, realized Luke was surviving all the bullets, he threw open the briefcase and held a strange-looking object in his hands. "That's a meteor," Luke confirmed as he stared at the rock. Realizing what was going on, he lunged over the stream toward the target. Unfortunately, Meteor didn't need even an instant. In a fraction of a moment, the meteor in his hand became dust. Simultaneously, he grew a size, his black glowing skin ripping off his torn shirt and jeans. "Ha ha." Meteor laughed, going crazy as a drawback of gaining strength through his meteor-absorbing quirk. He punched, air sizzling around his blackening fist. Luke bent his knees, effortlessly gliding under Meteor's arm. He spun around like a cloaked, black wraith, hitting Meteor's wrist with the tip of his combat boots, simultaneously taking a measure of the target's strength. With a mad grunt, Meteor kicked, his other foot burying an inch deep into the earth. Luke put a hand on the incoming kick and jumped, landing on the other side. Then, grabbing the target's ankle, he brought his alloy-knuckled fist down on his knee. Crunch. Ah! Meteor let out an agonizing scream. As the meteor fell, Luke followed with another punch, his knuckles meeting the target's throat. A squelching sound drowned out the agonizing scream. Luke wasn't finished, though. Sand had buried such lessons within his soul, making them instincts. With his free hand, Luke made another fist and punched, his knuckles landing on Meteor's ear. It was like a hammer had struck a steel plate. Regardless of Meteor's enhanced strength, blood showered from his ear. With his eyes rolling back, Meteor suddenly fell, barely dodging Luke's last and final punch to his other ear. Luke panted as he eyed the downed target. From the bushes, Sand walked out with a blank expression on his face. From the sky, Nyx fluttered down and landed on Luke's shoulder. As Luke tried to catch his breath, Sand threw a knife at him. Shocked, Luke snatched it from the air. "Kill him," Sand said. Luke looked at the knife and then at Meteor. This was a norm, he knew. No target had ever survived Sand's assassinations. It didn't matter how it happened. They were all dead. "The people who would come after you won't care for your morals, Luke," Sand said slowly. "Kill him." Luke matched Sand's gaze. "It is not about morals. If it were about morals, then wouldn't he have decided to burn the entire world? Surely, in that way, whoever was behind his family's death would have died, too, no. But Luke couldn't do it. He was already dreading facing his Momo because of all the things he had already done, all the manipulations, putting innocence in danger. If he killed someone whom he didn't even know, without a just reason, then he wouldn't be able to even look into her eyes, may it be after death in some distant realm or dreams. Luke shook his head, throwing the knife back at Sand. "I am sorry. Not today." He looked at the target, waiting for Sand to finish the job. That's the least he could do, Luke thought. However, shocking the living breath out of Luke, Sand hit the fallen man with his shoe. "Get up," he said. Meteor let out a grunt and got up, cracking his neck. "Ah, my ear, boss. I barely dodged the last punch. You could have warned me he was a kid, I almost killed him." Luke and Nyx stared at Sand and Meteor, their mouths open. "Oh." Sand looked over his shoulder. "Meteor. One of the new recruits among your father's bodyguards. He was just playing with me." Luke realized. What if I'd killed him when you... Sand shrugged. "You didn't, right? Also, your father needed to see how much you have progressed. Father's watching." Luke licked his lips. "What if I had failed to take him down?" Sand looked at Luke as if he was saying, "Are you seriously asking that question?" Luke clenched his fingers into fists, feeling the heavy feeling from the punches. He could barely believe it. In 1 year, he had come far. But was it enough? A hand landed on Luke's shoulder. "Hold your head high," Sand said, smiling. "You are ready. Hero or villain or killer, just go along with your guts." "My guts." Luke nodded, remembering that March had all but ended. Next Monday, he would be joining UA. And images of Luke in his hero costume and him fighting Meteor are available. Chapter 27, Joining UA High, Class 1A. Early April. Musudafu, Japan. In black gym clothes, Luke finished his early morning workout, finishing the last set of squats. After a light stretching, he left the gym, up the stairs, and entered a huge drawing room. From the open kitchen on one side, a maid hurriedly brought a protein shake for him. "Thank you," Luke said, smiling. The maid blushed. "It's all right, Master Luke." "Don't call me Master or something," he replied. "Luke is fine." He took the shake to his room and divined if it was safe to drink using his topaz pendulum first. It wasn't like he was fearing any threat to his life. If he began checking every piece of food like this, he wouldn't have time to do anything else. It was like a stretching for his spirituality, what Luke called it. After drinking the protein shake, Luke looked at Nyx, lying listlessly on his bed, her feet up. There was a book lying next to her, Detective Sonia's Red Mysteries, Part 1, The Long Sausage. Luke threw his sweaty towel on her. And hashtag, Nyx fought with the smell, cawing out her lungs. Ugh. Who and dollar it at? Ignoring her, Luke went to the bathroom to get ready for his first day at UA High School. He had come here around a week ago. Rikuya and Aina Sionji were already staying at Musudafu in a small mansion-like apartment, with ample security and staff. Now, Luke had joined them and would be staying with them for the foreseeable future. Even though Luke didn't like it, he had no choice in the matter as well. It was already the greatest stretch that his father was letting him join UA. Luke didn't want to push his luck by demanding a private place without any eyes on him. Plus, this place wasn't that bad. If he were to ignore the constant, annoyed look on Rikuya's face, the apartment had a massive gym in the basement where he could train daily. Also, there were many bodyguards well versed in combat. He could just call anyone for light sparring, as Sand had already directed them all to follow Luke's orders in this case. Luke walked out of the bathroom and put on the school's uniform. As he looked at himself in the mirror, a quiet nervousness settled in his heart. Taking a deep breath, adjusting his tie, Luke nodded at himself in the mirror. School, he thought, walking out of the room. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? Luke had never been to school in his entire life, if one were to ignore the classes he had attended in his previous life in the orphanage. Trying not to think about it, he knocked on Aina's door. When she didn't open the door, he knocked louder. Sensing her approaching, Luke backed up a step. Drooling, in a loose white t-shirt and shorts, Aina looked at Luke with blind stupidity. Luke's eyes had widened. You just woke up. Is your day off? Beyond Aina, he looked at the state of her room and frowned. It was a mess. Papers, clothes, photos, more photos, posters, books, more clothes, everything was everywhere. Just looking at these things made Luke's bones itch. Opposite him, Aina blinked at Luke, looked at the time over her shoulder, and then blinked at Luke again. It's only 6. 1.5 hours later, when Aina walked out of the attached bathroom with a towel around her, she stopped at the threshold, stunned. Where was everything? It was like she had walked in the bathroom from her room and walked out in Luke's room. Oh, wait. Aina's body suddenly went taut, color rising to her cheeks. Are mine and Luke's bathrooms the same? Oi, pervert. Nyx caught at her. She was perched on her bed, holding a Polaroid photo in her claws. Get ready. Luke cleaned your room. And, as a price, I am taking this one. Nyx lifted the photo. It was of Luke's bare upper body. Aina's black eyes hardened. She rushed to close the door before the bird could fly away. Nyx laughed. You think that can? Then, Aina took off the towel to throw it on the bird. Bazunga. Nyx stepped back. My weakness, how did you know? On a long table, Luke and Rikuya sat opposite, waiting for Aina to join them. The habit had deeply rooted itself in their bones as part of discipline in their early childhood. It was even more so for Luke, who had tried his best to copy Rikuya and Aina's habits so that his father wouldn't send him back to the orphanage. Luke sat on his chair, thoughtful, as Rikuya scrolled through his mobile phone, behaving as if his stepbrother didn't exist, as usual. It was then that Aina and Nyx approached them. Aina's neck carried faint red marks as Nyx pruned her feathers, both eyeing each other as if they had come to some hidden agreement. So, you are in 1A, right? Aina asked, taking a seat next to her brother. Nyx sat down next to Luke, on a chair that reached table height. Luke nodded, the maid serving breakfast. For a moment, the twins stared at Luke's servings. A thick slab of meat, half a dozen eggs, grilled vegetables. The monotonous routine of having breakfast was going to get more interesting, it seemed. UA High School sat atop a forested hill that overlooked Musurafu. It was a day school and was considered the top hero academy in Japan. It had 4 major departments: heroes, general education, support, and management. I am in 2C of the Department of General Education, Aina told Luke as the children stepped out of the black SUV. This idiot is in 2I of the Department of Management. Rikuya ignored his sister's comment. All right. Aina smiled at Luke. You can come to my class if you need anything. Luke smiled as he saw Aina joining her friends. She's quite lively today. TCH. Rikuya sked. He waited for the SUV to go away and walked next to Luke. I don't know what trick you used to get into UA's Heroes department. But don't you dare tell anyone you have anything to do with me or my sister. Luke and Nyx saw Rikuya disappearing in the crowd of students. There's something up his anus. Nyx said. Nyx. Luke gasped. He's just a kid. Shaking his head, Luke entered the school, some nervousness melting away. Suddenly, he spied someone familiar. It was Sand. Yes, Luke realized. It was not only his, but also Sand's first day, as a teacher at UA High School. He didn't know what strings his father pulled to put Sand inside the school, given that Sand wasn't a pro hero. Still, he did know that Sand would be a good teacher, regardless of being a cold killer. This world needs people like Sand, too, Luke thought as Sand winked at him from afar before disappearing. Smiling, Luke entered the school, students eyeing him oddly. From the hall, through the corridors, he reached the class with 1A written over it. However, a short boy was already standing in front of the huge doors, nervousness becoming sweat on his face. The boy was about to open the door when he saw Luke coming at him. He looked up, stepping away a bit. Renji, Luke introduced. This is Nyx. You are also from 1A. The boy eyed the bird and let out a hollow smile. Yes. The boy said. I am Izuka Midoriya. And, images of Luke in UA school uniform and Aina after taking a bath and confronting Nyx are available. Chapter 28, Izuka Midoriya, Vestiges and the Blue Spirit Particles. Luke stared at the boy who would become the most powerful pro-hero in the fight against All for One. Seeing as Midoriya was now, it was hard to believe that he was the successor of One for All. Ever since it was decided that he would be joining UA High, Luke had been looking forward to coming face to face with Midoriya. Because, unknown even to the boy and All Might, only Luke knew about vestiges right now. One for All was a quirk that was passed down by its predecessors. It also carried the quirk originally belonging to those people along with it, becoming stronger with every successor. Izuku was the 9th and would be the last user of One for All. The mysterious thing was that the quirk also carried shades, or vestiges, of all previous users. Within One for All was a subconscious realm where the prior users could manifest, as fragments of their very consciousnesses were engraved into this quirk. Originally, it was theorized that quirk factors contained the raw spirits, or the individuality, of their users, which then merged into One for All. However, the validity of this statement was brought into question when quirkless All Might also became a vestige later. As a quirk scientist, who became one of the most prominent researchers in the field of quirk factors, Luke had studied both One for All and All for One, and the concept of vestiges, in depth. It was only when he died and then met Mr. Fool that he learned the true probable cause. The quirk factors were nothing but a physical manifestation of the spirit particles of an individual. So, even though a quirkless person didn't have quirk factors, he would still possess spirit particles and, to some extent, could become a vestige, as with the case of All Might in the future. So, yes. Luke was very curious. He wanted to see these vestiges, using spirit vision. Izuku was still smiling, feeling odd as the huge boy stared down at him, when a chill ran down his spine. It was like a beast was eyeing him from the darkness, about to rip his throat off. For Luke, the world lit up with colors. And what he saw left him dumbfounded. Specks of golden light were only glowing within Midoriya, but in his immediate surroundings, cloaking him inside a golden cowled robe. 8 blobs of golden light pulsed in his heart, with different rhythms. It was as if each blob of light had its heartbeat. The vestiges. However, this was still within Luke's expectations. What he didn't expect was still a color other than gold. Within those specks of golden light, numbering barely in hundreds, perhaps, were blue specks, all revolving around the vestiges. Luke felt like someone was pushing him away. He was falling into an abyss, so deep that Midoriya, standing right in front of him, felt like he was miles away, going farther and farther. Cancel it. Jolted by Miss Justice's scream, as the notification flashed in front of his eyes, Luke snapped his eyes shut, canceling spirit vision. With a thud, his knees struck the floor. He could feel them, tiny flesh protrusions bubbling under his shirt. Taking the help of cogitation, Luke took several deep breaths, his eyes itching and his ears ringing in pain. When normality returned to him, both Nyx and Midoriya were shouting at him. Luke stood up, shaking his head. When he opened his eyes, they had gone bloodier than red. Oi. Nyx cawed. You scared me to death. Midoriya looked worried as well. It's all right. Miss Justice. Luke asked, a dreadful feeling lingering in his mind. Did you see? Yes. It was the same, blessed. It was the exact spirituality that I had perceived from the blue, supermassive black hole. Something's wrong. We never saw these blue spirit particles in your father. But Luke realized something that Miss Justice didn't. We never saw these blue spirit particles in my father, Luke told Miss Justice, but I also didn't have spirit vision before using Dream Walk on him on the night of my regression. And then your father never received any dream revelation. Curious. It was indeed curious. Logic stated that Ryuichiro should have received a dream revelation using the soothsayer about the Metapuppet's attack. But he didn't. The soothsayer Quirk worked ever since Luke's first sight of the blue supermassive black hole. As Luke rubbed his eyes, Ochako Uraraka also joined them. Meanwhile, probably hearing Midoriya and Nyx's shouts, Ida opened the class doors. He chatted with Midoriya about the rescue points, not recognizing Luke at all. But someone did recognize Luke, 2 students, in fact. Hey. Momo had walked out to the front, seeing Luke at the door. Congratulations on securing first place in the entrance exam. Silence. They all stared at Luke, including Bakugo, who had his feet up on the bench and was eyeing him and Midoriya with a murderous gaze. With Luke's strategy, securing points by both destroying robots and rescuing candidates, he had involuntarily outdone himself, securing over 90 points in the entrance exam. Of course, his father had not been pleased about such a feat. But this wasn't the end of the students' shocks. You are Rinji Sion-ji? Ida asked Luke. Then he looked at Momo. You two know each other? Yes, Momo nodded flatly. He was at my birthday party last year. You must have heard of the Metapuppets incident, right? Everyone hurriedly nodded. The Meta-Dog and Meta-Cat, both amplified. Before Midoriya could ramble on, Momo pointed her chin at Luke. He awakened his quirk in that incident. He had jumped off the 43rd floor to save a boy. He was still quirkless then. Bakugo lifted his legs and stood straight, his eyes going wide. On the other hand, Midoriya stared at Luke, stunned as well. "You too," he mumbled under his breath. "Lying low, my feathery ass." Nyx whispered in Luke's ears, making his lips twitch. Cough. Luke cleared his throat, the eyes making him feel a bit funny. "Just call me Luke. I heard you are a recommended student, Momo. Congratulations." Smack. Nyx slapped the back of Luke's head. "Idiot." Luke found Momo and others staring at him blankly. He had gone and done it again, calling her by her first name. Luke's face went red. "It's all right," Momo said, brushing it off. Then, saying nothing else, she walked back to her seat. "So," Uraraka said, smiling wryly, "I wonder if it's just the entrance ceremony and orientation today. What do you think, which pro-heroes will be teaching us?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "If you are just here to make friends, then pack up your stuff now." They all turned around and saw a man's head coming out of a sleeping bag on the floor. "Welcome to UA's hero course," the man said, standing up and coming out of the sleeping bag. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa." Chapter 29, Seat Number 10, Making Friends. As Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa, entered the class, the students returned to their seats. Letting out a breath, Luke pushed the matter of the blue spirit particles to the back of his mind for now. Regardless of the complexity of the mystery at hand, he was glad that he had clues to work with at least. So, for now, he decided to focus on the present. The very first thing that stood out to him was the absence of former Class 1A student Koji Koda. Koji Koda had the quirk that let him talk to animals, making them follow his command. It was quite a versatile quirk, but Koda himself had been a timid person, with an immense fear of bugs. Now, as Luke had confirmed, Koda was in Class 1B, while one of the original students from 1B was in the General Education Department. It's like no matter whose fate changes in this world, for better or worse, the net quantity remains constant. Luke thought about his self-theorized law of conservation of fate, taking his seat. With Koda gone, who used to sit at seat number 9, Rikido Sato was now seated in his place. Meanwhile, Luke had taken Rikido's place at seat number 10, the last bench in the second column against the wall, his Japanese name being Rinji Sionji. To Luke's right sat Uraraka, who sheepishly smiled at him. To Luke's left was Todoroki, his eyes to the front. And, to Todoroki's left was Momo. "Where did you get that composition?" Momo asked as Aizawa fumbled with his sleeping bag. "I couldn't find a crystal with that composition anywhere." Luke smiled. "Family secret," he said, kicking the mystery on Sionji Group's lap. He dearly wanted Momo's help to get the inorganic ingredients of the remaining 2 potions. However, if there was one person he knew the best in the world, then it was Momo. The moment he approached her, requesting another creation, she would catch on to it instantly. The girl had a knack for such things, Luke knew. She would realize Luke taking out foreign, unknown compositions back to back, and then might decide not to create anything for him unless she solved the mystery herself first. No. A better way was to make her believe that it was her idea, to begin with. So, Luke needed to be patient if he wanted Momo's help in the long run. "But," Luke said as Momo thought of the Sionji name, "I've got more compositions from where the crystal had come from. Let me know if you need some practice." Shoto Todoroki suddenly looked at Luke. "We can exchange seats if you want." Luke and Momo's heads snapped forward simultaneously. Aizawa took the roll call and then eyed them all. The students were eagerly waiting to attend the orientation ceremony of UA. Students from other courses and departments must have already reached the venue. Shocking everyone, Aizawa pointed at the lockers, like drawers within the walls, and said, "Go, put on your PE uniform. We are going out in the field for a quick quirk assessment test." "What?" "But, sir," Uraraka said, raising her hand. "Orientation. We are gonna miss it. If you are serious about becoming a hero," Aizawa looked at them hard, "then you don't have time to waste on pointless ceremonies. At UA, we don't follow a traditional curriculum. That means I get to run my class as I see fit. Come on. We don't have all day." The students looked at each other's faces, but they were already getting up. What choice did they have anyway? Even Luke, who had just sat down, was as shocked as everyone else. There was something like this, too. Luke thought, sharing a look with Nyx, who had also made herself comfortable on his bench. Why didn't Momo ever mention it to me? Luke felt odd that Momo would tell him about rescue points, but not that she had never attended the orientation ceremony. But then he remembered something, Momo's expression as she had told him about rescue points. He had missed it in his previous life. Now that he thought about it, she seemed to say that if she had participated in the entrance exams, then she would have easily figured out this simple detail. Also, Momo had never been a party or event girl. Luke smiled as he thought about the confident smug on Momo's face. He looked to his left, lost in thought, and found Todoroki staring right back at him. Todoroki's mouth twitched. Seriously? We can exchange seats. Luke hurriedly left his bench to put on his PE uniform. UA sports field. Luke stretched his shoulders as the students gathered. Suddenly, Mizo Shoji and Rikido Sato walked up to him. With Koji gone, they were the only two guys bigger and taller than Luke. At 187 centimeters, Mizo had a lean but supermuscular build. He had the dupli arms quirk that granted him 4 arm-like tentacles attached to his shoulder. Using these tentacles, he could replicate other parts of his body. At 185 centimeters, Rikido was even more bulkier than Mizo. He had the quirk, Sugar Rush, which let him increase his strength 5-fold for 3 minutes. Renji. Luke is fine. Mizo nodded. You aren't from Japan, right? Luke nodded back. America, but I have only Japanese citizenship. Man, I wish I had your looks, Rikido joked. With my face, I could use blonde hair and blue eyes. From afar, Midoriya jogged to join the 3 boys as well. Mizo looked Luke up and down. You work out. Now that was something Luke could talk about. For a moment, he had felt like he couldn't open his mouth at all. It was still hard, he realized, talking normally. Just imagine. Luke told himself. Imagine they are stepbrothers. That brought out a smile on Luke's face. Every morning. Full body. Mizo smiled behind the mask, Rikido and Midoriya's eyes lighting up as well. Luke caught up on the children's interests. Would you guys like to discuss workout routines? Sure. Mizo nodded. What I wanted to say. Rikido gave a thumbs up. Midoriya balled his fingers into fists. Count me in. Come over here. Aizawa shouted at the 4 boys, the rest of the students already huddling up around him. As the boys ran toward the homeroom teacher, Nyx landed on Luke's shoulder. Nyx. Luke admitted. I am having a funny feeling. Yeah. Nyx slammed her wing on the back of Luke's head. That funny feeling is called making friends, you dumbass. Making friends. Luke repeated the words, tasting them at the tip of his tongue. A full-grown man, making friends with children. Accept your present, blessed, to better control your state. If you think about it, it isn't unlike acting to digest potion, right? At the end of the day, you just need to keep in mind that you are simply acting. Yes, Luke nodded to himself, joining the students. Miss Justice is right. I am just acting as a student. So. It wouldn't be so bad if I made a few friends. Chapter 30, Quirk Apprehension Test, Aizawa's Nervousness. You have been taking standardized tests most of your lives, Aizawa said, eyeing the 1A students. But you never got to use your quirks for physical examinations before, right? Luke couldn't relate to the befuddled expressions on everyone's faces. It was exactly opposite for him, if he were to be honest about it. All his life, he had been using his quirk, and to use that quirk effectively, he had been forced to study. Of course, that he liked all the study materials was a different matter altogether. So we will be using our quirk openly, Luke nodded within. That can be a problem. Luke looked at the back of Yuga Aoyama, the seat number 1 of Class 1A. Unlike everyone here, only Luke knew that Yuga actually was a quirkless person. The quirk he possessed now, Naval Laser, was a quirk given to him by All for One. In return, he was spying on UA, sharing confidential information with his benefactor. Again, without any solid proof, Luke couldn't just blurt out the truth. Even if he did have proof like that, he wouldn't have shared it with anyone. The fact that Yuga Aoyama was a spy was known to none but Luke, giving him the greatest advantage of what info the boy would be sharing with All for One. Even though Luke found making social relationships difficult, he still knew the worth of such a versatile pawn. The only issue was, how far should he go with these tests? The country's idea that all are equal by not letting you use your quirks, Aizawa continued, is not rational. I am here to correct that mistake for you. Bakugo. You secured the highest marks in the practical exam, if we don't count the rescue points, right? The students briefly looked at Luke and then at Bakugo. Luke found Aizawa's gaze scanning him briefly as well. By now, Mr. Principal should have briefed all the pro-heroes about his special circumstances and his family background. However, if Luke was right about it, and as much as he could remember about Aizawa from his days with Momo, this man couldn't care less about Luke's background or circumstances. As Luke contemplated the difficulties to come in his life as a UA student, Bakugo went ahead and used his quirk, Explosion, for a softball throw, following Aizawa's order. With a massive boom, the ball disappeared from the students' visions, leaving behind a cloud of dust behind Bakugo. Luke and Nyx's eyes went hard for a moment, remembering the explosions from their previous lives, the explosions that had claimed their lives. They could still hear them, in the back of their minds, along with the same word as Bakugo just said while throwing the softball, die. Aizawa turned around, facing the students. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way to figure out your potential as a pro hero. Then, with a dead expression, he lifted the device in his hand that showcased the distance of the soft ball thrown by Bakugo. 705.2 meters. Wide-eyed and hurraying, the students instantly became excited, finding it all fun. Then Aizawa dropped the bombshell on all of them, making even Luke's eyes tremble. So this is fun, huh? Aizawa said sarcastically. In 3 years, you need to become a pro hero. You think it will be all games and playtime? As the cheers and smiles died on students' faces, for the first time, Aizawa grinned. Idiots, he said, staring into the students' souls. To gauge your potential, I have set up 8 physical tests. Which means, whoever comes last, has no potential, and will get expelled immediately. What? Aizawa's grin only became creepier. If you have a problem with it, you can go home right now. Sir, that's not fair. Uraraka complained. And natural disasters are. Aizawa shot back. For the next 3 years, UA will throw at you one hardship after another. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. On the other end, Luke and Nyx exchanged another glance. So, his plan to lie low wouldn't work. Not to mention, in the public's eyes, he could only use gigantification quirk on Nyx. I need to hide the true strength of bioalchemy and sequences to use it where it matters the most, Luke thought, nodding to himself. But I also can't be a pushover, letting these children throw me to the last place. Nyx. Luke asked, are you ready to do some awesome stuff? Nyx scoffed. I was born ready. I only died not ready, unready. But, then I was born ready once again. Luke's mouth twitched, hoping she wouldn't cause a disaster. The first test was 50-meter dash. Luke had a simple strategy. He would outdo all in at least 2 tests, doing average in the rest of them. This way, no matter who came at first and who came last wouldn't matter to him. Still, he couldn't help but realize Momo's enormous advantage in all this. As he looked up, he found her creating roller skates, letting out puffs of smoke from their ends. Something clicked in Luke's mind. He looked around searching for Nyx and found her perched on Fumikage Tokoyami's shoulder. Fumikage had the quirk, Dark Shadow. He could manifest a sentient shadow monster from his body. As Luke approached them, he heard what the bird was whispering to the boy. So, what are you doing tonight? Nyx was asking, pruning her feathers. I generally don't date young ones, but I can make an exception for you. Nyx. Luke gasped. He hurriedly apologized to the kid. Sorry. She isn't like that most of the time. Yo. What gives? Nyx complained as Luke took her away. That's the most handsome raven I met in my life. Luke felt a headache coming. He had completely forgotten the matter of Fumikage looking like a black bird. Luke took Nyx to Aizawa. The homeroom teacher was waiting for students to make their preparations. When he saw Luke coming over, his eyes narrowed barely. Sir, Luke said, pointing at Momo. Can I also use my quirk beforehand? Aizawa replied flatly. I don't care how you reach the finish line. Luke nodded and turned around. Wow. Nyx giggled. That man is handsome, too. But not my type, too serious. Nyx. Luke eyed her, pinching her beak and looking around to see if someone had heard her or not. Behind them, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Luke and the bird on his shoulder. He still remembered the scenes from the boy's practical exam. The kid was a textbook hero. A perfect case of doing everything by the books. Neither did he stand out nor did he lie low. Then there was the time when he took down Bakugo. Those moves. San's face flashed by Aizawa's eyes. What's the trick here? Nizu had told him that Luke could control the bird's size, but this didn't feel like a bird. Hit by an uncertain nervousness, Aizawa's hair stood on end as he used his quirk, Eraser. He could erase another person's quirk in his line of sight, and that sight fell on Luke this time. To Aizawa's great shock, both Luke and Nyx paused as if hit by a bolt of lightning. But by the time they looked at Aizawa over their shoulders, the pro hero had already cancelled his quirk, his heart booming in his chest. Chapter 31, 50-meter dash, Aizawa, Bakugo, and Midoriya's stats. For the 50-meter dash, Aizawa divided the students into groups of 2. 2 robots with camera heads were placed at the start and the finish lines. As the first group, Tenya Ida and Tsuyu Azui, took their positions, the robot at the starting line began the countdown. Ready. It said, mechanically. Then, with a bang, the race started, Ida disappearing in a cloud of dust in the very next moment. Tenya Ida, almost reaching Luke's height and build, was from the renowned Ida family and had the quirk, Engine. His quirk gave him car-like engines in each of his calves, giving him incredible running speed and extreme kicking power. For fuel, he needed to drink orange juice. Tsuyu Azui, in stark contrast, was a short girl with a frog-like body. She had the quirk, frog, and, as the name suggested, she could do almost everything that a frog could. Luke saw them crossing the finish line from a distance with a heavy frown on his face. From the corner of his eyes, he kept looking at Aizawa, pro-hero, Eraserhead. A few minutes, just as he had gone to the homeroom teacher to confirm a doubt, the pro-hero had used his quirk, Erasure, on him. It was the first time, both lives combined, that Luke had experienced such a baffling phenomenon. Normally, no matter the distance between Luke and the quirk-bestowed life form, he could feel an invisible, silk-like string between himself and the life form. Giving a mental tug to this string effectively cancelled the quirk before activating it. In his previous life, Luke had spent years theorizing the principles behind this string. It was only after meeting with Mr. Fool, through Miss Justice, did he confirm the string's true nature. It stemmed from his spirit and was called a spirit thread. The moment Aizawa used his quirk on him, all the spirit threads Luke could feel got cut apart instantly. It was like someone took scissors and rammed the blades into his brain. The feeling hadn't been a pleasant one, to say the least. Caught up by an annoyance, he had also looked over his shoulder, giving the homeroom teacher a mean glance. Fortunately, Aizawa didn't pursue the matter. Unfortunately, 2 rats were roaming in UA High now, not knowing why they were here. Luke had bestowed 2 simple intelligent quirks, having complexity C, on the rats, turning them into his spies. With his feeling that he couldn't trust anyone, he needed eyes that he could rely on. Not to mention, Nyx had been packing quirks as well. With Bioalchemy's requirement of touch, the time limit for which increased with complexity, Luke always kept an escape-type quirk in her for worst-case scenarios. He would never want to be in a scenario with a hero or villain, like in his previous life, and end up losing everything again. Of course, all the quirks, including the escape one, disappeared from Nyx as well. Luke let out a sigh, shaking his head. Still, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything out of this misadventure. Shota Aizawa. Quirk, Erasure. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugo's turn had arrived to race. Looking at them, Luke suddenly remembered their stats as well, a wry smile rubbing away his frown. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk, Explosion. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, One for All. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. Midoriya's monstrous amount of spirit points had not come as a shock to Luke. The One for All quirk transferred a great amount of spirit points to each successor, as Luke had analyzed with spirit points theory behind quirk factors. With Midoriya being the 9th user of One for All, and him having his own spirit points, 1000 justified the ridiculous quirk he possessed. This number will keep increasing as he masters One for All, Luke remembered. Sensing the pressure on him, Miss Justice cheered him up. Your spirit points and stamina points will also keep on increasing, blessed. Remember your stats when you regressed. Look at them now. Blessed stats. Quirk, Bioalchemy. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. Luke had gained 35 points of stamina since Christmas, widening his smile. However, it's been over 10 days since he gained another point in his stamina. Clearly, he was closing on his limit, it seemed. 160 to 70, Luke guessed, knowing his body. More than that will be. There was one way to drastically push this limit, though. Marauder. As Luke thought of the potion's name, Aizawa called him for his turn. On the other side, Momo walked out. Nodding at him, she put on her jet skates. Luke stood at the start line alone, confusing everyone. Sorry, Momo, Luke thought, staring ahead. This is one of the 2 tests where I need to score well. Ready. The robot at the start line said. From the sky, a black bird dived. Luke snapped his fingers. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, Gigantification. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 4 seconds. Activation time, 17 minutes. To lower Nyx's spirit points consumption and her size, Luke had lowered the complexity to moderate this time. It would have been best to let her dive in her gigantic form. However, Luke could only trigger bioalchemy and then maintain the bestowed quirks in a 100-meter radius around him. Also, to not attract attention from the blue site scientists, Luke had been limiting it to 50 meters these days. Still, as long as he got the desired results, this was fine as well. The black thing dropping from the sky suddenly mutated, becoming a small car-sized bird. Cool. Nyx let out a piercing cry, making the students put their hands on their ears. Just as the robot next to Luke made the firing noise, furiously flapping her wings, Nyx curved, turning her plunging momentum horizontal, dust billowing in her wake. Bang. Momo activated her jet skates, shooting through the field. Luke just jumped where he was standing. Like a black stroke of the brush, Nyx came from behind, and he landed on her back. She was already much faster than many students. However, with another raging flutter of her massive wings, she reached Ida's speed, crossing the finish line within 4 seconds. Unable to arrest her momentum, Nyx kept going on, made a circuit of the field, and then came down, letting Luke step off her. Finally, a few who had been skeptical about the familiarity they had been having about Luke's appearance got to know why it was so. Because of the wind, Luke's wild, blonde hair had gone up, gaining a spiky style. Combined with his build and appearance, it was like looking at a much younger version of All Might. Whoa. Midoriya's eyes were shining. That was awesome. What's your quirk? Nyx fluttered to Luke's shoulder as he cancelled the quirk with a mental tug. It's called Lady of Darkness. Midoriya took out a small notebook and began taking notes. Hard to control in tight spaces, takes time to build up, good for surveillance. Luke's mouth twitched. Not only Luke's, even Aizawa's mouth was twitching. 1 test done. 7 more to go. And even though Luke secured the 2nd position in this test already, it was the softball throw test that he had been looking forward to the most. Chapter 32, Softball Throw, Luke's Result. The 2nd test was grip strength. Surprisingly, Luke couldn't use Nyx in this test. To grip the grip strength measuring device, she needed to be just a size bigger than her original state. Even then, she couldn't properly grip the device using her claws. And if she became big enough to exercise greater power, then the issue remained the same as well. That's why, knowing the tests beforehand as Aizawa had told the students about them, Luke had decided to go all out, or deceptively all out, in only a few tests. For the grip strength test, Luke ended up using his natural strength along with Midoriya and many others. This test wasn't going to be a decisive one, he knew. However, here, too, a few of the students stood out from the rest. Mizo Shoji, with Dupli Arms Quirk, and Rikido Sato, with Sugar Rush Quirk, both had an advantage when it came to raw strength, scoring in hundreds of kg, where the others struggled to reach even 100 kilograms of grip strength. Fumikage Tokoyami used his Dark Shadow Quirk to go beyond the natural limits as well. Katsuki Bakugo, meanwhile, caused little explosions while gripping the device, almost destroying it. Despite all this, it was Momo who scored the highest, creating a simple mechanical arm powered by pneumatic actuators. The next test was the standing long jump, where many students cleared the entire sandbox. After that came repeated side steps, seated toe touch, and sit-ups, leaving only 2 tests in the end. The long-distance run would leave them beyond exhausted, despite using their quirk, Aizawa knew. That's why he kept it for the last. Now, it was time for the softball throw. Aizawa began calling the students by their seat one by one, giving everyone 2 chances to get their best throw. After her turn was over, seat number 2, Mina Ishido, returned to the group of students with an exhausted expression. She had the quirk, Acid. It allowed her to produce a corrosive liquid from her body, and she could control the solubility and viscosity of this corrosive liquid. Because of her quirk, her skin was a light shade of pink, and she had black sclera and yellow irises. Also, she had a very athletic body. Combined with her quirk, she had done extremely well in all tests other than the grip strength. The softball throw was even worse for her, though. However, as she approached the students, her sulky mood instantly changed. Smiling a little, she approached Luke, who had been discussing the strategy with Nyx. "Hey," she said, eyeing Nyx. "Luke, right? Will you use her to take the ball out of the school or something?" That made many students raise their eyebrows. Luke shook his head. "That would be cheating," he answered. "I can use my quirk on her, but she isn't my quirk, see? Also, I can only control her form in a 50-meter radius around me." The students let out a relieved breath together. "Whoa." Mina grinned. "You are nice." "Eh?" Luke frowned. "Nice. Why?" Nyx rolled her eyes. "You could have lied about me, but you didn't." She whispered in his ear. As Tsuyu Azui returned after her turn, and Tenya Ida went away, Mina shuffled on her feet and neared Luke even more. "So," she said in a not-so-hushed tone, "you and Momo are dating." "What?" Luke gasped. On the other side, Momo's head snapped toward them. Not even Momo, many were looking at Luke and Mina, seemingly very interested in the topic. It was especially so for Todoroki, who kept his eyes on Tenya, but held a twitch on his mouth. Luke hurriedly shook his head. Merely sensing so many eyes and becoming the center of attention was itching him all over. "No. No," he replied, looking from Mina to Momo and then back at Mina. "I just met her once during her birthday." "Uraraka," Aizawa shouted. "But I want to hear more." Uraraka complained, going away. As Tenya joined them, he frowned. "What's going on?" he asked. Minoru Mineta, the shortest student of Class 1A, having Quirk, Pop-Off, plucked a few sticky balls from his head, used them to climb to Tenya's ear, and whispered something. Tenya's entire face went red. "I said, no," Luke said again. Meanwhile, Uraraka used her quirk, zero gravity, on the ball, making it weightless. Then she threw it up, sending it into space. Gobsmacked, the students saw infinity written on the distance measuring device as Aizawa showed it to them. Uraraka almost came running back as Masahiro Ojiro, with a massive tail as his quirk, went for his turn. What did I miss? She whispered to Azui. Luke's lips twitched. Is it normal for children to be this interested in such things? So. Mina opened her mouth again with a teasing expression. Which school did you go to? Luke felt like he had returned to Blue Site, undergoing an interview about his daily routine for the record. I was homeschooled, he answered, making even more heads turn at him. I think I should lie more, Luke observed. But he hadn't even thought that a student from class would ask him this question. All he had cared about was the pro-heroes not finding anything suspicious about him. Once again, Luke was realizing how much of a social alien he was. Instead of teachers, he should have prepared for the children. I see. So, what do your parents do? Mina asked. Nick stared at Mina, but, for once, didn't interrupt. In her mind, it was better to just get over with this now than later. My father's a businessman, Luke said. Under her breath, Momo scoffed a little. As Mina kept asking questions after questions to Luke, going so far as to even take his mobile number, the turn had reached seat number 10. Sion-ji. Aizawa called. Ah, I need to go. Luke almost ran. Behind him, Mina and the other girls giggled. Sion-ji. Ida held his chin, drinking orange juice. Isn't that? Suddenly, it was like, only now the students truly focused on Luke's surname, finally putting two and two together. Whoa. Eijiro Kirishima, who could harden and sharpen his body using his quirk, hardening, exclaimed. Ida's eyes widened. Todoroki's brows shot up. One after another, the students began relating Luke to the behemoth named Sion-ji group. So, he's like, super rich. Azui said, wording all thoughts. Unknown to the student's changed expression, Luke stood in the center of the circle, with Nyx on his shoulder. He had only limited options with the quirk he could show using Nyx here. Still, not everything was about quirk. Taking a deep breath, Luke snapped his fingers. Not everyone had seen Nyx during the practical exam. So, when she gained the size of a bus, it wiped the Sion-ji named shock from their faces. Then, Luke climbed Nyx's back and, with a massive dust cloud rising flutter of her wings, she flew straight up. Everyone had to crane their necks as high as they could to even see the black point against the cloudy sky. And, soon, the black point disappeared behind the clouds as well. Aizawa confirmed from the robot that the bird was still within the circle, and his eyes narrowed. This much control in mere months. Up in the clouds, Luke took another deep breath of fresh air. Nyx couldn't hover more than a few seconds without deviating from her position. So, he had to be quick about her. Also, he knew it would raise some doubts. Still, this was the thing about quirks. Quirks' growth was unpredictable, and one could hide easily behind their inconsistencies. Gripping the ball tightly, letting out a smile, Luke threw the ball with a slight backward curl in the direction of the wind. On the ground, the students looked at the distance on the device as Aizawa showed it to them, dumbfounded. 805.5 meters. Chapter 33, A Talk with Momo, Final Results. Final ingredient. Luke stared blankly as Aizawa went nuts after canceling Midoriya's quirk. It wasn't like Luke couldn't have warned Midoriya. But he didn't owe the boy anything, either. Also, giving pointers on how to use one for all, when no one was even supposed to know about it, would be like waving the biggest red flag. It wasn't time to hang around in Midoriya's Quirks ballpark now, Luke knew. So, like everyone else, Luke watched as Aizawa pulled Midoriya in, using the scarf-like capture device he wore around him, and gave him an earful. As Midoriya returned to the circle, he looked over his shoulder. His eyes passed by all those who had done outstandingly in the quirk apprehension test. When his gaze reached Luke, he hurriedly snapped his head back ahead, balling his fingers into fists. Nyx patted Luke's back with her wing. Luke looked in the direction she was pointing and found All Might trying to hide behind the gym's wall. Of course, he is here, Luke observed. He must have found out about the tests and is worried about the kid. Meanwhile, realizing the homeroom teacher was right about him becoming a liability after throwing one punch in a real-life scenario, Midoriya had a change of heart. This time, when he was throwing the ball, instead of using one for all in his entire hand, he focused it on the tip of his finger. With a massive boom, the softball disappeared, leaving behind shockwaves. Behind Midoriya, the students gaped, Bakugo's jaw hanging low at the sight. As the measuring device showed 705.3 meters in Aizawa's hand, Midoriya made a fist using the same hand, having a broken finger, and said, "Teacher, I am still in the fight." And then Bakugo rushed at Midoriya in madness. "Are you staying with Aina?" The sudden question jolted Luke out of his stupor. After finding nothing else to do, Nix had passed out cold on his shoulder. The back-to-back use of Quirk had left them both exhausted, especially after the high-complexity gigantification. So, who had asked the question? Luke turned around and found Momo next to him. He relaxed. For a moment, he thought that girl, Mina, had returned with more questions. Momo looked at Luke and just couldn't help but erase the image of him jumping off the floor during her birthday. The bodyguards had taken her away, despite her being against it. She could have helped everyone if they'd just listened to her. Yet, it was the quirkless boy they ignored. Yes, with Aina and Rikuya, Luke admitted. What about you? I have an apartment, Momo replied. She faced forward as Aizawa let go of Bakugo, asking whoever was next to hurry it up. What do you think about Midoriya's quirk? She's doing it again. Luke sighed inwardly. She will only ask me the question she really wants to ask after making sure that she will get an answer. He doesn't seem used to it, Luke told her, choosing his words carefully. He didn't know what the trap was here, but, given Momo, there was a trap, no doubt. My guess is he only awakened his quirk recently, perhaps a few months ago. Momo nodded. Exactly what I thought. But, the same should be true for you. Stunned, Luke kept looking ahead. He knew this matter would come out in the open sooner or later. But, for Momo to confront him so soon, on day one, could go against him. You weren't quirkless when you came to my birthday party, were you? Momo asked, narrowing her eyes at Luke. Luke let out a breath and nodded. You had a quirk, but you were forced to never use it, weren't you? Luke slowly looked at Momo, thinking how one could be so right and so wrong at the same time. It was the exact opposite in his case, but if he wanted Momo to help him, he couldn't let her know that. Improving himself and gaining enough strength to investigate the matter of the spirit world and the blue, supermassive black hole, and the red, evil eyes in the outside world, on his own, was the most important task right now. For that, he needed a continuous supply of inorganic ingredients. For that, he needed to lie to Momo, manipulating her thoughts. For that, he must deceive the person he had loved the most. Luke felt like someone had sewn needles in his throat. Yes, he said, looking as far away from her as possible. I awakened my quirk a year ago. Mr. Principal was at home. Momo stared at Luke's huge back, Nix eyeing her with one eye. Sighing, Momo stepped away, unknowingly smiling a little. Finally, it was her turn to throw the ball. The last thing I want is someone to call you a crybaby, Nix hissed in his ear, yawning. Get over it. She isn't our Momo. I wouldn't mind burying myself in her bazumbas, though. Nix. Luke gasped at the profanity. But I think Ainas are bigger. Nix. After the long-distance run, Aizawa gathered the exhausted students around him for the final results. With a beep, the device in Aizawa's hand projected a hologram, displaying the results. Unsurprisingly, Momo was in the first place, with Todoroki in second. Luke's eyes kept going down and found his name in the 8th place. In a class of 20 students from Hero Course, this was just an above-average score, as Luke had desired it to be. On the other hand, Midoriya had come last. Luke didn't know about the test, but he knew Midoriya hadn't been expelled. So, either All Might had intervened or... And I was lying, Aizawa admitted plainly. No one's going home. Aizawa grinned creepily. That was just a rational way to make sure that you gave your all in the tests. What? I am surprised that you haven't already figured it out, Momo said, putting a hand on her waist. I am sorry. I probably should have said something. Luke looked at Momo from the corner of his eye and smiled. In his heart, he knew the girl had been having a hard time keeping the information within. With the homeroom teacher's obvious strategy, in her opinion, she couldn't have just blurted it out. However, despite what she thought, Luke knew the girl was wrong in this. Luke wasn't just a quirk user anymore. He was a seer. After Aizawa's declaration, he had divined that the chances of him getting expelled were incredibly high if he were to come in the last position. That meant the homeroom teacher hadn't been lying to the students. Momo. Luke thought, remembering the pro-hero she would become, you still have a long way to go. When Luke came around after throwing the thoughts away, he found Todoroki staring right back at him. Luke raised his brows, going red. Let's exchange seats. No. Throwing his bag on his shoulders, Luke walked out of the 1A classroom, Mizo Shoji walking next to him. My main focus always remains core as well, Luke told Mizo, who nodded back at him. Which gym do you go to? Rikido Sato asked, catching up to them in the corridor. Luke licked his lips. I have a gym in the basement. Mizo and Rikido shared a glance. You really are rich. They said together. Why don't you two come with me sometime? Luke asked. If it's not too far from your place, you can join me for morning workouts. Mizo and Rikido were both staying in rented places. So, they hurriedly accepted Luke's generous offer. Luke. The boys paused and found Momo walking up to them. A word. Mizo and Rikido nodded at Luke tacitly before walking away. In this, they were far better than the likes of Kaminari and Mineta, he observed. More questions. Luke let out a shaky laugh as they walked side by side. Momo shook her head. You told me you have more of those compositions, do you have one? Before Momo could finish her words, Luke had already taken out a document from his backpack. Were you just waiting for me to come to you? Momo asked, narrowing her eyes and taking the piece of paper. No. Luke said, looking out into the distance. I just had a feeling. Today was a good day to brew a potion. Chapter 34, Marauder. Jaka City, Japan. Standing on top of a multi-story building, at the corner where two edges met, Luke eyed the Jaka General Hospital. It was midnight, but, unlike the city, the hospital was still well lit. With Nyx perched on his shoulder, Luke felt the wind against his face, feeling good. He was in his hero costume, the black greatcoat flapping like a banner in a storm behind him. He had his hood on, darkening his face. However, for an extra layer of protection, he had dyed his hair black and was wearing contact lenses, turning his eyes black as well. On his face, he was wearing a black mask, showing only his eyes. But even all this didn't feel enough to Luke. So, he pressed a switch on his belt. A buzz resounded around him. In the next moment, the black greatcoat changed color, becoming white. It was like he was wearing a lab coat and not a high-tech bulletproof hero costume. This was one of the many useless features he had made the manufacturers install in the costume. Reacting to a particular frequency, the greatcoat could change colors between black and white. Of course, Mr. Ryujuru and Sand had taken it as a boy's fantasy, finding it Luke's way of keeping the blue sight in mind and the influence of the scientists on him. That's also why Luke didn't ask for many colors, but only white. It suits you, white, Nyx cawed, cocking her head at the hospital. Reminds me of our days at the blue site, before we died. Luke nodded, wind playing with his hair. How do you feel? Nyx asked. Luke took his hands out of his pockets and clenched them into fists, feeling power. Miss Justice. I am amazed as well, blessed. You seem to have digested over half the potion right after drinking it. I should have taken your acts of stealing ingredients from the blue site into account because theft is the essence of acting as a marauder. After dinner, Luke had already brewed the marauder potion. However, to his surprise, when he practiced cogitation after consuming the potion, he had a feeling as if the potion was breaking down, resonating with his spirituality. In the case of the seer potion, he had such a feeling only after he had figured out one of the seer principles after performing dream divination. And with that came power. Blessed stats. Quirk, Bioalchemy. Sequence. Seer. Marauder. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. His spirit points didn't increase much, but his stamina points increased by a whopping 20 points. As Luke clenched and unclenched his fingers, he could feel that the mobility of his wrists and hands had increased a lot. Also, his muscle coordination had improved as well, making him feel every part of his body as if he could do acrobatic movements without ever learning them. Not only bodily, but Luke's observation skills had also been enhanced, giving him an intuition targeted toward valuable items. Then there was this feeling, a great urge to steal. The act of stealing may not be for enjoyment or survival, blessed. However, you can take it as a marauder's calling or passion. Of course, how you choose to act as a marauder is on you. Are you sure you are going to do this today? Luke eyed the hospital again and nodded. If he hadn't digested over half the marauder's potion, gaining a boost in his physical prowess, then he might not have pushed things ahead. Now that he had, it was as good a time as any. In the public eye, founded and run by Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the Jaka General Hospital was only that, a hospital. Underneath its facade, however, was the location of Kyudai's secret laboratory, where he created Nomus, biologically modified artificial humans with multiple quirks. Dr. Kyudai was a loyal follower of the All for One and had been working on these Nomus for many years, hiding his experiments behind the public facade. Luke wasn't sure how many facilities Dr. Kyudai had in Japan. However, even he knew that the villain's main laboratory was in the hospital's basement. That's also why Luke hadn't just let pro heroes know about this place yet. He didn't know the true sequence of events during his previous life. What if the Nomus in the basement were only in the initial stage? What if Dr. Kyudai was keeping mature Nomus at some other place? What if the villain released all Nomus at once if he saw things going wrong? What if All for One decided to go all out, seeing things going out of his hands? There were so many things that could go against Luke before he even began his plans. So, instead of going nuts on Dr. Kyudai, he had decided to first collect info by infiltrating the hospital's basement and, following his urges, stealing info. The only info Luke had in his hands right now was a name, twice. He knew this villain was part of a league that supported many villainous activities. However, he had no idea who was leading this league or what its goals were. The only large group of villains Luke remembered from his past life had the name Paranormal Liberation Front. He also knew it shared a part with the current Meta Liberation Army, but that's about how far his knowledge went on the events. That, too, only because the scientists at Blue Site had told him, letting him know about All for One, One for All, and Nomus to assist his research. When he left the Blue Site, 8 years had already passed since the final war. So, now, he needed to know more, and even if he couldn't afford revealing Cute Eye's secrets, he could get his hands on something crucial, something to help him in his quest. Nix. Luke said, snapping his fingers. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, discorer. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 11 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. All cards were already set. Using a rat, Luke knew exactly where the secret corridor was that led to the basement. A shine passed over Nix as if someone had reflected a mirror from very far. In the next moment, she flicked her wing, causing a static distortion in the space next to her. The space split apart, blackness almost spilling out through it. This was how he had arrived here as well, without ever leaving his room. Even a single use of this quirk left Nix beyond exhausted because of her spirit points. So, he had been waiting for her to recover before using it again. However, just as Luke was about to step into the black void, he paused. The seer within him was having an uncanny feeling. He had already divined that there was a threat to his life tonight, but if he were to be cautious, he could make it out alive. Discorer was the best caution, in Luke's opinion. What? Nix asked, already sounding out of breath. It wouldn't be so bad to take one more caution, Luke thought. From his pockets, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he had stolen from Midoriya's mobile today. Hello. The person on the other side asked groggily, who is this? Toshinori Yagi, who had already passed his quirk, One for All, to Midoriya, had been so exhausted that he had fallen asleep in his clothes after returning from a meeting. All Might, Luke said, the black mask giving weight to his voice. Your old friend, All for One, is on the move again. What? Toshinori Yagi thundered, transforming into All Might. Where? Who are you? Come to Jaka City. Luke told All Might. And, as for who I am, Luke needed a new identity. Something that wouldn't relate him to a first-year high school boy, attending the Pro Heroes course at the country's most prestigious school, UA High. Something that he could use to unravel the mysteries regarding his family's death and fulfill Mr. Fool's tasks. You can call me, Luke said, stepping inside the blackness, Dr. Blessed. An character image of Luke as Dr. Blessed is available. Chapter 35, Compromised, Nomu appears. Space split apart like a static distortion under the effect of the Discorer quirk, and Luke and Nix walked out from the blackness. They were standing in a dark corner, the lattices of space sewing themselves up behind them. Next to them, standing tall on its hind legs, was a large mouse, its eyes glowing red. The moment Luke made sure that no one was behind him, he snapped his fingers. A shine coursed over the rat's body, as if someone had cast a mirror on it from far. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, Electropulse. Complexity, A. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 7 seconds. Activation time, 10 minutes. Nix still held the Discorer quirk for the next 5 minutes, locking an enormous chunk of Luke's spirit points. The next use of quirk would practically make her pass out, so they wanted to save it for an emergency. However, with Luke's enhanced spirit and stamina, he could afford many high-complexity quirks at the same time. The prime issue was that he could bestow quirks upon only 3 lifeforms at a time. Also, unlike Nix, who had vast spirit reserves and who was insanely compatible with Luke, other creatures weren't so gifted when it came to spirit. The red glow in the rat's eyes intensified, almost exploding. Buzz. Crack. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and fired an electric pulse towards the corridor's roof, overloading all the cameras installed outside various rooms. Then, with a muffled splat, the rat exploded in a mass of blood and filth. This was the fate of all those upon whom Luke bestowed a quirk that consumed spirit points greater than the lifeform's base spirit points. The same had happened with the rat that had erased Brain Thief's memories as well. Nix got away with such kind of mutations and explosions because she held twice as many spirit points as her original self. Even though Luke had pushed her beyond that limit many times, he could only do so because he knew her body just too well. Let's go, Nix said. We don't have much time. From the side, 2 more rats crawled next to them. Luke had Nix hypnotize these rats before making them infiltrate the hospital. From his nightly hunts with sand, Luke had learned to always keep a few bestowed quirks upon his hands to activate under unexpected and wild circumstances. Also, he didn't worry about someone finding about his quirk, Bioalchemy, if he didn't end up activating those quirks on the rats. Because, even if he cancelled a quirk without activating it, the rats would end up exploding anyway. Luke's spirit particles within the rats would have already interacted with the rats' spirit particles, practically turning them into a lost cause. Luke nodded at Nyx's urging and began walking deeper into the silent corridor. All Might shot across the night sky, leaving behind clouds of dust and sonic booms. However, no matter how fast he wasn't as fast as his prime. Not after passing One for All to young Midoriya. He had gone to sleep, working on his lines for tomorrow. Mr. Principal had asked him to organize a combat training for 1A. Who knew, just when he had gone to sleep, an unknown caller would utter the name he dreaded to hear in these times. There was a chance that it was a hoax. But it being a hoax and someone calling him to let him know of it sounded much more than a coincidence. If there was a possibility that All for One had appeared in Jaka City, then All Might would rather take the chances, no matter how small, and be there. But, would he be there on time to prevent mass destruction? All Might kicked hard on the ground, clenching his teeth and causing a storm. He took out his mobile and dialed his agency. If he were at his prime, he could reach Jaka within a few minutes. Now, it would take him more than 10 minutes to reach there, even if he were to ignore the toll on his body. Till then, he needed someone to stand in his place and save people. Which pro-hero is nearest to Jaka City? All Might roared over the wind. From the other side of the phone, the secretary rushed to give him a name. Her. All Might remembered the girl. Yes. Yes. She would do. Call her immediately and tell her. Luke stood outside a closed room within the corridor. There were several such rooms in this corridor. While the corridor led to the basement in the depths of the darkness, the lab only contained the real Nomu experiments. Luke wasn't looking for Kyudai's research right now. He needed info, which he had the highest chances of obtaining from these rooms. However, given the urgency of the situation, he couldn't just search through each room as well. Like the 4 closed doors before this one, Luke let the topaz pendulum dangle in front of the doors. He would trust his spirituality to guide him towards something valuable. Does this room contain info relevant to me? Luke repeated the question 7 times before opening his eyes. The pendulum was rotating clockwise rapidly. Luke's eyes lit up. However, he didn't just barge into the room, yet. To save more time, he could be more specific in knowing what he truly wanted. Wrapping the pendulum around his wrist, taking a deep breath, Luke reached for the doorknob as if he was about to open the door, despite them being locked. Luke's pupils dilated suddenly. In his mind, he saw the room's insides. There were dozens of boxes scattered in the room, each holding stacks of files. This was one of the core powers bestowed upon him by the Sequence 9 Marauder Potion. Within a 15-meter range, Luke could intuitively know where the valuable items were. It was so powerful that he could see into closed spaces as well. Combined with his seer powers, granting him high spirituality, he could even see into rooms such as this. As the images kept flashing across his mind, Luke's eyes rested on a box number 6. Yes. This was it, the most valuable item in the room relevant to him. Following a great urge to just steal the box, Luke used a nail clip to unlock the door silently. However, the silence he was trying to maintain broke in the very next moment. One of the rats roaming around him suddenly stood up on its legs and let out a deafening squeak, looking deeper into the corridor. Simultaneously, Luke's danger intuition triggered, making him snap his head in the same direction. The corridor was dark, but all rooms were closed when he began searching, Luke remembered. Now, one of the doors was opened, and a weird-looking abomination was staring right back at Luke. It was the size of a grown man's head, and its brain was out in the open, with 2 tiny legs attached to the head. The moment its 2 bulbous eyes met Luke's black ones, it opened its mouth and vomited a black liquid with a gurgle sound. Nyx. Luke said as his eyes widened. He kicked the door open. Take 6 and teleport. From the black mass of liquid, a monstrous creature walked out. A chill ran down Luke's spine. Nyx could use to score one more time, but it would take time to grab the box and then teleport. Before then, the Nomo would get both of them. Also, Luke would need to activate the shrinking quirk to store the box inside Nyx. That would leave her useless in the upcoming fight. Roar. Go. Luke roared, throwing himself forward and snapping his fingers. The black-skinned Nomo shot across the corridor, making a punch. Cursing and bleeding and splitting space, Nyx flew inside. Boom. Chapter 36, Beyonder with Quirk vs Upper Tier Nomu. Rewind, levels of Nomus in order of increasing strength, lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, near high-end tier, high-end tier. Rewind 2, using spirit vision, Luke can directly see the spirit particles within a life form. As per Mr. Fool's spirit particle theory, quirk factors are physical manifestations of these spirit particles. The power behind the upper tier Nomu's punch was so immense that it tore a hole through the corridor's roof, went up, and exploded out from the hospital's outermost wall. Cracks surfaced in the giant structure, making the entire hospital shake like a leaf. From the torn hole in the earth, a figure came rushing out. Blood had washed Luke's face, blinding his vision. His white greatcoat was speckled with red dots as well. Luke landed on the parking lot, spun on his feet, and balanced himself. He barely had lifted his head when, with a roaring boom, the Nomo came blasting out from the same hole and landed in front of him. A mad growl escaped the eyeless Nomo's mouth. It raised its two giant arms and lunged at Luke, trying to grab him. Danger intuition had gone haywire in Luke's mind, a severe headache shaking his vision. Despite the extreme circumstances, his body remembered San's murderous martial arts, it remembered them just too well, it seemed. The Marauder potion hadn't turned Luke into a superhuman, as it had barely given him enough points to make his stamina rise above an average value in this Quirk society. However, combined with the monstrous dexterity it bestowed upon Luke, and with his body already tuned for fighting because of months-long training with a killer, something extraordinary was happening right now. The Nomo was extremely fast, but it lacked intelligence. Luke had intelligence and just enough experience to bridge the immense power gap. The moment Nomo's hands came to grab him, Luke bent backward on his knees so much that it seemed inhumane. Air sizzled above as Nomo's hands grabbed nothing but emptiness, leaving its abdomen defenseless. Spinning back, Luke kicked the ground, activating spirit vision. Nomo's black-skinned body lit up in his vision, golden spirit particles reflecting in his eyes. Super strength and regeneration, Luke analyzed in a fraction of a moment as he read the placement and congestion of spirit particles in the Nomo's body. Canceling the spirit vision and putting his back into it, Luke punched the Nomo right in the groin. Argig. The Nomo let out a twisted growl, skidding back a few steps. It snapped its head down, saliva dripping from its mouth. In pure madness, it punched at the puny target. Nomo was much faster than Luke. However, with danger intuition helping him out, he effortlessly saw the punch coming, barely slipping under it. And, once again, he made a fist with his left hand and punched the same area, the alloy-reinforced knuckles of his gloves going deeper. The Nomo stood at the same place without making a sound, as if its soul had left its body. Then, with a thud, its knee struck the ground. Now. Luke turned around and just ran. It wasn't the time to confront a monster like Nomo, knowing well that he couldn't take it on. As he jumped over the parking lot's wall, two rats caught up to him, climbing onto his shoulders. Luke had been surprised when he had felt the bestowed quirks still connected to him via the spirit threads. Despite the blast that had almost destroyed the hospital, the two rats had survived. "That's rats for you," Luke remarked. Boom. The earth quaked under his feet. Luke looked over his shoulder and saw a cloud of dust rising dozens of feet into the air. One by one, all the cars began exploding, thrown here and there as if some titan was lifting them like a toy. Blasting through the wall like paper, the Nomo eyed him with not only madness, but also hatred and vengeance. Arga. The Nomo ran toward Luke, destroying anything that came in its path. Gritting his teeth, Luke jumped off the flyover with cars honking in panic behind him. With Nick serving as his escape route, he had only given one of the two rats an escape-related quirk. Now, he needed to bestow another quirk to one of them if he wanted any hope of surviving this monster. Also, teleportation was a very complex quirk that would require him to bestow intelligence first, not something Luke could have afforded, given Nick's already claiming a lot of his spirit points. So, as he touched one rat, Luke snapped his fingers, activating the bestowed quirk. One of the two rats on his shoulders jumped back and ran in the opposite direction. In the next moment, flesh bumps began appearing on it all over. It didn't even take a fraction of a second for the rat to grow to the size of a small child, with a monstrous appearance. It grew fangs as long as a tiger's, but much sharper, and its eyes were already on the verge of exploding, oozing a red glow. The mutation was so disastrous that the moment this rat growled, half of its face exploded. But this was the best Luke could hope for at this moment. Like a condensed ball of wrath, the rat shot forward. With powerful leaps, the Nomo had almost caught up to Luke, who was running on foot. Suddenly, the mutated rat latched onto the Nomo and began biting into it. The Nomo, already writhing in pain stemming from his groin, grabbed the rat and squeezed. The bottom half of the rat exploded with a squelch, as if it were waiting for an external stimulation. To the Nomo's surprise, though, the rat only became fiercer. Growling even harsher and fiercer than the Nomo, it began chewing even faster than before. In a matter of seconds, as the Nomo struggled, the remaining body of the mutated rat had already entered it, disappearing within the huge body. Roaring in pain as the rat ate the Nomo from inside, it punched its own body, destroying all pillars supporting a flyover. With a deafening boom, the flyover came crashing down, with a few cars getting caught in it as well. Fuck. Luke cursed. Not because of the flyover, but because he had felt the rat exploding in the Nomo's body. Not waiting anymore, Luke snapped his fingers once again. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, replace. Complexity, A. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 7 seconds. Activation time, 10 minutes. Quirk, far vision. Complexity, C. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 2 seconds. Activation time, 34 minutes. Luke had wanted to use replace for the case he needed to get something he couldn't reach from tight spaces without causing disturbance. Now, it would need to become his main escape route. However, the rat couldn't see more than a few feet. That's where far vision came into the picture. Meanwhile, from behind, letting out a voice that made the bones itch, the Nomo pounced out of the debris with a giant hole in its chest. By the time it landed a few dozen feet behind Luke, the hole had already disappeared. But the way the Nomo rubbed its teeth as it sensed Luke in front of it, it almost felt like the enormous pain had gifted it intelligence. Intelligence that the rat, grabbing onto Luke's shoulder, lacked. Following its animal instinct, the rat randomly latched onto a shiny, pulsating light over the police vehicle within the heart of the city, a mile away from its position. And then it replaced the object in its vision. An original image of Dr. Blessed fighting Nomo and the mutated rat are available. Use link available on my web novel profile to access my page offering many chapters ahead. Chapter 37, Red Spirit Particles, Mirko arrives. As the police car and Luke exchanged positions, they also exchanged the momentum they carried. The police car must have been chasing some villains, for when the space distorted around Luke, he found himself getting hurled forward at a fast speed. Unlike the police car, he had no brakes to arrest his momentum. Not to mention, he couldn't even see what was going on. Right after using the quirk, the rat on his shoulder had exploded, planting his face with blood and filth. With a swooshing sound ringing in his ear, Luke crashed into the back of a car, shattering the mirror. CRCK. There was so much power behind the crash that the driver lost control and slammed into another car, beginning a chain of collisions. As the honks and alarm beeps wreaked havoc around Luke, he got up, holding his back. Even if he hadn't been a doctor, he could have figured out just by feeling that he had broken a few bones. Groaning and biting through the pain, Luke looked at the chaos in his surroundings. People were already panicking at his mere sight, as every inch of his torso was covered in blood. It was only a matter of time before pro-heroes landed on the scene and apprehended him. With no more lifeforms having bestowed quirks anymore, he wouldn't even be able to resist. I hope Nyx reached home safely. Luke thought, almost crawling toward an alleyway. She must have. Luke's mind buzzed as if a missile had gone off there. No. Impossible. Boom. Some 100 meters away from Luke, a black meteor landed, the dusty shockwave toppling the crashed cars all around. From the crater, the black-skinned Nomo walked out, saliva foaming in its mouth. Luke's body had gone numb as he looked at the Nomo. He just couldn't believe it. Because of their impact on the final war in his previous life, the Blue Site scientists had researched extensively to counter them, if they ever resurfaced, as per Mr. Ryujiro's orders. Coincidentally, Luke, too, had taken advantage of their research, gaining an in-depth idea of Nomus. That's how, with just one look, Luke was able to identify which quirks this Nomo possessed based on the spirit particles pattern. In his previous life, he could have done the same by conducting a thorough analysis, learning the pattern of quirk factors. However, the spirit vision bypassed everything, letting Luke see the very source as quirk factors were nothing but a physical manifestation of the spirit particles. And that's why Luke was surprised beyond measure. Nomo were supposed to be mindless fighters with multiple quirks. They had 5 tiers, lower, middle, upper, near high-end, and high-end. Among these, only the high-end Nomus, who were growing under the Jaka General Hospital, would be able to think for themselves. But, as Luke looked at the Nomo standing there, looking back at him, he knew, something had changed. This Nomo didn't have intelligence a few moments ago. Now. $% end at. Luke heard the incomprehensible growl, and a chill ran down his spine. Involuntarily, as it had become a muscle memory these days for him, he activated the spirit vision to merely glance at the Nomo. No. Scattered within the golden specks of light, a bloody redness stared back at Luke. Unlike the blue spirit particles he had seen within Midoriya, the red spirit particles weren't coexisting with the golden specks, but they were actively corrupting them as well. Whichever golden spirit particle the red ones collided with, it also became red on the spot. Not only that, but 2 blobs of red spirit particles were centered on the Nomo's brain, like eyes. Luke felt like he was falling deeper into nothingness. His skin was getting ripped off his body, his muscles were abandoning bones, and his bone marrow was getting pulled out as well. Luke's eyes almost popped out and exploded into a wet mist. However, following Miss Justice's scream, and as per his experience, he had cancelled the spirit vision right after taking a look. One look and Luke found himself on his knees, trying to forget about the Nomo as he used cogitation to not lose control. As Luke took deep breaths, his eyes losing focus, and pain stabbing into his sides, the Nomo walked up to him and stood there, looking down. Luke's ears were ringing, but somehow, he looked up. The Nomo was staring back at him with its unseen eyes. So, it was you before, Nomo said, its voice sounding like the blades of two knives rubbing against each other. Did my sister put you up to this? Luke smiled. He had barely heard the abomination. There was no point in screaming at it, either, it seemed. In his mind, Miss Justice was screaming for him to run. But how? He couldn't even feel his legs. Something strange about you, Nomo said, leaning over Luke. I can't sense her, but... Never mind. The Nomo raised its massive hand like a hammer. Whatever, or whomever, was controlling the Nomo now seemed to have given up on gaining more answers, deciding on just killing Luke. The fist came down. Luke let out a final sigh. Someone screamed behind him. Luneawea. Wind whirled, and her voice felt like a wild rush of adrenaline. Rush. Luke couldn't even see how many kicks landed on the Nomo. But he did see the Nomo getting thrown back like a bullet, its arm hanging loose by its side. Boom. Rumi Usajiyama, Rabbit Hero, Mirko, the current number 5 hero in Japan, grinned wildly as she felt the backlash of kicking the villain. It was like kicking a solid block of concrete if concrete were made of flesh. That didn't make any sense. Haha. Mirko's grin widened, finding the analogy hilarious. Oi. Are you? She was about to look back when, growling like a mad beast, the villain walked out of the rubble. Mirko's eyes narrowed as she saw the torn arm regenerating right in front of her. So you can regenerate, huh? Think yourself some tough stuff. Let's see if you survive this. Mirko's feet dug into the cracked road. With a muffled pop, her thighs puffed, muscles straining like wires of steel underneath. Then, as the Nomo pounced toward her, growling, she shot forward with a speed many times faster. Luna. The Nomo punched. Mirko vanished. The next time she appeared, she was above the Nomo. Spinning wildly like a cartwheel, her foot landed on the Nomo's head, planting it in the ground with a deafening boom. Fall. When the dust settled, the Nomo came into sight. It was lying listlessly on its knees with half of its body just dangling on one side. It was like someone had slashed right through it from its shoulder to its waist with a sword. Its flesh was regenerating, but even regeneration had its limit. Ha! Mirko scoffed, stretching her feet. Not so tough, are ya? The number 5 hero couldn't complete her words as a blackish thing fell out of the sky and landed right in front of her. Boom. From the cloud of dust, another Nomo walked out, a size bigger than the one dying in front of Mirko. There are two of you. Ha. Mirko shot through the air, gaining momentum, and kicked the new villain before it could even process what happened. However, in the very next moment, her eyes widened with shock. Her feet had dug deep into the Nomo, its muscles squirming all over its body. But it didn't feel like it had even felt the kick. The Nomo grabbed Mirko's leg, lifted her high, and threw her toward a building. And the entire building came crashing down right on top of her. Chapter 38, All Might arrives, plus Ultra. After throwing Mirko like a pebble and making a multi-story building fall on top of her, the newly arrived Nomo walked up to the Nomo lying on the ground. The Nomo that Pro Hero number 5 had cleaved in half had regenerated, but it was still on its knees, drooling heavily. There were no signs of intelligence or even the barest hint of sentience in it anymore. The same was true for the newly arrived one as well, it seemed. The Nomo with a bird's beak-like mouth ignored the Pro Heroes gathering around in its vicinity and grabbed its brethren. It was as if it had arrived just to take it away. There weren't many Pro Heroes in this area anyway. Those who had arrived on time had seen the beak-mouthed Nomo killing a single numbered hero. So, they did what they could at this moment, prevent the civilians from becoming collateral damage. To the surprise of all, an inhumane shout sent the debris of the building shooting up. Haha. Mirko laughed with a maniacal grin planted on her face. Thought you killed me, didn't ya? Her head was covered in blood. Her back was caved in. Mirko walked out of the rubble, let out a breath, and boomed across the space. She rained down kicks after kicks on the beak-mouthed Nomo, booms and bangs rocking the earth. However, no matter how much she tried, it didn't feel like the Nomo was getting hurt at all. Something snapped within Mirko, the grin on her face widening. Oi. Villain. Muscles popped on her thighs, her rabbit ears spurting out blood. Have you heard these words before? Luke dragged his body into the alley and slumped against the wall, taking in deep breaths. When Rabbit Hero, Mirko arrived to save his ass, he had instantly realized something. The Nomo had already lost all its intelligence after uttering those words. Yet, those red spirit particles, those words, that discard of everything he had sensed in the Nomo still repeated themselves in his mind like chants. Just what had taken control of the Nomo at that moment. Luke had heard nothing like that in his previous life. If there had been cases of Noma suddenly gaining intelligence, and especially the ones below high end, there certainly would have been records on it, no. But, this feeling, of pure evil and madness. Luke remembered the redness in Bakugo's eyes before he had killed him and his family in his previous life. Was this the same thing? Had those red spirit particles corrupted Bakugo as well? Through the headache, Luke felt the questions drowning him. He had lost too much blood. He could barely feel anything below his waist. The only thing he could feel was his broken ribs stabbing into his muscles. He was dying. But Mirko would die first, he knew. The newly arrived Nomu? Luke had recognized it. It was an upper tier as well, but they had created it especially to counter All Might, granting it not only super regeneration but also shock absorption. For Mirko, a physical-based pro-hero, there could be no worse opponent. Suddenly, Luke felt wetness on the tips of his fingers. Brokenly, he looked down and found a dog licking the blood that had pooled up on his knuckles. Simultaneously, the Nomu, who very well had been possessed or controlled, kept appearing in his mind like a memory. An angry, helpless memory. Fire burning her. In front of him. He lifted his trembling hand and put it on the dog's head, for 20 seconds. "I am so sorry." He apologized, tasting blood. "But, have you heard the words?" White mist fumed off All Might's back. He couldn't remember the last time he had pushed one for all this much after All for One had injured him years back. Now that he had already passed one for all to young Midoriya, it was like he was burning ashes within him. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Behind him, sonic booms rocked the space. All Might just hoped the girl would arrive on time. He remembered Mirko. The girl was strong but was a tad hot-headed. She didn't know when to stop, but it was also this that made her a good hero. Boom. All Might head snapped up as he saw a cloud of dust rising in the sky. For him to see it even here, when he wasn't even in the city, just what kind of destruction he was looking at. Letting out a grunt, All Might kicked the ground again, the surroundings melting into a blur. In a matter of seconds, he crossed the distance, landing in the heart of the city with a boom. The moment his vision scanned through the surroundings, anger boiled in his blue eyes like never before. Two black-skinned villains, both with their brains exposed, were standing shoulder to shoulder on one side. On the other side, Mirko was sprawled on the ground, her right hand bent at an odd angle, her head planted deep into the rubble. Yet, somehow, she was looking at them, her entire body shaking as she tried to pull herself up. "Relax, young Mirko," All Might said, his body fuming with anger and white mist. "Why, you ask?" "Because I am here." All Might made a fist and just vanished. Detroit. Like a white-yellow wraith, All Might appeared in front of the beak-mouthed Nomu and punched. Smash. There were no exaggerated booms or scenes of the enemy getting sent flying. To All Might's immense surprise, all his full power attack did was create ripples in the villain's muscular body. Shock absorption. All Might guessed. He guessed a bit too late. Taking advantage of the nearness to All Might, and as ordered to kill anything that came in its path that could prevent it from retreating, the injured Nomu, the beak-mouthed Nomu punched. And the punch landed right into All Might's left side, exactly where All for One had mortally wounded him. A current ran down All Might's spine. His left hand instantly returned to its original scrawny form. All Might's knee struck the earth, his eyes almost rolling back into his head. He had already pushed the embers of One for All remaining in his body beyond extreme. The sudden blow was like the last nail in the coffin. Seeing even him like this, the pro-heroes watching it all from a distance lost all hope. The beak-mouthed Nomu raised another fist. The other Nomu, though slowly, walked up to Mirko, who had finally lifted her head. She hadn't even said those words before the two Nomus had pounced upon her. "Ha ha." Mirko laughed. All Might looked at her over his shoulder and smiled. "Ha ha. Oi, villain." Mirko shouted, digging her feet into the ground, still lying low, her thighs just short of exploding. "Have you?" All Might made a fist with his left hand, causing it to bulge. The very air sizzled around him, his blue eyes piercing into souls as he looked up at the Nomu. Ever heard of these words? Plus. Luke snapped his fingers, turning the life form into an explosive of equivalent mass. Ultra. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, TNT. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 20 seconds. Activation time, 2 minutes. What happened next was a scene that spread across Japan like an airborne virus. Just as All Might and Mirko were about to go beyond their limits, and just as the two villains were about to smash their fists through them, a street dog ran out of the alley, glowing red. In one great leap, it bit into the leg of one of the villains. Then, the dog began glowing redder by fractions of seconds. "Oh, shit." All Might cursed, used all his stored power to grab Mirko, and ran. Behind him, the world turned white, blinding all eyes as if a small sun had manifested in the world. And, As the mushroom cloud of pure fire and anger rose the city, the sound entered their ears, bursting eardrums. Boom. Chapter 39, Dr. Blessed vs. All Might, a stare down. The fiery destruction burned through Jaka City's buildings, scorching everything black in the near vicinity of the explosion. Fortunately, pro-heroes and police had already evacuated the civilians with unmatched proficiency. Unfortunately, the explosion had happened too suddenly for them to react. Moreover, the scale of the explosion wasn't small, either. As a result, the explosion caught many pro-heroes and policemen in its blast radius, inflicting serious injuries. Of course, they had avoided the fate of the villain who was at point-blank range of this fiery ball of annihilation. 25 kilograms worth of TNT had obliterated everything of the original that Luke had fought against. Now, lying at the center of a crater surrounded by collapsed buildings, only a small part of its leg remained above the knee and around the waist, burned crisp. Not only this one, but even the beak-mouthed Nomu, who possessed shock absorption and super regeneration quirks, had taken the full brunt of the attack as well. Half of its face was missing. Its right hand below the elbow had vanished. A third of its body had almost been carbonized by the explosion. Surprisingly, the remaining half of its face still felt alive enough to regenerate an eye that had burst apart a few moments ago. As if that was a cue, its face regenerated, followed by its arm. The burnt part of its body was still struggling to regenerate, though. Slowly, but surely, the Noma created to take on All Might was showing its true colors. All Might appeared in the distance, grabbing not only Mirko but a few other people. At that moment, when he had realized that something disastrous was going to happen, he had grabbed all the people whom he thought would die if they remained standing at their positions. Sure enough, the explosion seemed to have injured even those who were standing hundreds of meters away, the ones a tad nearer gaining critical injuries. However, ambulances were already storming in, followed by even more police and media vehicles. And puffs of steam had intensified around All Might like never before. Holding the gurgling blood in his mouth somehow, he put the people he was carrying down and took a knee, taking in deep breaths. Bent on one knee, All Might stared at the destruction and felt anger boiling inside him. Just who could be desperate enough to do that? Just who could show this much disregard for people's lives? Just who could know that in the battle between him and the villain, he had been losing against time? All Might's head snapped toward a direction, his blue gaze narrowing. "Let me go." Mirko screamed as the pro-heroes and medical staff held her at her place. "I have yet to say those words." "Calm down, young Mirko." All Might said somehow. "It's over." At the exact time, the beak-mouthed Noma walked out from the crater, carrying the leftover piece of its brethren. Fire was still burning around it, its tongues lashing out at everything. However, uncaring of the temperature and the shocked, but dreadful gazes planted on it, the Noma crouched and boomed in the opposite direction. It was running. "Ah, no, you don't." Mirko threw off everyone and blurred through the fire as well, chasing it. However, All Might didn't stop her this time. With her injuries, there was no way for her to catch up with the villain. In such a case, when the villain was adamant on running away, it was better to know where it was running to. Still, as All Might looked at the injured heroes and civilians, he remembered the dead villain held by the beak-mouthed villain, and realized his enormous exhaustion. He just couldn't tell who had come out victorious in this all, heroes or villains or. Glaring in the same direction as before, All Might stood up, cloaked by fuming mists. "I leave everything to you," he smiled for them, raising his fist, making the people cheer at the sight of the symbol of peace. Then, already losing his muscle form, he blasted himself in the direction where he had seen him. Luke. Nyx flew and fell across the sky near the site of the explosion, cawing in madness. One of her eyes was shut tight, streaming blood. The other was open only because she needed to see something, lest she pass out midair. After throwing the stolen box in Luke's room in Musurafu, through the split space, she hadn't entered the teleportation gate herself. However, the subsequent events forced her to hide in one of the boxes. By the time she left the room and flew out of the tunnel blasted from the basement to the parking lot, Luke had already gone beyond 100-meter range. Now, she couldn't even feel her wings. She would think about how she was still flying later. For now, she must find Luke. If it wasn't for the deafening, bright explosion, she would have never guessed where to fly to. Luke. Luke. Suddenly, she spied a touch of whiteness in an alley's darkness. With a chill coursing through her, Nyx dived in that direction. Luke was sprawled against a wall, in filth. Luke. Nyx slapped her wings on his face, tears and blood streaming down her feathers. "Wake up. Luke." Luke parted his eyelids and let out a small, exasperated smile. "Knew you were stupid enough to come for me. Idiot." Nyx threw her wings around him. After a while, Nyx dug her claws into Luke, trying to keep him awake. "Let's go. We will rest first and then work on healing." Discor's time limit had already run out. So, Luke had to bestow the quirk again on her, almost passing out. Biting down on Luke's white greatcoat to bear with the pain, as he snapped his fingers, Nyx slashed her wing across the space. The moment space split apart up and down, Nyx's wing fell lifeless on her side. Luke couldn't say anything. There was no other way for them to leave. At any moment, the police would begin searching every nook and cranny of this city. Luke held back the feeling to vomit at the sight of filth on him and stood up, keeping his back against the wall. Suddenly, he heard a distinct crack. What broke, now? Luke asked himself, smiling wryly. Surprisingly, Miss Justice's voice rang in his mind with the barest hint of cheeriness. Congratulations on digesting the Marauder's potion, blessed. This might be the fastest digestion of a Sequence 9 potion. Luke instantly realized something. The core of the acting method for a Marauder was to steal. But stealing without any purpose or passion behind it wasn't enough. Luke had stolen crucial info because of his deep resolve to unearth mysteries related to his previous life. Not only that, he had done so under extreme, deadly circumstances. He had not only survived, but had also succeeded in theft. For Luke, it was the greatest accomplishment as a Marauder. As he had already digested over half of it right after consuming it, no wonder he digested the entire Sequence 9 potion in one night. We don't have all the ingredients of apprentice potions, blessed. Even if we had, I would have advised against consuming another potion. For now, you need to accommodate the potion, as you have digested it too quickly. Luke found reason in Miss Justice's advice. Suddenly, his danger intuition triggered, but not as deadly as the time when he had sensed the Nomu. Throwing a passed-out Nyx into the split space, Luke turned around. Their gazes met across the darkness, one wearing a blood-stained white coat and the other surrounded by fuming white mists. Dr. Blessed. All Might said through clenched teeth. He couldn't afford to lose his muscle form. Not now. Not at this moment. How do you know of All for One? Who are you? People could die. Luke chuckled. The embers within you, All Might, he said, stepping back and melting into the darkness, do they burn, strong enough to see into the future? Shocked, All Might finally lost his muscle form and fell to his knees, coughing out blood. Whoever this man was, not only did he know about All for One, but also about One for All. The realization struck All Might like a bolt of lightning, Dr. Blessed's question casting a net of uncertainty over his mind. And with that uncertainty, All Might asked himself an even more unnerving question. Was this Dr. Blessed a villain, or something worse? Chapter 40, Aftermath, Box Number 6. Morning. In the living hall, Luke, Aina, Rikuya, and Sand stared at the TV, the news reporter detailing the events of the last night. Things had taken quite a drastic turn away from the truth, it seemed. There was no mention of the basement under the Jaku General Hospital. Instead, there was a giant tunnel running through and through the hospital, as if someone had barged into the building from one side and out from the other. In short, the Jaku General Hospital became just another collateral damage, not the starting point. Luke instantly realized that Dr. Kyudai must have sealed up the destruction leading to the basement to keep the lab secret. For the villain, Luke might as well be a thief who didn't know where he had barged in. Also, the lab in the basement of the hospital was just too grand and important to be discarded overnight. In light of this, shaping the hospital as another damaged building by the heinous villains was the best idea to not only divert suspicions but also garner sympathies. However, that wasn't all. The media was actively relating the two villains' appearances to the metal puppets incident. Both villains looked like mutated creatures with their brains exposed as the news channels kept slapping their videos on the screen. Then, they showed the pictures of the meta puppets, not as gruesome, but equally sickening. So, in a twisted series of unfounded conclusions, the orchestrator of the meta puppets incident was also seen as the villain behind the Jaku incident, causing chaos and hurting innocents using his brutal puppets. Luke almost facepalmed, shaking his head. The only thing that went his way in this was that there was no mention of Dr. Blessed. All Might must have realized that I am not behind the villains who attacked Jaku City, Luke thought, drinking milk. But he must have shared the details about the dog and my appearance with the authorities. I need to be more careful, especially with Nyx. Luke had been going on night hunts with Sand, the part-time government-hired killer, gaining experience. However, because of his distrust toward all those who had Quirk, especially after his regression, he never really used bioalchemy to its fullest potential. One could even say that it was only yesterday that Luke had gone all out. For someone like Luke, who had spent a decade holed up at one place, last night was the true eye-opener, making him realize just how many things could have gone wrong. Luke. Sand put a hand on Luke's shoulder, jolting him out of his thoughts. You all right? Luke realized he had been holding an empty glass of milk for some time. He put it down ruefully and smiled. Was just caught up in All Might's appearance. Can't believe he's teaching at UA, yeah. I wonder how he reached Jaku City, though. Villains couldn't have arrived there hours ago. It's like All Might knew something like this would happen, no. Aina gaped at Luke in sheer fascination. Rikuya, who had been doom-scrolling about the Jaku incident, suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, Sand inwardly nodded. He knew how sharp Luke was. For the boy to conclude this much based on the available data was nothing new for him. Also, Sand always remained in the vicinity of the mansion. He hadn't seen any activity from Luke's room. The boy hadn't developed his quirk for him to create those giant, black-skinned monsters, Sand knew. Moreover, Luke still looked sharp and devoid of any fatigue. Without a high-level healing quirk that was readily available at Blue Sight, that would have been impossible. Seeing Sand's shoulders relaxing, Luke sighed in relief as well. Sand didn't know that after a decade of cleaning himself under the healing quirks, Luke hadn't just acquired an OCD, but now he could also fake some emotions. Emotions like extreme fatigue. Last night, when he and Nyx had returned, they had both passed out instantly. It was only in the morning that Luke found the time to grant Nyx a healing quirk to be used upon him. The only issue was that Nyx couldn't use her quirk on herself. So, after healing Luke, she had again passed out. Also, even though Luke seemed all healed up, there was something wrong with his stamina, forcing even Miss Justice to change the way she displayed stats. Blessed stats. Quirk, Bioalchemy. Stats. Spirit. Stamina, 105/. Luke had known that healing needed 1 stamina. Before, this consumption of stamina had gone unnoticed because Luke didn't have much of it. Now that he had gained even more stamina after digesting Marauder's potion, the subsequent events of pushing himself beyond his limits, and Nyx's healing him later, had taken root in his stats, it seemed. He was regaining his stamina, but it was barely a point per hour. Luke had a feeling that if he kept repeating last night's events, then he might lose a chunk of stamina permanently. Now that thought was unnerving him the most. Come on, Sand said, looking at them all. I will go with you to UA today. Luke cleaned himself up and said, please go ahead. Nyx is still sleeping. I will come a few minutes later. TCH. Rikuya gave Luke a disgusted look before marching away. Aina and Sand's lips twitched, both nodding understandably. They all knew how weird he was when it came to Nyx, so this was the most normal excuse he could have used to not go with them. Don't be late. Aina shouted from behind. Sand took another measured look at Luke as he disappeared into his room and shook his head. In his room, Luke stared at Nyx, who was still with her legs up, her wings stretched on both sides. Then, from under the bed, he pulled out a box full of files labeled, Number 6. To Luke's surprise, he had found no cams or other surveillance devices installed in his room when he had arrived here. It had felt like his father's way of acknowledging that Luke was ready to step out into society, even though the old man hated doing so. Luke took out one of the folders and read the title that said, Narahata Vigilantes. Luke's eyes narrowed. He opened the folder and found many individual files labeled. The Crawler. Pop ** Step. Knuckle Duster. Without reading them, he took out another folder first that said, Queen Bee. It contained the following files. Keen Hachisuka. B * Pop. Queen Bee. Then there was another folder, bigger than the last two, Villain Factory. Trigger. Instant Villains. Next Level Villains. Number. Luke noticed there were a few more files, but these 3 folders seemed to be the core contents of the box, detailing individuals, it seemed. Taking a deep breath, Luke began going through each file one by one. Luke couldn't believe it. He was staring at the beginning of the earliest nomus by the hands of Dr. Kidai himself. Then there were all the people related to the event in the last few years, along with Number 6, who had orchestrated it all under the orders of All for One. It's not that far into the past, Luke observed. But, how is it related to me? Why was it the most valuable, as per my spirituality? This is it. This is what we need, blessed. Ah. What is it, Miss Justice? Luke asked. Did I miss something? That. I can't tell. You haven't met certain conditions. Luke's eyes narrowed and suddenly widened. Is this related to the surprise you mentioned before? No. And, yes. You will know soon, when? After becoming an apprentice. Luke finished the sentence, getting an unseen nod from Miss Justice. Luke put the box away, waking up Nyx. For him to take another step forward, he needed Momo's help, not something he could do by staying at home. Luke just hoped this mystery around Miss Justice's surprise would be worth waiting for. And the box basically contains everything related to the MHA Vigilantes anime/manga. If you haven't read/watch it, it's alright. I will cover it in detail when the plot regarding them comes into action. Chapter 41, Hand-to-Hand Combat Training. Rewind, Sen joined UA as part of Mr. Ryujiro Sionji's deal with Nizu to let Luke join UA. As Luke entered the classroom, with a grumpy Nyx perched on his shoulder, loud noises blasted his face. There was a sudden silence as the student saw him standing at the door. However, in the next moment, the noise returned. Mizo Shoji nodded at Luke as he entered the classroom. He was seated at the front of the third column. Luke nodded back and turned around to go to his seat. "Hi," Mina said cheerfully. She was on the second bench on the first column, right by the door. "Did you hear the news? The Jaku incident?" Luke smiled wryly. "Yeah." Somehow, he snatched himself away from the excited kid and sat down on seat number 10, yawning. Rikido Sato turned around. "Sleepy?" Luke nodded. He had just thought of an excuse when Aizawa walked in, looking sleepier than him. The students bombarded the homeroom teacher with questions related to the incident. It was especially so for Midoriya, who had tried to reach All Might on his cell but had failed. "Quiet," Aizawa said, feeling a headache coming. "You already know as much as you should know about it. The rest is confidential. I don't know all the details. Let the pros handle it. You are students, not journalists. Study and learn, that's your only job right now." After giving the lecture, Aizawa opened the register for the roll call. "Sir." Tsuyu Azui raised her hand. "What about All Might?" They all had seen All Might falling after taking a direct hit on the TV this morning. Sure, he had stood tall by the end of it, with a smile on his face. But the students still held doubts in their hearts. "Oh, yeah, about All Might," Aizawa said, recalling something. "There's a change in your schedule. All Might was supposed to take you guys out for the combat training. However, as he is unavailable." "Calm down. There's nothing wrong with All Might. He is the strongest hero. Sigh. All Might is still working on the last night incident. There's no saying when he will come back. Until then, we are bringing up your next month's routine. You will know of it after lunch." The students still had dozens of questions, but one mean look from Aizawa shut them up. And, with that, the Pro Hero Courses Class 1A's morning classes began at UA High School. Lunch Rush Cafeteria. All courses students, from all years, dined at the same cafeteria. Pro Hero, Lunch Rush, served a variety of first-rate cuisines in the school lunches. The cafeteria had several long benches with 10 chairs each, giving the students ample space to sit and relax. On one of the tables, Luke, Mizo, Rikido, Denki, Mina, Momo, and Kyoka were seated with boys and girls on opposite sides. "Wow," Denki remarked as Luke and Momo took out their bento. "It's like you two live together." Secretly, he nudged Luke with his elbow and whispered, "If you do live with her, you can tell me. I am great at secrets." Luke saw Denki wink at him, and his lips twitched. Denki Kaminari was an energetic boy with the electrification quirk. He could store electricity and discharge it, allowing him to cover his body in it. Nyx, now a bit lively after eating to her full, switched Luke's shoulder and eyed Denki. "You know, he does live with a girl, much prettier than Momo." Momo's brows twitched suddenly, her chopsticks pausing midair. "Nyx." Luke gasped. He looked at Momo with a blush. "Ignore her." From her side, Kyoka stared at Nyx and Denki, who were secretly laughing now. "You know," she said, looking at Denki, "if a bird impresses you this easily, then people would start calling bird brain." Kyoka Jiro was a small girl with a blunt personality. She had the Quirk earphone jack. She could plug the headphone jacks hanging from her earlobes into something to channel the sound of her heartbeat in the form of a violent vibration attack. Luke let out a smile as he saw the girl seated next to Momo. Kyoka had been Momo's best friend in his previous life. He didn't know how, but the two girls were already coming closer, it seemed. "Luke." Luke's head snapped toward the right, and he saw Aina coming toward him, followed by two more girls. Luke noticed the girls giggling as they whispered something in Aina's ears, making her blush. "You know her?" Denki asked with round, widened eyes. Opposite Luke, Mina shifted on her seat nervously as well. Aina wasn't just pretty. She was like a model doing cosplay. "Hi," Luke nodded at her and her friends. "Everyone. She's Aina. My sister." Mina and Denki's shoulders relaxed simultaneously. "Stepsister," Aina corrected as the students looked from Luke to Aina with confusion. "We are not blood related." "Not at all. Luke was adopted from an orphanage when he was 9 years old. Both of his parents were Americans. He has no Japanese genes. He." Cough. Nyx coughed, eyeing the girl meaningfully. Aina suddenly paused, and her cheeks almost exploded with redness. "So," she began, smiling wryly, "are you excited about the combat training?" Luke told her about the cancellation of the training, making her frown. "That's not what San told me." She mumbled to herself. "Let it go. Guys, I am from the General Education Department, 2nd year. Please take care of Luke. He looks strong, but sometimes he also..." Cough. Nyx coughed heavily, ending up actually coughing this time. Aina paused. She hurriedly exchanged a few words with Momo, inviting her to her home. Then, she walked away, the two girls with her eyeing Luke funnily, constantly elbowing Aina from behind. She was so awesome. Luke turned to his left and found Minoru almost sitting on Mizo Shoji's lap. Who knew when he had come over to this table, as he had been sitting with Midoriya and others on the next table. Yo. Denki said, can you introduce? Kyoka kicked Denki under the table, making him bite his tongue. She then looked at Momo and remembered Nyx's remark. She didn't seem much. Luke just smiled. Momo had other thoughts, though. Not much, she said, elegantly eating her lunch. Aina Sionji is the youngest student to be a psychic without having a pro-hero license. The student's eyes widened. What? They looked at Luke for information. I don't know much, but yeah. Luke said, feeling the pressure of eyes on him. She is Sir Night-Eye's psychic along with Bubble Girl. Sir Night-Eye was the former psychic of All Might and was one of the top pro-heroes in Japan. For a second year to be his sidekick, and that too without a pro-hero license, just what was her quirk? Gaping, the students looked in the direction where Aina had gone, but she had already disappeared. Class 1A. The student stared at the teacher who had just walked in, acting as All Might's replacement. He looked like a foreigner, with short brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a neat sand-colored suit with a tie. He looked at all with the coldest expression. I am Sand, Sand said flatly, making everyone gulp unknowingly. I will teach you hand-to-hand combat for the rest of the term. If anyone's afraid of getting hurt, then. Sand walked up to the door and opened it. You can walk out right now. Chapter 42, Dust Hero, Sand. When none of the students left their seats, Sand shut the door. Among the students, except Luke, only Momo had seen Sand before. She remembered him fighting with the meta puppets who had attacked during her birthday last year. So, despite not knowing the full extent of what Sand was capable of, she knew he was as strong as any pro-hero. Perhaps, a touch more. Sand coldly stared at the students. Now, you must be thinking what's the use of hand-to-hand combat, he said, turning on the projector. Why fight with hands, when you can just use your quirk, right? The students shared a look, knowing well that they were thinking the same thing. Then, as the lights dimmed, the projector played a video at the front. It was from the practical exams, showing Luke and Bakugo. Bakugo sat up straight on his chair, clenching his jaw. Then, the students saw Bakugo maddeningly rushing at Luke. For a moment, they all thought that they would be seeing a bird fighting for Luke, trying to hold Bakugo back. However, contrary to their guesses, and their shock, Luke just blurred, grabbed Bakugo's arm, and tripped him on the ground. With Luke's knee pressed into his back, and him holding the boy's wrists, the fallen Bakugo could do nothing but rage it out. The video stopped. The lights returned. Everyone was staring at Bakugo as the boy stared at Sand. No matter what type of hero you are, Sand said, bringing attention to himself, you must have the ability to come out of a pinch. Things will not remain in your favor always. Now, put your uniforms on. We will be spending the rest of the day out. The students were still skeptical about it, but they weren't in a position to question a teacher. Sir. Tsuyu raised her hand. Uniforms. Sand smirked. Yeah, he said, the drawers in the wall coming out, spewing steam. It's here. Your hero costumes. Costumes. A wave of cheers coursed through the students as they rushed to get their costumes. You didn't submit a costume request? Momo asked as she returned to her seat. Luke shook his head and patted his bag. I am carrying it with me. All right, Sand said as the students looked back at him with a wide grin on their faces. Put them on and meet me in Ground Zeta. Ground Zeta was a spacious, domed roof building with different zones. Sand was standing in the green zone, having grassy ground with lots of space to move around. Then, from one of the entry points to the zone, the students began walking out, all donning their costumes. Sand stared flatly at the students as they lined up in front of him, all wearing silly smiles on their faces. Must be nice. Sand thought as he saw the students complimenting each other. To not know the cruelty of this world at their ages. Then, Sand's eyes landed on Luke, standing as silently as him in one corner. Luke was donning his $1 million costume, with Nyx on his shoulder. Their eyes matched. Luke smiled. He's grown a lot. Sand thought, looking away. I hope you will not grow complacent among the children, Luke. The world's fate might rest on your shoulders. Still, it's not bad to enjoy the moment, I guess. Meanwhile, Midoriya ran out, joining the students as well, Uraraka making him blush with a compliment. On the other side, Mina looked around and hopped to Luke. That's a simple get-up, she said. But, you look cool. Awesome. Luke smiled. This was much better than Aina. That kid had almost jumped on him when she saw the costume. I guess all girls are the same, Luke thought. They all like expensive, black clothes. Nick stared at Luke, knowing exactly what he was thinking, and face-bombed. This is Prism Sky, Mina said, pointing at her clothes. Took me months to design it. She was wearing a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern. Over this, she wore an unbuttoned waistcoat and a white mask over her eyes. It's nice, Luke nodded. Yeah. Hee hee. All right, Sand said, putting a stop to all chatter. There will be only one lesson today, to know where you stand. He looked at Luke, then. Come here. Sigh. Luke almost shook his head. Knowing Sand, there was no way this would end without blooding his hands. As Luke stood next to Sand, Midoriya mumbled to himself. Why does it feel like they know each other? That's because they do, Momo told him. He was the head bodyguard of Scion G Group before taking up a teacher's position at UA. What? A bodyguard. All of them shared looks and then looked at Momo, hoping to know more. I don't know much, Momo said, feeling a bit unnerved. It was especially so because of the way Minoru kept looking at her up and down. He was there at the Meta Puppets incident. He single-handedly held back one of the villains, that's saying something given the number of Quirk users it took to barely keep people alive from the other one. There isn't much on him online, but he is registered on Pro Hero's website as the Dust Hero, Sand. Dust Hero. Meanwhile, as the students discussed what could be Sand's quirk, Sand put a hand on Luke's shoulder. I want you to give them a reality check, he said. Don't hold back. It would be a good time for you to know your limits as well. Luke sighed inwardly. With the recovery girl at the campus, he had guessed this would happen. Still, as he nodded at Sand, he knew he would need to hold back a bit. Given the rise in his strength after drinking Marauder's potion, he could truly end up hurting the children. I want all of you to fight Luke today, Sand said, shocking everyone. He will not use his quirk. So, attacking him will be almost like attacking a quirkless person. Also, you can use your quirk as you want. That's not fair. Uraraka complained. Sand stared at her. He smiled. We will see. So, who will come first? Before Sand could even finish the question, Bakugo had stepped up with a wild grin on his face. I don't mind using my quirk on him, he said, sparks coming out from his palm. Sand nodded. Give them space. Nyx, don't interfere. Nyx rolled her eyes and flew away to another zone, looking forward to reading the latest book in her favorite series. Between Sand on one side and the crowd of students on the other, Luke and Bakugo faced each other. Okay. Sand shouted. 3, 2. Boom. Bakugo shot over the ground before the countdown, laughing. Luke lifted his hands, relaxing his shoulders. Suddenly, Bakugo changed his direction. Think I will fall for it again, he shouted. Then, showing great athleticism and making the students gasp, Bakugo fired a short explosion to go over Luke, reaching behind him. Haha. Bakugo laughed, holding out his right palm. And, with a deafening boom, the explosion covered everything in front of him. Chapter 43, Luke vs. Class 1A. 1. Luke's alloy-knuckled fist went deep inside Midoriya's stomach. The kid gagged, fell to his knees, and began vomiting on the spot, all the lunch he had eaten an hour ago staining the grassy ground. From the side, the students just stared at Luke slack-jawed. He's strong even without using his quirk, Denki said, gulping, others' thoughts resonating with him. Then, simultaneously, they looked to their left. A few dozen meters away from them, Bakugo was lying cold. They could still see the way Luke had just shot out of the fiery explosion, catching Bakugo off guard. One punch had been enough to roll Bakugo's eyes back into his head. Seeing the direction they were looking at, Luke too looked at Bakugo, frowning. I should have held back a little, he thought, shaking his head. Still. It felt good. Sigh. It wasn't like Bakugo was infinitely weaker than Luke. With his innate instincts, Bakugo could take on even some pro heroes as well. However, unfortunately, Luke had the best counter to his instincts in the form of danger intuition. Combined with Marauder's dexterity in his costume, which he called the black suit, taking on these children wasn't a big deal, especially the first time when they didn't know his fighting style. Sand walked up to Luke and picked up Midoriya by the back of his costume. He eyed Luke oddly, sensing the kid's growth, and then looked at the students. Is that it? He asked, scoffing a little. I thought all of you aspired to be pro heroes. Yet, here you are, losing against a quirkless villain. Luke's lips twitched. Don't make it harder on me. He complained. Sand ignored Luke, seeing the fire in the students' eyes. It wouldn't be so bad if one of them gave Luke a black eye, he thought. For Sand, it was as much a reality check for Luke as it was for everyone else. Mizo Shoji stepped up, then. Sorry, Luke, he said, the 4 tentacles behind him becoming 4 arms. I won't be going easy on you. Luke narrowed his eyes. Mizo Shoji already possessed immense strength. With 4 more arms, he would be a beast to take on headfirst, even with his strength. Also, the Marauder hadn't granted him super strength. The stamina he had gained after digesting the potion had barely pushed him to the heights of humane limits. There was no way he could fight a person who had a strength-based quirk, especially when dodging and running wasn't an option. How about making it a bit interesting? Luke said, making Mizo pause while taking a stance. Rikido. How about you two come at me together? San's eyes narrowed sharper than Luke's, realizing what the boy was doing. When did he become so cunning? On the other side, both Mizo and Rikido looked offended. Aren't you underestimating us? Mizo asked. You think I alone am not enough? No. No. Luke shook his head. He pointed at Rikido. I think he alone isn't enough. Rikido Sato's eyes bulged as he stormed his way toward Luke, gulping a handful of sugar and gaining muscles. I will punch your face, he said, losing a touch of his senses. That's what friends do when one of them is being overconfident shit. Mizo sensed something odd, and he looked at the teacher. I will allow it, San said, sighing. Then, Mizo, though reluctantly, charged at Luke with a roaring Rikido. What happened next was a sight to behold. Luke spun, slid, and almost glided through the air as the 2 huge boys attacked him. The way he twisted his body to dodge punches and kicks felt beyond unnatural. Not only that, he was actively making Rikido and Mizo stumble upon themselves. Then there were sharp punches and kicks that Luke delivered to the back of their knees and ankles. With both Mizo and Rikido standing so close to catching Luke, they couldn't dodge a single attack. Soon, not only the students, but even the boys who had teamed up to take on Luke, realized that they had been played. It was already too late, though. Huffing-puffing, Mizo looked at Rikido, who had lost his size, looking a bit stupid. You knew you couldn't take me and him on one by one, Shoji said, looking at Luke, who was also taking deep breaths. So you goaded Rikido to join me, didn't you? In reply, Luke shot toward them, landing between Mizo and Rikido. As the boys tried to defend, 2 sharp blows landed on their chins, ringing their heads. Enough, San said as he saw Luke going for more. Come on. Next. We don't have all day. Luke tried to catch his breath as Mizo and Rikido walked back to the students after a while, shaking their heads. This is so tiring, he thought, feeling the heaviness in his body. San's not even letting me take a breather. Fortunately, the next one to come up was Denki Kaminari. The boy tried to shock Luke with his electricity-based quirk, but the black suit let Luke walk leisurely up to him and knock him out cold. Yuga Aoyama fired laser beams through the navel at him. However, after dodging the first few beams, Luke easily walked up to Aoyama as well, as the boy couldn't use his quirk without getting stomach issues for long. Mina Ashido and Tsuyu Azui teamed up voluntarily. Once again, the black suit made Mina's acid quirk useless. After a few rounds of playing tag, both girls gave up before Luke could land a strike on them. Uraraka met Luke with a solid plan, aiming to touch him as he came for her. However, as soon as he spun around her, grabbing her wrists and pinning her down, she knew her plan had already failed the moment it had come to her mind. Masahiro Ojiro, the boy with a massive tail as a quirk, fared a bit better, depending on his martial arts. However, the massive tail couldn't compensate for the blows he took on his body, going down after a few moves. Hantasiro, who could fire cellophane tape using the organs in his elbows, tried to incapacitate Luke by wrapping him in the tapes. It almost worked. After a few minutes, when Hanta's tape-producing capacity dropped, Luke descended on him like a hawk and wrapped him in his own tapes. Toru Hagakure, who was an invisible girl, teamed up with Kyoka Jiro. To throw Luke off, Kyoka plugged her earphone jack-like earlobes into the earth and sent her heartbeat into it at the maximum. With a massive boom, the ground exploded, chunks of earth shooting here and there. However, as the dust cloud settled, to everyone's extreme surprise, Luke had already pinned Hagakure down. With his seer's abilities, it was just too easy for him to know the girl coming at him from a blind spot. Not to mention, Marauder Potion had heightened his senses as well. As Hagakure threw her invisible legs up and down in retaliation, Kyoka too gave up, feeling the sting in her ears after using her max power. Minoru Mineta didn't even bother to step up. Fumikage Tokoyami, having the Dark Shadow as his quirk, was another matter altogether. Chapter 44, Luke vs. Class 1A, Betting with Momo. As the sentient shadow monster took shape around the boy, Fumikage looked at Luke's exhausted state and stopped. Luke wasn't just exhausted. He was on the ground on his knees, taking deep breaths. Give up, Fumikage said, crossing his arms. I am good at both offense and... A stone flew across the space and struck Fumikage right between his eyes. A marauder wasn't just good at acrobatics, but he could also wield many throwing weapons with unmatched accuracy and precision. Also, Kyoka had already given Luke weapons to work with by exploding the earth. Luke had been thinking of keeping a few high-grade throwing knives or high-density beads, like Sir Night Eye had, on him. However, if he was forced to use them as Dr. Blessed someday, which had a greater chance of happening, then his cover would blow up. So, he decided not to equip throwing weapons as UA's student. For now, rocks were more than enough against a few children. As Fumikage held his head, and the sentient dark monster put itself between him and the attacker, Luke began running around the boy in circles. Rocks after rocks landed on Fumikage from all directions. Most of them got blocked, but some landed with a sharp sound. By the time it was over, Fumikage was on his knees, feeling the stings all over his body. The sentient shadow beast's strength depended not only on darkness but also on Fumicage's status and emotions. With the boy in pain, the shadow beast too became a touch smaller, retreating to keep itself close to Fumikage. Luke lunged at the opportunity. Fumikage let out a shout, pushing himself to his feet. Luke's fist met the dark fist of the shadow beast, and he skidded back a step. However, that was all the strength Fumikage could muster. When Luke came for the shadow beast next time, he slid under it with a deceptive agility and his fist landed on Fumicage's sides. Okay. That will do. Sand came rushing as Fumikage fell, the shadow beast disappearing. Luke's vision blurred. Through the blurriness, he eyed the rest of the students. Tenya eyed a possessed engine Quirk, having car-like engines in each of his calves. Eijiro Kirishima could harden and sharpen any part of his body using his hardening quirk. Shoto Todoroki could generate ice from the right side of his body and flames from his left side using his half-cold, half-hot quirk. And Luke stared at Momo taking out a bow using her creation quirk. Unlike other students, and despite her versatile quirk, Momo had learned to wield staff during her childhood to compensate for her lack of innate strength. If she had stepped up now, then it meant she believed it was the right time to secure a win, Luke knew. This is good, too, Luke thought. I can't win against Tenya, Eijiro, and Todoroki anyway. Tenya was just too fast for him at this point. Eijiro would make Luke's enhanced strength pointless. Even throwing rocks at him won't work because of his hardening quirk. Todoroki would never let Luke approach him, using mountains of ice to keep him away and seal him. The only reason he won against Bakugo was because of Black Suit, his hero costume, and by catching him off guard. Against fast and long-ranged quirks, as Todoroki's, Luke realized, I am still at a considerable disadvantage. Of course, this was when he wasn't using his bioalchemy at all. Let's make this fight count, then, Luke nodded to himself. How many secret weapons you are hiding in that staff? Luke asked smiling. Momo, who had been feeling reluctant to fight against an exhausted Luke, suddenly paused, her eyes narrowing. How did you? Standing amid chunks of earth and covered in dust, Luke raised his fists. You cannot win just with the staff. Momo spun the staff, looking offended. That is yet to be seen. She had full confidence in her creation. Yes, she didn't like going against Luke, who wasn't even using his quirk. But, after seeing what he could do even without quirk, she would not go easy on him. Moreover, she knew her weaknesses as well. There was no way she would last even a half-hearted punch from him. So, she had been waiting for him to exhaust himself before taking the stage. Waiting any more, and letting the remaining boys exhaust Luke even more, would defeat the purpose of any fight whatsoever as well. And Luke knew all these reasons like the back of his hand. How about a bet, he said, hoping she wouldn't deny him. If I made you use your quirk one more time, then you will have to create something for me. Momo squinted her eyes. Unknown to Luke, she had been researching all the compositions he had given her using her father's contacts. They had yet to find anything remotely familiar in the databases. She had been waiting for him to bring more of those compositions. One day or another, she would figure out what was going on with the Scion G group. All right, Momo said, taking the stance. Luke charged at Momo like a black blur, bringing out every iota of his remaining strength. Momo pointed the tip of her staff toward him calmly and pressed a switch. Bang. A poison dart shot toward Luke like a bullet and hit him right in the chest. Sorry, Momo said, smirking. You lost. To her utter surprise, Luke was still charging at her, not losing any speed. She saw the poison dart was still there, in his chest, but then why wasn't he stopping? Gritting her teeth, she lifted the staff high, pointing its other end toward Luke and pressing another switch. A net shot out of the staff with the same speed as the dart, expanding instantaneously. With Luke being so closed and the net being wide enough in all directions, there was no way he could dodge it. And Luke didn't. He took off his black greatcoat and threw it at the net. As the net's sensors kicked in, it wrapped itself around the greatcoat. Now, Luke was barely a few feet away from Momo, his blue eyes blazing in her vision. He is overdoing it, Momo thought as she parried his first attack, simultaneously attacking him. No way he can keep up this pace for long. Momo spun the staff around and attacked Luke's head. He grabbed it with his left hand and kicked. Crack! A current ran through Luke, jolting the soul out of him. His knees struck the earth as Momo pulled away, taking deep breaths. This wasn't like neutralizing Denki Kaminari's electrification quirk. The black suit had helped him not let the electricity contact his skin. However, the underside of Luke's gloves was open for him to use his quirk, as it needed him to touch the life forms. As the blackness flashed by in his vision, Luke stood back up, his knees trembling. You. Momo hissed. Just give up. Luke smiled. He charged at Momo and grabbed the staff again. Momo's eyes widened. For a moment, she even thought that the staff was experiencing a malfunction. But, no. From the way Luke's body was jolting, he was getting electrocuted. Then, he pressed the staff toward her, slowly but surely. Why go this far? Momo thought, putting her entire weight in resisting Luke's advance. The gloves on her hand were helping her now, but she had too much bare skin to not get electrocuted by her creation. Suddenly, Momo's foot slipped on a broken patch of earth. As she fell backward, Luke came fumbling over, still holding the staff. All thoughts vanished from Momo's mind as she felt the staff touching her neck. Involuntarily, a thick slab of insulating material came up between her neck and the staff. Fallen on the ground, Luke and Momo looked at each other, other students shouting behind them. Ha ha. Luke laughed, closing his eyes. I won. Then, with a smile on his face, he passed out. Chapter 45, All for One's Interest, Bounty. A petty thief. All for One drawled through the screen. An upper-tier Nomu is gone, and you say he was a petty thief, Dr. Ujiko. Dr. Daruma Ujiko, real name, Dr. Kyudai Garaki, sat in the research in the basement of Jaka General Hospital with sweat claiming his bald head. 2 weeks had passed since the incident that had almost ended up blowing his cover, revealing the dark secrets hidden under the hospital. If he hadn't acted fast enough, then the pro-heroes would have easily found out the research lab. There was a still massive presence in the Jaka city of pro-heroes, led by All Might himself. Since that night, they had been searching every nook and cranny of the city. All this because of that person, one thief. I don't believe he was more than that, Master, Kyudai said with reverence. If he had known about the research lab, then he wouldn't have come here alone. Unless he was sure that he could leave without getting caught. All for One added. Kyudai gulped. Yes, Master. All for One rested his burned face on his hand. How come the surveillance system didn't pick up on him? Kyudai remembered the sudden blurring of the screens. All CCTV cameras stopped working. Together. All for One asked, sounding amused. And you still call him petty thief, Dr. Ujiko? No. I don't believe that. I believe that this was a well-planned attack. Things, of course, went wrong at some point for our dear friend. How can that be? Dr. Kyudai stroked his mustache. He didn't steal anything significant. Oh. All for One lifted his head. So, he did steal something. What else aren't you telling me? A chill ran down Kyudai's spine. I am hiding nothing, Master, he hurriedly said. It was just, this wasn't anything worth troubling you over. The only thing missing is the box containing the official reports we stole from the Hero Public Safety Commission. Those reports covered the Narahata incident in detail, even going as far as to relate number SIX's background to you, Master. However, there was nothing in there that could truly link the incident to us or the Nomus. All for One briefly remembered one of his greatest creations, number 6. What else do we know about this thief, he asked. Kyudai brought up a video on the screen. It had been taken from the hospital's parking lot. The blurry video showed a Nomu fighting with a man wearing a white lab coat and a black mask to hide his face. Then, another video appeared, showing a red glowing dog exploding, taking down a Nomu. An explosion-type quirk? All for One asked, sounding interested. It's hard to say. Dr. Kyudai replied. All I can say is that there's no such quirk in Pro Heroes Registry. A vigilante? All for One guessed. Is that why he stole Narahata files? Where's the box? Dr. Kyudai's body went taut. He replayed the entire parking lot video. Yes. There was no sign of the stolen box containing reports. He wasn't alone. All for One said, straightening himself. What do you think about this new piece on the board, Dr. Ujiko? The villain who caused the Meta Puppets incident. All for One was very interested in the Meta Puppets ever since he had read about it. However, even after months of manhunt, employing many villains, they hadn't found any hint of the person behind the incident. Do you think your petty thief and him are the same? All for One asked, leaning forward. I don't think so, Master, Dr. Kyudai answered. If he was the same person, then why not use his puppets for such a job, instead of putting himself in danger? Ah. All for One leaned away from the screen, smiling. You don't know people, yet, Dr. Ujiko. We all long for excitement in our lives. I've decided. Put a bounty on this thief. Also, send our new Nomo to Shigaraki. It's time to move forward with our plan. Thief or not, this man now knows something is going on under the hospital. So. I've already transferred everything to another hideout, Dr. Kyudai nodded. All for One nodded. By the way, what our friends on the hero's sides are calling him. Dr. Kyudai remembered talking to their spy at the Hero Public Safety Commission, learning a name. They are calling him. Tamura Shigaraki looked at the image on the bounty poster in his hand, scratching his neck. Shigaraki, mentored by All for One, had the quirk, decay. He could disintegrate anything that he touched with his 5 fingers. He had doll-like hands all over his body and another hand was over his face as if someone was grabbing him. Don't take him lightly, Kurojairi warned, cleaning a glass of whiskey. If your mentor has put up the bounty, and has taken an interest, then he is certainly worth our caution. Dressed as a bartender, Kurojairi had a mist-like body, including his head. He had the quirk, Warp Gate, which he could use to create and manipulate a dark fog from his head and hands. This fog acted as a portal to another location. I will contact all the villains we have been gathering, Kurojairi said, taking the poster. After what happened to Brain Thief, not many are willing to work for us. Shigaraki scratched the other side of his neck a touch harsher. Brain Thief had hired them for protection. Kurojairi had then hired another villain who was well suited for the job. Now, Brain Thief was dead, slaughtered in a dark alley. The villainy business had stalled ever since. Haha. Shigaraki laughed. I will find whoever did that and kill him. That's what you get for going against us. Haha. Kurojairi narrowed his glowing yellow eyes, and then he looked at the Nomo Dr. Kyudai had sent him this time. A Nomo created to take on All Might. Has he come back? Shigaraki asked. Kurojairi nodded, staring at the newspaper resting on the bar. They are saying All Might will return to UA tomorrow, leaving the officials to continue the follow-up on the Jaku incident. Grinning, Shigaraki stood up and walked up to the upper-tier Nomo who had punched All Might in the guts. Hey, what do you think will happen? He said, smiling through his eyes. When the mighty symbol of peace is killed by the villains. Shigaraki patted the Nomo's exposed brain like a pet and then kept walking. Where are you going? Kurojairi asked. We have a plan to follow. You follow the plan, Shigaraki said, looking over his shoulder. I am going to have a first-hand look at this place. UA High School. Seeing Shigaraki walking out of their hideout, Kurojairi sighed and dialed a number. Well, Kurojairi, my boy. Jiren, the well-known broker from the underworld, screamed from the other side. Here I thought you would never contact me after losing a client. Haha. I have a commission, Kurojairi said, keeping it professional. Spread it as far as you can. Dead or alive? Ah. Jiren replied, amused. Who's the lucky one? Sending the bounty poster. Kurojairi said. They call him Dr. Blessed. Chapter 46, Danger Intuition, Choosing a Class Representative. A horde of journalists had gathered in front of the UA High School. What's going on? Aina asked, standing next to Luke. Rikuya looked at her sister. All Might's coming back today, he told her. They must be here to get his statement on the Jaku incident. Standing on Aina's other side, Luke stared as Midoriya flustered when a female journalist shoved a mic in his face. Uraraka did a mildly better job, though. Move, freaking tower. Bakugo shoved Luke away, giving him a mean eye. It had been bad before, but, after knocking him out during the first day of the hand-to-hand combat training, things had become worse between Bakugo and Luke. It's been 2 weeks since then. What truly shocked Luke was how well and fast the children were tuning themselves to this training, absorbing everything that Sand taught them. Of course, Sand wasn't teaching them the real deal. However, what he did teach was nothing to be scoffed at, either. You again stole my mobile. Aina gasped, pouting at Luke. Blankly, Luke looked down and found himself fiddling with Aina's mobile, rolling it between his fingers. He was getting good at it, he realized. Very good. Stealing had become more than a desire to him now. It felt like an instinct, an urge. Smiling, he returned the mobile. Was just checking if you are alert or not. TCH. Rikuya narrowed his eyes. No matter where you go, and how you grow up, a thief will remain a thief, I guess. Rikuya. Aina hissed. Contrary to Aina, Luke's pupils shook. He felt a strange sensation coursing through his body. He had already digested the Marauder's potion, but Rikuya's loathing approval was like smoothing the topmost layer of cream on the cake. It felt right. Thank you, Luke said, shocking the twins. Congratulations, Luke. You are now ready to consume another potion. Yes, to Luke's surprise, Momo had accepted his request to create not one, but all 3 inorganic ingredients after losing a bet against him. He knew Momo was just too smart to not pick up on these compositions. However, he had no choice, either. All he could do was direct her thoughts toward the Scion G group for now. One day she would figure it out, Luke thought, walking away from his stepbrother and stepsister. Let's hope she won't hate me as much as I am expecting her to be. Suddenly, just as Luke entered the school's main door, following Eraserhead, his danger intuition went haywire. Luke snapped his head back, his blue eyes glowing beastly. What was that? It was so different. However, one of the journalists must have stepped in, triggering the UA barrier defense system that barricaded the school if anyone without an ID or permit entered the school premises. Luke shared a glance with Nyx but decided not to send her to see who was it. Without him, she wouldn't be able to tell who it was anyway. Outside the school, a black-wearing figure grinned. Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A at UA High School, stared at the students in front of him with fascination. He couldn't believe these were the same students from the Quirk apprehension test on their first day. Aizawa had never believed the sudden appearance of this dust hero, Sand, in the school. He also didn't buy Mr. Principal's half-baked lie about Sand's background, either. And all of it because Aizawa had met Sand before when he wasn't a teacher. In those days, he was more of a loner, patrolling the dark alleys. He had seen Sand in action, then, remembering the fighting style. After losing Sand while pursuing him, Aizawa searched him extensively, finding nothing. So, he knew this dust hero matter was just bullshit to cover up something much bigger. Aizawa briefly eyed Luke and looked away. For now, he couldn't help but accept that whatever the shady dust hero was doing was in the favor of his students. Decent work on the combat training, you guys, Aizawa said after taking the roll call. I saw the videos and results. You must remember that you need not become an expert in it. Learn how to infuse this training to make your control of your quirk better. So, even if you all are learning the same thing, how it ends up should be different for all of you. As the students contemplated his words, Aizawa stared at Bakugo. Bakugo, you are talented, he said. You have improved a lot in these 2 weeks, but stop acting like a child. This sulking over a loss won't help you. Bakugo sked, looking away. And Midoriya, Aizawa continued, jolting the boy. Good work on not using quirk for this training. But the end goal should be to put the training into practice without losing your arms. The excuse of not being able to control your quirk isn't enough. Midoriya gulped. Yes, sir. Aizawa scanned everyone again, his eyes finally resting on Luke. You lack consistency, Luke, he said. One time you use excessive force. At the other time, you barely put any effort. If you don't keep improving, both physically and mentally, then your classmates will leave you behind. It doesn't matter how fast or stronger than you are from them right now. The world of pro heroes can't afford an inconsistent personality. Luke matched Aizawa's eyes. He just couldn't tell his homeroom teacher that these inconsistencies stemmed from a secluded life full of traumatizing events. However, Luke also knew that would only be an excuse. I will work on it, sir, he said, nodding. Aizawa let out a breath. You will continue this training for the rest of the semester, he told them. We will plan a special combat training under All Might next month. All right. Aizawa put the silly grin off the students' faces with a shout. Let's get down to some serious business. This will decide your future. All the students focused on the homeroom teacher, remembering the quirk apprehension test. You all need to pick a class representative, Aizawa said flatly. Everyone's shoulders relaxed, finding it to be a normal school activity. Then, of course, everyone began shouting to take responsibility. Unlike normal schools, a class representative's position at UA High School made a student stand out more to the hero agencies, affecting their future. Silence. Tenya shot to his feet. This is a serious task. Leading others shouldn't be taken so lightly. I recommend deciding it with votes. Whatever, Aizawa said, sliding down in his sleeping bag. Let me know when you are finished. Let's add that you cannot vote for yourself. Luke suggested, making others nod at him. By now, the students had interacted enough to have a good idea about each other. When they were done, Tenya Ida counted the votes and put them on the board. The results were as expected by everyone, but came out to be a shock to Luke. Luke. Momo. Tenya. Midoriya. Wait. Luke suddenly recalled Momo mentioning it. Isn't this the day when someone broke into UA? Then he remembered his danger intuition triggering this morning, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 47, Luke's Determination, Killing Tamura Shigaraki. During lunch, students could either opt for the school's cafeteria or they could also go out and have lunch outside, given they returned on time to attend after-lunch classes. With an alarming hurriedness inside, Luke stepped out of the school's premises, submitting a note to erase your head just before the lunch hour. He had no hate or love for the villains. One could even say that it was the heroes who despised Luke now. Regardless of whom he liked or disliked, he could trust neither of them. However, one thing was sure, Tamura Shigaraki would cause devastation in Japan in the coming year, becoming the second all-for-one. And no one knew how great a threat this villain was more than Luke. Momo had extensively talked about this day, less because of the press incident and more because of her getting chosen as the class representative. This was how Momo was with him. She didn't show, but there was great pride within her regarding these accomplishments. Coincidentally, this happened to be the same day when the UA barrier was destroyed, letting the journalists storm into the school. Momo had only passively mentioned that, from the nature of the UA barrier's destruction, it had felt like the work of Tamura Shigaraki. Luke wasn't sure that he was strong enough to resist All for One, now or ever. Moreover, there was no saying if All for One would meet the same fate as in his previous life. Things had already deviated so much by this point that Luke had been having trouble putting the sequence of events at the right place in the timeline anymore. Much less needed to be said about such a fate-overturning moment. What if All for One came out to be the victor in the upcoming battle, successfully taking over Tamura Shigaraki? Luke needed time to carry on with the investigation regarding the spirit world and those red and blue spirit particles. 1 year didn't seem enough, even if everything went as per his wishes. So, Luke had decided to buy time for himself by killing Tamura Shigaraki. If the villain died, then All for One would need even more time to decide upon the next successor. Not to mention, All for One's state might not be optimal because of Quirk singularity, a field Luke had done extensive research on. By killing Shigaraki, he could push All for One's incident indefinitely. So, just as the lunch period began, Luke walked out of the school and silently disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Haha. Shigaraki laughed, scratching his neck. That should do the trick. UA High School sat atop a hill, a thick layer of trees claiming the slope on all sides. The tree line began just beyond the main road outside the school's fortress-like walls. Tamura Shigaraki saw the people rushing in from the broken patch of UA barrier that he had decayed and couldn't help but smile at his accomplishment. There was a thrill in it. He just couldn't stop smiling. All Might will be next. Shigaraki thought, a redness claiming his neck. He took out the mobile from his pocket and dialed the number. Kurogyri, he said. Take me back. Yes. Outside UA's main gate. To not attract unwanted attention, Kurogyri had marked 4 locations outside UA, in the forest, in 4 directions. Shigaraki melted away in the forest before the pro-heroes could calm down the situation and come out to search for him. Laughing, he ran down the hill, already eyeing a tree with a red circle on its trunk. A black vortex was manifesting there as Kurogyri used his quirk, Warp Gate, from the hideout. From the distance, hiding behind another tree, Luke eyed the villain. He had already put on his hero costume, turning the black greatcoat white. However, this time, his face was lacking the black mask. Luke already knew very little about the past events from his previous life. There were some facts that the Blue Site scientists had told him for research. Then there were things that Momo had told him after marrying him. Combined, there wasn't much to begin with. So, he needed to take advantage of every piece of information he did know. This event was one of those things that wasn't out of his knowledge. Thus, right after joining UA, he had Nick scour the entire forest in hopes of finding a clue. If Tamura Shigaraki had arrived today, then there was no way he would have disappeared from right outside UA, given there were hundreds of cameras there. So, he must enter the forest before using Kurogyri's assistance. And that's what Luke had been counting on, ultimately finding the red-circled tree using divination. Nix. Luke said, feeling her claws digging into his shoulder with excitement, ready. We have never tried this quirk before. Nix grinned. There's a first day to everything, like the time you lost your virginity. Nix. Luke gasped. Laughing a bit, and as his lens-covered black eyes let out a determined glow, he snapped his fingers. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, body manipulation. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 10 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. Learning from the Jakku incident, Luke had decided to let Nix play his failsafe for everything, effectively keeping her hidden and outside the battle. Meanwhile, he could also keep her nearest to himself, just in case he ever needed that last helping hand. Nix's feathers thrummed as if she could feel each one of them. Her red pupils glowed, and then, as muscles wriggled within her, she latched herself to Luke's face, becoming a mask. The black, feathery mask covered Luke's entire face from chin to forehead. 2 red eyes appeared over Luke's own, letting him see the world in a red filter. He would think on working over it more, but, for now, it was enough to take on one of the worst, but also the strongest villains. Then, just as Shigaraki was about to enter the black vortex, smiling smugly, Luke snapped his fingers again. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, intelligence. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 3 seconds. Activation time, 18 minutes. Quirk, flexibility. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 4 seconds. Activation time, 16 minutes. Quirk, oil secretion. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 5 seconds. Activation time, 15 minutes. If there was one thing Luke had learned better than science in his previous life, then it was using bioalchemy. The quirk had many weaknesses. Many. If it didn't have any weakness, then Luke wouldn't have almost died against a Nomu. However, on the opposite spectrum of these weaknesses stood a fact: bioalchemy shined the most when the user had enough time to plan. Just as Tamura Shigaraki was about to enter the black vortex, 1 foot already inside it, the tree with the red circle squirmed. A bright shine coursed over it, as if someone had cast a mirror on it from very, very far away. In the next moment, a gaping hole tore open in its trunk, the entire tree shaking as if a hurricane had arrived on top of it. From the gaping hole, a voice boomed out, making Tamura's eyes go wide. "I am," a thin branch lashed out like a whip, tearing through Shigaraki's stomach, blood squirting everywhere. Tree. Original images of Luke, with Nyx as mask, and the tree coming alive are available. Chapter 48, Bioalchemy vs. Decay, The Importance of Intelligence Quirk. Tamura Shigaraki gritted through the pain as he saw the monstrous tree hacking a chunk of flesh from him, its spindly branch drenched in his blood. "Kurogyri," he shouted, hoping the men on the other side would hear him. Using the warp gate didn't let Kurogyri just see or hear things on the other side, unless he was the one teleporting over. However, despite calling for help and the blood oozing out from his sides, both the itch and the maniacal grin on Shigaraki were intensifying. To be ambushed. Tamura scratched his neck as he looked at the roaring tree. Why was it so thrilling? Suddenly, not seeing Shigaraki using the warp gate to come over, Kurogyri let his peek out from the black vortex. What he saw instantly raised an alarm in his head. Shigaraki. Another black vortex instantly appeared behind Shigaraki. However, just as he jumped back to fall inside the vortex, the tree roared, the longest branch it possessed lashing out like a whip. Crack! Shigaraki dodged the branch by the width of a hair. "Change of plans, Kurogyri," he shouted. "I am going to obliterate this tree, first." "No. You need to." Ignoring Kurogyri's words, Shigaraki charged toward the massive tree. Branches after branches lashed out, but failed to land on Shigaraki this time. Some of them he dodged, despite being injured. But, in the case of most of them, black vortices appeared, directing those branches right at the tree itself. Arghar! The tree roared again as chunks of its bark fell off from its attacks. In a mad rage, it flicked one of its branches like a spear at the incoming Shigaraki. A black vortex instantly materialized between the branch and him, another black vortex appearing right next to Shigaraki. The spear-like branch entered one vortex and came out of the other. Grinning wildly, and feeling the itch, Shigaraki grabbed the branch next to him. Crackkkk. In a fraction of a second, the entire branch began gaining cracks, decaying. The decay didn't stop at the black vortex, but spread like a virus across the entire branch, reaching the tree. Dramatically, the tree cut off that branch before the decay could reach the trunk. I am. The tree opened its gaping mouth like a maw. Tree. Just who was? Shigaraki slid through the onslaught, dodging the branches. Stupid enough. Black vortices directed the dozens of spear-like branches right back at the tree. To put a tree against me. Haha. Laughing like a maniac, Shigaraki put his entire right hand on the tree's trunk, right under its mouth. And then his hand slipped. Silence. The wild thrashing of the tree stopped. The mad, deafening roars stopped. The raging attacks calmed down. One of the tree branches blurred, grabbing Shigaraki's wrist. Just because I screamed I am tree 2 times. The tree with intelligence quirk of moderate complexity said, smiling slyly, "Did you really think I was a dumb monster?" Between Shigaraki's palm and the tree's trunk, a layer of oil had appeared. For things like water, sand, oil, etc. Shigaraki's decay quirk didn't work as intended. His quirk was actively trying to decay the oil, but the tree's oil secretion quirk, also of moderate complexity, kept secreting oil, never letting Shigaraki's fingers touch the trunk. That's why Luke had granted it an intelligence quirk. The more the number of quirks, the more the tendency of a life form to lose control even before the quirk's natural time limit would run out. This tree was massive, having lots of spirit points. However, with only 2 moderate quirks, its fate was already decided. Without an intelligence quirk, it would have wildly used both the flexibility and oil secretion quirk, instead of goading Shigaraki to come closer, believing that he could decay the entire tree in one go. Shigaraki. Kurogyri hissed, seeing the tree's ominous tone. Suddenly, its head disappeared and the entire black vortex, through which he had been peeking out, expanded enormously. From the vortex, a massive creature's leg came out, its skin black. Upper-tier Nomu, designed to take on All Might. Far away from the scene of the battle, but within 100 meters, Luke saw the topaz pendulum revolving anticlockwise with an extremely high frequency and frowned. This was the second time he had divined if he would be successful in killing Tamura Shigaraki. But the result was the same. A touch graver the second time, it seemed. The only way for the pendulum's negative response to gain even more frequency was the possibility of All for One descending to save Tamura, Luke guessed. This meant, killing Shigaraki would be a grave mistake if he managed to kill him. Still, there were many ways to accomplish the goal of pushing All for One's coming further into the future. As Luke saw the Nomu stepping out from the black vortex, he lifted his right hand. He didn't need to divine to know that Kurogyri would send the Nomu to help out Shigaraki. So, along with the red-circled tree, Luke had bestowed another quirk to a different tree that was the closest to the already mutated one. Luke could maintain bioalchemy in 3 distinct lifeforms at a time. However, as long as he didn't care about the lifeform's ultimate fate, he didn't need to hold back on the complexities of the quirks. With a snap of his fingers, the super complexity quirk activated. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, space lock. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 12 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. Luke's vision blackened as the total number of bestowed spirit points went over his stats. With a thud, his knee struck the earth, his eyes rolling back into his head. However, it did do the trick as he had intended. A pulse of formless power originated from another tree, enveloping a 10-meter radius spherical region around it. The black vortex, through which the Nomu had half stepped out, stopped churning. Not only this black vortex, but all the black vortices hung midair like blobs of blackness. The Nomu tried to pull its body out, but no matter how much it or Kurogyri tried, the black vortex didn't let him go out at all. This. On the other hand, the intelligent tree grinned like a true monster for the first time. "Thank you for the assistance, Master," it said, shocking even Luke, who was trying to get up. "I will finish the job for you." With a sickening crunch, the tree crushed Shigaraki's right wrist. "Ah!" Tamura screamed, his right hand becoming mincemeat. "Shigaraki!" Kurogyri screamed, pushing his quirk beyond the limits. Though slowly, the black vortices were gaining momentum, causing the tree with the space lock quirk to gain cracks as it began mutating because of the quirk's high complexity. The intelligent, huge tree wasn't done, though. As Kurogyri pushed his quirk even more, and as the Nomu growled, tearing its muscles to go out, the tree lifted Shigaraki. Despite the pain making him almost pass out, Shigaraki was still lashing out with his left hand. However, no matter where his left hand landed, it only met layers of oil. The massive tree brought Shigaraki to the level of its 2 darkness-filled eyes. "For Master." A thin branch traced a blurry path and tore a hole through Shigaraki's stomach, blood squirting out everywhere. "Nu!" Kurogyri screamed. The tree using the space lock exploded. Growling like a mad beast, the Nomu grabbed Shigaraki's unconscious body and punched. A shockwave pulverized everything in one direction down the hill with a deafening boom. Within the chaos, getting torn apart limb by limb, the massive tree let out a last, smiling breath. An original image of the tree fighting Shigaraki is available. Chapter 49, Apprentice. When All Might and other pro-heroes reached the scene of the battle, following the deafening explosion, all traces of villains had already vanished. Nizu, principal of the UA High School, analyzed the destruction, sitting on All Might's shoulder. "This close to school?" Mr. Principal said, looking around. "First the damage to the UA barrier and now this." All Might's blue eyes had already gone hard. They had barely kicked out the journalists who had stormed inside the school when they heard the explosion. No villain was stupid enough to first crumble a portion of the UA barrier and then announce their presence in such a fanfare. That only meant one thing. A fight between villains. "Pro-hero?" Midnight asked, squinting her eyes. This sight didn't feel like a hero battling a villain for an obvious reason. No pro-hero would just disappear after confronting a villain this close to a school, much less a hero school. A rustling sound made them look back, and they found Eraserhead walking toward them. "Any clues, Aizawa?" All Might asked, feeling the gravity in his voice. Only today he had returned after failing to find any clue regarding All for One and that. Dr. Blessed. For such a thing to happen now felt nothing but the worst omen to him. Shota Aizawa shook his head. "Nothing on the cameras." There were too many people outside UA. Lunchtime, you know. Niza jumped off All Might's shoulder and pulled out a piece of black cloth smeared with blood. Something's happening right under our eyes, he said, eyeing the destroyed forest that reached the hill's foot. If we aren't prepared, then instead of quarreling in our neighborhood, the enemy might just decide to barge in our home next time. The pro-hero's fingers balled into fists, understanding Mr. Principal's meaning. This wasn't the same as Jaka City's inexplicable incident of villainous activity. This was UA High and their students' lives were on the line. Sir? Tsuyu asked, raising her hand. What was that explosion? They had just dealt with a commotion during lunchtime when the boom had reached their ears. Ever since then, the entire school was on high alert and the students were confined to their classes. With his back planted against the wall, Luke barely heard Sand briefing the students about the incident. After bestowing quirks that went above his spirit points, Luke's vision had been hanging by threads. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation, he would have let himself pass out. However, not only he couldn't have afforded to pass out, but he also needed to run away before the pro-heroes could come to the scene. Not everything had gone as he had planned, though. Luke knew he didn't have what it took to kill a person. Not yet. However, the thought of killing someone using the bestowed quirks had never bothered him before. Now, though, after hearing those words from the tree's mouth, felt so unnatural. This was the first time even for Luke to bestow such an intelligence quirk on a life form without a brain. He had expected the tree to show logical reasoning. But loyalty as well. At that moment, it hadn't felt like the tree was going to kill Tamura Shigaraki. It had felt like it was him firing the bullet by putting the barrel on someone's shoulder. With both the life forms destroyed by Nomo's attack, all the spirit points had returned to Luke. However, returning spirit points didn't mean he wouldn't feel the toll it had taken on his body. While circling the forest to reach school on time, Luke had to bestow Nyx a healing quirk to use on himself. That left him looking like a fresh fruit, but rotten from inside because of diminished stamina points. Luke eyed a sleeping Nyx sprawled listlessly on the bench and shook his head. Remembering the tree's branch skewing through Shigaraki's stomach, he just hoped that it wouldn't amount to anything. Meanwhile, Eraserhead had arrived to let Sand know that he could continue with the classes. Luke, the homeroom teacher asked, you had gone out for lunch, didn't you? Did you see anything odd? Sand's eyes narrowed. Luke went out for lunch. Lunch. There was always a car parked outside UA for the Sionji children, and the driver was someone who Sand had handpicked. He took a mental note to question the driver later as he saw Luke standing up. Luke knew what Sand was thinking, but he didn't mind. The driver would tell him exactly what Nyx had hypnotized him to say. No, sir, he answered. I did hear the sound, but I decided not to step out of the car. TCH. Bakugo sked. Coward. Very good, Eraserhead praised, ignoring Bakugo. Anyway, if you recall anything, let me know. Seeing him walking out, Luke recalled something and said, Sir. A minute. I have something to say. As the two teachers and the students eyed Luke, he looked at Tenya Ida. Sir, I heard how Ida managed to control a panicked crowd when I wasn't here, Luke said, smiling. To be honest, I don't think I am ready to take on the role of class representative not yet. If you allow it, I would recommend Ida to be the class representative in my place. Ida blankly stared at Luke. Yeah, you know what, if Luke's okay with it, then I don't mind, either, Rikido said. Yeah, Ijiro nodded. Tenya was a big help in the cafeteria, today, wasn't he? Did you see him standing on the emergency exit sign? Denki asked, laughing. Taking a deep breath, Tenya stood up. If Luke's nominating me, then I humbly accept it. I promise to carry out the duties of the class representative to the best of my abilities. What a waste of time, Eraserhead said, walking out. Just submit the names already. As the cheers for emergency exit Ida rang in the classroom, Luke sat down, sighing in relief. Seated on the far left corner of the classroom, Momo narrowed her eyes at Luke. In her lap, she held a tablet, showing the exact trajectory that the Sionji limo parked outside had taken during lunch. Then, with a touch, she deleted the data. After midnight. Luke eyed the black, viscous, bubbling concoction in his hand. He put away the clockwise revolving topaz pendulum, representing the successful brewing of the last potion, Sequence 9, Apprentice. Luke had already taken enough rest, and even his stamina was almost full. Don't think about boobs or vaginas. Nyx advised. Nyx. Luke gasped. Can you not say something like that when I am trying to focus? Nyx rolled her eyes. Then drink it already. It smells like an old man's fart. Luke remembered the day he had regressed, gaining the system and this new power. So much had already happened since then. Yes, let go of the worries, blessed. At this moment, you are not a seer or a marauder. You are just a student about to embark on a new journey. Letting out a breath, Luke nodded at Miss Justice's advice and relaxed his shoulders. Then, with his and Momo's wedding photo in his mind, as part of cogitation, he gulped the potion down. Blobs of lights danced in Luke's vision as heat burned his throat. Then, just as those otherworldly sensations subsided, a mass of grey fog engulfed Luke, taking him away to a different, distant dimension. Volume 2, Seer, Marauder, Apprentice, ends. An original image of Luke consuming apprentice potion is available. Chapter 50, Mr. Fool, Buying Faith. Volume 3, Clown, Trickmaster, Swindler, begins. After almost a year, Luke once again found himself surrounded by the mysterious grey fog. He was seated on one end of the table, golden specks of light glowing within his spirit body. Seated majestically opposite him, at the other end of the table, was him, the one who had introduced himself as Mr. Fool. Luke asked, surprised. I thought. Mr. Fool, dressed in a black suit and pants with a top hat, and surrounded by fog, tapped the table's edge with his fingers. Congratulations. You have successfully changed your fate. My fate? Luke thought, frowning. At first, he thought that Mr. Fool was congratulating him for completing Sequence 9. You don't need to worry about it. Not yet, Mr. Fool said. Luke nodded. Then, suddenly, he got up and bowed sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Fool, he said. Thank you for giving me another chance. When he was here before, revenge had taken over his senses. Now that he had learned cogitation, and had gained better control over his emotions, Luke finally knew how great and ridiculous a feat this blessing was. Resurrection. Yes. Now that he thought about it again, remembering the past year, he had already diverted the fate. No need, Mr. Fool said. Sit down. As I said, I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. I didn't send you back because of pity or mercy. Luke nodded, taking the seat. Before we proceed, Mr. Fool said, cutting Luke off, let me go through your memories through the system. Of course. Luke sighed. He had already guessed that Miss Justice would be recording everything. Still, it felt better to hear the fact in the open than let it brew in his mind. A few moments later, Luke saw Mr. Fool nodding to himself. I see. Contrary to what my name would suggest, Mr. Fool said with a hint of amusement, I have no intention of fooling you, Luke. This system, Miss Justice, is a part of my power that I have engraved in your spirit body. Consider it as an indestructible psyche. When you became a Sequence 9 of the 3 pathways, it solidified the psyche, letting it reach out to me. You must remember the boundary I mentioned surrounding your planet. Luke nodded. It was the same boundary that was preventing Mr. Fool from looking in or out of the planet. Good, Mr. Fool nodded. Because of the boundary, we have to slowly stabilize this channel between us. Also, I cannot pull you up here freely as it can attract an adverse reaction from the boundary, completely cutting us off. The upside is that now you will be able to practice ritualistic magic. Luke's eyes widened. Miss Justice had told him that ritualistic magic was a great part of a seer's abilities. However, even the simplest ritualistic magic needed the help of an external existence, which Luke's world lacked. With a channel between Luke and Mr. Fool, he could finally put everything he had learned about the ritualistic magic into practice. Also, Mr. Fool continued, as you must have realized, the stronger you become as a Beyonder, the better the system would become, i.e., the system would keep becoming better, adjusting itself to your needs and, let's say, requirements. So, Mr. Fool's psyche within me will keep becoming stronger. Luke thought, analyzing the meaning behind Mr. Fool's words. Also, I have to warn you against something, Mr. Fool said, making Luke straighten his spine in alarm. The way you are consuming potions of 3 different pathways shouldn't work normally. There is a concept of neighboring pathways. Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice are all neighboring pathways. Part of something bigger. Still, consuming 2 Sequence 9 potions, let's say, Seer and Marauder, would have been enough to make you lose control on the spot. A chill ran down Luke's spine. It is the system that let the potions coexist within you, Mr. Fool told Luke. But, as you consume more potions, even the system won't be enough, regardless of how strong it becomes. There are certain rules and restrictions that must be respected. Luke balled his fingers into fists. Mr. Fool, is there a way around it? Mr. Fool nodded. There is. I have updated the system to tackle this problem, for now. Miss Justice will explain it to you when you return. It might be a touch complex, but, given your intelligence, you will be all right. Luke sighed in relief. Thank you. Mr. Fool shook his head. As I said, it's not out of pity or mercy. Luke nodded. Please tell me, he said, remembering Mr. Fool's prime objective. To be honest, I have no idea how to recruit followers for you. Whenever I think of going ahead with it, I ask myself why a Quirk user would consider praying for an unknown existence. The gray fog churned around Mr. Fool as if he had just laughed. I have a solution for this as well, Mr. Fool said. If one pool of the population is not working out for you, then you just have to target a different, certain kind of pool, no. The quirkless. Luke was baffled. How did changing to quirkless people would work? No matter if it was quirkless or quirk users, none would want to convert their faith just because someone asked them to. Not to mention, Luke had absolute confidence in himself to just give up after hearing the first no. That's how much of a social recluse he was. Not the quirkless ones. Mr. Fool said, holding the table's edge, but the quirkless ones who longed for quirks, and those who had lost theirs. Luke's eyes lit up like two bright bulbs. Suddenly, he recalled the box number 6 hidden in Nix's stomach. If you don't have the confidence to convert someone's faith, Mr. Fool said, then buy your way in. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? Luke asked himself, shocked. I can. People long for what they used to have, Luke, Mr. Fool said. To rise from the status quo they have fallen to. These people would be most likely to accept a helping hand and would make excellent candidates to become bestows. Yes. Luke couldn't help but find sense in it. I can brew more potions and give them to others. You need to keep two things in mind, Luke, Mr. Fool said. Unlike you, who have the system, these quirks would actively reject the potions. So, your only option is the quirkless ones, whether they were born as such or have lost their quirks. Second, as they won't have the system, such people would only be able to walk on one pathway. Who to choose, how to choose, and then which potion to give someone and when, I leave it to you. But, to proceed with each set of sequences, you must gain a certain number of followers. Miss Justice will fill you in about all the conditions and restrictions later. Luke nodded in understanding. If this hadn't been the case, then everything would have become just too good to be true, he knew. He might have even doubted everything that Mr. Fool had said or claimed to him. Now, with all that said, Mr. Fool crossed his legs, let's discuss. Conformity and Singularity. Chapter 51, Mr. Fool, Conformity and Singularity. Quirk singularity was one of the most prominent theories in Luke's previous life regarding quirks. It was postulated by a young Dr. Kyudai. With the quirks blending and evolving with each generation, becoming more powerful and complex, they would also become more difficult to control as the humans didn't evolve at the same rate. There would come a time when the quirks would become so overpowered that no one would be able to control them, bringing an end to humanity itself. Unsurprisingly, the entire world mocked Dr. Kyudai, and he went missing shortly after publishing the theory. But, with the return of All for One, and later Tamura Shigaraki during the final war, everyone realized that quirk singularity hadn't been a wild fantasy, but a punishing reality. Not all had discarded the theory in Luke's previous life, though. Mr. Ryujiro Sionji, the head of Sionji Group, had taken it seriously. Seriously enough to confine a 14-year-old Luke to the blue site for 10 years. If Luke and Momo had birthed children, then, theoretically, such children had the highest chances of preventing humanity's doomsday because of the quirk singularity. Luke's entire life had been dictated by these two words, so he had dedicated his life willingly to researching it as well. That's how quirk conformity took birth in the world. After racking his brains over it for years, Luke had theorized that all the quirks in the world shared a single origin and, thus, had a natural tendency to converge. Momo had inferred this theory the best by stating that Luke meant, the existence of a being, or a quirk, like All for One in the world was not only repetitive but also inevitable. Like Dr. Kyudai, the entire world had mocked Luke's theory as well. But, this time, they had one simple reason: even 8 years after the final war, when All for One disappeared from the world, no such being had ever been found again. Luke, on the other hand, believed that it was just a matter of time before they found one. But, before his theory could unearth the hidden demons and devils, he and his family had died, killing humanity's hope in Momo's womb. So, when Mr. Fool finally mentioned these two words, a chill ran down Luke's spine, fearing that whatever he had believed them to be, they were more than that. Tell me, Luke, what does the word singularity mean? Mr. Fool asked. A point in spacetime where a function takes an infinite. Luke stopped midway. Mr. Fool put his hand down and shook his head. Science is good, but let's not drift away from the roots. What does singularity mean? Luke held his chin, thoughtful. After a moment, gathering his thoughts, he said, the state or quality of being. Singular. Yes. Mr. Fool nodded as if satisfied by the answer. Quality of being singular. Uniqueness. Uniqueness. Luke's brows furrowed. Wait a minute. You must have realized, then, Mr. Fool said. Quirk singularity is about the convergence of the quirk and the consequences and repercussions of such a phenomenon. Yet, singularity itself is about uniqueness. Meanwhile, conformity is about rules, laws, and standards. Yet, the theory of quirk conformity is the farthest from people's perception of current rules and standards. Do you see the paradoxical nature of these two theories? Luke fell silent for a moment, finding it incomprehensible that he never thought of it before. But, he said with a heavy frown, these are only words. Nothing is as simple as it sounds in mysticism, Mr. Fool guided Luke. Just like the effect of watching the blue and red spirit particles. The blue spirit particles pushed you away, suggesting a subtle nature of the force, or existence, behind them. The red spirit particles pulled you in, suggestive of a much more active, and confronting, nature. Luke was gobsmacked. I never thought of it like that. The fog around Mr. Fool churned slightly. A seer's journey in the path of mysticism is full of uncertainties, Luke. For someone who has never come in contact with such concepts, you are already doing fine. But, yes, you have much to learn. Though reluctantly, Luke nodded. I have a theory, Mr. Fool said, making Luke put his arms on the table. It goes like this. There are two forces in your world that govern the Quirks' nature and all phenomena related to them. One is singularity that represents the uniqueness of Quirks. The other is conformity which represents the convergence of Quirks. Both singularity and conformity tend to maintain the status quo of what they represent. Singularity tends to maintain the uniqueness of Quirks, which, coincidentally perhaps, goes against conformity. Meanwhile, conformity tends to converge the Quirks, which, again, goes against singularity. Luke stared at Mr. Fool, disbelieving that this existence had come up with this in the last few moments. It wasn't just intelligence. It felt like Mr. Fool was breaking down mysteries right in front of his eyes. Luke licked his lips, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. He had thought there were villains, or heroes, behind everything that happened to him. Now, as Mr. Fool decrypted those mysteries for him, he believed he had grossly underestimated the scale of things in his world. Mr. Fool tapped his fingers on the table's edge. Now, Quirks causing mutations in humans, when converged in a single life form, Mr. Fool continued, is nothing but singularity's way to end the status quo of convergence. On the other hand, individual Quirks becoming overpowered and uncontrollable in life forms is nothing but conformity's way to end the status quo of uniqueness. And, by this, we can confirm that the red spirit particles must belong to conformity as its nature is confrontational with singularity. The blue spirit particles must belong to singularity, which also gives us an idea why you never saw the blue supermassive black hole in your father's dreams. That was. Luke's non-existent breath caught in his lungs. Singularity. Mr. Fool nodded. We are only guessing here, Luke, he said. That's the nature of mysticism. It is you who must confirm the guesses. But we can definitely say that what you thought of Quirk singularity is just conformity's retaliation as, in the same way, your theory of Quirk conformity results in singularity's retaliation. Luke stared at the table hard, knowing exactly what Mr. Fool was trying to tell him. If there was a child, who could put an end to conformity's retaliation of making Quirks overpowered and uncontrollable, then, wouldn't conformity erase that child from existence, even if that child hadn't been born yet? It's hard to confirm, Mr. Fool said, putting weight on the words by saying it again. You must tread these mysteries carefully, Luke. The chances of losing control while confronting such existences are 100%. Also, if I am not guessing wrong, then your act of gathering followers and bringing my religion to your world might attract retaliation from both conformity and singularity. Why? Luke left the question unasked. He was already trying hard to bury the burning feeling of exacting revenge against an existence that was, vastly incomprehensible. I have a task for you, Mr. Fool said, making Luke look up. Search history. Go as far as you can. Find out if there are concepts like conformity and singularity mentioned by anyone, even in the Quirkless era, or not. Luke didn't understand the reason behind it, but he nodded, nonetheless. All right, Mr. Fool said. Let's end it here. Guided by a very strong feeling, Luke stood up and put his right hand on his chest. Thank you, Mr. Fool. This time, Luke could have sworn he heard a chuckle. Then, with a snap of Mr. Fool's finger, Luke melted away in the gray fog. Chapter 52, Wall of Spirituality, First Follower. Luke came back to himself and tasted feathers in his mouth. Seeing him open his eyes, Nick stopped slapping him with her wings and eyed him with wide, red pupils. You scared the shit out of me, she cawed. Why did you just pass out after drinking the potion? Luke sat up on the floor, realizing he must have fallen after being pulled up by Mr. Fool. He held his head, frowning. How long was I out? What I am? Clock. Nick snapped, taking deep breaths. Around 15 minutes. So, the time I spend there is the same as here. Luke observed. I was by Mr. Fool's side. He told Nix, making her panic vanish. We talked about things. For a moment, Luke wondered if he should tell her about Mr. Fool's theory about conformity and singularity. Not because he didn't trust Nix, but, after hearing what kind of beings he was up against, even the thought of speaking about them openly sent a chill running down his spine. Miss Justice. Luke called out the system in his mind. His frown deepened. It never took her to reply to him so late. Miss. I am here. I am here. Sorry. Phew. That was a lot to take in. Praise Mr. Fool. First, how do you feel, Luke? Luke. Miss Justice never addressed me by my name before, Luke thought, remembering the word blessed used by the system every time. Is this part of the changes Mr. Fool was talking about? Luke closed his eyes and went through the knowledge granted by the potion. Sequence 9, Apprentice, phase through walls and other big obstacles by opening a symbolic, incorporeal door. They could also unlock many locks, especially if they weren't supernaturally placed by someone. It will go well with Marauder's abilities, Luke observed. I feel good, Miss Justice, he said aloud, keeping Nyx in the loop. Then, mentally, Luke shared his doubts about discussing the things he learned from Mr. Fool with Nyx. That's tricky. If conformity and singularity are anything like the existences from Mr. Fool's world, then merely speaking out their names would bring their attention to you. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why their names manifest while researching things related to them. What? Luke's eyes widened, his jaw hanging low. He noticed how Miss Justice spoke of conformity and singularity in almost the same way she spoke of Mr. Fool. But it was her last claim that shook him the most. How can that be? Luke asked, stunned. It isn't like these words have no other meaning. Also, Dr. Kyudai published Quirks that theory way earlier than I published mine. There is a difference between calling out words and names, Luke. Words are just that, words. While names have symbolic meaning behind them in mysticism. When you speak out the names of such existences, your spirituality resonates with your thoughts, automatically differentiating them from mere words. So, it's okay to talk about quark singularity and conformity as a topic. But I would advise against doing so until you learn to suppress subconsciously thinking about them. Also, there's an easy way to confirm the matter of quark singularity. You just need to ask Dr. Kyudai how did he come up with the name, right? Luke's thoughts instantly went to the time when Mr. Fool had asked him the same thing. How did he come up with the name, quark conformity? Then, he had no answer, despite it being him who was the researcher behind it. It had felt like a thought planted inside him, and then he forgot about it. So, yes. If Dr. Kyudai failed to recall the same, wouldn't that confirm that there was indeed something wrong with this all? Not only that, but it would confirm everything that Mr. Fool told him this time, Luke realized. Still, the matter on the hands persisted. You have two great choices to go about that, Luke. First, you can bestow a telepathy quirk on Nyx and then communicate with her mentally. Second, you can create a wall of spirituality around you and her and then talk freely within. I will advise using the second method as you have never used it before. This way, I can also collect data on the rate of your spirit points consumption while maintaining the wall of spirituality. Oh, yeah. Luke remembered Miss Justice teaching him about the wall of spirituality, which was an inherent part of the ritualistic magic. After learning everything, Luke had already collected the items relevant to the rituals. Nyx had been watching him quietly all this while. When she saw him just get up and pull out the silver knife from a hidden compartment in his drawer, she couldn't help but feel the burn. I hate it, she hissed, fluttering near to him on the bed. I hate when you talk to that stupid Miss Justice. It's like two people talking in a different language right in front of you. What am I? Some feathery third wheel. She's cute. Hee hee. Luke smiled wryly. Are you jealous? Don't make me peck your ass, Luke. Nyx warned. All right, Luke nodded, knowing well that she would do it. Taking a deep breath, and entering cogitation, he poured his spirituality into the silver dagger. Then, slowly, he sliced the surrounding space, letting the dagger become a channel to spew out his spirituality. An invisible, but perceptible, layer of spirituality sprung up around Luke and Nyx. Even Nyx could feel it. The sounds and noises felt sluggish. The environment felt soothing. There was calm and quietness. Around 50 spirit points. Not bad. I guess you could make it thicker, but it would work for now. Nodding to himself, Luke told Nyx everything he learned from Mr. Fool. By the time he finished, the raven was already slamming her wings in anger. Mother $$ $. Nyx cursed, Luke trying to hold her back. Let me go. I will use Dream Walk Quirk and peck out the ass of that blue massive asshole or whatever it is. Be reasonable, Luke said, pressing her into the bed. We never saw it in the father's dream again. Remember. Nyx bit Luke's finger, but then stopped struggling. For a moment, both Luke and Nyx just stared at each other, feeling helpless. They weren't strong. They weren't strong enough to go against their enemies. Furthermore, they weren't strong enough to unearth the mysteries without being found out. And I need to find a follower now. Luke said, already feeling the weight of the task. Oh, yeah. I already have all the content related to the next sequences, Luke. But, as per the deal, you must gain at least one follower of the religion of Mr. Fool. When Nyx learned what Miss Justice told Luke, her eyes popped out suddenly. Wait. She caught out her lungs. Ha ha. Fall on your knees and worship this goddess of darkness. Luke pressed his brows together. Then, his eyes lit up out of nowhere, too. Miss Justice. Luke asked, his heart beating loudly against his chest. Can Nyx become the first follower of Mr. Fool? An original image of Luke creating Wall of Spirituality is available. Chapter 53, Praying to Mr. Fool, Nyx's Choice. Luke had a distinct feeling as if Miss Justice was looking at him with her jaw hanging low. He gave the system a moment to process the request, no matter how odd it sounded inside his head. Nyx was truly the most unique case when it came to bioalchemy. Technically, because of Luke bestowing intelligence quirk upon her for years in his childhood, she did have a quirk. However, that's also why she didn't have a quirk. When bioalchemy's bestowed quirk became permanent, as Luke had found out after researching it in his previous life, it didn't result in a distinct gathering of quirk factors. The intelligence quirk that had rooted itself in Nyx was now an inherent part of her, as if she had born quirkless, but with a heightened intelligence. That's why Luke could bestow more quirks upon her. If he were to do the same with Nizu, it would definitely fail. So, Luke waited for the system to confirm his logic. After spending a year interacting with Miss Justice, he could hardly tell if she was truly a super sophisticated AI or just a young adult female. He dearly hoped it wasn't the latter because that would be embarrassing and would kill him with social anxiety on the spot. As Luke smiled at the humor, Miss Justice finally replied. It should work. I mean, I have known cases where animals, smart animals, have become beyonders, Luke. If we go by that logic, Nyx, who possesses intelligence on par with many intelligent human beings, should be fine. Moreover, by being with you, she's already aware of the mystic knowledge and the dangers that stem from it. But, it would be best not to take any chances regarding this, no. If something went wrong, I wouldn't be able to suppress the mutations inside her. Luke licked his lips. He shared Miss Justice's reasoning with Nyx. Sure enough, the moment she heard it, Nyx's entire body shook. No. This is not good. I already thought of the image for my cogitation. Luke smiled wryly. What would that be? Nyx caught out loud. Momo's massive pair of, go buy up. Why did I even ask? Luke shook his head, holding Nyx's beak. Miss Justice, is there really no way around it? Can we not confirm it? Well, if you are willing to do so, you can ask Mr. Fool. Luke suddenly stood up, his blue eyes glowing. Yes. Why didn't he think of it before? Before consuming the apprentice potion, Luke couldn't use ritualistic magic as he had no target to pray to. However, that had changed after his recent visit to Mr. Fool. The system within him had strengthened enough to temporarily maintain a very weak connection with Mr. Fool. Luke hurriedly set up a table with scented candles. He then drew a pupilless eye on a piece of paper, as Miss Justice had taught him. From the side, an excited Nyx watched everything as Luke poured essential oils onto the candles, lighting up the space within the wall of spirituality with a beautiful, minty aroma. When it was all done, Luke took a moment to calm his heart, using cogitation. Should I use Hermes, Miss Justice? He asked, remembering the strange language the system had taught him. Normal language should work, but there's nothing wrong with being cautious. So, this time, let's go with Hermes. Chant the words properly. We don't want you to end up contacting some wild, unknown existence. Despite the solemn words, Miss Justice's voice felt humorous to Luke. He took another deep breath and let it out, chanting out those words in an alien language. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. For a moment, there was no reaction. Then the gust of wind hit his face out of nowhere. The flames of the 3 candles, placed in an inverted triangle position, burgeoned. Instinctively, Luke felt a gaze upon him. In his vision, a mass of gray fog surrounded him, and, when he looked up, he found a silhouette seated on a massive, high-backed chair, like a god. Luke gulped. Can I choose Nyx as my first follower? As he had already discussed with Mr. Fool that he would be buying the followers' faiths by turning them into beyonders, there was no need to mention exclusively what he intended to do with Nyx. After a moment, just like his gaze, the word fell upon Luke as well. Yes. Then, like a snap of fingers, everything quietened. Luke kept seated in his place, his back drenched with sweat, though. This was an experience like nothing. Even dying and then coming back to life hadn't felt so unnerving and mysterious to him. Taking a deep breath, and recalling Miss Justice's teachings, Luke put his right palm on his left chest, bowing. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Then, he burned the paper resting between the candles before distinguishing the candles by rubbing the wicks between his spirituality-coated fingers. And Nix cawed, hopping right on the table, the candles falling off the table. Luke couldn't help it and ended up smiling, making the bird go wild. Now I will need to get more inorganic ingredients from Momo. Oh, no. An alarm rang up inside Luke. What? What happened, Miss Justice? I forgot to tell you something. Luke's blood pressure took some time to calm down. It's about the followers and how their becoming Beyonders would play out. You already know the most important thing, Quirk users can't become Beyonders. What you don't know is that even if you give someone a well-brewed potion, they still can't become a Beyonder. There is more to it. So much more. But, first, let me tell you a piece of good news, you don't need Momo's quirk for those potions. We can create semi-real inorganic ingredients using your quirk, and add your blood to the potion, fooling the entire thing. Luke's eyes widened. This wasn't something he had thought would be possible. Like his quirk, which the scientists from the blue site had failed to copy in his previous life, despite having full control over Dr. Kidai's research, Luke too had failed to bestow Momo's quirk to Nix. Much less needed to be said about another animal. It was like some inherent shackles on bioalchemy and creation quirks didn't tolerate tempering. Of course, Luke, being Luke, had researched his way out of it, creating a new, blood-based creation quirk instead of Momo's lipid-based one. However, the results failed to reach even 10% of Momo's capabilities, ending up getting discarded by Luke. But, unlike inorganic ingredients, Luke could freely create organic ingredients. So, with Miss Justice claiming that he could fill the gap with his blood. Yes, we can use blood creation quirk for those semi-real inorganic ingredients, but, of course, there's a catch to it. First, the core powers granted by these potions won't be permanent. Beyonders will have to replenish these powers by drinking these potions periodically until they digest the mysticism within. This is how Mr. Fool wished it to be, Luke. We can't depend upon someone's loyalty as, technically, we are buying their faith. These Beyonders would need to pray to Mr. Fool once their core powers run out. However, as they don't have me, these prayers will reach you. You can then bestow the next batch of potions to them. Also, you can make it a reward-based thing, no. It makes them dependent on you, and you can choose if a follower deserves the next batch or not. Luke kept silent. What the second? Second, these Beyonders can only consume potions of one pathway, and not 3 like you. Third, they would always remain a step below your current sequence, as it's your blood that would be acting as an ingredient for them. Luke didn't want to, but he ended up analyzing and coming to a conclusion. This all felt to him a very well thought out plan to make sure that the followers would never lose faith in Mr. Fool. Maybe. You can think of it as a subscription that you can't cancel. Luke smiled and then sighed. Let it be, it wasn't like he would be forcing someone. Thus came the time to ask the most important question of the moment. Luke looked at Nix and shared what Miss Justice just told him, and asked, which? Seer. Nix replied instantly, holding her neck high. I want strength. I want you to fill me up, with quirks. An original image of Luke as he sees Mr. Fool is available. Chapter 54, All Might's Combat Exercise, Sequence 8's Unlock. In the first week of May, wearing his Silver Age costume, All Might made a flashy entry through the Class 1A's doors. I am here. As All Might walked in, a cheery wave coursed through the students. Even though All Might started at UA from the start of this year, it was the first time he would be teaching the first years of the hero course. First, it was the Jakku incident that kept him occupied. Because of that, Sand had to fill in, turning All Might's hero combat course into a hand-to-hand combat one. Then, only last week, it was the UA's barrier-breaking incident during the lunch break, followed by the massive explosion outside the school premises. The pro-heroes and police had made no arrests related to these incidents yet. All Might, on the other hand, had decided to carry on his tutor's duties. Aizawa must have told you all about a special combat exercise, All Might said, putting on a big smile. Well, what are you waiting for? Put on your costumes and meet me at ground beta. You just wish you don't have to fight me, fanboy. Bakugo grinned madly, staring at Luke. This is no handy-handily combat. I am gonna destroy you. Luke couldn't help but smile wryly. They had already arrived at ground beta, donning their hero costumes. Luke remembered some things Momo had told him about this particular exercise, but there were no details. Still, he didn't mind that. For him, this was a fun way to explore his Beyonder powers more without letting anyone find them out. Of course, unlike Luke, Nix couldn't remain shut against an insult. Destroy us. She cawed, chuckling like a villain. Like you destroyed the toilet before coming here. You. Freaking bird. Bakugo fumed, sparks going off his palm. What? Nix's eyes narrowed. Feeling nervous. Oh, wait. Is that how your quirk works? You collect sweat from your ass. Alright, enough. Luke pinched Nix's beak as he saw Bakugo's face going red and pink in anger. He hurriedly apologized and put some distance between them. Seriously, Nix. Do you have to be a child with children? Shut up. Nix snapped. I was so excited to become a seer, even bought a diamond pendulum. Why do I have to wait? I am telling you that Miss Justice has ulterior motives, textbook case of spies. I read everything about it in the 3rd volume of The Underskirt Kingdom of Princess Diana. Luke rubbed his face, barely trying to keep it in. He had explained it to her, but Nix was just not ready to let it go. According to Miss Justice, Luke could only give someone a sequence potion 1 level lower than him. As he was a sequence 9 of the 3 pathways, he couldn't brew a sequence 9 seer potion for Nix yet. However, as technically Nix had adopted the faith of Mr. Fool, Luke had fulfilled his 1 follower requirement to unlock the next series of sequences. Sequence 8, Clown. Control over their bodily functions and facial expressions. Exceptional dexterity and speed. Powerful coordination and balance. Paper daggers, temporarily turn sheets of paper as hard and sharp as steel. Potion ingredients, a crystal of a matured Hornaceous Grey Mountain Goat Horn, a human-faced rose complete stock, 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of torn apple, jimsonweed, juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock. Sequence 8, Swindler. Cause hallucinations to be experienced by a target. Possess a charm that makes it easier to approach, trust, and believe. Thought misdirection, redirect a target's thinking to an extent. Potion ingredients, 1 human-faced cage grass, 1 larvae of a soul-confusing insect swarm, 100 milliliters of pure water, 20 milliliters of another's tears, 1 lapis lazuli, 10 grams of white chestnut balm. Sequence 8, Trickmaster. Transfer toxic or harmful gases away or to a place. Flash, to interrupt the target's vision. Escape trick, use a combination of props, loud noises, black curtains, or flashes to divert the target's attention to move around. Tumble, coat a small area with grease, causing people to slip and fall. Object manipulation, move or bounce objects in a small radius. Freezing, creates a rapid cooling effect, creating frost or thin ice, and can also be transmitted through palm contact or in a ray form. Burning, ignite and burn objects in a small radius by rubbing fingers. Fog, generate fog all around in a small radius. Wind, manifest a wind with light intensity gales. Potion ingredients, stomach pouch of a spirit eater, 20 milliliters of a deep-sea marlin's blood, 5 milliliters of essential oils made from hornbeam, 10 grams of string grass powder, a blossoming red chestnut flower, 80 milliliters of purified water. Note: all abilities will keep progressing as you digest a sequence potion. You can consume a different sequence potion of the same level only after you have fully digested the already consumed one. You can consume a higher level potion of a sequence only after you have fully digested all the lower level potions of the 3 sequences. As always, Luke liked the Marauder's Pathways sequence 8 the least. There was just something about the Swindler name that disgusted him. The next sequence of Seer Pathway, Clown, felt the strangest one, and Luke failed to find any relation between a clown and a seer, making him frown. Then, there was Trickmaster. The sheer number of tricks this sequence could do surprised Luke. This sequence 8 felt the most practical to him, despite a seer's strangeness. Of course, for now, he needed to digest the apprentice potion, and Luke had already figured out the acting method, to be a good student. The core of the apprentice potion lay in humbly accepting the teachings. For a student like him, guided by pro-heroes in different exercises, even Miss Justice had guessed that he wouldn't take more than a month to digest it fully. Luke saw All Might clearing his throat and he joined the children as well. If accepting teachings was the goal, then he would make sure to accept All Might's instructions and impress him to get feedback. For this course, All Might said, replying to Tenya's question about the choice of the battle site, you will be split into teams of villains and heroes and fight 2 indoor battles. I know that you have been learning basic hand-to-hand combat, right? It would be the best time to put those moves into practice as well. Momo raised her hand. Sir, how the wins and losses will be decided? How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo asked. Can I kill a bird? Nix's head snapped toward Bakugo. She raised her wing. Sir, if I have to go to the bathroom, can I? All Might felt a headache coming as he tried to calm down a riled-up Bakugo and bird. He hurriedly pulled out a script from his pocket. Listen up. All Might said, quieting everyone. Here's the situation. The villains have hidden a nuclear warhead somewhere in a 5-story building. The heroes must foil their plans. A win for villains will be if they successfully prevent the heroes from capturing them or prevent them from recovering the warhead. A win for heroes will be if they successfully capture the villains or recover the warhead. You will have 15 minutes to do all this. We will choose teams by drawing lots. Isn't there a better way? Tenya complained. Midoriya was about to answer, when Luke stepped up, finding an opportunity to solidify the groundwork for his acting. If you think about it, pro heroes often have to team up on the spot. Just take the Jakku incident as an example. Rabbit Hero, Mirko and All Might teamed up to take down the villains there, no. As Midoriya smiled at Luke, and Tenya apologized for guessing it wrong, All Might gave Luke a big thumbs up. You said it right, young Luke. Okay. Let's draw. After a few moments, All Might declared the teams. With a strange turn of fate, Luke was paired with none other than Momo Yaoyorozu. And I will not be writing about the fights that are already covered in anime in detail. We'll only focus on things that are relevant to the plot and must be mentioned. Chapter 55, Second Battle, Revealing the Secret of Quirk. A massive explosion tore through the building floor by floor as Midoriya used Detroit Smash. Meanwhile, Midoriya's partner, Uraraka, used her quirk to pin down Tenya Ida, Bakugo's partner, with the debris and jumped on the payload, effectively winning the match. Standing in the monitoring room in the building's basement, the students looked at it with awe. For a moment there, it had felt like All Might had stopped the battle midway, seeing how both Bakugo and Midoriya had gone nuts, destroying everything. However, Midoriya pulled a neat trick in the end, fooling Bakugo. The match was over and Building A had been reduced to rubble. After several minutes, and sending Midoriya to the hospital ward, All Might brought back Uraraka, Tenya, and a shaken Bakugo to the monitoring room in the basement of Building B, and the MVP of the battle is. All Might said, pointing out, young Ida. Tenya's eyes went wide. But, sir, shouldn't the MVP be from the winning team? Tsuyu asked. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed. Can anyone tell me why Tenya deserves to be the MVP? Please, sir, Momo threw her hand up. Let me. Tenya was the only one who wholly accepted his role in the situation. What are you thinking? Nyx whispered in Luke's ear as Momo ranted over the sporadic actions of Bakugo and Midoriya. Luke wiped the small smile on his face, remembering how long Momo could go on while being like this. I am thinking how to get more ingredients from her. There's no way she hasn't figured out that there's something wrong with us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have planted a GPS tracking device on the limo. It means she's getting serious about all this. Before heading to confront Tamura Shigaraki in the forest, Nyx had hypnotized the driver to take the car through a planned route with one stop at a restaurant. This had only been a precaution. To their shock, they found a GPS tracking device on the limo later in the evening. Spending his childhood under the watchful eyes of the CCTV cameras and hidden monitoring devices had left both Luke and Nyx traumatized, it seemed. Now, whenever they got some time to kill, they did a full sweep of Luke's surroundings to catch any electronic devices. With Momo being the most probable person behind such discreet monitoring, Luke had guessed it easily. His father wouldn't need to be discreet to have an eye on him anyway. So, if Luke were to throw another request at her, he had an instinct that she would refuse him. There's so far one could play with a young girl's curiosity, Luke knew. Sooner or later, she would lose interest, and then he would have too. Luke buried the disgusting thought of hypnotizing Momo to get the ingredients. Every time he did something that went against his and his late wife's morals, the tips of his fingers throbbed, and his lips went dry. However, Luke realized that, with the nature of his enemies, he had no choice but to do that if he ever wanted enough strength to stand against those incomprehensible existences. But to outright manipulate a young Momo for his selfish means. Luke still found it an abhorring task to even think of. I have a solution, I guess, Luke thought aloud as Momo finished the lecture, making Tenya's mouth hang low. I will reveal my true quirk to her. All right. All Might said, making them quiet. Time for the second battle. Rules are the same. Both heroes and villains teams will be given a strip of white cloth. Tying it on a player of the opposite team will mean capturing him or her. You will also have an earpiece to communicate with each other, but the players of different teams can't hear each other. All earpieces are connected to my earpiece. Okay, here we go. All Might plunged his hands into the boxes next to him and pulled out 2 balls. Team B versus, he showed the balls to the students. Team I. Luke shifted on his feet and found Todoroki looking right at him. Team B was Luke and Momo and Team I was Todoroki and Shoji, and, from the color of the balls, Team B would be playing heroes while Team I was the villain. As before, the heroes will be given 5 minutes to locate the payload and then set up their defenses, All Might instructed. The villains will be given a detailed plan of the building. Heroes. You can move out and enter the building from outside. Good luck. Luke and Momo collected the white strips and earpieces and walked out of the basement directly to the road outside. Building B was exactly similar to Building A, having 5 stories, but a different internal layout. Let's locate the payload, first, Luke suggested, seeing Momo gaining a touch of nervousness. As they walked inside, Nyx flew away and, within a minute, they found the heavy missile-like prop on the 3rd floor. What's your strategy? Luke asked. Momo's eyes narrowed. Let me lead in this one, she said after thinking over it a bit. Both your combat and quirk are useless against Todoroki. Hey. Nix caught as Luke smiled wryly. I am only being pragmatic, Momo explained, taking a deep breath to calm down her nerves. We both know what Todoroki's quirk is. If I am right, he would freeze us first, win the battle, and then unfreeze us. Luke nodded, agreeing with Momo's sound reasoning. Others might not know the full capabilities of Shoto Todoroki, but he knew, especially when he recalled the things from his previous life. Shoto Todoroki was the son of the current number 2 hero, Flame Hero, Endeavor. Because his mother had an ice-based quirk, Shoto possessed both heat and ice quirk. He could generate ice from the right side of his body and fire from the left side. In the hand-to-hand combat, Todoroki had never used his quirk and had always lost when paired against Luke. But the boy had never minded that for one obvious reason: given his quirk, he could overwhelm any combat scenario, Todoroki believed. So, when Momo said Luke's martial arts were useless, she was just stating the truth. Moreover, Luke's quirk, growing Nix's size, would be useless in such tight spaces as well. I can create some heat-generating pieces of equipment. Momo thought aloud, biting her nails, and place some barriers, but nothing will be enough to keep him and his quirk away from us for long. Luke finished her words, smiling. Momo frowned. Why are you smiling? Do you really want to win? He asked, knowing well that All Might was listening, too. It couldn't be helped, though. For him to digest the apprentice potion, and for him to secure future ingredients, this was something he must do. What? Momo's face fell. Don't tell me you are thinking of giving up. Luke cut her off before she could finish, though. If you really want to win, we can win, because growing Nix's size is not my quirk, he said, making Momo's eyes go wide. It is. Feeding her inorganic materials to give her different quirks. Chapter 56, Luke and Momo vs Shoto Todoroki, I. All Might couldn't believe what he was hearing on the earpiece. Renji Sionji, known by all as Luke, had a quirk that let him bestow different quirks upon the bird. When Mr. Principal had asked him to visit the world-famous tycoon, Ryujiro Sionji, he had doubted the reason for it. However, after seeing Mr. Principal's grave expression, he had humored him by going along with it. It was then Mr. Principal had convinced Mr. Sionji to let Luke attend UA High School, going as far as to put him on the recommended students list. All Might didn't have much to say at that time. Sure, the boy had a powerful quirk, but it was only the case with certain scenarios, like all other quirks, to be honest. The boy would be a great hero when it came to reconnaissance and aerial pursuits, but All Might hadn't believed it was on the same level as young Momo and Todoroki's quirks. But as he kept listening, All Might's ever-present smile began vanishing slowly. Did Mr. Principal know about this? No. No. All Might rejected the idea within. There was no way Niza wouldn't share it with him if he had known. Then All Might remembered why Luke wasn't one of the recommended students, because Mr. Sionji had insisted upon him taking the exam. As Luke finished telling Momo about his quirk, All Might couldn't help but conclude. Even if Mr. Principal didn't know what quirk Luke truly possessed, he knew it wasn't merely gigantifying the bird. If he were to ignore the boy's quirk, and through the little interactions he had with him, All Might had always believed that Luke was a unique boy with a good head on his shoulders. It was more so when he learned how proficient the boy was in hand-to-hand combat, trying to make up for his weaknesses. But that was only when All Might ignored the boy's quirk. This kid. All Might thought, re-evaluating Luke without a smile. He is a top 10 pro hero material. Meanwhile, Momo stared at Luke with blatant shock on her face. All this time, she had been thinking that the Sionji group had been taking advantage of Luke's simplicity to obtain some unknown materials for a questionable purpose. That's why she had put a tracking device on the limo to see if Luke wasn't in trouble, even at school hours. If the car had gone to some unknown location, she would have reported to a teacher. Only now did she realize how wrong she had been about everything. Luke's simplicity wasn't a facade, but it wasn't his true nature as well. She had always known Luke was smart, as she had pulled up his written and practical examination results. But this wasn't just smart, it bordered on targeted cleverness. Luke could feed Nix inorganic materials that randomly popped up in his mind. Those materials then permanently bestowed quirks upon Nix. It was simple, but terrifying at the same time. She had created 5 of those materials for him by now. Didn't that mean that the vulgar bird held 5 quirks? Even more shocking was that Luke managed to hide this fact from everyone. I am sorry. Luke apologized. I am not supposed to tell anyone. My father told me that if someone got to know about it, he would pull me out of the school. Momo's eyes narrowed. We are aiming to be pro-heroes, she said gravely. To what extent we can use our quirks will dictate not only our strength but lives. Innocent lives. You can't let your father control yourself forever. What's the point of joining UA if we don't get to strengthen our quirks? Luke looked away, wondering for how long he could stretch this lie. The moment All Might confronted his father, he would know that he was lying now as well. But the chances of All Might going to his father, after learning Luke's true quirk, were low, especially when, unlike Momo, the pro-hero would have guessed why Mr. Sionji asked Luke to keep it a secret. Such a quirk could attract many villains to target Luke. It was not something any father would want for his children. So, Momo said, sighing, these inorganic materials you said, how do you know their composition in so detail? Luke shrugged. They just pop up in my mind and I put them on paper for you. I mean, hoping you would help me. Momo's mouth flattened into a thin line. If you had explained it sooner, I would have never said no. You could also submit a formal request through a teacher. Luke smiled wryly. Momo shook her head, noticing the time running out. Just make sure you don't get frozen, Luke said, nodding at her. I will take care of Todoroki. Reluctantly, Momo nodded back at him. As she began walking out of the room, she suddenly paused and looked over her shoulder. The crystal you made me create the first time, she said, smiling, I want it back. Nix ate it. Luke looked down, feeling awkward. Nix smacked the back of Luke's head. Then let her create one more. TCH. Clueless moron. Giggling, Momo walked out, creating a pair of heat-generating shoes and gloves for herself. Behind her, Luke let out a chuckle as Nix kept slapping him with her wings. Then, suddenly, Miss Justice said something that sent a chill running down Luke's spine. I wouldn't be surprised if you digested the swindler potion right after drinking, too. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Shoji entered the building. The tips of Mizo Shoji's appendages morphed into ears. One is on the 3rd floor, he told Todoroki. The other one is on the stairs between 2nd and 1st floors. Todoroki walked past Shoji quietly. For your sake, he said, putting his right hand on the wall next to him, I would suggest you step outside. Then, with a hissing chill, cold began pouring out of his palm, covering everything under a thick layer of ice. From the ground to the top floor, it took the ice barely moments to freeze the entire building. Not only the upper side, but even the basement, where the monitoring room was, got frozen instantaneously, making everyone shudder in cold. Slowly, Todoroki began walking up and found Momo on the stairs, desperately trying to melt the ice pinning her down. But, with one step, Todoroki reinforced the ice, making it reach up to her knees. I thought I would find Luke here, he said, sounding disappointed. Sending you for a frontal assault was stupid. Don't worry. I will unfreeze you after I secure the payload. Giving a cold shoulder to her, Todoroki climbed up and disappeared to the next floor. Behind him, still pinned under thick layers of ice, Momo smirked. Chapter 57, Luke and Momo vs. Shoto Todoroki, 2. With half the tail of the cat out of the bag, Luke needed to be very methodical about showing what quirks Nix possessed. As the layer of ice froze him, reaching his calves, Luke silently stood there in the room, thinking hard about it. Meanwhile, who had made herself hover at the right moment, landed on his shoulder. I can't be diverse with the quirks, Luke thought, holding his chin. Nix now holds a gigantification quirk in the eyes of others. It would be best if I limit the quirks to some ordinary transformations. This way, even if someone were to find similarities between me and Dr. Blessed, there would never be convincing evidence. Not only that, but he could also give a false impression to everyone that he could only control one quirk in Nix at a time. Then, with time, he could start letting Nix use 2 and then 3 quirks at a time as part of his natural progression to keep the UA teachers in the dark. This would also lay down a solid ground for his public identity as a pro-hero. If Luke ever wanted to unearth the dark secrets of this world, he couldn't afford to remain a vigilante, villain, or hero alone. He needed to be active in all parts of the society. Sighing, Luke told Nix the plan to deal with Todoroki, making her nod at him. Through the earpiece, Momo too learned what he was telling her, grunting in agreement. Then, he put his palm on Nix for a few seconds. Meanwhile, he noticed the CCTV cameras inside the hall had also gained a layer of ice over them, blurring what he was doing. Knowing that Todoroki could be coming anytime, Luke crouched and punched the thick slab of ice on his legs. The alloy-reinforced knuckles, backed by the strength of a marauder, shattered the ice instantly. Then, taking a deep breath, Luke reached out toward the floor as if he were opening a door, letting his spirituality flow out of him. Suddenly, a corporeal outline of a door materialized on the floor itself, glowing ethereally blue. This was the core power of a Sequence 9 apprentice, Luke had learned, door opening. As long as the thickness of all things that could still be termed as walls wasn't too much, he could form a door there. Holding a non-existence doorknob, Luke pulled up. Noiselessly, the door-sized section of the floor literally lifted as if it was a door with hinges and everything, showing the hall underneath. As Luke's danger intuition triggered, sensing Todoroki coming, he jumped down through the door, snapping his fingers. Shoto Todoroki walked into the hall, wearing his hero costume, his breath misting with coldness. He found Luke standing in a frozen hall in front of the payload. Surprisingly, there was no sign of the bird. As if that wasn't enough, Luke's legs weren't pinned down by ice, either. Uncaring, Todoroki walked in, smiling. "I wasn't expecting you to be here," he said casually. "Did you send Nyx? Did you send Nyx to distract me from behind, knowing that your quirk was useless in such tight spaces?" Todoroki stopped a few steps away from Luke. "You are strong," he said, his smile vanishing. "You were just unlucky enough to be paired against me. It's not your fault. We just play at different levels." Todoroki took another step forward, spewing out shards of ice that rushed toward Luke. However, even now, Luke didn't move at all, making Todoroki raise his brows. With the minuscule distance between them, he couldn't stop the attack, either. Todoroki decided to just freeze Luke entirely and then unfreeze him right after winning the battle instead. So, when the blocks of ice reached Luke, and he exploded, Todoroki's eyes went wide with shock. Caw. Caw caw. Caw caw caw. Dozens of ravens came blasting out of the exploded Luke as if it was all an illusion. In no time, the enormous number of ravens painted the entire frosty hall in black, the sound of their cries and the flutters of their wings deafening Todoroki. However, in the eyes of Nyx, perched on the tip of the payload, Todoroki was flailing his hand at absolutely nothing and the hall couldn't be any more empty. Quirk, illusion. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 4 seconds. Activation time, 17 minutes. From behind, Momo came rushing inside and found Todoroki throwing his hands, freezing nothing but air. It wouldn't be long until he realized that it was all an illusion, she knew. Holding the white strip of cloth in her hands, she charged forward, following the plan. Meanwhile, after failing repeatedly at freezing so many birds, Todoroki had already guessed that he had been fooled. Luke's quirk wasn't what he'd thought it was. The birds trying to claw at him were nothing but a big illusion to distract him. From the corner of his eyes, Todoroki noticed Momo coming at him. So, ignoring them, he blasted a wave of icicles at her. Suddenly, one of the ravens cawing madly around Todoroki suddenly descended upon him. Taking advantage of the fact that he must have realized all the birds were an illusion, Nyx had joined the flock. However, just before she could hit him, Todoroki snapped his head toward her. That's so basic. With a wave of his right hand, he froze Nyx in midair with an icicle rising from the ground. The illusions disappeared right after that. Meanwhile, Momo ran around in circles, trying not to get caught by Todoroki. Simultaneously, she kept generating tiny steel balls and throwing them at Todoroki. What's she trying to do? Todoroki asked himself as he saw the balls leaving an impression on ice, but failing to crack it. Where's Luke? Of course, now knowing their strategy, Todoroki was on guard against the sudden appearance of Luke. He had never underestimated or overestimated Luke. However, if what he had found about his quirk was true, he knew he had grossly underestimated what Luke was capable of. Still, Todoroki had full confidence that he could take on both Luke and Momo. Even though Nyx could use more than one quirk, as long as she was pinned down, there wasn't much Luke could do by himself. But there was no shame in being cautious, right? With a shift of his right foot, Todoroki froze the entrance to the hall, locking Momo in. Give up, Todoroki said, inching toward the payload as Momo kept running around, dodging ice. You cannot win this battle. Now. Momo shouted. With a puff, all the steel balls she had been throwing at Todoroki exploded, spewing out a white gas, clouding his vision. At the same time, Nyx's figure, still pinned down by the icicle, blurred, before disappearing altogether. Quirk, exchange positions. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 4 seconds. Activation time, 18 minutes. In Nyx's place, Luke appeared, breaking free of the ice around his foot effortlessly. Like a black blur, he tore through the cloudy fog and appeared right next to Todoroki, making his eyes pop out. As his instincts took over, tongues of fire flickered on Todoroki's left part of the body, while the right side exploded with ice. In a fraction of a second, he froze Luke to the neck, his hand still reaching out for Todoroki's throat. Unfortunately, despite being frozen, Luke's face held a victorious smile. With a blank face, Todoroki looked down and found Momo tying the white cloth to his ankle. Battle 2 of Combat Exercise, Luke and Momo as villains versus Todoroki and Shoji as heroes, winners, villains. Chapter 58, Combat Exercise ends, All Might's secret revealed. All Might gathered all the students in the basement of Building C where the next battle would take place. Among the students, at the front, were the winners, Luke and Momo, a stunned Todoroki and a perplexed Shoji standing next to them. Not only Shoji but even the rest of the students were shocked beyond measure. At first, seeing the full scale of Todoroki's quirk had felt helpless, finding it just too overwhelming. They had considered Todoroki the winner and MVP right there and then. But the results couldn't be any weirder. It was Luke and Momo who came out to be the winners, with Luke securing the MVP position. Seeing the gobsmacked look on the students' faces, All Might faced Luke and said, "I guess you have something to tell your classmates, don't you?" Luke met All Might's stare and nodded. All Might meant that now that Luke had chosen to use his true quirk, there was no point in hiding it from his classmates. From an angle, Luke had guessed it would happen. Only the second combat exercise had forced him to depend on 2 more quirks. What would happen if they were in a real battle with villains? What would happen if they were in a scenario where innocent lives were at stake? In this, All Might agreed with Momo the most. Luke couldn't afford to keep his quirk a secret from his classmates, along with whom he would need to work and cooperate for the next 3 years and beyond. "Everyone," Luke said, turning around and facing all the students. "I have a confession." Then, slowly, he told them about his quirk, Raven, as it was registered in the Pro Hero database. Nyx, a raven, was an inherent part of his quirk. With the help of inorganic materials, which randomly popped up in his head, he could permanently grant her a quirk. The compositions of inorganic materials were alien, so he had to obtain Momo's help to create them. Also, he couldn't control which quirk a particular material granted Nyx. He could only activate 1 quirk at a time, within a 50-meter radius. Using too many quirks repeatedly depleted his stamina. Then, other than All Might who had figured out what happened during the battle using the earpieces, Luke described the entire scenario for the students sequentially. By the end of it, everyone was just staring at Luke with their mouths open. "Man," Aijiro complained. "I thought Todoroki's quirk was broken." "Yeah," Tsuyu added. "And you are good at hand-to-hand as well." Gaining a slight reddish hue on his cheeks, as Luke felt the eyes on him, he nodded. "I have been training for over a year under sand. So, I would request you not to compare with me. By the end of it, you will all have good chances of catching up with me." From the back, Bakugo eyed Luke with a stunned face as well. First, he had lost against Deku. Deku. That feeling had settled in his stomach like stones. Now, was he truly hearing that Fanboy could have flattened him whenever he wanted as well? Sensing Bakugo's expression, Luke looked at him as well. "I was not deceiving anyone during the practical exams," he said. Nyx could only use gigantification at that time. Next to him, Momo nodded. "I can attest to that." Luke then looked at Todoroki. "I would like to add that the only reason we won was because Todoroki didn't know about my quirk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made Shoji step outside." "Well said, young Luke." All Might gave him a thumbs up. He is right. But field work of pro heroes is full of elements of surprises as well. Not every time you will know the quirks of the villains, or to what extent those quirks can go mid-battle. Young Todoroki. Reflect on the battle well. Shoji. Next time, be more communicative. Momo. Excellent teamwork. You set yourself up for Luke's strategy to work. That's a pro-hero spirit. And Luke. Good job. But you need to be more trusting of the people around you. All right. Now that we are done with this, let's proceed with the third battle. As the children nodded, obviously excited, Luke took a deep breath, feeling the apprentice potion getting digested even more. The rest of the battles went by smoothly as well. Hantashiro and Aijiro Kirishima teamed up as villains to take on Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui, the latter winning the battle between the two. In the next battle, the villain team of Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure, who was an invisible girl, defeated the heroes, Rikido Sato and Minoru Mineta. At last, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro as villains snatched a win against Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. With that, following All Might's evaluations, the combat exercise came to an end. He gathered a cheery crowd of students near the exit. "Good work everyone," All Might said, laughing. "You really stepped up your performance using the hand-to-hand combat into practice, I see. And we didn't have any major injuries except for young Midoriya, either. Be proud of yourselves. You did great for the first time. It's nice to hear that after being through Mr. Aizawa and Mr. San's classes, sir," Tsuyu added, making everyone nod along with her. One was very anticlimactic and the other left all muscles sore. Yeah. As the student smiled wryly, agreeing with Tsuyu, All Might let out a cheery laugh. "I am happy to contribute to my alma mater, folks. That's all from me. I should check how young Midoriya is doing at the infirmary." Then, like a jet plane, All Might dashed through the corridor leading out of the ground beta. As he ran, and as the students looked at him with awe from behind, he looked over his shoulder and eyed Todoroki and Bakugo. Young Todoroki will be all right, All Might thought, remembering who his father was. But young Bakugo is full of pride. At a school like UA, it was bound to shatter. As a teacher, it is my duty to counsel him. But I can't. All Might had run away in a hurry, not because he needed to be near Midoriya, but because he couldn't maintain his form anymore. The moment he came out of the tunnel, he smashed the button on the wall next to him, closing the door. Then, with a hissing sound, his Hulk-like form smoked out of existence. In his true, skinny form, Toshinori Yagi huffed and puffed, taking deep breaths. I barely have enough time to teach a class, he complained inside. How will I last a full year? Wow. A girly, birdie voice entered All Might's ears. You are skinnier than Luke from a year ago. That's saying something, you know. Is this a side effect of doing naughty things in old age, All Might? As if stuck in time frames, Toshinori looked toward his left and found a small raven perched on the wall, cleaning her wings. Nyx. All Might remembered the name, a chill running down his spine. Oh, shit. Chapter 59, Changed Events, Luke's Cold Reasoning. Same day. As All Might's combat exercise happened before lunch, regular classes had been shifted to the afternoon. When all classes were done, the homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, entered the classroom, holding a stack of documents. Class rep, he said lazily. Yes, sir. Tenya Ida shot to his feet. Easy. Aizawa looked at Ida and Momo through the black circles around his eyes. Distribute these to everyone. As Tenya and Momo began giving one piece of paper to everyone, they realized what it was, UA's Pro Hero course's new schedule for the first years. Because of the Jaku incident and the villain activity behind the explosion 2 weeks ago, we have rescheduled a few things for things to settle down, Aizawa told them. First, in the last week of May, there will be a special exercise for you guys. Sir, Hantashiro asked, raising his hand, what kind of special exercise? Aizawa lifted his finger. Rescue mission. The students began discussing rapidly about it with excitement. I wasn't finished, Aizawa continued, quieting the students. The rescue mission will cover all kinds of disasters, shipwrecks, etc. You can choose to wear your hero costumes. For now, 4 teachers have been assigned to oversee this training, including me, Sand, All Might, and one other. Yuga Aoyama raised his hand. Sir, what's the exact date? The date's not finalized, yet, Aizawa replied before lifting his second finger. In the far back, Luke casually stared at Yuga Aoyama, who was All for One's spy. He knew Yuga would definitely report this schedule to All for One. There was no point in preventing that, either, as Luke would have to brainwash everyone in the class in that case. For now, he would wait until the exact date was revealed to the students. Only then he would think about how to best use his knowledge of Yuga being a spy. Second, Aizawa said, you should all start preparing for the sport festival. It will most likely be held in the first or second week of June. As the cheers roared through Aizawa's ears, he slammed the table lightly. There's no need to be so excited, he told them. I have seen your results for today's exercise. Most of you did well in using the hand-to-hand combat training, but if you can't back it up with your quirks, then there's no point in fighting it out as well. Bakugo, what were you thinking? And, Midoriya, he hasn't even left the infirmary. Both of you need to work extremely hard on your quirks without compromising the mission. Then, Aizawa silently looked at Luke, making the latter look down. Next time you decide to hide something from your colleagues, think about the consequences, he said, not unkindly as All Might had explained Luke's situation to him. Still, the kid needed an earful, and All Might was too soft to do that. I heard you wanted to be a pro hero to be something more than what people expected you to be. That's never going to happen if people, and your colleagues, are in danger because you were holding yourself back. Luke's cheeks had gone red. Why did Aizawa have to mention what he told All Might here, in front of everyone? Of course, the students didn't get the time to look at Luke with different gazes for long. Aizawa continued to praise and bash each and every one before explaining the rest of the schedule. After the sports festival, there would be final exams, followed by hero internships in the summer break. Hero agencies would be selecting students based on their performances in the sports festival, making it even more important. Calling it a day, Aizawa walked out of the class, yawning. As the students cheerfully began discussing the schedule, Luke eyed Yuga once more and sighed to himself. Perched on his shoulder, Nyx patted him. Come on. You can do it. Luke licked his lips and nodded. Everyone. Not many heard him, though, except for Todoroki who was sitting right next to him. Everyone. Momo shouted suddenly, making all look toward her. Luke has something to say. And that's why we liked her. Nyx mumbled to herself near Luke's ear. Luke gulped, feeling the stares. It was much better to do this with a mask on his face, he realized. I am sorry for hiding my quirk from you all, he told them. Regardless of the reasons, it did give me an advantage during the combat training today. As an apology, I would like to invite you all for lunch this weekend. Do you have a gaming console? Denki asked, excited. Luke nodded. What about a swimming pool? Tsuyu asked. Luke nodded. Can we come a bit early in the morning? Shoji asked, Rikido standing next to him. Sure, Luke nodded, knowing they wanted to see the gym. Will your sister be there? Minoru asked. Yes, why not? Luke replied with a smile. Of course, unlike Luke, most of the students frowned at Minoru, but Denki gave Minoru a thumbs up secretly. Will you come? Luke asked, looking at Todoroki and Bakugo. TCH. Bakugo sked and just marched out of the class. Don't worry, Ijiro said. I will bring him. I will try, Todoroki replied with a flat face. I need to visit somewhere on the weekend. Then Midoriya walked into the class, making everyone gather around him, asking about his condition. Tenya handed the schedule to him and then began shouting at Fumikage, who was sitting on the table. Relax, Momo said. You did good by inviting everyone for lunch. Luke thanked her, but he couldn't tell her the real reason behind this invitation. He didn't know if someone was watching Yuga outside school or not. The chances of it happening were enormously high. However, the Sionji mansion in Musudafu would give Luke the best place to corrupt all for one's pawn, isolation Yuga from the outside. And let me know whenever you need another material, Momo continued, not minding Luke's quietness. As Luke saw Momo walking out of the class, he neared the class windows and saw Midoriya confronting Bakugo. He must be explaining his quirk to him. Luke guessed as he read Bakugo's expressions. Bakugo, barely in his teens. No matter how much he tried, Luke couldn't remove the image of Bakugo killing him and Momo from his mind. Things are already happening in a much different way, Luke thought as he saw All Might consoling Bakugo. I wonder how the USJ incident during the rescue mission would have played out, if All for One never received the intel. There's no way Shigaraki would be in fighting condition with those injuries. Perhaps Dr. Kyudai would use a healing quirk on him. But, even then. Sigh, if things are bound to happen as they did in my previous life, is there a way for me to take advantage of this USJ incident if I let it happen during the rescue mission? Luke remembered the Nomu who had talked to him. What if he could bring out a reaction from another one as well? What if he were to capture a Nomu for himself and experiment on it? Slowly, but surely, unknown to Luke, his morals were being twisted by his pursuit of mysteries, revenge fueling his hard, cold reasoning like never before. Chapter 60, The Red and Blue Spirit Particles, All for One's Decision. Note, I need 5 more reviews to have a rating on this platform, guys. If you have some time, please share a few words and submit a review. Who is this Sand? All for One asked, looking at the document containing UA's schedule. He and Dr. Kyudai were in a secret lab, a faint, green glow surrounding them as it spewed out of the many cylinders filled with green-colored solution, each holding a Nomu. In front of them, lying on a bed, was Tamura Shigaraki. His hands and feet were tied up and tubes were running through his stomach and right hand's wrist. If it wasn't for the oxygen mask pumping his lungs, it felt like he would have died any moment. Next to the table, Kurojairi sat, no expression visible on his non-existent face other than squinted, yellow eyes. Sand. Dr. Kyudai recalled. Otherwise, infamously called the government's guillotine. You know him, Master. He is the one with control over Sand and has killed many of our beneficiaries. Ah. All for One hummed. Him. I always liked his MO. Never took him as a teacher, though. Probably, something to do with Sionji Group, Master, Dr. Kyudai guessed. That man is. Growling HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHcame from his throat as if someone was choking him. Dr. Kyudai hurried to him and took off his oxygen mask. Ah! Shigaraki screamed, his eyes bloodshot as they opened. I will kill you. Hold him down. Dr. Kyudai told Kurojairi. Then, he injected a solution into Shigaraki's body. Slowly, Shigaraki's breathing calmed down, his eyelids closing as he fell asleep. All for One silently stared at his most prized experiment and wondered aloud, this could be the best thing that happened to him. Dr. Kyudai and Kurojairi stared at their master, not understanding, but kept quiet. Tell me again about the attacker, All for One demanded, looking at Kurojairi. Kurojairi described the monstrous tree and took extra care to mention the way it shouted Master while dealing the killing blow on Shigaraki. Master. All for One's eyeless face squinted. What is this quirk? Dr. Kyudai sensed the incredible interest in his master's tone. With all his intelligence, he couldn't think of anything, either. However, something happened at that moment that bordered to be called a revelation. If Luke were here, with spirit vision activated, then he would have immediately picked up this change. Dr. Kyudai's spirit particles, golden-colored, were distributed across his body evenly as he possessed an age-related quirk, letting him stay comparatively younger than his actual age. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a swarm of red spirit particles manifested in his head, colliding with the golden ones. In a matter of a fraction of a second, they overwhelmed Kyudai's spirit particles, confining them in a cage. Outside, Dr. Kyudai's eyes lit up as if he had figured out something spontaneously. This seems like a mutation-based quirk, Master, he said, looking thoughtful. If you think about it, isn't similar to what we thought of Dr. Blessed. What? Kurogyri voiced out his shock in a quiet voice. That is impossible. I didn't see him anywhere. On the other hand, All for One had gone absolutely quiet. If that is true, Dr. Ujiko, he said after a moment, then our new friend is worthy enough for me to come out and meet him, personally. A quirk that could mutate all living organisms. If All for One still had eyes remaining, they would have been laughing and glowing with joy and blatant, volcanic greed. The red spirit particles suddenly vanished from Dr. Kyudai's mind. Almost instantly, as if it was waiting for the swarm of red spirit particles to go away, one blue spirit particle, just one, collided against Dr. Kyudai's golden one. It's possible that Dr. Blessed just happened to be there when Shigaraki visited the UA, Dr. Kyudai guessed, frowning. Maybe this all was nothing but an unfortunate coincidence. In the blink of an eye, the blue spirit particle disappeared, collapsing unto itself. Again, almost instantly, the swarm of red spirit particles returned. Instead of colliding with Dr. Kyudai's golden spirit particles, though, they kept roaming here and then, from head to hands to legs to toes, as if searching for something. After a moment, when they didn't find what they had been looking for, they again disappeared. Coincidence? Kurogyri shook his head. There was nothing coincidental about it. If it was indeed Dr. Blessed, he didn't just decide to attack Shigaraki on impulse. It was an ambush with an intent to kill. Absurd, All for One discarded Kurogyri's reasoning. As you said, no one knew where Shigaraki was going and for what purpose. No one, but you. So, unless you betrayed us, what you said doesn't make sense, Kurogyri. For a moment, Kurogyri kept quiet, All for One and Dr. Kyudai sharing a glance. Whoever this master is. Kurogyri continued after a while as if All for One's betrayal remark didn't affect him at all. Knew exactly where Shigaraki would go. He knew I would come to help Shigaraki, and he also knew we had a Nomo at our disposal. For a moment there, when I transferred Nomo to Shigaraki, my quirk didn't work, and the Nomo ended up stuck between two places. If this master could render my quirk useless, then why didn't he do it when I was trying to let Shigaraki in? No, there's something truly wrong about all this. I believe if Dr. Blessed is indeed this master, then not only he is much more clever than we're thinking of him, but he also knows much more about us. All for One silently stared at Kurogyri after listening to his absurd claims. Are you trying to say that Dr. Blessed is methodically targeting us? He asked, with amusement in his voice. Kurogyri nodded. He looked at Shigaraki and remembered the devotion in the mutated tree's voice. This person is more dangerous than All Might. Ha ha ha. All for One burst out with a peal of laughter. For a while, his laugh echoed in the lab, echoing against the cylinders. You know the best way to curb down the number of your enemies, Kurogyri? All for One asked, and then answered himself. By killing a few of them. With a wave of his hand, a video began playing on the screen next to them. It showed All Might just as the two Nomo were going to end Rabbit Hero, Mirko. What happened next was a blur, but one could still see All Might going down in one punch. He's gone weak. All for One said with disgust. What are you planning, Master? Dr. Kyudai asked. All for One stared at UA's schedule in his hand and then chuckled. I think, it's time to put the Nomo you created to take down All Might to test. An original image of All for One and Tamura Shigaraki is available. Chapter 61, Quirks, A Mysterious History Lesson. Luke sat on a chair in his study room, with books on history piled up on the table. Mr. Fool had directed him to learn history, probably to search and find some clues regarding conformity and singularity, he assumed. However, knowing what he needed to do and actually doing were two vastly different things. History was vaster than probably any subject in the world, even science, and much more difficult to understand if he was being honest with himself. At least in science, you could take a fact for granted and move on. History forced you to contemplate and question every action because people were involved in the greatest and most complex part of it. And wherever people were involved, Luke found himself lacking in grasping those things. In only a few weeks, Luke realized that he would never be a good history student. Much less needed to be said about being a passable one to work on Mr. Fool's suggestion. But he had been trying his best, and, with Luke, that was saying something. Then there was the matter with Apprentice Potion. Luke had been acting as a diligent student for weeks now, humbly accepting all teachings. To speed up digestion, he had even resumed his training with Sand on weekends. If that wasn't enough, Miss Justice had been teaching him about mysticism as well. This should have been enough for him to completely digest the potion. However, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't cross that last boundary. It was like having dregs of a cold pie stuck in his throat. All he needed was some warm water to wash it down. A gentle push was what he required, but neither of his existing teachers, including the system, seemed capable of helping him further down this path. It had already been over a week since his classmates had visited him for lunch. Aina had kept the girls entertained, but Rikuya had refused to even show up. Still, it hadn't gone as badly as Luke had been expecting. The sheer size of the mansion had overwhelmed most of the students, but games and gym kept most of the boys occupied. Meanwhile, Nix had found a secluded spot to hypnotize Yuga and plant a cue in his mind, as Miss Justice had put it. Now, regardless of Nix's hypnotizing quirk running out of time, whenever Yuga received specific instructions from All for One, he would tell Luke first. Similarly, before letting All for One know anything, he would tell Luke first about it. Miss Justice had said that this cue was very weak and could be overcome easily. Still, for the foreseeable future, this seemed to be enough for Luke. Knock knock. Come in, Luke said without looking up. Momo sipped a nicely brewed cup of tea and opened a magazine opposite him. Never took you for a historian. What's up with that? Luke shook his head, smiling. Just need to figure something out, Momo. As Momo nodded, taking another sip, Luke put his head down and began reading, and found a notification bombarding his eyes with great alarm. Don't panic. Keep calm and behave normally. This is a dream, Luke. Dream. I am sensing massive spiritual fluctuations. You know what I am talking about. Don't try to talk too much, or you will end up revealing yourself. Just as Miss Justice stopped communicating with Luke, he finally realized that he neither remembered arriving at the study room nor did he remember why Momo was there. Luke just wanted to kick himself awake at this moment, a primal chill running down his spine. What this thing was, had purposely taken Momo's appearance to get things out of him, and it only disgusted him further. But, against Miss Justice's wishes to remain quiet, Luke saw an opportunity in this disaster as well. Weeks of crawling progress had made him bolder, it seemed. You are not interested in history? Luke found himself asking, still looking down. He was afraid of looking up and finding not Momo, but a supermassive black hole glaring right back at him, turning him into a monster on the spot. He didn't even know if cogitation would work in this dream, preventing him from losing control. Luke gulped, feeling the sheer breadth of the risk he was taking at this moment. History bores me, Momo said, smiling. Luke nodded, refusing to let it go. You know what they say. What? If a subject bores you, Luke replied, then either it means it is truly boring or, you just know too much of it to have an interest in it anymore. Momo was going to take another sip when her hand paused. Luke's heart gave out on the spot, but he used all his will to just smile at her in return. Momo continued to drink her tea, closed the magazine, and leaned over on the table. So, Mr. Historian, what are you trying to figure out? Miss Justice sighed in relief in his mind. Luke leaned back on his chair and looked at all the books lined on the bookshelf, diverting his thoughts to bring out the real questions puzzling him. Quirks. He said dreamily. It puzzles me, truly. Nothing happens spontaneously without an external factor. But that's exactly what describes the appearance of quirks. No matter how much you research about them, there have been no scientists who have come close to explaining this, no. Sure, there have been theories that explain quirks' existence, like evolution. But, human evolution is a slow process, while quirks are progressing way faster. It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that would make sense if there have been cases of quirks before, forgotten or unrecorded or ignored. Momo observed Luke with quiet fascination. What exactly are you trying to find in the pages of history, she asked. A flying man or a glowing baby? Luke smiled wryly at the obvious jest. But before he could say something, Momo continued. Extraordinary phenomenon can take many shapes, Luke, have you ever wondered? Unpredictable and worldwide wars. The thought of creating atomic bombs. An artisan so skilled that he paints, innovates, and sculpts. A maiden giving birth to a child. Some claim a mountain and rule it like a god, having power over thunder. Some gain 3 heads and 6 arms. Some begin calling themselves heavenly descendants. And some boast from them originated the universe. Slowly, as if thunderstruck, Luke matched Momo's ancient stare. A quirk is not necessarily an extraordinary ability, Luke, Momo told him. It is will, faith, prayer, sacrifice, wish, and desire. If you are looking for traces of it in history, then you will find it everywhere. But you must ask yourself a question first, to what extent are you willing to pursue the truth? Smiling, Momo got up and ruffled Luke's hair. Sorry for giving you a lecture. If that was a lecture, Luke said, guided by the seer within him, then I humbly accept it. Momo raised her brows but kept going, and walked out of the study room with a smile on her face, the door behind her banging loudly. With a jolt, Luke sat up on his bed, his blue eyes glowing bluer than ever. What? Nix cawed suddenly as she fell over from her sleeping position, Luke's chest. What happened? Luke said, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. I digested my potion. Chapter 62, Unforeseen Simulation Joint, Villains Arrive. Seated at the back of the bus, just behind Momo and Uraraka, Luke eyed the vial of purified water with a smile on his face. Then he remembered the dream he had yesterday, and that smile got buried 10 feet under the earth. One of the existences plaguing his world, conformity and singularity, had appeared in his dream, taking Momo's form. Despite what Mr. Fool had told him about the two, those were nothing but guesses based on Luke's own observations. As such, he couldn't be sure which one had shown up in his dream. An even more mystifying doubt was why Momo. Why did it take Momo's form? What was it trying to achieve? Regardless of the purpose, though, Luke had successfully learned what he had been searching for this entire time, Quirk's clue in history. If what Luke had inferred from Momo's explanation in his dream was true, then it meant that Quirks had always been a part of society in different forms. However, there had been times when they had taken much worse forms as well, Luke guessed. Like the mention of the person who had claimed a mountain and called himself God, having powers over thunder. She was talking about Zeus if Luke wasn't wrong about it. With this, Luke had inferred another detail, but much more terrifying: the less the number of Quirks in the world, the more powerful individual Quirks in the Quirk user. However, Luke dared not give voice to this theory. Not yet. He himself wasn't sure of it. Much less needed to be said about discussing it with someone else. All he knew was that whoever the Momo from his dream was, she had paved the way for his future research into the Quirk's presence in history. And, along with that, she had also helped him digest the apprentice potion. With his thoughts circling back to the same topic again, Luke's eyes landed on the vial and the smile resurfaced. It wasn't just that Momo had helped him out with a smile this time. It was also because he hadn't actually needed to lie to her. Not outright, at least. There was one more reason behind Luke's refreshing smile, though. The vial contained over 250 milliliters of purified water, well over the 80 milliliters limit for brewing a potion. In the past, Luke had always needed to be extremely cautious and accurate while concocting a potion because he couldn't afford a new batch of ingredients. However, with his experience as a full-fledged doctor, he could afford to be precise even in the cruelest of experiments. The purified water was different, though. Not only it was the only inorganic ingredient he needed to brew the Sequence 8 Clown Potion, the next step of the Seer pathway, but it was also the sole ingredient needed to brew the Trickmaster Potion from the Apprentice pathway. With this, he didn't need to worry about making Momo create another ingredient for some time. Because every time he lifted his head, he was afraid she would ask him to feed it to Nyx and see what quirk she obtained. Suddenly, Bakugo raged as Tsuyu pointed out he would never be famous because of his behavior. Luke looked up and saw the children enjoying the ride, the smile on his face vanishing again. This was already the last week of May, meaning they were going for the rescue mission. At the front, Aizawa and San sat on different seats, their expression blank, Luke observed. One more pro-hero would be joining them soon when they reached their destination. However, if Luke was recalling it right, then All Might would get late. Of course, if he had wanted to, Luke could have warned All Might about it and then let him reach earlier, foiling the villain's plan. But that wasn't what Luke was aiming for this time. Luke wanted to capture a Nomu, and see if it could bring out a reaction from whatever that had taken control of the other Nomu during the Jaku incident. For that, he would need to become Dr. Blessed. There were chances that All Might would come at him with all he got because Dr. Blessed meant clue to all for one. It wasn't something the symbol of peace would let slip out of his fingers easily. And despite bioalchemy, Luke didn't think he was strong enough to take on All Might. For his plan to work, All Might must come at the right time. After a while, the bus stopped with a jerk. "We are here," Aizawa said, getting up. "Stop messing around." San stood up after Aizawa and looked at the back of the bus. When he saw Luke looking back at him, he winked. The moment the students walked out, they found Space Hero 13 standing in front of them. 13 took the students inside a gigantic, dome-shaped building. It was so big from the inside that it became impossible to take everything at one glance. There were domes within the domed building itself. On one side, there were lake-like water bodies, with shipwrecks. On the other side, there was mountainous terrain to simulate landslides. Shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm. 13 said, pointing at different parts of the huge area. "I created this training facility to teach you how to deal with various accidents and disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint." As the students related the initials to Universal Studio Japan, making the corners of their mouths twitch, Aizawa approached 13. "Where's All Might?" Erasure Head asked. "He was supposed to be here by now. He ran out of power." 13 whispered. "Apparently, he did too much hero work on his way here." Aizawa sked. "We should be alright without All Might," San commented, approaching them. "Or are you feeling nervous without him, Aizawa?" Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Sand. "Don't talk to me as if we are friends." "Hey, guys." 13 mediated, standing between the two. "Come on. Children are watching." Then 13 approached the students and explained her quirk, Black Hole. She could suck up anything and turn it into dust. With that, she also mentioned how important it was to have an understanding of the dangers one's quirk possessed, as she could also easily kill using her quirk. Thanks to Aizawa and San's training in the last few weeks, you guys have a solid idea about your quirks and what you are capable of without them. Today, you are going to learn how to save people's lives using your quirks. San closed his eyes as he saw 13 bowing toward students and thanking them for listening to her, making the children root for her even more. All right, then. Aizawa said, but then stopped. A current ran through the major lights on the domed roof, short-circuiting them on the spot. San's eyes shot open, and a chill ran down his spine, the brown-colored jacket and pants squirming with sand on him. In the distance, right in the middle and in front of a fountain, a black vortex sprang up. Luke was right about Shigaraki, because when the villain stepped out of the vortex, he looked like a wounded beast out for revenge. However, Luke had misjudged how vengeful Shigaraki was and to what lengths he could go to take out his anger on someone else. Yes, as wished, Luke saw the Nomu, created to take on All Might, coming out behind Shigaraki. And then another Nomu stepped out, following the earlier shadow. Chapter 63, Erase Your Head and Sand vs. Villains. Scores of villains walked out from the black vortex as Shigaraki stood there, 2 Nomus flanking him from either side. One was the same upper-tier Nomu who had appeared during the Jakku incident to retrieve the Nomu that had chased Luke to the city. It was also the same Nomu that had been created to take on All Might and finish him. The second Nomu had a light gray skin and leaner build compared to the former. It also had an exposed brain with 2 eyeballs embedded in the frontal lobe. Its upper body was bare, with thick muscles squirming and slithering like hundreds of snakes under its skin. Under the waist, it was wearing torn pants, donning skull caps on its knees. It was a lower-tier Nomu. However, lower-tier Nomu still meant it possessed augmented strength and at least 2 quirks. There's some discrepancy in the intel, Kurogiri observed, eyes taking shape in the massive blackness behind Shigaraki and 2 Nomus. The only pro-heroes here are Erase Your Head, Sand, and 13. No sign of All Might. Shigaraki scratched his neck, already bringing out blood. There was a madness in his eyes. He wanted to get his hands on this Dr. Blessed who had attacked him as per his teacher, All for One. However, they had been searching the entire country, hiring all the villains from the underground. But, till now, they hadn't even received a whiff of his whereabouts. This all did nothing but fuel Shigaraki's madness even more. Let's kill a few children, he said, gnashing his teeth. All Might will appear eventually. High on the platform, near the entrance, Aizawa sensed the bloodlust crawling up his spine. Get back, he shouted, putting on his goggles. This is real. They are villains. 13. Protect the students. Sand. Don't tell me what to do, Sand said, rushing down. The best way to keep Luke safe here was to just kill the villains before they could reach him, no. Both pro-heroes recognized the black creature from the Jakku incident. They knew how bad the thing stood, seeing not 1, but 2 of these creatures right in front of them. TCH. Aizawa sked and jumped off the platform, blurring his way down as well. Behind them, 13 directed the panicked students toward the entrance. Here come the heroes, one of the villains shouted. Get ready. Sand landed on the ground, letting out a breath. This place, all around him, was full of sandy terrain. The villain in front of him opened the holes in his fingers to shoot at him. Instantly, the sand near the villain's feet squirmed before lifting and becoming a scythe. Sand's hand traced a massive arc, cutting the villain's legs right above his knees, blood painting the ground red. Silence. Ah! The villain screamed. What are you doing? Erase Your Head shouted, appalled by the cruelty. Sand didn't have time to explain himself. He eyed the villains in the far back and instantly recognized the one from the Jakku incident. Those 3, and the surrounding blackness, were the true threat to Luke here, Sand knew. Leave those 4 to me, Sand said, walking casually forward. Even the villain stepped off from his path, giving him a wide berth. That's not. Erase Your Head tried to follow Sand, but villains soon surrounded him. 2 long-range villains were to fire at him when his eyes glowed behind the goggles, canceling their quirks. Then, he threw the strip of alloy-reinforced cloth at them, wrapping them up. With one great jerk, he lifted their bodies and smashed them together, making them pass out. It's Erase Your Head. A villain shouted over the bloody screams let out by the villain whose legs Sand had chopped off. He is canceling our quirks. Bet he can't cancel physical augments, one villain said, rushing at Erase Your Head. He had 4 arms and a crystal-like substance covering his upper body. You are right, Erase Your Head said, dodging the attack effortlessly while simultaneously punching the villain and sending him flying. But no pro is a one-trick pony. If Luke could see him fighting now, then he would have found an extreme familiarity between Sand and Aizawa's fighting style. But, he was busy acting panicked among the students now. On the other side, Sand walked out from the horde of villains surrounding Erase Your Head and looked at the 4 in front of him. There's no way Erasure Head is not canceling the teleporting quirk right now, Sand analyzed. That means. With a thought, dozens of silk-like strands of sand lifted around the four villains. This was already more than the 50-meter radius in which he could control sand. However, by sacrificing his overall control, he could extend the range beyond 100 meters, a fact the villains most probably didn't know. The strands of sand shot inward from all directions before the villains could even react. Half a dozen plunged right into the blackness. The other half went for the men covered in hands. Over a dozen landed on both morphed creatures standing on either side. However, despite being caught off guard, not one strand of sand managed to bring out blood. The two exposed brain creatures had surrounded the men between them, and the extremely sharp strands of sand had failed to penetrate their skin. This. Sand's brows shot up. Meanwhile, Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at the hero. It was for him, he had to bring another Nomu, but, with no All Might here, it felt overkill now. Kill him, Shigaraki casually said, looking at the lower-tier Nomu. Growling, the light-skinned Nomu shot toward Sand, raising a dust storm. Then, with a massive bang, rope-like muscles shot out of its body, all lunging toward the hero, trying to bind him up. The sudden turn of events made Erasure Head, who had been keeping an eye on Sand and the teleporting villain, blink. Kurojairi instantly realized he could use his quirk again. 13 and the students were already running toward the entrance on the long platform. Suddenly, a black vortex opened up in front of them and Kurojairi sprang out, taking a morphed, humanoid shape. There's no escape, Kurojairi said. Nice to meet you all. We are the League of Villains. Sorry for coming here uninvited. But, you can't kill the symbol of peace with half-hearted preparations, can you? The students' faces paled. Suddenly, Bakugo and Ijiro rushed at Kurojairi. A massive blast occurred, blinding their vision, as they attacked the villain. Did you really think we would just stand around? Ijiro scoffed, using his hardening quirk. However, in the very next moment, strands of blackness pulsated as Kurojairi regained his shape. That was close. I should be more careful. You are UA students, of course. Get back. 13 screamed, opening the cap on her forefinger. But, before she could use her black hole quirk, Kurojairi raised his arms, a storm of blackness surrounding the students. I will scatter you all into this facility. Wait for your death there. As the teleportation sphere began sucking the students in, Luke, who had been waiting for exactly this moment, rushed and grabbed one of them. Yuga Aoyama's face had become white as he trembled with guilt. In the next moment, Luke tightened his grip on Yuga's shoulder and jumped into the vortex. Chapter 64, Dr. Blessed arrives, sniping a Nomu. Kurojairi had acted insanely smart in this raid of the USJ site. First, learning as much as he could about Sand from Dr. Kyodai, he recommended bringing another Nomu with them. With Sand having no moral restrictions against dealing death blows, they needed someone to occupy him if something went wrong. All for One had rejected his request regarding an upper-tier Nomu, but he had allowed him to bring a lower-tier one. The lower-tier Nomu they brought with them had two quirks if one ignored the natural strength augmentation, muscle ropes and sonic shatter. Then there was the strategy Kurojairi had planned out to take on the rest of the pro-heroes. For Erasure Head, Kurojairi hired an enormous number of villains to keep his ability to erase quirk occupied. The sheer number of villains also served the purpose of taking care of the students. By methodically scattering the students, Kurojairi had already thinned out their numbers, preventing them from using any kind of teamwork against villains who were used to acting alone. That left the pro-hero 13. For her, he alone was enough. On the platform reaching the building's entrance, only a few students remained along with 13. Shoji, where is everyone? Tenya asked. Hanta and Rikito were standing to his right, eyeing the villain ahead. They have been scattered across the facility, Shoji replied, the end of the appendages morphing into ears, picking up on the slightest vibrations. Behind the boys, Uraraka and Mina stood, their faces paling by seconds. Class Rep. 13 said. You know the situation. You must escape and warn UA of the villains. With Erasure Head cancelling quirks left and right, it's obvious that whoever interfering with communications has hidden himself. But, sir. Tenya began. The children still didn't know that 13 wasn't a male, but female. Listen to me. 13 said, putting herself between the villain and the children. All of our lives, your classmates' lives, depend on you. Do your duty. Be a hero. Tenya's gaze hardened. Yes, sir. He took the running stance as the rest of the students cheered him up. You really think I would just let him go? Kurojairi asked, closing in. Suddenly, 13 pointed her finger, with an opened cap, forward. Quirk, black hole. A strong pull sucked Kurojairi's blackness in, pinning him down. Now. 13 shouted. With a powerful lunge, Tenya shot forward. Sadly, Kurojairi had been waiting for this moment. A black vortex materialized right behind 13, connecting her to her own quirk. With a tearing sound, her suit got ripped apart to smithereens. 13. The student screamed. Meanwhile, Kurogyri turned around and went after Tenya. Now, it's your turn. Sand rode a wave of sand as he slithered between the ropes of muscles, trying to pin him down. His only relief was that these muscle ropes were coming out of the creature's palms, limiting their versatility a touch. As he danced between the muscles, ever advancing toward the men with hands all over his body, one of the muscle ropes descended from his blind spot. Suddenly, the jacket he was wearing scattered, becoming dust as well. In a matter of a second, it spun around, effortlessly chopping off the muscle rope. Arghar. The lower tier Nomu raged, saliva dripping off its mouth. Seeing his moment, Sand rushed toward the target like a brown blur, a storm of dust rising around him, blinding others' visions. Out of nowhere, the raging Nomu opened its mouth, its lower jaw dislocating itself. With a pop, its chest ballooned up, taking in a massive amount of air. Then, it roared, the sound waves obliterating everything apart. Coughing blood, Sand got thrown hundreds of feet away. I swear. Yuga stuttered, almost crying. I swear. I didn't know they would be killing students. Luke looked as Sand got blasted away by Nomu's quirk. On the other side, Eraserhead was doing much better against the cannon fodder Shigaraki had brought with himself. The USJ incident was one of those things that Luke knew about a lot when compared to the fact that he didn't even know about the quirk apprehension test. For now, he knew that the students would be alright. Midoriya, Mineta, and Tsuyu would easily win their way out of the shipwreck zone. Midoriya would use one for all to cause a whirlpool, and then Mineta would use his sticky hair blobs to stick the villains together, Tsuyu catching them midair. Bakugo and Ijiro, in the ruins zone, would be making short work of the villains as well. In the landslide zone, Todoroki would already be freezing everything around him. In the squall zone, Fumikage and Ojiro could easily overpower the enemies. That left Momo, Kyoka, and Kaminari in the mountain zone. With Momo supporting them, Kyoka would use her quirk to blast villains' ears, while Kaminari could let his quirk run amok, electrocuting them. So, Luke wasn't overly worried about the students' situation. In fact, the best way for them to go unhurt was to remain as far from the central zone where Shigaraki and the Nomus were. Luke looked around and noticed that Kurogyri had sent Yuga to the forest area between the mountain and the landslide zones. He then looked at a trembling Yuga and nodded. Go hide in that hollow trunk of a tree, Luke said, remembering the instructions Yuga had received from All for One. There was no way Kurogyri hadn't already visited here, familiarizing himself with the facility. Shaking, Yuga nodded and ran away deep into the forest, leaving Luke alone. Like the villains, Luke also had a very specific goal to achieve this time: capture a Nomu. If he got the chance, and the time, he might attempt finishing the job with Shigaraki as well. Of course, he hadn't known that there would be one more Nomu here. But that just eased his job, giving him one more option to choose from. Nix. Luke said, snapping his fingers. First, Nick spat out a glassy bead. The moment the glassy bead came into the atmosphere's contact, it burst apart with a smoky poof. Out came hissing a 6 feet, 1.83 meters, large brown, burrowing snake, bearing its fangs. However, the moment it saw Luke, it bowed with deceptive intelligence. Then, as Luke walked forward, Nyx became a black mask on his face, overlaying his blue eyes with redness, and the black greatcoat on him turned white. After touching the snake for a few seconds, Luke put his palm on a tree. From here, he could easily see everything, from the fountain to the platform that reached the entrance. Are you ready? Luke asked. Nyx scoffed out a caw and the snake next to him hissed, coiling next to him. Then, Luke snapped his fingers. With a great surge, the entire tree morphed, becoming a massive, woody sniper rifle, a flexible cord still attaching it to the roots. Feeling the weight of the huge rifle, Luke put its butt against his shoulder and aimed. The moment the rifle's muzzle lined with the lower tier Nomu's back, Luke fired, and a green laser hissed its way to the Nomu, burning a fist-sized hole right through it. An image of the tree laser gun is available. Chapter 65, Stealing a Nomu, Shigaraki's Rage. UA High. Toshinori, the previous owner of the One-for-All quirk, felt ashamed of coming short of his teaching duties. No. He can't remain passive regarding this. He must join his colleagues and see to the students' training. With a great will, he stood up, gaining All Might's appearance. However, the moment he was about to step outside, Nizu, the principal of UA High, stepped into the teacher's lounge. Hold your horses. Mr. Principal said. All Might's mouth twitched. Your fur looks well-groomed today, sir. Keratin, Nizu replied as All Might sat down. That's the secret. But we can talk about it later. I have something very important to discuss with you. Nizu scooped out a tablet from his pockets and faced its screen toward All Might, making his blue eyes widen with seriousness instantly. Yes, Nisa said, putting away the tablet. This bounty poster of Dr. Blessed is being circulated throughout the country, I am afraid. Especially among the villains. Whoever's looking for him is desperate to get his hands on him. Much more desperate than us. What do you think that tells us? All Might knew what Mr. Principal meant. It's too soon to conclude that he's not a villain, sir. You are right, Nisa nodded. But we can eliminate the possibility that he's working with, or for, All for One. All Might's smile vanished. Only he can rile up an entire country's villains like this, Nisa said. But there's one thing that is confusing me as well. What would that be, sir? All Might asked, getting up. Nisa held his chin, looking thoughtful. How is Dr. Blessed remaining hidden for so long? It's like he's a ghost, appearing and disappearing when he wishes. Doesn't make sense. All Might didn't know what to think of it. However, one thing was sure. The next time he found Dr. Bless standing in front of him, he wouldn't let him escape so easily. For now, though, there was a class of students awaiting All Might. USJ. Everyone, from Eraserhead to Kurogiri, from students to villains, from Shigaraki to a bleeding sand, just gawked at the sudden turn of events. The green laser blazed in their eyes, leaving behind a hole in the light-skinned Nomu. Shigaraki's eyes widened, his head snapping over his shoulder, following the laser's trail. Somehow, just somehow, the itches in Shigaraki's bones told him that it was him, the person who had attacked him. Shigaraki's face twitched as rage beyond madness took over. And a chill ran down Eraserhead's spine, sensing the same. However, if the appearance of the laser had been a shock, then what happened next left them bewildered for days. Luke couldn't have aimed the laser toward Shigaraki, otherwise, that would have been a sure way to kill the most heinous villain known to him other than All for One. At first, Luke had found himself incapable of killing someone, feeling a weight on his shoulders, just like the time when he had failed to kill Brain Thief when he had the chance. However, as time passed, and after seeing Sand kill so many people, Luke realized something. There was no escaping it, the killing. Without a will to go through with it, he wouldn't reach anywhere. Not to mention, and probably the most influencing reason behind Luke's change of heart was the realization that some people just deserve to die. But Shigaraki wasn't standing alone. He had an upper-tier Nomu with him, who most probably had a clear directive of keeping Shigaraki safe after the last failed attempt to kill him. There was no saying if Luke had succeeded in dealing a killing blow to Shigaraki under such circumstances. Moreover, right after firing the first shot, his cover would have blown up. Like now. Luke knew how dangerous the situation was. At any time, Shigaraki could direct the Nomu to confront him. With the Nomu matching All Might's strength, it would be almost impossible to escape without showing his trump cards. So, he needed to be quick, cunning, and decisive about the next steps. That's where the snake came into the picture, holding not only intelligence but also a switch position quirk. The moment Luke saw the laser burning through its target, he snapped his fingers. The snake's head snapped toward the lower-tier Nomu, its slitted eyes holding intelligence. Then, just as Shigaraki looked fully back over his shoulder, it blurred out of existence. Simultaneously, the light-skinned Nomu disappeared as well, appearing right next to Luke. The hole through its chest wasn't regenerating, but it wasn't enough to kill such a creature. At least, not instantly. On the other side, the moment the snake appeared where the Nomu had been, it exploded into bits of flesh and blood. With the distance between it and Luke going over 100 meters, the bestowed quirks automatically disappeared, mutating the quirk-filled snake, making it explode instantly. It's you. Shigaraki screamed from afar, seeing nothing but darkness behind the tree line. I know it's you. But, losing his bearings to madness, instead of sending the Nomu, Shigaraki himself rushed in that direction. Seeing Shigaraki running toward him from afar, Luke sighed in relief. As expected, he's acting like a child. Knowing that he still had a few seconds, Luke snapped his fingers again, a mouse squeaking out from his white greatcoat's deep pockets. The small mouse jumped off Luke and landed on the huge Nomu, putting its tiny palms on its body with distinct intelligence in its eyes. With a sudden pop, the huge lower-tier Nomu became a glossy marble. From his experience in his previous life, Luke had found that the shrinkage quirk he used to store things in Nyx's stomach just didn't work with living organisms. However, there was this one quirk he had always liked to counter that weakness. Quirk, compress. Complexity, A. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 7 seconds. Activation time, 10 minutes. Of course, with the quirk being of a high complexity, the mouse burst apart with a bloody squelch after using it once. But Luke could bestow the same quirk on some another animal, or even Nyx, to bring the Nomu back to its original shape. So, for now, with his goal accomplished, Luke focused on running away. Like a white blur, Luke rushed through the trees, heading toward the large wall surrounding the landslide zone. Meanwhile, letting out mad grunts, Shigaraki reached Luke's original spot and saw the massive wooden rifle flaking away as the quirk bestowed upon the tree disappeared. It was you. Shigaraki growled. Then his head snapped toward his left, hearing a rustle. NOMU. Roar. Boom. Leaving behind a storm of dust, the massive, black-skinned Noma snapped into existence right next to Shigaraki, who was already pointing to his left. Muscles squirmed in Noma's arm as it made a fist and punched. With another boom, everything in that direction was obliterated. But when Shigaraki searched the area again, he couldn't find anyone. Luke slumped against the wall, inside the landslide zone, the outline of a door disappearing behind him. Just as Nyx flew up over the wall to join him, the entire wall shook, gaining cracks all over. But, as it was thick, large, and far enough from the Nomu, it didn't crumble instantly. Turning the white greatcoat black again, Luke hurriedly rushed deeper to join Todoroki, who was also supposed to be here. The moment he disappeared, and the wall began crumbling apart for good, a pair of shoes shuffled hundreds of feet away, with no visible legs. An original image of the rat using compress quirk on the Nomu is available. Chapter 66, Sans Ambush, Dire Circumstances. Luke ran over the mud, his breath suddenly becoming frosty. Because of the repeated use of high-complexity quirks, his stamina was already running low, making him pant. Despite securing the lower-tier Nomu, he still had a part to play in all this. Ever since he had regressed, things had been changing, taking a different turn from what he knew. What if All Might didn't arrive on time? What if All Might didn't arrive at all? Luke's actions were already selfish beyond redemption, disgusting even him often. Still, it didn't matter if his classmates would stand against him or by his side in the future, he couldn't let them get hurt. So, Luke needed to go out and help Eraserhead and sand against the upper-tier Nomu until All Might arrived. For that, he first needed to leave the landslide zone without using Nyx's gigantification quirk. Because once she used one more quirk, there was no saying for how long she was going to pass out. So, taking deep, cold breaths, Luke finally eyed the scene in front of him. There was ice everywhere. In that ice, frozen to their neck, were villains. Between Luke and the villains was Shoto Todoroki, eyeing them down. The moment Todoroki heard someone approaching from behind, he looked over his shoulder. When he saw it was Luke, his shoulders relaxed. You were here, too? Todoroki asked, narrowing his eyes. Luke stepped down, Nyx resting on his shoulder. I was buried under the debris, he replied. Had to use exchange positions many times to come out. They have brought a creature, Todoroki told him after a while, noticing Luke's broken breathing. They say it can kill All Might. Luke raised his brows, playing his part. Can you fight? Todoroki asked. Luke nodded. But Nyx can use only one more quirk. And I want to use. Hearing what quirk Luke wanted to use, Todoroki's brows rose this time. All right. I will take you out. Stand close to me. As Luke nodded, coming closer, Todoroki's foot spewed out a great mass of ice, launching them up to the massive wall surrounding them. In a smooth arc, both crossed the landslide zone. On the platform leading to the building's entrance, Kurogiri rushed to get Tenya before he could escape, creating a warp gate right in front of him. He couldn't care for what was happening near the plaza or the lower-tier Nomu. If the kid running away escaped, UA's full might would fall upon them soon. Help him! 13 screamed, falling. From a glance, it was clear that she was out of the picture. Seeing Tenya getting surrounded by the villain's blackness, Shoji rushed and grabbed the entire warp gate between his arms. You impudent! Kurogiri hissed, seeing Tenya getting a clear path. He again rushed, this time himself, extending his upper body. Suddenly, from behind, Uraraka spied that the neckband Kurogiri wore was still there on the ground and hadn't extended with the upper body. Hanta, she shouted before making a run for it. As Kurogiri was about to catch up to Tenya, Uraraka grabbed the cylindrical neckband and used her quirk on it, making it weightless. With all her power, she then threw it up. The band pulled Kurogiri's formless body up as well as if it was the only thing that could touch and contain him. And before the villain could do something about it, Hanta wrapped the entire blackness around the band in dozens of meters of tape. Throwing the gates open, Tenya rushed out, the engines on his calves spewing fire. A chill ran down Kurogiri's non-existent spine. Oh, no. Near the plaza, a thoroughly frustrated and fuming Shigaraki returned after not finding any sign of Dr. Blessed in the trees. Now, he eyed Eraserhead making a short work of the villains he had brought with himself. Pro. He scratched his neck which was already bleeding. Aren't you so cool? Then, with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, he blurred toward Eraserhead. From the other side, Aizawa rushed toward Shigaraki as well, considering him the final boss. Swiftly dodging Shigaraki's grabbing motion, Aizawa planted his elbow deep into the villain's stomach. Ha. Ha ha. Shigaraki laughed, grabbing Aizawa's elbow with the other hand. The secret to your quirk's timing, is it your hair? Aizawa's eyes went wide, his hair falling suddenly as he blinked. He had been canceling Shigaraki's quirk all this while, not knowing what quirk this villain even had. Regaining his quirk, Shigaraki tightened his grip on Aizawa's elbow. Cracks began appearing on the elbow as decay quirk worked, decaying Aizawa's skin and muscles. With great urgency, Eraserhead pulled himself out of the death grip. But, by then, his right hand had already become useless. Then it happened. Just as Shigaraki was taking a brief joy in his minor accomplishment of injuring a pro hero, just as Aizawa began fighting with the remaining villains with one hand, guarding himself against Shigaraki, just as Nomu's two bulbous eyes picked up the movement. It happened. The sand around Shigaraki stirred. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of needle-thin strands of sand sprouted from the ground and ran right through Shigaraki, piercing his legs, hands, stomach, and chest. The last few strands were about to run right through his skull when a warp gate appeared between them and Shigaraki's head, preventing the kill. From behind, Nomu came rushing in and slammed its massive fists into the ground. Boom. A cloud of dust blinded them for a moment. When it settled, on one side, there was Shigaraki, barely standing up, bleeding from all over his body. On the other side, walking out of the water, was Sand, licking his lips. Sigh. He complained, walking forward. It's so hard, you know. Playing dead. Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Mineta, who had defeated the villains in the shipwreck zone, had arrived near the small lake's bank to watch the fight and see if Mr. Aizawa needed help. However, even they were shocked as they saw Sand. Just for how long Mr. Sand had been holding his breath. Bastard. Eraserhead cursed, holding his right hand and panting hard. You used me as a bait. Sand shrugged. What's the point, he said, all the water drying up on his body as a layer of sand sucked it up. I failed to kill him anyway. Near Shigaraki, Kirojiri delivered another bad news to him, one of the students had escaped. Ah. Shigaraki growled, uncaring of his wounds. Kill them all. Nomu. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr appeared. Instantly, he put up a layer of sand between the incoming punch and himself, which turned out to be useless. With a monstrous bang, sand was sent flying hundreds of meters, leaving behind drops of blood in the lake behind him. As the students' faces turned white and blinked, the Momo had already disappeared. By the time Aizawa turned around and cancelled at Quirk, the massive, black-skinned Momo had already grabbed his head. Low thuds rang with bloody squelches in Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Mineta's ears as the Momo slammed Aizawa's head into the earth, crushing both his arms. Defying logic, as if he wasn't wounded at all, Shigaraki appeared right in front of the children, his bare, right hand going for Tsuyu's head. "Now, before we say goodbye," he said, smiling from his eyes and bleeding from his mouth, "let's send a message to All Might." Chapter 67, All Might arrives. Midoriya's body moved as the image of Tsuyu getting crumpled away kept repeating itself in his mind. There was no holding back at this moment. Bringing out the full might of the One for All, Midoriya punched just as Shigaraki was about to touch Tsuyu's head. Smash. Boom. Massive gusts of wind overwhelmed the entire facility. The power behind the punch was so great that it lifted many villains off their feet, throwing them away. A dust cloud settled in Midoriya's vision as well, a smile surfacing on his face. All this time, whenever he used his quirk, it would hurt him the most. However, this time, he could still feel his hand. Did I finally learn how to control my quirk in the battle? Midoriya asked himself, clenching his hand. Then, the reality slapped him awake, burying his thoughts. As the dust settled, Midoriya found a massive, black-skinned villain standing between his punch and the villain with hands all over his body. From one look, Midoriya could tell that his all-out punch hadn't affected it at all. Oi oi oi. Shigaraki hummed, his eyes wide and full of blood. Smash. Were you about to kill me? This time, it was Nomu's turn. Terror flashed across Midoriya's face as the massive fist rose in his vision. From the side, Tsuyu, who had ducked into the water to not get blown away, wrapped her long tongue around Midoriya, pulling him back. Still, it didn't feel like there was anything or anyone in the world that could save Midoriya now. It happened, then. With a bang. The large doors at the entrance got smashed apart. Tearing through the dust, holding no smile, step by step, he walked in. As he remembered Tenya's panicked retelling of the events, and as he saw 13's condition and the fear on the students' faces, every muscle in his body screamed to explode. He kept his back straight and tall. He was late, but he was here after all. It's fine now, he said, ripping off his tie. Why? Because I am here. A wave of relief, joy, and unnamed emotions washed across the students' faces. Contrary to them, the villains, who were surrounding Eraserhead, lost all colors on their faces at the mere sight of All Might. No need to worry, one of the villains shouted. Didn't he say that All Might has gone weak? Then, someone blinked, and All Might was gone. Dozens of punches down the villains as, in one smooth motion, All Might blurred through them, saving Aizawa. Not even a moment had passed when All Might disappeared again. This time, punches landed on the Nomu and Shigaraki. By the time All Might returned next to Aizawa, he had already brought Midoriya, Tsuyu, Mineta, and Sand there. Father. Father. Shigaraki mumbled as he picked up the hand that had fallen from his face. On the other side, Midoriya looked between Nomu and All Might. That one took a punch from me that didn't break my arm. He is. Haha. All Might smiled at Midoriya. It's fine. Crossing his arms, All Might rushed toward Nomu, whom he remembered seeing at the Jaka City instantly. He knew he must go all out from the start if he wanted to defeat this creature. Carolina. With great force, All Might uncrossed his arms, slamming them on the Nomu head-on. Smash. Booms rang out behind Nomu, but the creature didn't even flinch. It lunged at All Might, trying to grab him, but the latter ducked and countered with a punch. Punches after punches landed on Nomu that could have obliterated any other villain, had obliterated almost all villains, and, yet, the creature showed no pain or emotion. It has shock absorption. Shigaraki boasted. The ideal way to kill Nomu is to gouge out its flesh pieces by pieces, if it would let you. Haha. All Might spun around the Nomu and grabbed it from behind. Thank you for telling me. Then, he lifted the Nomu from its waist and slammed it backward, trying to bury it in the cement under the thin layer of sand. Boom. When Luke and Todoroki arrived at the scene of battle, what they saw left them shocked. All Might was bent backward, his hands wrapped around the villain. But, the Nomu's upper body was passing right through a warp gate, coming out from the other end, which was right under All Might's waist. Worse was that the Nomu had dug its thick fingers into All Might's sides, bringing out blood. Unknown to many, except for a few pro-heroes, Midoriya, and even Luke, All Might had suffered a grave injury there from All for One a long time ago. As he saw All Might like that, Luke didn't know what to think anymore. He knew All Might had arrived and had defeated the villains through Nomu. However, he didn't know how the fight sequences had actually played out. So, as he saw All Might bleeding, he couldn't help but guess that something had changed again, taking a much worse turn than he had expected. Leave it to me. Todoroki said, running toward All Might. Follow the plan. Luke had already taken half a step toward All Might. Suddenly, he paused. Yes. There was no point in risking his identity over it. Not only he could bestow only one quirk on Nyx at this moment, but he couldn't contend against a Nomu, too. Nodding at Todoroki, Luke rushed toward Midoriya and Tsuyu, who were taking Aizawa and Sand away from the fight. Luke! Midoriya shouted. The moment Luke saw Sand and Eraserhead, he frowned. Sand's chest was caved in and it had gone black and blue. Eraserhead's head was crushed as well, his arms bent at odd angles. Nyx! Luke said with urgency. Under the perplexed gazes of the students, the raven landed on Aizawa's head first. A soft, blue glow oozed out of her, pulsating rhythmically. In a matter of seconds, Aizawa's head began healing, making his eyes flutter. Midoriya and others' eyes widened. A healing-type quirk. Eyeing Luke and Nyx with great awe, Midoriya and Tsuyu looked at each other. Then, as Nyx hopped from Aizawa's head to Sand's chest, Midoriya finally looked over his shoulder and saw All Might's condition. No. Midoriya's breath escaped. Right now, he thought only he knew how precarious All Might's situation was. I need to help All Might. Midoriya. Tsuyu tried to hold him back, but he had already run away. However, before Midoriya could even reach, Todoroki neared All Might's first. A sheet of ice was spewed out from his right foot that crawled over the Nomu's right side, reaching its hand. It was the same hand whose fingers were digging deep into All Might's injured side. Seeing the ice, Kirojiri decided to just chop off All Might from the waist by closing the warp gate on him. Before he could do so, though, Bakugo fell on him, pinning him down with a burning grip on his neckband. Bet not all your body's that black mist, yeah. Give me one chance to blast your neck to smithereens. I dare you. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Kids these days. Making my League of Villains look so bad. Nomu. Under the shocked gazes of all, uncaring of its frozen body, Nomu slid out of Kirojiri's warp gate. Its frozen side shattered instantly. How, is it still moving? Midoriya asked, standing next to a stunned Todoroki. Meanwhile, All Might remembered the super regeneration mentioned by Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Get back everyone. Sure enough, in the very next instant, the Nomu regenerated its entire right half. Oi. Symbol of peace. Shigaraki grinned madly, raising two fingers. Ready for round 2. Chapter 68, Plus Ultra, The Convergence of Fate. All Might had been having an ominous feeling ever since he fought with these abominations in Jaka City. Multiple quirks. A bogus call that turned out to be more than something it sounded. It was like history repeating itself for All Might. These were the telltale signs of All for One's hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. All Might didn't know if he could afford another tragedy like that. A second coming of All for One, at the height of his full power, would lay devastation. Not to mention, the time he could maintain the dregs of One for All within him was shortening by weeks. The more he pushed it, like today, the more this time shortened. As if that wasn't the worst situation, the next owner of the One for All quirk, young Midoriya, wasn't ready, either. The day wasn't far when he would need to face All for One again if things kept going like this, All Might knew. And just as he had taken a breather, realizing he must carry out his teacher duties, All for One's shadow again found its way to his heart, its claws digging deep. This villain, with such a bloodthirst, even though he was bleeding all over, was reeking of All for One. All Might could see his lifelong enemy, far into the distance, mocking him with that hideous smile. First, Shigaraki said, barely standing up, let's get our gate back. Bakugo had been pinning down Kirojiri, holding the neckband with his palm. Suddenly, as if time had stagnated, Nomu blinked out of existence. Frame by frame, Bakugo's head shifted to look over his shoulder. However, the Nomu had already surpassed that speed, punching out with its full power. Boom. Kaken. Midoriya screamed over the explosive sound and gusts of wind. When things settled, though, he found Bakugo sitting next to him on the floor with a stunned look on his face. Whoa. Ijiro, who had arrived with Bakugo from the ruined zone, exclaimed. How did you move so fast? Shut up. Bakugo snapped, his face paling. I couldn't even move. Then, in the distance, they eyed the person who had taken the full brunt of Nomu's attack in place of Bakugo. All Might had his arms crossed, his right hand near the elbow gaining a blue tinge. You don't know how to hold back, do you? Yeah. Shigaraki stepped forward, grinding his teeth. Why should we, when your student, that plain-looking one, tried to end me? Why? Violence done by heroes is admirable, but when we do it, it's a crime. I am sick of it. Of you, symbol of peace. Aren't you the world's greatest symbol of violence? All Might took several deep breaths. Don't give me that crap. You are enjoying this, aren't you? The grinding of teeth stopped and the corners of Shigaraki's bleeding mouth arched up. You caught me, hero. He licked his lips, smiling ear to ear. As All Might walked forward, the students readied themselves to support him from the sides. If not the Nomu, they could at least try to keep the rest of the villains away. Suddenly, both heroes and villains' heads snapped up. From above, Nyx dived and grabbed All Might's bleeding side, making him wince. Oi! Bakugo screamed. What are you doing, you freaking? Todoroki pulled Bakugo back. Stop. Nyx's entire body let out a blue halo. In the next moment, All Might felt a cold, refreshing feeling, the pain banging in his left side abating by a margin. Then, Nyx passed out. Luke came rushing, Sand and Aizawa struggling to stand up behind him. All Might handed over the bird to the boy. Excellent work, young Luke, he praised. Thank you. At one glance, Luke could tell that Nyx had barely healed All Might before losing consciousness. In his mind, this should have never even happened. There must be something he did that made the things turn out like this, resulting in All Might getting so much injured. Luke didn't trust All Might. However, even he knew what would happen if All Might lost this fight. For now, Luke could freely become a thorn in All for One's sides as there was the symbol of peace holding the villain back. Before he gained enough strength through potions, he couldn't afford All Might out of the picture, despite his lack of trust in heroes. I will help. Luke said, Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ijiro agreeing with him. From the other side, Shigaraki stared hard at Luke and the bird in his arms, remembering to kill this one after dealing with All Might. No. All Might shook his head, taking a deep breath. He walked forward, giving the students a thumbs up. Let me handle this. Nomu, Kirojiri, Shigaraki said, sensing the bleeding had stopped. Go, get him. I will deal with the children. Shigaraki dashed toward the students, the 5 students readying themselves for a bloody fight. Kill my students. In front of me. Created to take me on. All Might closed his eyes, taking a stance. I indeed have a few minutes left. But I must do this. Why? Because. The entire world pressed on the people around All Might, pinning them down. A chill ran down their spines, their breathing getting stuck in their throats. It felt like they could lose at any moment, their lives. Slowly, All Might's eyes opened, burning red and blue. Because I am the symbol of peace. In one blink, All Might and Nomu crossed the distance between them, their fists colliding like 2 enormous hammers striking each other. There was so much power in those punches that several shockwaves originated, throwing everyone off. Shock absorption. All Might let out a grunt with a smile. If you can withstand me at my 100%. Hundreds of fists struck hundreds of Nomus. Their speed was so fast that it all felt like a blur. All around, the students and the villains were pushed back. Then, taking massive steps forward, taking punches to his guts, All Might began pushing the Nomo back, all structures getting obliterated in their surroundings. Then I just have to defeat you from beyond that, right? All Might grinned, bleeding. In the distance, fighting against a literal storm, Luke eyed the fight with awe. He isn't punching randomly. Luke realized, his thoughts resonating with others. Every punch is above his 100%. Just how can he be this strong, even after passing one for all to Midoriya? I must see. Miss Justice. I must see. A hero, All Might slammed his fists like hammers on Nomo's head, and then threw it up toward the roof. Can always break out of a pinch. Ah. All Might grabbed Nomo midair, and shouting, he threw it down like a missile. Oi, villain. All Might mumbled, landing next to the Nomo. Have you ever heard of these words before? On the other side, Luke activated Spirit Vision, ignoring Miss Justice's warnings. The world burned black, blue, red, and yellow in Luke's eyes. In between the colors, All Might was glowing like the sun, two tiny blue and red-colored black holes spinning around him, feeding on his radiance. Then the sun let out the strongest burst, blinding all visions. Go beyond, All Might screamed, punching the Nomo. Plus Ultra. Boom. Like a supersonic missile, the Nomo collided with the roof, tore a hole through it, and then kept going far and far, disappearing in the clouds. With a thud, unseen by all because of the sheer storm and explosive sounds, Luke's mutating body fell, pus-filled, bloody vomit gurgling out of his mouth. What? Luke asked, growling like a beast. Was that? Sigh. That was the convergence of fate. An image of All Might, as seen by Luke using Spirit Vision, is available. Chapter 69, Aftermath, Toru Hagakura's Shocking Secret. In the bar that acted as a hideout for the League of Villains, a warp gate materialized like a churning blackness. From the portal, Shigaraki's body came sliding out. Kurogyri, he shouted, lying, bleeding on the floor. How dare you? There was a harshness about Shigaraki's voice, piling on the already present madness. Sand had injured Shigaraki gravely, piercing many holes in his body using thin strands of sand. Kurogyri had saved him then, preventing those strands from reaching his head. However, despite bleeding profusely initially, he stopped bleeding after a while. If things had remained as it is, it would have been fine. But they didn't. First, they lost a lower-tier Nomo mid-battle out of nowhere. It happened so fast that they couldn't even find the enemy behind the Nomo's disappearance. Second, the villains they had taken with them to the facility were overpowered by the pro-hero, Erasure Head, and the students easily. Third, All Might defeated the upper-tier Nomo that they had thought could take him on. Fourth, UA's teachers had arrived right after All Might sent the Nomo flying through the facility's roof, overpowering all the remaining villains. As if all this wasn't enough, fifth, Shigaraki began bleeding again. If they had stayed even a moment longer there, the pro-heroes would have never let them escape. Approaching a monitor with visuals, Kurogyri explained all these points, knowing well that both Dr. Kyudai and All for One were listening to him. Ha ha ha. Shigaraki slammed his fist on the floor, craning his neck toward the monitor. He was there. He was there. It was obvious from Shigaraki's vengeful shouts that he was talking about Dr. Blessed. Yeah. All for One hummed from the other side. Did you see him? Shigaraki growled, but couldn't say it. I know it was him. I just... Let it be, All for One said, not pushing the boy toward that direction. Dr. Ujiko, do you think Dr. Blessed was after Nomo when he infiltrated our facility? Dr. Kyudai's old voice came out from the monitor, his tone thoughtful. It's possible, he said, but not highly likely. If kidnapping a Nomo was his goal, then why not grab one when he was already fighting one? Master, Kurogyri chimed in rationally between them. From his behavior, it's possible that Dr. Blessed is not adept at face-to-face altercations. Also, he might not have known about Nomo before, but he could have developed an interest in it after seeing two of them. Yes. Dr. Kyudai agreed. Also, if he indeed appeared as Shigaraki claims. It was him. Tamura Shigaraki screamed, grinding his teeth. All right, Dr. Kyudai said, correcting himself. This is the second time he appeared at the same time as us, especially related to a UA incident. He may have direct relations with the UA High or he also has a spy within UA, All for One finished, holding amusement in his voice. Then, his tone changed again, gaining a strange, grave rhythm. I think I know the kind of person we are dealing with. Anyway, it's clear that the serum you prepared to heal wounds wasn't up to par, Dr. Ujiko. After his first fight with Dr. Blessed, Dr. Kyudai had injected a special serum that could heal injuries at an accelerated rate. From Shigaraki's condition, it was obvious that it didn't work as intended. I will work on it, Master, Dr. Kyudai said. Give me a quirk. Shigaraki began. No. All for One cut him off. You are not ready. Not yet. Shigaraki slammed his fist on the floor again. I had him. All Might. I had him. If it wasn't for that freaking bird boy, who healed All Might's injuries, and another one who was as fast as All Might, I would have killed the symbol of peace even after the pros had arrived. Oh. All for One hummed again, sounding excited. Tell me about these boys more later. Focus on healing yourself now, Shigaraki. Nomus. They are just resources. You will have more of them. Villains. Hire them. Grow your league of villains. If the world is relying on the symbol of peace, then you need to become a symbol, too. Soon, the entire world will learn your name, Shigaraki. The entire world. Shigaraki looked up, holding pride and passion in his eyes. Yes, master. Nizu walked out of the USJ facility, Pro Hero Midnight walking by his side. The moment they came out, they found Detective Naomasa Tsukachi standing right in front of them. Detective, no need to ask, Mr. Principal said, guessing the reason. You have my full permission to search UA's grounds. Thank you, sir, Tsukachi replied with a smile. But that's not the only reason I am here today. You know that I am officially leading the investigation on Dr. Blest's matter related to the Jaku incident. Hearing that name, Midnight frowned, as she didn't know much about it. However, Nizu knew all the details, as All Might had told him about the call. Yes. Do you think he had a hand here? Now, that thought was disturbing. Tsukachi nodded gravely. It is possible, sir. The first time he appeared, we also saw these, Nomus. We have already apprehended the one blown away by All Might. It's not resisting at all. But, according to the students, there was one more. Strangely, it disappeared just when it was gaining the upper hand against Dust Hero Sand. It feels unnatural to me. If I am right, then there was a third player involved in this incident. So, with your permission, can I question the students about this topic? Nizu smiled. Great work once again, detective. Yes, you have my permission. Also, if they ask, please tell the students that their teachers are doing fine. Tsukachi nodded assuringly. To be honest, I am glad that one of the students has a healing quirk. Otherwise, the teachers would have needed to be hospitalized for a very long time. Aizawa and Sand had already been taken to the hospital. However, because of Nyx healing them, they have survived the worst injuries. Even All Might had praised the timely healing before being taken away. As the detective walked toward the children, Midnight and Nizu looked toward the students as well, their eyes landing on Luke, who was seated with his head down away from the rest as if lost in his thoughts. That boy is like a pot of secrets, Midnight commented. You open it, and you find a brand new thing to learn about him. Nizu smiled. I am sure he will be all right. That's what UA is for. And Midnight said, licking her lips. He's handsome, too. On the other side, Detective Tsukachi gathered the students around him, making a head count. When finished, he took out a blurry image they had taken from the bounty posters circulating among the villains. It showed a man wearing a white greatcoat and a mask that covered his mouth and nose. Did any of see this man in the facility? Tsukachi asked. He had the quirk lie detection. Unlike his sister, who needed to touch someone to know if they were lying or not, he needed to maintain eye contact with the target for 3 seconds to use his quirk. However, against UA's children, Tsukachi didn't think he needed to use his quirk. Unfortunately, even if he had used the quirk, it wouldn't have worked. Because the one student, whose feet were shifting nervously at the detective's question, was invisible. As Toru Hagakure looked between the photo held up by the detective and Luke, her hands trembled with nervousness because, unknown to everyone, she was in the landslide zone as well. Chapter 70, Dr. Donald, Ryujiro Sionji, and Rikuya the Dreamwalker. Rewind. Donald, Chief Scientist of Blue Site. Quirk, Nudge. Ryujiro Sionji, Tycoon of Sionji Group. Quirk, Soothsayer. Rikuya Sionji, Luke's stepbrother. Quirk, Dreamwalk. Note, last day to avail the 15% discount, offering up to 60 chapters ahead. Blue Site. Chief Scientist Donald, bald with a light white beard and glasses, had an unusual but handy quirk. He could nudge someone for or against his wishes by touching them. Say, Donald gave a gun to some man, used his quirk on him, and that man ended up pulling the trigger on Donald's cheating wife. No fingerprints, no witnesses, just poetic justice. Was that example worthy enough to be called a villain? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Donald scoffed, remembering the bitch. If it wasn't for the rascal, with whom his wife cheated on him, getting away at the last moment, none would have even found out about it. Just like they still didn't know about the rest of the 38 murders. Even Mr. Ryujiro didn't know about them. Remembering all those murders, Donald frowned. He couldn't control it. His quirk. It demanded him to use it. When subject -1 was here, Donald had constantly urged the subject to snap his fingers. The subject never wanted to do so with the more complex mutations, but the experiment must continue. So, Donald kept using his quirk, urging the subject to go against his survival instincts. In fact, Donald did it so many times that he had forgotten the murders. He had gotten used to touching the subject -1. Touch. 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 Touch her. His subject. He must touch his subject. He must urge the subject to do something against his will. He must. Professor. The voice jolted Donald out of his thoughts. It's time. Charles. Chief Scientist Donald smiled broadly. You will be coming with me. It would be an honor to visit the Sionji mansion with you, sir, Charles said. It's been a long time since I caught up with Luke and Nix. Ever since the subject started school, he had been coming less and less to the blue site, despite the promise of monthly visitation by Ryujiro Sionji. Only today, they had learned that the subject had ended up using their failsafe, Raven Quirk. It had been Donald's idea, let the subject show a downgraded version of bioalchemy. Keeping the quirk locked in would only irritate him. Of course, Donald had taken a page out of his book while recommending this. He hadn't known that the subject would end up revealing it not after becoming a full-fledged hero 3 years later, but much before as a student, and that too in front of villains. No. Donald couldn't wait any more. What if something happened to the subject? So, getting up from his chair, and bringing the smile on his face, Donald nodded to himself. Today, he would touch the subject -1. And force the subject to return to the blue site on his own. Seated in the study room, Mr. Sionji held his head as he read the report submitted by Sand. It was happening, wasn't it? This was like his worst nightmare coming true right in front of his eyes, Ryujiro believed. As if that wasn't painful already, he felt helpless against it. All the wealth. All the connections. All the powerful people around him. Yet, the one boy who would be the salvation of humanity, he couldn't keep him safe, either. Ryujiro began scrolling down, seeing the images attached by Sand. They showed all the villains, including the Nomas, who Ryujiro had been searching for all this while. For Luke's sake, he must know any threat that could rise to All Might's intervention level, and eliminate it before it could become more than that. Yet, he hadn't found anything. Sigh. Ryujiro let out a breath and rubbed his eyes, scrolling down. Suddenly, in the last, an image made him pause, his eyes flickering at the sight. It showed Luke in his hero costume, which he liked to call black, with Nix on his shoulder, drooling. The boy was surrounded by girls. There was Yaoyorozu's daughter, another girl with pinkish skin, and a girl with long ears. Between them, Luke was standing with a shy smile on his face, his cheeks going red. Ryujiro put the tablet on the desk but kept looking at the image from afar, for a long time. Looking at the stars, seated at the edge of the roof of a skyscraper, Ryujiro Sionji realized exactly how much he hated his stepbrother, enough to lose his manhood rather than liking Luke. First, his father brought the blonde-haired bastard home, along with that uncouth bird. Crow. Ryujiro shouted out his lungs. You are a fucking crow, you dumb bird. Second, his father began treating the boy as if he was even more important than his own son. Ryujiro had seen his mother cry alone in the bedroom. He had seen his sister screaming to have some time with their father. He had seen Luke get everything that he, his mother, and his sister never had, without ever asking for it. 6 years of his childhood went just like that, hating the bastard. But, yes, something changed a year ago, he remembered. His father changed, spending less and less time with Luke. His sister changed, ogling at Luke as if he wasn't their stepbrother. His mother changed, not crying alone in her drawing hall anymore. No. It was Luke. The bastard had changed. A strange gust of wind played with Ryujuro's hair. What are you thinking? The voice came from behind. Ryujuro looked over his shoulder and found Mountain Hero, MT Lady coming to stand next to him, wearing her sultry hero costume. Of course, it wasn't truly MT Lady. Why are you here? Ryujuro asked, frowning. Why in her body? Era. MT Lady winked at him. Don't you like older women? Isn't this body good enough? A vein throbbed on Ryujuro's head. No, he shouted. I will not do anything for you anymore. I am done with playing your games. The playful smile on MT Lady's face didn't go away, though. He needs your help, Ryujuro. We must help him. Ryujuro narrowed his eyes. What that idiot did this time? One of his classmates saw him transforming from Dr. Bless to his usual hero costume, MT Lady explained, looking apologetic. $% carrot ###, Ryujuro cursed. Is he an idiot? Isn't he supposed to be a genius? That's such a rookie mistake. MT Lady's mouth twitched wryly. Please, she said. Pretty please. No. Rikuya got up, fuming. First, you made me see what used to happen at the blue site. So, I agreed. Didn't I go to Principal's dream and make him bring All Might to home? Didn't I plant the idea of sending Sand as a teacher to UA in my father's dream? Why must I do more? I don't owe anything to that stupid bastard, blub. MT Lady pressed Rikuya's head against her massive breasts. Pretty please. Rikuya snatched himself away from her grip, going red. He looked at her, gnashing his teeth, and then sked. TCH. All right. But you know I can't make this girl forget anything, right? All I can do is suggest to not talk about it to anyone. And that too if she's already struggling with the decision. Yeah, MT Lady rolled her eyes. Let's go. Why I am doing this again? Rikuya closed his eyes, complaining. For that bastard. Then, he just fell back, jumping off the skyscraper roof. But there was no fear of dying on his face. Suddenly, everything began melting away around him like a multicolored fog. Gently, Rikuya landed on nothing and began walking in the general direction as directed by MT Lady. He put his hands inside his pockets, looking up at a sky that no longer existed. He lived in dreams. He laughed in dreams. He cried in dreams. More than everything, he walked in dreams. And as he kept going on, he suddenly realized something. It wasn't his father, his sister, his mother, or Luke who had changed first. It was him, Rikuya Sionji, a business course student at UA, the Dream Walker. And, character images of Donald and Rikuya are available. Chapter 71, Clown. As the clock struck 12, Nyx slapped her wing across Luke's face, waking him up. Did you really have to wake me up like this? He complained after a while, rubbing his eyes. Wake me up at 12, Nyx said, mimicking Luke's voice. I can't keep my eyes open. Luke's mouth twitched wryly. Yesterday, after the repeated use of quirks, he had already lost most of his stamina points. To make matters worse, he had almost mutated, losing control. Again. However, Luke didn't regret it. He had seen All Might, burning like a sun, with many red-blue black holes spinning around him against a background of multicolored points of light. The convergence of fate, that's what Miss Justice had called it. After regaining some control through cogitation, Luke had tried to gain more information about this phenomenon from the system. However, the only reply he had received was that it was difficult to explain to him as he was now, whatever that meant. Still, Luke was enormously interested in it because this was the same reason that had let him regress. Mr. Fool had mentioned that at the time of Luke's death, there was a strong convergence of fate on him that had fueled the channel, connecting his world to the Grey Castle. Since then, this was the first time Luke came into contact with this phenomenon again. I don't understand, Luke thought, getting up and apologizing to Nyx because she was as tired as him. Why the fate converged upon me before my death. All Might is All Might. No matter how, Luke just couldn't picture himself in the same burning sun-like atmosphere, replacing All Might. Sighing, pushing the matter to the back of his head, Luke nodded at Nyx, snapping his fingers. Using Discorer, Luke and Nyx arrived deep into the Akiyoshido cave system in the Yamaguchi prefecture as Dr. Blessed. Luke desperately lacked an operational base to freely experiment. First, such a base might not be enough to hold the mutated experiments in the city, even if he were to somehow manipulate someone to get one. There was a reason the blue site was deep underground in a nondescript, remote forest. Second, at any time, the base could end up getting destroyed or become a target of his ever-growing enemies. It was especially so given the fact that the entire country's ruffians were searching for him. What if one day some idiot ended up blasting the entire base, killing innocents? As much as Luke liked to think he had made his peace with killing his enemies, he still couldn't stomach the death of innocent people because of his actions. That's how this cave system came into the picture. Akiyoshido cave system spanned many miles underground, with only a minute portion of it open to the public. Luke and Nyx had visited it with the Sionjis once. Ever since he had made up his mind to kidnap Anomu, he and Nyx had been coming here, exploring it, going deeper and deeper into the cave system using Discorer. This was how they found this space, miles away from where they had started. It was an almost spherical dome-like space with an underground waterfall streaming through the entire section, dividing the entire space into two parts. From the roof, dark gray stalactites, covered in light green and blue dots of light, hung, staring down hard at the limestone floor. This is good, right? Luke asked, putting his hands inside the white coat's pockets with Nyx perched on his shoulder. Over there we can build a lab. A cryo storage, too, perhaps. Another lab for potion ingredients in advance. A storage to rear animals and plants for bioalchemy. Yeah, that would be best, I guess. Nyx snapped. Oh, my feathery ass. Don't tell me you are still complaining about that damn snake. Luke licked his lips nervously. Maybe I am. I told you to bring 2 animals. You brought the first 2 you laid your eyes on. Nyx and Luke eyed each other for a moment. Then, she pounced on his face, slapping his face with her wings. After fighting for a while, as Luke desperately tried to pull her away, spitting out the feathers, they finally calmed down, letting out deep breaths. If that Nomo went wild here, Nyx cawed, pruning her wings, then this entire cave will collapse. Luke had to agree with her reasoning. By sheer luck, he had managed to catch a lower-tier Nomo, as Luke hadn't known that Shigaraki would be bringing 2 of them. Still, a lower-tier Nomo was enough to wreak havoc if he wasn't prepared for it. Unlike the upper-tier Nomo, who didn't react when caught by the police later, this one might be different. Luke had already brought out a strong reaction from a Nomo that wasn't supposed to be capable of reasoning or intelligence. What if suddenly this lower-tier Nomo also went crazy, attacking him right after releasing it? That would be a disaster. For this reason, Luke had injured it first with a laser. Also, if he hadn't injured it, then there were high chances of the Nomo attacking him right after exchanging positions with the snake. Then, the upper-tier Nomo would have found Luke, unlike what truly happened. Luke drummed his fingers on the slick stones and then nodded to himself. Let's get an upgrade, first. Nyx's eyes suddenly widened. You are doing it now. Smiling, Luke took out a vial. It contained a liquid displaying a mix of gold, yellow, and red, with distinctly separate colors at their boundaries, bubbles churning and fizzing within it. A week ago, I really thought you would be going for the Trickmaster potion first, Luke. Why Clown? Sequence 8 of the Seer pathway, Clown, wouldn't enhance his spirit points by a lot, Luke knew. It would definitely enhance his danger intuition, though, along with giving him a new power, paper daggers. But that wasn't why Luke had gone with it as the first step towards Sequence 8. Is it because of having full control over facial expressions? Yes. That was one of the reasons, but not the prime one. Luke smiled, opening the vial. Wouldn't it grant me a near-inhumane sense of balance, Miss Justice, he jested. The stones are so slippery here. I just don't want to lose my footing. Yeah, Nyx nodded. You already look silly enough as it is. Once you slip, it's over. Shaking his head ruefully, Luke downed the potion while cogitating. Luke felt as if worms were crawling out of his bones, squirming inside his muscles. He could hear a distinct rumbling as if some ghost was screaming right next to his ears, forcing him to listen closely. However, it had already been a long time since he digested his seer potion. With his perfect cogitation, it didn't take him long to resist all these feelings and settle down the changes. Luke stood up and felt like he could even control the tip of his toe. With a thought, he let Miss Justice show him his stats. Blessed stats. Quirk, Bioalchemy. Stats. Spirit. Stamina. There were around 40 points of increment in spirit, but the stamina points were still the same, Luke noticed. My turn. Nyx cawed loudly, her voice echoing within the cave. It was time for a raven to become a seer. Chapter 72, Nyx becomes a seer, calling conformity. Luke snapped his fingers, activating the blood creation quirk within Nyx. It was just like Momo's creation, but, instead of lipids, it used red blood cells to create objects. Ever since she had decided to become seer, Nyx had been diligently memorizing stellar aqua crystal's composition. Meanwhile, Luke had already prepared the rest of the organic ingredients for her. With a multicolored light shining from her back, the crystal came sprouting out like a flower. Instantly, Nyx felt the weight of the loss of blood so suddenly, her claws digging deep into Luke's shoulder. As Luke brewed the potion, Nyx rested herself, coming to an optimal condition. When he was done, Luke eyed Nyx with a rare seriousness in his eyes. Have you decided? He asked, approaching her. The image for your cogitation. Nyx nodded. I am not telling you, though. Don't you dare ask me. Luke nodded. Cogitation was simple, but it had already saved his life so many times. Till now, this could be the most important thing he had learned in the field of mysticism, he believed. All right, I won't ask. He said. Okay. Nyx cawed. I will tell you. No need to grovel. Geez. It's Momo's full-grown bazumbas. Luke's entire face crumpled. Nyx. Luke added a drop of his blood into the potion and saw it sizzling, red vapors rising off in circles. Nyx took the potion from him and downed it one gulp. Luke activated his spirit vision and what he saw left him gobsmacked. A storm of golden spirit particles was raging within Nyx, many colored stars shining on her body as if she were a vast night sky. Then, likely as she focused on the image in her mind, the storm began losing its intensity. However, by the time it completely calmed down, the number of spirit particles she held had already increased. Nyx's stats. Spirit. Stamina. Luke noticed Nyx's spirit points had increased by 30 points. That's one more moderate quirk. How are you feeling? Luke asked, worrying as Nyx didn't open her eyes. Nyx opened one of her eyes and closed it right away. Shut up. Let me cogitate. Luke let out a sigh and took out the glossy bead from his pocket. With another seer by his side, it was finally time to interrogate the Nomo they had kidnapped. 20 minutes later. Luke and Nyx, who had become a black mask on his face, eyed the tall, lower-tier Nomo with a hole in its chest, from dozens of feet away. The light-skinned Nomo was massive, but its long arms hung low to its knees. Right now, a bat was clung to its exposed brain. Another bat was curled up inside the hole in its chest. Luke had bestowed the bat attached to the Nomo's head with the compression quirk, and both bats also had detonation quirks. If things went sour, he could either confine the Nomo or, if failed in that, he could blast the Nomo's brain and insides to smithereens with a snap of his fingers. However, contrary to Luke's expectations and preparations, the Nomo hadn't reacted at all. The hole burned through it by the fist-sized wasn't enough to kill it. Its many bulbous eyes were still rolling around, embedded deep within its exposed brain. Yet, the creature just refused to move, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth as it waited for the command. We should have kidnapped the other one, Nyx cawed, a beak taking shape near his ear. This one's dumber than Kaminari when he exceeds his wattage limit. Luke doubted it. Until the appearance of high-end Nomas, all other Nomas from lower tier to upper tier lacked intelligence in his previous life. Can you speak? Luke asked, starting with a basic question. Are you in there? The lower tier Nomo let out a grunt. Luke suddenly stepped back, his thumb landing on the middle finger of his hand. One strange movement, and he would blow the Nomo up. However, the grunt let out by a Noma seemed nothing more than a beastly growl. Its eyes kept rolling, its head also kept moving, and the muscles under its skin kept squirming. But, even then, Luke couldn't spy any hint of sentience in its behavior. Miss Justice. Luke thought, asking the system. Can I take those names in front of it? It must bring out a reaction, right? Conformity and singularity. It's a double-edged sword, Luke. You can be assured that the moment you speak those names out loud, both will know of it. That would itself defeat the purpose of kidnapping the Nomo. You want to speak to the one who had possessed the Nomo during the Jakku incident, right? But how do we know if it was conformity or singularity? We can only make a guess, but we can't be certain. When such existences are involved, I would advise doing nothing that hangs on guesses alone. Luke's mouth flattened into a thin line. You are right, Miss Justice, he realized. If both of them decided to possess this Nomo, then I don't know what would happen. Sigh. Luke was still feeling all right because of the two bats with detonation quirks clinging to the Nomo. What if, even after blowing them up, the Nomo didn't die because of this queer possession? Luke doubted that he could run away with Discorer fast enough before the Nomo caught up to him. Still, it wasn't like he had any choice. If he couldn't go with both of their names, then he would just go with a name that came out of his guts. Luke gulped. Conformity. He said, his muscles going taut. Are you there? There was a stillness around Luke. The water was gurgling as it pooled under the underground waterfall, before streaming down the massive cave. There was a tick-tick noise of some insects as well. Both bats were clicking, too, their eyes planted hard on the man holding their fate between his fingers. Suddenly, a quietness pervaded in Luke's surroundings. It was a quietness that seeped into the bones. A chill ran down Luke's spine. It was as if something unknown had begun crawling his fingers up his throat before wrapping them around his neck. On his face, even Nyx trembled. Man, this was stupid. She cawed, stuttering. Just as Luke thought something was going to happen, something ominous, all those feelings disappeared. It was like they weren't there, to begin with. Everything could be heard, seen, and sensed as clearly as before. Even the Nomu, the supposed channel between Luke and conformity, was just standing as aloof as before, showing no reaction. Miss Justice, did you? Sigh. No. I didn't sense any burst of spirituality, Luke. Phew. And I was already praying to Mr. Fool to pull me up. Luke's mouth twitched. Let's call it a day, he said, sighing. We will keep trying it. One day or another, I will get answers out of this Nomo. With that, Luke snapped his fingers, activating compression, while simultaneously canceling the detonation quirks within the bats. The bat that was curled inside the hole within the Nomo's chest flew away instantly, as moderate complexity detonation alone hadn't mutated it beyond redemption. Contrary to the lucky one, the bat clinging to the Nomo's brain involuntarily activated the compression before bursting apart in a mass of flesh and blood. A blue burst of light shone around the Nomo, confining it in a glossy bead once again. However, unseen by Luke and Nyx, just as the glossy, mystical boundary swallowed it up, the corners of the Nomo's mouth arched up ever so slightly. An image of Nyx's cogitation and her image from Luke's spirit vision are available. Chapter 73, Aina Sionji's Secret and a Clown's Struggle. Aina Sionji, the 16-year-old daughter of one of the world's wealthiest men on the planet, held a secret in her heart. No. It wasn't the ridiculous amount of butterflies that fluttered in her stomach whenever she thought of Luke, who, by the way, was in no way related to her. Aina cleared her throat as she walked through the big, decorated hall, blushing at the thought of strolling with Luke here. The secret was related to her quirk, snapshot prophecy. It was May 31st, her and her brother's birthday. Just yesterday, the UA high school had seen the worst attack from villains who had infiltrated a secret facility. When she had learned that Luke had been there, she had run out of her class to find him. Fortunately, All Might had defeated all the villains timely. Moreover, Luke wasn't even much injured, unlike another boy named Midoriya from his class. So, that was something, she guessed. Still, if someone were to go in the past and tell her Luke, the same Luke she had seen growing up in the Sionji mansion, would join hero course, would have an awesome quirk, and would be the most handsome man. Aina hurriedly looked around. When she found no one listening to her thoughts, she patted her chest. These days, it felt like the entire world was trying to listen to what she was thinking. To hide the blush on her face, she held up the Polaroid camera and took a photo. After a while, by the time the photo was generated, the blush had already settled down. The photo showed the scenery as it is, Aina noted. In one corner, she saw her mother directing the workers about where to put the cake. Even her mother didn't know the secret about her quirk. Ah, yes. The quirk's secret. It wasn't something big, but it was crucial enough for pro-hero Sir Night-Eye to forbid her to tell anyone. Of course, her father knew it. He knew almost everything. In the official records, Snapshot Prophecy was a quirk that let Aina see an event that would happen in the future, given she took the photo when there were no people present there. However, slyly, the Sionji group had forced the authorities to modify the explanation to this from the original one, omitting something very crucial. The future event that the Snapshot Prophecy showed was always an event that Aina never wanted to happen. Being a good girl, in 9 out of 10 cases, the snapshot taken by her, if it showed something, was about the villains, as she didn't want innocent people to get hurt. However, sometimes, her emotions took over her quirk, resulting in something very different. Standing in front of a round table, Aina suddenly smiled. This table was in a corner, with only 2 chairs, and wasn't even that big. The more she saw the table, the more she pictured Luke seated there, making her smile. That's so Luke, Aina thought, taking a snapshot. Sitting all by himself. She hadn't expected anything from the snapshot, though. But when she shook the snapshot and looked at it casually, her breath gave away. An image was coming alive in the photo. With wide eyes, Aina saw Luke was indeed seated there, with Nyx on the table. And, standing by his side, was a white-bearded, bald man in a tuxedo, his hand on Luke's shoulder. Be careful, Luke told a waiter, this wine is from Indonesia. 1 glass is worth $5 million. The waiter carrying the tray almost stumbled, his breath giving away. He had served the richest people in the country, but $5 million worth of glass of wine, with 10 glasses per tray. Whoa. Luke suddenly approached the waiter as he saw the man's face going white. I was just joking. When the waiter was gone, Luke stumbled his way to a table in the corner. Boy, do you suck at it. Nyx cawed. Whiskey on rocks, waiter. The moment she shouted, another waiter passing by just ended up laughing, putting a glass of juice on the table. Luke just stared at Nyx, gobsmacked. You don't necessarily have to follow the same acting as others, Luke. You need to do what suits you the best. Only then you can receive the best feedback, letting you properly digest the clown potion. Luke frowned, but his face didn't show anything. And what are you planning to do for acting, Nyx? He asked, feeling a bit jealous. That's so easy peasy. Nyx cawed, taking her beak out of the juice. We will find a man with a pet who does the searing business in the streets. Like a parrot. We will then hypnotize him, replace the filthy parrot with me. People will dig a funny, beautiful, and majestic lady like me. They will line up just to talk to me, you know. I will use those moments to read their fortune or whatever, will also flash my stolen, bought diamond pendulum on their faces. Boom. Seer potion digested within weeks. Luke, and Miss Justice in his mind, stared at Nyx with open mouths. Luke, there you are. Luke looked up and found Dr. Donald walking toward him, making him frown. If he didn't remember wrong, then Dr. Donald was a villain extracted from America by his father. However, since then, the villain had already modified his face enough to never be recognized by anyone. His father never let the doctor come out of the blue sight, even then. Combined with his previous life till now, this would be the first time Luke was seeing him outside. Donald, Luke nodded, letting out a fake, genuine smile as if he was delighted to see the men here. What a surprise. On the other side, seeing Luke's exhilarated expression, Donald's entire body trembled with pleasure. He reached out with his hand, barely controlling the urge to touch him. Meanwhile, all hell went loose in Luke and Nix's minds, their danger intuition screaming bloody murder. What's going on? Luke and Nix thought, glancing at each other. For a moment, they even thought that this was a delayed reaction to their last night's stunt, calling out to conformity by the name. Not so surprisingly, none of the two even thought that it was the hand about to land on Luke's shoulder. Why would they, when Dr. Donald had put the same hand on Luke thousands of times by now? However, just as Luke and Nix were about to throw themselves off the table, and just as Dr. Donald was to touch Luke, Aina came rushing in. She then stumbled into the doctor, spilling all the juice she had been carrying on his tuxedo. "Oh. I am so sorry." Aina apologized. "Waitress. Please take Mr." Donald looked between the waitress and the girl, who he recognized instantly. "Miss Aina, I am Donald. I need to take him to the washroom and let him select a tuxedo from Father's collection." "No. I need to." "Thank you, Mr. Donald," Aina said, the waitress forcefully grabbing Donald by the hand. "I will be seeing you again." Meanwhile, the dangerous feeling bombarding Luke and Nix vanished as they saw Dr. Donald being taken away by Aina's personal maid. They had no clue why Aina called her waitress, though. "What are you doing here?" Aina asked, pulling Luke up. "Let's go. We are about to cut the cake." Luke wasn't sure about being near the cake. Rikuya would lose all the smiles the moment he laid eyes on him and Nix. Still, with Aina being so cheered up, he couldn't say no. Suddenly, Luke reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Aina's breath got caught in her throat. "What?" Luke pulled back his hand and showed her a coin. "Magic." Going red beyond redness, Aina punched Luke and ran away. Frowning, Luke looked at the coin and flicked his hand, making it disappear. Even this didn't work. "I thought kids liked magic." "No," he mumbled to himself, walking forward. Sigh. This clown potion going to be a hard one. This time, Miss Justice and Nick stared at Luke with their mouths hanging open. An original image of Luke and Aina standing side by side is available. Chapter 74, Toru Hagakure, confronting Luke. The idea of nudity never bothered Toru Hagakure because she possessed the invisibility quirk. All her life, Toru had learned how to live with her nakedness through her parents, who were also invisible. She couldn't see herself without special, costly instruments. She couldn't put on flashy hero costumes as they would defeat the purpose. But Toru had learned to look past these difficulties, taking pride in what she could do instead of dwelling on what she couldn't. To make the most of her quirk, Toru had been learning martial arts ever since she was a little girl. However, it was only after joining UA, under Dust Hero, San's tutelage, did she realize how much she could improve. Now, as the sports festival approached, she found herself capable of joining the tournament without having doubts about her capabilities. In her bedroom, with many cute plushies around her, Toru sat on her bed with a frown, though. If her parents could see her face, they would have experienced a great shock because Toru was known to be a cheerful and active girl among the neighbors. But, unknown to all, Toru carried a secret in her heart that kept weighing on her consciousness. It had already been over a week since the USJ incident played out. Moreover, the sports festival was only days away. All the students were preparing for it diligently, she knew. Yet, here she was, staring in the mirror, seeing nothing but clothes. Sometimes, Toru wished she wasn't invisible. Sometimes. Like when she had seen a white coat wearing Luke in the landslide zone during the USJ incident. She would have believed that it was a villain trying to impersonate a student if it wasn't for the white coat turning black as well. No matter how she'd played out the sequence of events in her mind, it all screamed one thing: Luke was hiding something. As if that wasn't enough, then later, when the detective had shown them an image, Toru's heart had given out. The man in that image looked exactly like Luke, other than having a mask on his face. When the students had asked who he was, the detective had only replied with 3 words: someone very dangerous. After coming home, Toru couldn't sit still and lost all her appetite. By the time she went to sleep, she had already made up her mind to go to her homeroom teacher, erase her head, and let him know everything she saw. However, after a good sleep overnight, Toru had realized something very crucial that she had ignored the last day because she had panicked. It was a question. A question that she had even dreamed about that night. Why didn't the detective just say that the man in the image was a villain? That was a very interesting question. Why hadn't she thought of this question before? Toru hadn't interacted with Luke much, unlike Momo and Mina. Still, she knew he was a shy guy and was always nice to everyone. She had even visited his home. She remembered his bedroom, probably the cleanest place on the planet. Was she really just thinking too much about it? Or was there something more in it that she was missing? Ah! Toru ruffled her hair, burying her face in a plushie. I am going insane. 1 week. 1 entire week. She had done nothing but think about Luke. She had even begun observing him at school, knowing well neither he nor the bird could see her. He sometimes smiled to himself. Sometimes, he just stared at a corner, his eyes lost. More often than not, it felt like he desperately needed a hug. Toru suddenly sat up straight, blushing. What was she thinking? She needed to investigate him, not. With a thud, she again buried her face in another plushie. If things went on like this, she would definitely end up losing all her focus for the upcoming sports festival. No. She must do something about this sickness. Toru Hagakure had decided, tomorrow, just 3 days before the sports festival, she would confront Luke. Yes. At school, she would be safe, no. After lunch. UA. The students were getting ready for their hero classes in the afternoon. Ever since the USJ incident, all the teachers had upped their teaching assignments in all the hero courses. Today, All Might would be taking them for another combat training where they would be using their quirks for search operations. Suddenly, Nyx fluttered inside the classroom. Nyx. Mina shouted, waving her hand at her. Where were you all day? The bird landed on Mina's shoulder and rubbed herself on the girl's smooth skin. Nyx. Luke frowned, approaching them. He didn't like the way Nyx kept acting weird around the girls for her amusement. Get away from her. Mina pouted. Why? We are friends. Oh, yes, we are. Nyx cawed, smirking slyly at Luke. After catching up for a while with Mina and Uraraka, Nyx hopped onto Luke's shoulder. I think a few more weeks, she cawed, whispering in his ear. If I keep doing divinations at this rate, then I will digest my potion in no time. Luke nodded. They had already acted on Nyx's plan of impersonating a divining bird after hypnotizing a man on a street. But that wasn't the only reason she had been out of the school the entire day till now. Did you find her? Luke asked. Nyx silently nodded at him. She was. Luke. Luke turned around and found Toru in her PE uniform. He didn't have much impression of the girl, as she wasn't a close friend of Momo's in his previous life. Yes. Can I talk to you for a second, alone? That turned many heads toward them. From one side, Denki gave Luke a thumbs up. Mina's mouth flattened into a thin line. Uraraka's eyes were shining as she was about to see the greatest romantic drama. Luke's head just snapped to his left. However, he couldn't find Momo anywhere. TCH. Luke, get inside. What I am worried about. Sure, Luke nodded, letting Nyx go to someone else for now. I know you must be asking for pointers for the sports festival. His comment immediately made all excited expressions vanish. Yes. Toru was quite interested in hand-to-hand combat, they knew. And she was good at it as well. When they were out of the classroom, and far from the 1A's door, Luke asked, what is it? If you need some personal training from Sand, then I can arrange it. Luke wouldn't let go of any reason to keep Sand away from him during the weekend. You can do that? Toru asked, stuttering, twirling her hair. Sure. Luke nodded. Thank you. Toru said. As she saw Luke turning around, she suddenly remembered why she had called him out, though. Wait. That wasn't. I need to discuss something else. Yes. Do you know in which zone I was? Luke raised his brows. Did Yuga influence you? He was also asking. I was in the landslide zone. A chill ran down Luke's spine. Toru continued, not sensing any oddness. I saw you. Your coat turned black from white. Then there was the image the detective showed. If it wasn't for the clown potion, Luke's expression would have definitely scared her, he knew. Calm down. Luke told himself. She wouldn't be telling you this if she had already come to a decision. Did you tell someone about it? Toru was so shaken that she had finally said it out loud that she just shook her head, instead of saying it out loud. Luke picked up her invisible reaction, though. If you don't mind doing me a favor, Luke said, his mind running through various scenarios, then I would request you to keep it to yourself for now. I promise I will tell you everything. Can you do that for me? Toru hesitated, taking a step back. Are you a villain? Luke controlled his facial muscles and smiled at her. No. Seeing that smile on his face, Toru relaxed. All right. I will wait. But if you don't tell me before the sports festival, I will tell Aizawa-sensei everything that she left unsaid. An original image of Toru is available. Chapter 75, Kazuho Hanayama, Nyx's solo investigation. Kazuho Hanayama, 21-year-old, looked up at the sky-high buildings in the morning. When did it become a hobby of hers, she didn't remember. It felt like ever since she had become a student at Tokyo University, she had been walking like this, her neck craned up toward the distant roofs. No. She didn't miss her days as Pop*Step, the popular freelancer idol. She didn't miss her days as one of the Narahata vigilantes. She certainly didn't miss her quirk, leap. Yes. She remembered the times when she could hop from one building to another a few years ago using her quirk. But, then the queen bee, a parasitic villain, had possessed her, taking over her personality and turning her into a villain as well, named Pop. In the end, when they had saved her by surgically removing the parasitic villain from her, it had left her in a coma with muffled memories. As the queen bee had made her left eye its beehive, the incident had also left her with only one eye now. Kazuho didn't mind the loss of her left eye as she touched the eye patch on it. But her quirk, leap, that was gone as well. So, perhaps, she did miss it a bit. But both her idle and vigilante days were over, she told herself for the 1000th time, letting out a smile. Now, she was content with her life, a normal, unimpressive, quirkless life. Sighing to herself, taking a last look at the skyscraper, Kazuho shook her head, her vision blurring. And as she kept walking, her friends joining her a few moments later, a raven looked at her, casually. Nyx hadn't found Kazuho so easily. To keep Luke out of this, she had done it all by herself. First, she had thoroughly read the info on Kazuho that was documented in box number 6, the same box that Luke had stolen from the Jaka City Hospital. Then, taking the help of dowsing rod divination and dream divination, a divination method that Luke dared not use anymore, she had pinpointed Kazuho's current location to Tokyo. It was during one of her routine flights that she had chanced upon her, before returning to Luke and letting him know that she had found it yesterday. Today, they would be making first contact with her. Before that, she needed to confirm that the girl didn't possess a quirk. Kazuho had never had her quirk stolen, as per the records. But, ever since she had come out of the coma a few years ago, the girl had failed to use her quirk. It could be because of the trauma. Or it could be something else. That's where spirit vision came into the picture. Using it, Nyx had confirmed that the spirit particles were not condensed in Kazuho's legs anymore, i.e., she was lacking quirk factors there, as predicted by Luke based on his experience. She still had a high density of the spirit particles in her legs, but they were distributed randomly, as if someone had shaken her insides turbulently. Now, with Luke's reasoning, knowledge, and experience in her mind, and given her spirit vision's observation, Nyx felt like she had even data to confirm the doubt. She flew away to an abandoned, dark street, found a relatively cleaner spot on a window AC, and uncurled the topaz pendulum from her left leg. The moment she saw the topaz, Nyx let out a disgusted grunt. Far away from Luke, Nyx couldn't use any of the quirks bestowed upon her by him. After the first time when the Motherf villains had stolen her pendulum, Luke had forced her to keep a topaz one with her. She hated it. She hated it with her everything. Holding one end of the pendulum, she let the topaz hang and waited for it to come to a rest. Then, she closed her eyes and focused on the question regarding Kazuho's quirk in her mind, repeating it 7 times. When she opened her eyes, she found the topaz rotating clockwise with moderate speed. It means, Nyx let out a sly smile, the girl's cherry is ready to be popped. As if the thought itself was a curse, Nyx felt like her entire strength was abandoning her. It was like she had just eaten and then vomited the entire thing in the next moment. Not again. Nyx cawed, frustrated. Curling the small pendulum around her left claw, she flew down and began spitting out a small table, scented candles, vials of essential oils, etc. Then, after setting up the altar, she drew the pupilless eye on a paper, putting it between the lit candles. Suddenly, she heard a noise to her right. There was a homeless, old man gawking at her, with his mouth hanging low. "You are a..." The old man began, his voice weak. "Say it." Nyx turned around to face him. "Say it, you mongrel. I dare you. I double dare you." The old man feasted on the word, crow, as if this was the tastiest meal he had in weeks, but he dared not say it out loud. Finding the entire scene one of the creepiest things he had seen in his life, he just turned around and left. "Thought so," Nyx scoffed, returning to the altar, and began chanting in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Musutafu." In his study room, Luke was seated with a book on ancient Greece in front of him. Only a few hours ago, Toru had arrived to have a one-on-one lesson with Sand after Luke had convinced him to do him this favor. Ever since yesterday, when the girl had dropped a bomb on him, Luke hadn't found an iota of sleep, dark circles appearing under his eyes. The clearest path in front of him was to hypnotize the girl and make her forget everything. It was also one of the reasons why he had asked her to come home, hoping to find a secluded place where he could do the job. But there were 2 things wrong with this plan. First, Luke had no way to confirm if Toru had told someone what she saw in the landslide zone or not. He didn't trust the girl or her words. There was a probability that a pro-hero was out there just waiting for him to do something like this. He might have been just overanalyzing the situation, Luke knew. But the consequences of ignoring this reasoning were grave as well. Second, from a broader perspective, and considering all the possibilities that could arise in the future, Luke believed that he could take advantage of this situation and turn her into a... Suddenly, Luke sat up straight, a distinct whisper bombarding his mind. Nyx is praying to Mr. Fool. She might have run out of her seer powers. Luke nodded, getting up. This was the second time this had happened. They had already prepared a vial of potion beforehand, expecting it to occur today. Stepping into the bathroom, Luke snapped his fingers, activating the Discover quirk in a rat. After deciding the location where Nyx would be praying from, Luke had the rat see it as well, making it learn the coordinates as it was the condition to use the quirk. The space parted right in front of the toilet, the rat exploding right after. From the blackness, Nyx hopped out and eyed Luke. And... Luke raised an eyebrow. Not able to control herself, Nyx said the same sentence as she had thought after confirming that Kazuho didn't have a quirk anymore. Luke's entire face crumpled. Nyx. Ha-iya. Nyx slumped down, her entire body relaxing. Seriously, it's not the same without seeing your reaction. An original image of grown-up Kazuho is available. Chapter 76, Dr. Blessed appears, recruiting Kazuho. After having a coffee with her friend Mio, Kazuho got up, collecting her bag. Kazuho. Mio suddenly said. Did you hear anything from Koichi? Koichi Himawari was at the front of the Narahata incident years ago, infamous as the poster boy of the Narahata vigilantes. In those times, he had gone by the name of the Crawler. In the few years they had spent together, Kazuho and he and one other had become close friends. Remembering those days, Kazuho let out a smile. After the citywide destruction that had resulted because of the fight between Koichi and the villain, he had to go to America to escape the debt, becoming a sidekick of a pro-hero there. Why? Kazuho asked, smiling. You think I am hung up on him? Mio frowned. No. I mean. Kazuho giggled. I am messing with you. I get his texts from time to time. But, you know, he's busy. Mio had to let go of the topic with a nod. I am going, then, Kazuho said. Text me. Mio shouted. The cafe's bell tinkled, and the smile on Kazuho's face flattened as she walked out. The entire world had gained an orange hue as the sun settled, her eyes going back to the edges of the skyscrapers. Does the world look gray to you, Miss Kazuho? Kazuho's right eye widened, a chill running down her spine. Who said that? She looked around, but there were people everywhere, and some were even giving her weird eyes, seeing her just standing there. Look up. Kazuho's head snapped up, searching for just about anything. Look at the sky, Miss Kazuho. Tell me you don't remember how it felt. Tell me you don't remember the freedom. Tell me you don't imagine reaching up and turning the sky blue. Kazuho's face paled. She began lifting her hand as the buried feelings erupted. Suddenly, with a snap, she pulled back her hand, her gaze hardening. Who are you? Kazuho touched the eye patch on her left eye, fearing another parasite with queen bee-like quirk had infiltrated her head. There's nothing wrong with you, Miss Kazuho. Please relax. I am talking to you telepathically. Telepathically. Kazuho frowned, still looking around. Suddenly, her eye landed on a small alley just by the main road. There, standing against the wall, was a man in a white lab coat, wearing a black mask. The moment she saw him, he turned around and began walking away into the alley. Kazuho didn't know what took over her. Was it the vigilante within her? Was it the words that this man had said? Was it the realization that the sky overhead wasn't gray, but blue in others' eyes? Kazuho didn't know, couldn't know, and, perhaps, wouldn't know the answers. Not by herself. So, she rushed to catch that man before he disappeared without answering her questions. The moment she stood at the mouth of the dark alley, she saw the man taking a turn, disappearing again. Humph. Kazuho scoffed, walking inside. Does he think I am a helpless, little girl? She reached into her bag, unlocked her mobile, and sent her location to a man who she knew would find her no matter where she was. All this with one tap and without looking down. Then, she wrapped her fingers around the gun. Ever since she had moved to Tokyo, and given her history, she had been keeping a licensed arm on herself. Never again Kazuho wanted to find herself helpless against a villain. Never again did she want to be taken advantage of and get used against her own friends. This time, when she took the turn, she found him staring right back at him, with a few meters of darkness between them. His eyes were glowing red in the darkness, his white lab coat almost glistening in contrast. Who are you? Kazuho asked again, her fingers tightening around the gun. Do you know that the villains attacked UA High a few days ago? What? Kazuho was shocked. It wasn't like she followed the news much, but something like this big would have found its way to her, regardless. Yet, she had heard no such thing. Either what this man was saying was a lie. Or Do you know that the Jaku incident was nothing but a big cover-up? What are you trying to say? Kazuho felt like she was being manipulated. Again. The trauma of Queen Bee taking over her, using her to hurt her friends, had taken root in her heart. It was to the point that she rarely interacted with strangers without questioning every word coming out of their mouths. Yet, the more this man talked, the more Kazuho felt that something was amiss, not with the men, but with the world. Do you know that they never revealed who was behind the Narahata incident years ago? Kazuho stumbled back, her grip around the gun loosening. What? The men took out a bundle of documents and threw them at her. Shocked, Kazuho warily picked the documents up and went through the titles in dim light, her right eye almost popping out. The documents mentioned her, Koichi, and Master Knuckleduster, the last of the Narahata Vigilantes trio. It mentioned all the villains in detail, including number 6, the prime villain who had fought with Koichi and had laid waste to the city. It showed the Nomus images as well. But, there was one more name in the documents. A name Kazuho had never heard coming up from the pro-heroes. All for one. What is this? Kazuho stuttered. No. This can't be true. Didn't they say that they dealt with all the villains? A war is coming, Miss Kazuho. A war that will sweep through the entire country. It's up to you if you want to sit through it or... Kazuho looked up and stared at the men. Or what? Or fight. Fight. Kazuho let out a wry chuckle. I am just a... Quirks aren't what I offer, Miss Kazuho. But, if you seek a fighting chance, that I can certainly provide. What does he mean? Kazuho thought, her grip involuntarily crumpling the documents. Can I? Can I? Why me? She ended up asking. Because, the man pointed toward the sky, making Kazuho look up. I know what you will be fighting for. Kazuho's fingers balled into fists, uncaring of the documents. Think about it, Miss Kazuho. I will find you in a few days. I hope, you will know what you truly want by then. As the men turned around, Kazuho blurted, What's in it for you? The men stopped, the space parting in front of him, showing a blackness much darker than the alley. He turned around and put the palm of his right hand on his left chest. All I do is in his service, Miss Kazuho. The man bent his back. Then, he stepped back into the blackness, leaving behind words. Praise be to Mr. Fool. An original image of Dr. Blessed as he mentions Mr. Fool is available. Chapter 77, Iwao Aguro, Fooling an Innocent Girl. Next day. Narahata. Iwao Aguro was a good dad, or so what his daughter kept telling him these days, just to make sure he didn't do anything stupid at nights. Ever since the Narahata incident, in which he had ended up busting his right leg against the villain, he had been forced to use a cane. However, that didn't prevent him from playing a vigilante during the night, replacing the cane with a bracer. During the day, he was just another, regular salaryman. Today, in the evening, though, the Ogiros welcomed an old friend at home. Kazuho. Tamao, Iwao's daughter, stepped down from the stairs with a bright face. Kazuho helped herself in, removing her shoes and smiling at the girl. She wasn't a close friend of Tamao, despite being of a similar age as her. However, there was one thing that both the girls shared, making them understand each other better than anyone. Before the Queen Bee had turned Kazuho her host, the parasitic entity had been possessing Tamao Aguro, using her to do all kinds of villainous activities. Later, Iguro had successfully removed the Queen Bee from Tamao, but that left Tamao's quirkless with broken memories and, yes, an eye patch on her left eye. Hearing the noise, Iwao came out of the kitchen, wearing an apron. Well, you look at that, he said in a thick voice, smiling. If it isn't our famous idol. Kazuho blushed, making a fist toward the old man. Iwao Aguro, who still went by the vigilante name of Knuckleduster, was a towering, heavy-muscled man, with a scar running down the left side of his face. Unknown to many, Iwao Aguro hadn't born quirkless. Before his vigilante days as Knuckleduster, Iwao had been a pro-hero, with the quirk, Overclock. It was a very powerful quirk that had let him accelerate his brain's perception to extreme speeds, making it appear to him as if the world was moving in slow motion. But All for One had stolen his quirk, leaving him quirkless. Strangely, Iwao had never truly learned the name of the evil who had stolen his quirk. After catching up for a while, and having dinner, Tamao left the two alone. A grave expression settled on Iwao's face suddenly. Now, tell me, kid. What happened? Sorry, Kazuho said, taking out the bundle of documents from her bag. I couldn't tell you about these over the call yesterday. Then, as Iwao began going through the documents, Kazuho told him about the unsettling meeting in a dark alley in Tokyo. The more Iwao read, and the more he heard, the more his face paled. And the moment he read the name, All for One, his scar itched, his instincts telling him that this was the evil he had been seeking all this while. Is it true? Kazuho asked, worried. Did the true villain behind all that happened years ago was never caught? Unknown to Kazuho, her hands were shaking. The mere knowledge that the person who had turned her into a villain was walking free outside, kept sending a chill running down her spine. Iwao, though, was much more experienced, burying the emotions within with a deep breath. He lighted a cigarette and let out a puff of smoke. A rice bowl hit him on his face out of nowhere. Bam. What gives, old man? Kazuho snapped, picking up another rice bowl. I told you never to smoke near me. Iwao's mouth twitched. He dodged the second bowl, and then the third. By the time Kazuho picked up the ladle, he had already finished the cigarette. I always had a feeling, he said, making Kazuho pause, holding the ladle high. I never told you how I lost my quirk, no. What's going on? Kazuho wondered, a heavy weight settling over her heart. Old man never talked about his quirk before. Then, Iwao briefly mentioned his past, and how he had ended up quirkless. Kazuho gasped. You don't mean to say? Iwao nodded. This could be it, kid, he said, frowning. This is the real stuff. Tell me again about this man. How he looked. With a light stutter, Kazuho described the man. Iwao's eyes widened. He hurriedly got up and brought a leaflet, slamming it on the table between them. Kazuho looked at the bounty over the image of the same person and gasped again. Dr. Blessed, they are calling him, Iwao said. Every third-rate villain across the country has one of these in their pockets these days. That can't be. Kazuho blurted. There's nothing on the news. Suddenly, she remembered Dr. Blessed's words, do you know that the Jaku incident was nothing but a big cover-up? Iwao nodded. There might be some truth behind that. I don't understand, Kazuho said. Why did he give me these documents? Because he knew you would come to me, Iwao replied, narrowing his eyes. I don't know on whose side this man is, but he sure is not just any random character. What did he say at the end? Kazuho could still hear those words ringing in her mind. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, Iwao looked at the documents again, a spark of justice flaring in his heart. He smiled, cracking his knuckles. It's been a long time since I cracked a religious fanatic's head. Haha. Sionji Mansion. Musudafu. So, Mr. Principal and All Might wanted you to impersonate this man? Toru asked, stunned. Luke nodded, Nix nodding next to him. You remember the explosion during lunch hour? He asked, sensing Toru nodding at him. After that, they contacted me. To find out on whose side this man was, they asked me to impersonate him in front of villains because I have the same build as him, you know. Of course, they wanted to do with All Might watching over me. I just got caught up in the moment in the facility and stupidly ended up going through the plan by myself. If there was a fourth person near Toru, Luke, and Nix, she would have been looking at Luke with their jaw hanging low in disbelief. Just who in their right mind would believe this bullshit? But Luke knew Toru would believe him. Not because the girl trusted him so much, but because of the quirk Nix was using. Quirk, blind trust. Complexity, S. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 12 seconds. Activation time, 5 minutes. Is that why the villain attacked you? Toru asked, gasping. Luke nodded. I didn't want to include anyone else, as it was already dangerous. That was stupid. Toru snapped. You could have died, Luke. Luke smiled wryly. That's what Mr. Principal said. Anyway, if you want to tell everyone, I won't stop you. I just felt embarrassed because I had run away from the villain instead of facing them head-on. Toru shook her head. You did the right thing. Suddenly, with a bam, the bedroom's doors threw open. Aina stared at Luke and the clothes seated in front of him. Oh. She fumbled, shifting on her feet. You were just chatting. Then, she went back, closing the door. Luke frowned. What else we would be doing? All right, Toru nodded at Luke, getting up. I won't tell anyone, only if you promise to not do something so stupid again. Luke nodded, smiling. When the girl had walked out, Luke laughed. Haha. We fooled that innocent girl. Haha. Nix eyed Luke weirdly as he laughed like a maniac. This blind trust is bound to disappear when she figures out things later, she said, noticing the wetness in the corner of Luke's eyes. Much later, I guess. All investments come with risks, Nix, Luke said, his smile widening. It was a coincidence that let her see us, let's see where it leads to. Meanwhile, we have a sports festival to deal with. An original image of Iwao Oguro is available. Chapter 78, News Out, the student that made Luke laugh. Over the weekend, UA staff conducted a highly confidential meeting over the USJ incident, where Detective Tsukachi briefed them on the investigation. We couldn't find anything on Shigaraki, or the teleportation user, Kirojiri, the detective said, standing in front of a team of pro heroes, including All Might in his weak form and Mr. Principal. What about his quirk? Nizu asked. No disintegration-type quirk in Hero Registry, Tsukachi said, shaking his head. In the silence that followed, All Might mentioned how he found Shigaraki's entire personality matching that of a man-child, but with a ridiculously powerful quirk. The incident is already leaking out, the detective warned. We have been keeping it tightly under wrap because of my investigation related to Dr. Blessed, but... As they heard the name, a graveness settled on all faces that was much grayer than when they heard Shigaraki's name. Who was Dr. Blessed? How could he just appear and disappear whenever he wanted? Why did he appear during the USJ incident, and whose side he was on? It's like we are chasing a ghost, All Might said, his blue gaze hardening. Did he contact you again? Detective Tsukachi asked, knowing well that most of the pro heroes here had already been told about the truth behind the Jaku incident. All Might shook his head. Worry not, Nisa said, cheerily. It feels like we have nothing to go, but we can confirm at least two things from all this. Everyone, including the detective, looked at Mr. Principal. I am afraid neither of the two are good ones for us, Nisa smiled wryly. First, we can confirm that Dr. Blessed, whoever he is or whatever his goal is a multi-quirk user. All Might's fingers balled into fists. The most disturbing guess he had regarding Dr. Blessed's identity was that this person was none other than All for One. To play with him by taking on a secret role, for the sheer amusement of it, was definitely something an evil man like All for One was capable of. Also, who else had access to multiple quirks? First, it was the explosion-type quirk he used to explode a dog, injuring the villains, but also almost killing the civilians. Second, now there were talks of him also capable of teleportation. As if these two weren't enough, then there was the original incident related to the Dr. Blessed, the Meta Puppets incident last year. They had yet to see those kinds of animals. That meant Dr. Blessed was screaming out the threat that he could use them whenever he wanted, and none could stop him if he went for it. Blood seeped out from the corner of All Might's mouth as anger boiled inside him. Because of the fight against Nomo, Toshinori Yogi's All Might form's time limit had fallen from 3 hours to only 1.5 hours. Sadly, Mr. Principal had yet to deal the second blow. Second, Nisa said, continuing, the smile on his face vanishing. We have a traitor among us. Next morning. The world blazed as the news regarding the USJ incident finally played out across the country, instantly bringing Class 1A of UA's hero course and the League of Villains to light. Strangely, there was still no mention of Dr. Blessed, as neither the police nor the pro heroes or the students could confirm his presence during the incident. The news did mention the sports festival, which UA would be hosting despite the villain attack, as a show of their resilience and pride. In the controversy that was generated, the entire event became even more popular. In Class 1A, an excited and spirited Uraraka made a fist, trying to rile up everyone for the sports festival. Aizawa-sensei had just gone after briefing them about it, urging them to do their best. Many hero agencies would be offering internships during the summer break based on their performances in the sports festival. This was their chance to rise and shine. What's your strategy? Momo asked Luke in the cafeteria during lunch break. With so much competition, it wouldn't be wise not using Nyx's all quirks. Luke's mouth twitched. I can't use them even if I want to. It's a battle between stamina and efficiency. We will see. Midoriya, seated next to Luke, nodded. Then he began mumbling out various scenarios that Luke could find himself in. When they were done, Midoriya caught Luke in a secluded corner. All Might told me you know about his weak form. Midoriya said, looking around if someone was listening to them or not. Luke nodded. Nyx chanced upon him right after the first combat training exercise. It's okay. I am not much of a gossiper. Midoriya laughed. Suddenly, his smile turned into a determined expression. I wanted to say something. He told Luke, looking into his eyes. I know you are strong. I know you are much stronger than you show. But I want to win, too. Luke's eyes narrowed. Unknown to him, All Might had a chat with Midoriya urging the kid to show himself to the world in this sports festival, show himself as the new symbol of peace. Yeah. Luke replied, smiling. Let's hope there will be no competition of height. Midoriya stared at Luke with a dead graveness for a while before bursting out with a fit of laughter. I feel good that you are opening up like this, Luke. Do everything you can and see which act gives the strongest feedback. Yes, Miss Justice, Luke nodded, going back to the class with Midoriya. I think I have a plan for the sports festival. When they reached the class, though, they found the entrance surrounded by dozens of students, with Bakugo and Hitoshi Shinso from first-year general education between them. 2 more egomaniacs have joined us, it seems, Hitoshi was saying, his purple eyes briefly landing on Luke and Midoriya. I wanted to be in hero course, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, then the teachers can transfer us to the hero course. Which means, they will have to transfer people out to make room. Then, ignoring Bakugo, Hitoshi approached Luke and looked up into his blue eyes. And I think I have just found the idiot I will be replacing. Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka, Tenya, and many other first-year students from different courses stared at Luke, waiting for his reaction. Suddenly, Luke's shoulder began shaking. Ha ha. He chuckled, unable to hold it in any longer. Ha 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 ha. You. Ha ha, you are funny. Chapter 79, UA Sports Festival, a stand-up comedy. Multicolored firecrackers filled the sky over the UA High School today. Outside, hundreds of media personnel surrounded the entrance, reporting across the country live. UA Sports Festival was nothing short of the old Olympics, perhaps, a touch more important. Stalls of food and accessories claimed the lanes leading to the school's main building, people storming in thousands. But this was only brushing the surface. Hundreds of thousands of people would be attending today's events, given that each year of UA would have its own stage. Heroes agencies from all over Japan would be scouting students for internships or hero work studies, which were more formal, serious, and riskier than the internships. Generally, agencies only scouted the students of second and third years, but they were known to scout exceptional first years as well, especially from the hero course. Among the crowd, in his PE uniform, Luke walked with Nix on his shoulder. This was an absolute nightmare for him. So many people, looking at him. Even if he had begun working on his trauma with Miss Justice's many counseling sessions, this was just too much, too soon for him. All this because of the person walking by his side, snapshot hero, Snappy. Aina Sionji was in her hero costume, a bold crimson dress, tailored close to the body with a high neckline. A teardrop-shaped cutout just beneath her throat gave a daring peek at her cleavage, without being too revealing. The dress was sleeveless, but long gloves in crimson ran from her hands up to her elbows, blending seamlessly into the look. Below it, she was wearing a similar-colored miniskirt. Her boots, reaching just below the knees, carried a stocking underneath, hiding her exposed skin under the miniskirt. And, to assist her with snapshots, she donned dark, pink-tinted sunglasses. Matched with the cold expression on her face, and the way she carried herself, it didn't surprise Luke that he found men, and women, goggling at them, pointing at Aina. But, more than that, Luke sensed the hate directed at him as well, enough to trigger his danger intuition. Nix, of course, didn't like that. We had a deal, she cawed, perched on Aina's shoulder, making sure Luke didn't hear her. You will stay away from him and I supply you with photos, in return for books. Shut up. Aina hissed, maintaining the persona. All deals are off for today. You. Behind them, in his PE uniform, Rikuya walked, narrowing his eyes at Luke. Unlike his sister, who was pro-hero, Sir Nitai's sidekick, and would be scouting her classmates and other students for the hero agency, Rikuya would still be participating in the sports festival as a second-year management course student. Last year, Rikuya had failed to secure any internship as well. This was the weakness of his quirk, it wasn't as useful in confrontation. However, because of his status as a Sionji, and him being a management course student, it didn't affect him much. Contrarily, Rikuya preferred it, staying low. Up until last year, everything had been going fine. But then someone barged into his perfect life, ruining it. Unknown to Luke, most of the hate directed at him was coming from none other than Rikuya. Using his quirk of dream walk, that thing had made Rikuya go to a girl's dream, manipulating her to not talk about seeing Luke in the white coat in the landslide zone. What was this thing? Who was it? Rikuya knew nothing, other than it let him play the part of hero in dreams. Without the thing's directions, Rikuya had never managed to explore the dreams, limiting himself to immediate surroundings in fear of getting lost. With that thing, Rikuya could truly become the dream walker as he imagined himself to be. But what came out of it? Yesterday, Rikuya again went to Toru's dream, and, to his shock, he found that she still remembered almost everything. Bastard even took her to his bedroom, Rikuya cursed. And still couldn't erase her memory. He didn't know what was this doctor-blessed business and why his worm-for-brains brother was acting a vigilante, doing more harm than good. That thing had told him that even she didn't understand much, but they must help him, because none else would. How I am supposed to help him if he... Rikuya's eyes suddenly landed on Mount Lady buying snacks from a stall. Involuntarily, his steps shifted and took him to her, all matters regarding Luke vanishing from his mind. On the other side, Luke said goodbye to Aina. I need to go, he said, Nix hopping to his shoulder. They must be calling us anytime. Aina pouted. I will convince Sir Night-Eye to give you a place. Luke did not doubt Aina's convincing skills anymore. If she could convince her father, then she could convince just about anyone, perhaps, even all for one. Ha ha ha. Luke suddenly laughed, making everyone jump. Aina frowned. What's gotten inside him? He is. Sorry, Luke apologized. I thought of something funny. Anyway, bye. Good luck, Aina said, waving at him. What's going on? The crowd roared. The camera's shutters snapped. Voice Hero, present Mike, one of UA's teachers, did the commentary, welcoming the first years. One by one, students from each course and class began coming out, some feeling the weight of so many eyes and cheers on them. Nyx dug her claws inside Luke's shoulder, knowing the bright smile on his face was nothing but a facade. Soon, the crowd of students gathered in front of the podium, where the R-rated hero, Midnight, was standing, holding a whip. She was the referee of the first year's events during the sports festival. The students, who were seeing for the first time from so close, blushed instantly. Crack. Midnight cracked the whip, the mic near her blasting the sound all over the stadium. Now, Midnight said, looking down at the students, representing the first-year students, from Class 1A, is, Renji Sionji. Almost all 1A students looked at Luke with wide eyes. None knew something like this would happen during the introduction ceremony. From the side, other students also gawked at Luke with strange expressions, especially Hitoshi Shinso. The talk of Luke mocking Hitoshi, and laughing like a maniac, had already spread wide. Who knew he would be representing them today? It makes sense. Toru said, raising her voice as students began looking around to see who was speaking. He secured the most points in the entrance exam. Meanwhile, taking a deep breath, and letting it out, Luke walked up the platform. His head was already numb, his heart beating loudly in his chest. If it wasn't for Nyx's claws keeping him awake, he would have already passed out. His eyes shifted, people, more than what he thought existed in this world, looking at him. There were many, watching him online, beyond the TV screens, heroes, villains, civilians, and many more. Seeing him standing there for a while, without saying anything, the crowd went silent after a few seconds. Luke brought up a silly smile on his face. To the villain who got away at USJ, the clown said, his voice booming in the stadium. Shigaraki. I have something to say. Luke reached into his pocket, pulled out a small tube of cream, and lifted it like it was the Holy Grail. All the cameras instantly zoomed in, displaying the product across every megascreen in the arena. The UltraGuard Max Itch Eraser, now available in cherry, mint, and villain-defeating flavors. Luke looked straight into the nearest camera. Next time you feel itchy, just use this. It's cheaper than therapy, and doesn't involve murdering people. Luke winked with mockery. And, if symptoms persist, please consult a dermatologist. Here, in UA, he goes by the name, All Might. Midnight gaped at Luke. From the glass room afar, All Might's jaw dropped. For a moment, there was a pin-drop silence in the stadium. It didn't matter who chuckled first. But, when it began, the entire world seemed to laugh, less because of the mocking words, and more because of Luke's sheer guts. An character image of Snapshot Hero, Snappy is available. Chapter 80, Massive Feedback, Teaching a Lesson. Watching Luke from the other side of the screen, Ryujiro Sionji let his mouth remain open in his office for a moment. He just couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe the smile, the laugh, and the blatant mockery, on that boy's face. Was it really Luke? Luke. The same boy who was too scared to leave his shadow only a year ago whenever they went out. Just how much a person could change. Suddenly, the tycoon realized something. A person could change a lot, by an unprecedented degree, if he were given a chance at least once in a lifetime. With that, Mr. Ryujiro Sionji, the chairman of Sionji Group and user of Soothsayer Quirk, allowed himself a smile. In the Misaki Hall, Mrs. Sionji finally realized what sketch she had drawn using her future sketch Quirk in the morning. The sketch was of hers, smiling. Next to her, playing live on her mobile, was Luke, still holding the ridiculous tube in his hands. She remembered the day when, a year ago, the boy had handed over the document, stating that once he turned 18 years old, he would leave the Sionji family. She also remembered the sheer anxiety the boy had held while talking to her, his eyes always down, staring at the floor. If someone were to tell her that this was the same person, then she would have considered it a bad joke. Yet, here she was, unable to hold back the smile at another joke. Sigh. Misaki buried the smile with a sigh and locked the mobile. Hire a private investigator, she directed her assistant. If the boy even breathes a touch differently, I want to know of it. The assistant bowed, accepting the command with a nod. Tamura Shigaraki stared at the TV screen with nothing in his eyes. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't frowning. There was no emotion on his face, either. He looked at the boy on the screen, remembered him from the USJ, and lifted his hand to scratch his neck. I will kill. He said, slowly, but deliberately, a chill running down Kurojiri's spine, who was standing next to him. I will kill everything that you cherish. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the glass room, All Might was seated as Toshinori Yagi, along with other teachers. That's one hell of a fan you got there, All Might, one of them said, making everyone laugh. That's a good name, by the way, UA's dermatologist. Haha. For the first time, All Might smiled, nodding in agreement. This was what the world needed now, he reasoned. Believing in pros to handle the job and not letting minor setbacks affect thoughts, moods, and daily happenings. In a few sentences, Luke had emboldened the shaken trust in pro heroes in people's minds. Not everyone could do it, All Might realized. Not even him, when he was this young. Young Midoriya. All Might thought, his eyes falling on the students. If you don't grow soon, then, I am afraid, you will be left behind. That's wild, Luke, my boy. Present Mike shouted from the commentary box. Are all your students like him, mummy men? Next to Present Mike, Eraserhead was seated, covered in bandages here and there. The Nomu had beaten Eraserhead so badly that he was hospitalized, his arms requiring surgery. The only thing to take solace in was that his head had been healed by Nyx, or he would have needed to remain in the hospital even longer. Maybe. Aizawa said, uninterested. I would prefer to just get on with it. Like the other teachers, he was just glad to see Luke coming out of the thick shell he carried around him all the time. Take a chill pill. Present Mike roared. We are just starting. Luke stepped off the podium, trying his best not to put his head down in shame. It had taken his everything to crack that joke, using the abilities granted to him by the clown potion. But when he joined his classmates, all he saw was a reassuring smile. That was awesome. Mina shouted. I couldn't have done it better. Kaminari joked. You do know that you just made everyone your enemy, right? Momo said, nearing him. Huh. Luke looked around and noticed the burning gazes directed at him, Momo's words jolting his senses. Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, Eijiro, and even students from other courses were staring at him with pure determination. Yes. Luke suddenly realized what Momo meant. He hadn't just cracked a joke up there. He had just declared that, amid the threat of villains, he was strong enough to crack jokes. For most of the world, it was a moment to laugh. For the students here, it was a blatant challenge. Luke looked down, and then, he lifted his up, matching their gazes, the corners of his lips arching up. As the students' fingers balled into fists, Midnight cracked the whip, sensing the oddity. Now, let's get started right away. Midnight said, the tiny mic sending her voice echoing in the stadium. Here is your fateful first challenge. All the large panels scattered across the stadium blurred and then showed the name of the challenge together. Obstacle race. Midnight read out. All classes will participate in it simultaneously, and the course will be the outer circumference of the stadium. Hee hee. Laughing sadistically, she looked at the students. It will not be a common race, though. Get ready to shed tears of defeat this time, if you are not prepared enough. All students gulped. Freedom, that's what UA's selling point, Midnight said, grinning at the students. So, go wild. Anything goes, as long as you stay within the course's boundaries. After a while, from a large hall, the students stared at the 3 green lights disappearing one by one. Luke had put himself at the far back. He had no intention of going out of his way to win any stage. He had already garnered too much attention on himself with the little stunt he pulled today. Still, Luke found himself motivated. Those gazes his classmates had looked at him with, he didn't want to disappoint them. So, as the last green light went out and as the massive doors opened, Luke and Nyx shared a glance, smiling knowingly at each other. It wouldn't be so bad if he taught the children a good lesson today. Chapter 81, First Stage, A Bitter Race. 1. Here we go. Present Mike shouted as the students rushed into the long, tall, but narrow corridor. What do you think we should take note of in this stage, mummy men? Eraserhead looked at the video, noticing over 100 students pushing and pulling each other. This is it, he said, his eyes narrowing. Those who are a cut above the rest will shine from the beginning. Most of the students had realized what Eraserhead meant, too. The first sifting had already begun. A black blur tore through the air as the students underneath struggled to even take a step forward. Craning their necks, they saw the same blonde-haired boy riding a huge, black bird. Up your $% carrot, mongrels. Nyx cried, her screech deafening the ears. Nyx. Luke gasped, a wide smile planted on his face. The narrow corridor wasn't enough for Nyx's high-complexity gigantification. Still, Luke wasn't limited to one complexity, and, if it was just about clearing the stage, then moderate gigantification was more than enough as well. Seeing Luke effortlessly leaving them behind, something snapped within Class 1A students. An icy breath escaped Todoroki's mouth as he waved his right hand. In the next moment, everything around the tunnel's exit was frozen, ice pinning down most of the students. Unconcerned with anyone, Todoroki ran to catch up to Luke, his right foot leaving behind a sheet of ice in his wake. Oh, no, you don't, fanboy. Bakugo screamed. And, you, half-half. I am gonna bury you all. Tiny explosions kept coming out of Bakugo's palms, pushing him through the air like a missile. Meanwhile, even more students began using their quirks to bypass Todoroki's sheet of ice. Momo created ice skates and effortlessly slid on the ice. Yuga used the beam of laser from his navel. Mina used the acid, secreting from the holes in her soles. Mineta threw the sticky balls of hair, using them as footing. Luke looked over his shoulder and saw Todoroki and others, realizing almost all 1A students had taken the lead. That didn't surprise him, though. Momo had talked about the different stages once, but had never gone too deep into it. One thing was sure, though, from the way she had mentioned everyone, after the USJ incident, Class 1A students had become much bolder. Whoa. What you feed them, mummy men? Present Mike screamed into the mic in the very front, we have Luke. But can he remain in the lead? Haha. On the course, Luke's eyes suddenly widened. As the course widened by twice its size, suddenly, enormous robots the size of multi-story buildings sprang out from all sides. The 0-point villains from entrance exams. Luke remembered. But this can't hold me back. He wouldn't be flying like this if he knew what was coming, Eraserhead commented. We designed the obstacle race, keeping flying in mind. Yes. Present Mike winked. Get ready. It's time for the first barrier, Robo Inferno. As predicted by Eraserhead, Luke and Nyx flew up, trying to cross the foe villains from above. Midnight had clearly said that everything was allowed as long as they stayed on course. Technically, if he went up, he wouldn't be going out of bounds. However, just as Luke reached a height where the enormous robot's arms couldn't reach him, a hum buzzed in his ears. Then, one by one, red dots began flashing in his blue eyes, his jaw dropping low. On the ground, Todoroki stared at the gigantic robots, realizing what kind of enemies the students were up against in the entrance exam. All those who had reached this point suddenly halted in their tracks as well. Not only were there 0-point villains, but there were more agile 1, 2, and 3-point robots as well, advancing toward them. It was then they too heard the distinct hum, making them look even more, almost at the sky. At a height almost twice that of the 0-point giant robots, a black spot marked Nyx. And, surrounding her, were dozens of drones, their single, red eye flashing bloodier as they shot toward her. The students saw gobsmacked as Nyx effortlessly dodged the collisions, Luke still clinging onto her back. However, the drones were so many and so fast that she could barely advance. Not to mention, coming lower meant facing the giant robots. If there had been only one 0-point, then she could have easily maneuvered around it, but with so many of them, it was hard to keep track of all the attacks. It didn't matter who thought it first, but all students who had arrived at this point realized something together. If they wanted to snatch lead out of Luke's hands, then this was it. This was the best chance they could have hoped for. Todoroki's eyes suddenly hardened even more. I don't want to run behind you, Luke, he said as a massive, robotic arm came for him. In a circle, he swiped his right hand up toward the 0-point villain, his breath misting. Since my old man is watching. With a stupendous show of power, an avalanche of ice shot up, hissing, freezing the entire multi-story tall robot. In the stadium, watching it on the huge displays, the crowd gasped, going wild in the next moment. Meanwhile, up in the air, Luke's face gained a heavy frown. As Nyx fluttered between the many drones coming at them, he saw Todoroki taking the lead after freezing the robot. The point was that he could only use 4 quirks on Nyx. As per the hero registry and UA, his quirk, Raven consumed enormous stamina and could only be used within 50-meter radius around him. It was also why Luke wasn't deliberately trying to hold himself back from winning the sports festival. Coming down to Raven from Bioalchemy was the best handicap he could have gifted the children. In Luke's opinion, if they couldn't beat him even now, then they just didn't deserve to win. With a country sweeping war upon their heads, they must learn some harsh lessons early on. Nyx. Luke said, eyeing Todoroki. Let's make it a touch more interesting. An original image of the drones is available. Chapter 82, First Stage, A Bitter Race. 2. As Nyx dived, the colossal robots that Todoroki had frozen fell over because of the imbalance. Meanwhile, the drones kept humming in the sky and didn't pursue Luke and Nyx. Canceling the gigantification, Luke landed on the course and began running, his speed already much greater than Todoroki's. Shoto looked over his shoulder and found Luke only a few dozen meters behind him, his eyes narrowing. With a massive hiss, several tiny icicles shot out of his right leg in reverse, expanding left and right. Within a moment, a massive ice wall appeared between Luke and Todoroki. I see what you did there. Luke smiled unknowingly. Great tactic, kid. Nyx, up. Attack and defense with one move. Present Mike commented, seeing the ice wall and the frozen robots. Young Todoroki has snatched the lead from Luke, clearing the first barrier. Next to him, Eraserhead nodded. The ice wall's height is above the massive villain bot, he said, analyzing. If anyone tries to cross it by flying over it, they will again have drones to deal with. Nice strategy. It's just. Meanwhile, in the Robo-Inferno barrier, all students began using their own tactics to create a path through robots. Bakugo, Hanta, Fumikage, Ijiro, and Tetsutetsu, a Class 1B student with steel quirk, were among the first ones to cross the barrier. Momo created a cannon, bombarding the massive robots. Uraraka used her gravity quirk, Toru hid herself among the students, hiding her infrared signature, and Midoriya grabbed a piece of robot, using it as both weapon and shield. In the glass room, watching the students on big panels, Sand narrowed his eyes. If you aren't avoiding them, he said, mentioning the 0-point massive robots, then they're just slow machinery full of gaps. It would have been better if the drones could act as suicide bombs or loitering munitions. All pro heroes, including All Might, stared at Sand with disbelief. Sand, uncaring of their feelings, just shrugged. Class 1A has had first-hand experience of the outside world, he said, eyeing the students as they approached the ice wall. They have learned to act on their instincts, not slowing down and wasting their time to needlessly assess unimportant situations. If the other students don't improve their acts soon, there will be no point in keeping 2 classes in hero course. You are talking non. No. All Might stared at Sand, knowing the man's history well enough. He's right, he said, shocking everyone. Still, there are some promising candidates among other classes and courses, Sand. You will see their spirits, if you cared to look. TCH. Sand sked, a smile flashing on his face. You know it as well as I do, All Might. Some people are just born to dominate. On the racecourse, just as a screaming Bakugo eyed Luke standing near the ice wall, Nyx reached the other side, dodging the drone's attacks. Fanboy. Bakugo screamed, laughing. I will be going ahead. With a boom, he slammed his palm on the ice wall somewhere in the middle where Luke couldn't reach, creating a fist-sized hole. It was obvious he didn't want Luke and Nyx to follow him through the hole by limiting the blast's output. Booms after booms rang out as Bakugo slammed his palms on the thick ice wall, keeping himself in the air. Luke looked at the boy, buried the hate inside, and shook his head. Ignoring the kid, he snapped his fingers and disappeared, Nyx appearing in his place. Quirk, exchange positions. By the time Bakugo made a hole big enough to pass, he found Luke already disappearing to the next barrier. Overhead, Nyx used the same hole to avoid the drones. The moment she saw Bakugo in front of her, a nasty frown settled on her beak. I am so sorry, she cawed loudly, flying over Bakugo's head. I can't control. Then, she pooped on his head. Did you see that? Present Mike shouted. Gigantification. Exchanging positions. Just what is this boy's quirk, mummy man? Will you stop calling me that? Erasure head hissed. The raven is his quirk. Make your peace with only that. Haha. Someone's touchy. Present Mike laughed. Will you look at that? Todoroki's already passed the second barrier. That's the number 2 son for y'all. Haha. The second barrier was the fall. In a massive pit, large stone pillars were erected, connected to ropes. Unlike the first barrier, though, it was obvious that this barrier was designed to give advantage to the flying-type quirks, the advantage that they had snatched away in the Robo-Inferno. Luke again rode Nyx to clear the barrier right behind Todoroki. Then he reached the last obstacle, the minefield. It was a great swath of land scattered with mines. However, the mines weren't only under the layer of earth. As Luke looked up, he found several round, baseball-sized drones just hovering in one place. Landing on the ground and canceling Nyx's quirk, Luke knew he must depend upon other abilities to cross this barrier. There were beyonder powers that stood out too much to be used when the world's eyes were on him, like door opening. He couldn't have used it on the ice wall, as he couldn't relate it to his raven quirk to explain later. However, some abilities were just abstruse enough that he could dump them on Nyx. So, smiling at Todoroki, who was looking over his shoulder at him, Luke stepped forward and, casually began walking. Todoroki's eyes widened. As if that wasn't enough of a tragedy already, Luke began running, jumping, doing unthinkable acrobatics, as if there were no mines under his feet. Using the clown's insane danger intuition and precise control over his balance, he closed the gap between him and Todoroki in seconds. Standing next to the boy, with a few meters between them, Luke stopped. Would you like to see something funny? He asked, smiling. Then, without waiting for a stunned Todoroki's answer, he snapped his fingers. No. Todoroki realized what was happening a little too late. In the next moment, he exchanged positions with Nyx, stepping over a mine. Boom. Chapter 83, First Stage Ends, Shocking Result. Luke walked casually, panting lightly, the repeated activation of different quirks taking a toll on his stamina. Behind him, booms rang out as Todoroki kept bouncing between air and land mines. The moment he was about to land, he would create a bed of ice under him to prevent getting himself hurt. But that bed of ice would trigger another mine, repeating the process. By the time Todoroki finally found a foothold, Luke had already crossed half the minefield. Suddenly, more students began appearing at the starting line of the third barrier. "I will kill you!" Bakugo screamed, flying low just above the ground, his eyes spewing murder. "Bastard!" Even from this far, Luke could sense Bakugo was talking to him. Frowning, he looked at Nyx. "What did you do?" Nyx looked away and began whistling. "Get out of my way, half-half!" Bakugo screamed, looking at Todoroki in front of him. Todoroki was already holding the rage within. The moment he saw Bakugo almost leaving him behind, too, he swiped his right hand at him, a sheet of thin ice activating all mines in front of Bakugo. Under the stupefied gazes of the audience, Todoroki and Bakugo began fighting on the spot. "This is what you are here for." Present Mike shouted. "Don't you love it, mass media?" Even more students began reaching the third barrier soon. Tenya Ida tried to outrun the explosions, but failed, ending up blowing himself under a mass of pink smoke. Meanwhile, at the starting line, Midoriya looked at Todoroki and Bakugo fighting each other near the end line. Then, his eyes fell on Luke, who was already way beyond the end line, walking. Midoriya's heart thumped. He remembered the words said to Luke during lunch, and his jaw tightened. This was, now or never. Luke was still walking leisurely, saving stamina because he knew he would need to use Quirk one more time. Sure enough, a massive boom, as if a true bomb had gone off, deafened the ears behind him. Using the robot's metal plate as a shield, Midoriya had fallen on dozens of mines piled up together, hurling himself across the minefield. Dramatically, just as Todoroki and Bakugo were about to cross the end line, Midoriya planted his feet on his shoulders, the rest of the students and audience gawking at the shocking sight. Then, Midoriya slammed the metal plate on the minefield once again. Boom. The explosion hurled Midoriya forward, simultaneously throwing Todoroki and Bakugo off. Huffing and puffing, All Might's words ringing in his mind, Midoriya ran with his everything, his eyes never leaving the silhouette ahead. Through the tunnel, Luke was already on the verge of finishing the race, Midoriya realized. But the explosion had also given him much-needed momentum. "Ah!" Midoriya let out a shout, ignoring the knots in his stomach and almost catching up to Luke. Then, the boy in front of him lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. The entire stadium exploded with cheers as Luke just blinked into existence, crossing the finish line. It was so loud that he didn't even feel stifled, the entire crowd becoming a white noise for him. Behind him, Midoriya finally came out, almost falling, Nyx cawing right behind him. The moment he came out, Midoriya looked at Luke, and a heavy disappointment settled on his face. After all that All Might had said to him, to make the world know that he was here, he still couldn't. "Midoriya," Luke said, approaching him. "Smile. Everyone's looking at you." Midoriya's ears were buzzing so loudly that he couldn't hear anything. But, as Luke pointed in one direction, he followed the finger, and a massive shock coursed through him. All the panels were showing the same thing, the image of the winner. No. The image of winners. Both Luke and Midoriya were being shown side by side as the winners of the first stage. Wah. How? Midoriya huffed out, stunned. But the crowd was already cheering for him. They were already clapping for him. His eyes misting, accepting the unbelievable fact, Midoriya looked up in All Might's direction, raising his fist. He hadn't disappointed All Might after all. Now, for the final results. Midnight shouted, gathering all the students in front of her. A total of 42 students have passed the first stage. Also, to clear the first stage, both Luke and his raven, Nyx, needed to cross the end line. With Midoriya clearing it between them, the first position will be shared by him and Luke. Luke eyed Midnight with no expression. He hadn't known that there was such a rule. Keeping in mind that there were 2 more stages, he had just been trying to preserve his stamina. Luke let it go with a sigh, moving on. The next 2 positions weren't too much of a surprise. Todoroki secured the 2nd place, and Bakugo, who almost passed out in rage as he tried to catch Nyx, was in the 3rd place. On 4th and 5th positions, though, shockingly, it was Class 1B students, Ibara Shiozaki and Juzo Hananuki. Of course, among the rest of them, most were of the hero course, with around half a dozen from the other courses. And, at the very last, was Yuga Aoyama, with a severe stomach pain. The real competition begins next. Midnight said, licking her lips. Give it your all. Here is your 2nd game. Can you guess what it is? Huh? Era. No one. Let me do the honors, then. It is cavalry battle. As the students looked at the display behind Midnight in doubt, an image came up on it, showing Pro Hero 13 and Present Mike carrying All Might between them on their hands. Let me explain, Midnight said. the participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people. It's like the regular cavalry game, but with a twist. Based on the results of the first stage, each student has been assigned points, with a 5-point increment with each rank, starting from 5 points at the 42nd stage. And the points assigned to the 2 first places are 10 million. Luke and Midoriya blankly looked at each other, stunned. 10 million points meant, snatching their points would bring anyone to the top instantly. Luke didn't need danger intuition to know that everyone was looking at him and Midoriya as if they were the juicy pieces of lamb. That's right. Midnight said sadistically, grinning at Luke and Midoriya as the other students eyed them hungrily. Now's your chance to overthrow the top. Chapter 84, Cavalry Battle, Forming Teams. For the cavalry battle, the students would need to pair up in 2 to 4, with at least one student acting as rider and at least one horse, Midnight informed. Each team would also be given a headband, displaying the total number of team members' points as allotted to them depending on their first game's results. The rider of each team would then be needed to wear the same headband on their head. These headbands were designed to easily come off, facilitating the game design. The students would have 15 minutes to snatch a rival team's headband, trying to score as many points as they could, as only the top 5 teams would be selected for the next stage. But there was a catch. Midnight grinned. Once you snatch a headband, she told the students, you will need to tie it at a place above your neck. However, those who have lost their headbands aren't out of the game. You will have the rest of the time to make up for it. With so many quirks involved, Luke thought, looking around, it will be hard to maintain distance even if there are only 10 to 14 teams on the ground. There are 2 ways you will be forced to leave the game, Midnight informed. First, if a team's rider falls, touching the ground. Second, if you deliberately try to make people fall, you will earn yourself a red card. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. The moment Midnight said start, standing next to each other, Luke and Midoriya looked around and saw all the students distancing themselves from each other. Luke's lips twitched wryly. On the other hand, Midoriya finally felt the true weight of the words All Might had said to him. This was the price, he realized, of declaring himself to the world. Meanwhile, in the staff's break room outside the stadium, Death Arms, Kemui Woods, and Mount Lady were having snacks, Rikuya Sionji seated with them. As the students began deciding teams, Death Arms let out a puff of smoke. Can you not do that when I am here? Rikuya asked, both he and Mount Lady putting their hands on their noses. Wait, why are you here again, kid? Death Arms asked. This is only for staff. He is my intern, Mount Lady cheerily said. I just scouted him outside. Kemui Wood stared at his colleague. Instead of letting him participate in the sports festival, you brought him here. Mount Lady shrugged. That's the point of the sports festival, no. Why him? Death Arms asked, smelling something fishy. Haha. Mount Lady smiled wryly, looking away. Funny story. I will pay for all her meals outside the agency, Rikuya told them. Mount Lady's jaw dropped. You weren't supposed to tell. After analyzing it thoroughly, Midoriya found that he only had a few people he could go to. Coincidentally, the first person was standing right next to him. Facing Luke, Midoriya had just opened his mouth when Luke shook his head. The best strategy is splitting the crowd between us, Midoriya, Luke said, noticing the hungry gazes directed toward them. Imagine you on my back, with a 20 million worth headband on your head. Midoriya's face fell. But we can use Nyx to go up. Luke again rejected the possibility. There's a time limit, he almost whispered. I can't maintain her gigantification for more than 5 to 6 minutes. Sooner or later, we will have to come down. Don't forget that using her quirk leaves both me and Nyx breathless. So, I will be trying to balance my time between going up and staying on the ground. Midoriya looked down, balling his fingers into fists. He was being too ignorant, he realized. He is right, Midoriya thought, remembering Nyx, who couldn't even properly fly in the tunnel after exchanging positions with Luke. That's how he had secured the first position, to begin with. We can't depend upon remaining in the sky, and on the ground, 20 million. Midoriya gulped. Let's go find someone, Luke said, smiling. Suddenly, someone came to them by herself. It was Ochiko Uraraka. Guys. Uraraka said, smiling. Let's be a team. Midoriya was moved so much, his mood shifting from an all-time low to high instantly, that he began crying. Meanwhile, from afar, Mina was about to run over to ask Luke to be on his team. But the moment she saw Luke, Midoriya, and Uraraka together, she pouted, going over to Bakugo's side to ask him instead. Over to Midoriya's side, Luke explained the same reasoning to Uraraka. Surprisingly, she laughed. Anyway, it's better to team up with your friends, right? It will be all right. Luke frowned inwardly. He didn't have any impression of this girl from his previous life. Before he could think more about Uraraka's cheery personality, though, one more person ran up to them, not thinking as much as Mina had. Team up with me. First places. Oh. Uraraka gasped. I saw you. You were so awesome during the second barrier. Deku, you should have seen her. Haha. I am Mei Hatsum. Mei introduced herself, taking off her tech goggles. From support course. Mei Hatsum had a round, cute face with pink hair. From head to toe, she was covered in high-tech gear designed by herself. Oi, you. Mei pointed at Luke and Midoriya. Let me use you too. With everyone watching you guys, my babies will shine the most in big company's eyes. Haha. Then, hurriedly, she threw open a trunk full of mechanical parts. Select anyone. Mei said, winking. I am sure one of them will suit our needs. Midoriya was about to lunge at the trunk with his eyes shining when he paused and looked over his shoulder. Luke. Luke turned around. Guess you already have a team. Nick should be coming with mine as well. Are you sure? Midoriya asked. If you don't find someone, come back to us. Don't forget what you told me during lunch, Luke said, looking over his shoulder. Midoriya looked at Luke's back as the tall boy walked away and nodded. Let's find one more, he told the girls, going in a different direction. Meanwhile, Luke casually kept walking, other students giving him a wide, greedy berth. Then, just as the 15-minute time limit was about to be over, Nyx returned, with someone who made Luke's brows shoot up. Chapter 85, Cavalry Battle begins, Luke and Midoriya versus everyone. Toru. Luke thought, stunned. How did Nyx convince her? I didn't plant any cue of favoritism toward me inside her. Toru Hagakure had the invisibility quirk. She was the same girl from Class 1A who Luke had manipulated with blind trust quirk because she had seen him during the landslide zone in the white lab coat. She came to me, Nyx cawed, landing on Luke's shoulder. I want to be on your team, Toru said, curling a lock of hair. Why? Luke was gobsmacked. Did the blind trust quirk stop working so soon? Was she investigating him secretly again? Or was she? Smack. Nyx slapped the back of Luke's head. Stop thinking so much, she cawed. Say thank you. Ah. Thank you, Luke nodded at her. It's all right, Toru said. There's no particular reason. But, it felt like you needed help, so, and we are friends. Luke's mouth flattened into a thin line. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Momo, Todoroki, Kaminari, and Tenya Ida making a team. He knew Momo was just too practical to make a team with him. And it wasn't like he was expecting her to come to him. Letting out a breath, Luke smiled at Toru. Thank you, he said again, with a little more enthusiasm. I will make sure we enter the next stage. Hee hee. Toru jumped excitedly. All right. Now, let's get one more. No. Luke shook his head. You are enough. Now then, Midnight said, stretching her shoulders. It's time to get started. Oi, wake up, Erasure. Present Mike said before turning on the mic. Whoa. After 15 minutes, we have 13 cavalry teams lined up on the field. Erasure head looked through the screen, and his eyes narrowed. Oh, that's some interesting combination of students. Hold your seat tights. Present Mike shouted. It's time for UA's bloody battles. 3, 2, 1. On the ground, Midnight cracked the whip. Begin. The moment they got the nod, all the teams divided into two groups and ran in opposite directions. On one side, wearing a jetpack, Midoriya was acting as the rider with Mei Hatsum, Uraraka, and Fumikage as horses, the Shadow Beast acting as their vanguard. One of the students, with softening quirk, softened the ground under Midoriya's team's feet. We are sinking. Midoriya gasped, his heart giving away. Now. Hatsum screamed. Use my baby. Nodding, Midoriya pressed a switch. With a roar, the jetpack turned on, taking them up in the air, leaving everyone shocked. On the other side, Luke carried Toru Hagakure on his back with Nyx perched on her shoulder. I will kill you, bastard. Bakugo came screaming at him, held up by Ijiro, Mina, and Hanta. You freaking birdshit. Luke looked over his shoulder. Just what did you do to him? But they didn't have the time to argue over it. The teams coming at him were fanning out, trying to surround him. Hold tight, Toru, Luke said, narrowing his eyes. Nyx will make sure no one grabs your headband from a blind spot. Toru nodded. Should I take off my t-shirt now? Huh? What? Why? Luke's eyes went wide. Then, he suddenly realized something. Nyx. Concentrate. Nyx cawed. Then, she whispered in Toru's ear. Next time, don't ask, and just do what I say. Luke almost face-bombed. He made sure that Toru's legs were grabbing his waist tightly and then, just as the students were on him, he ran forward. All students who were coming toward Luke suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. As Bakugo screamed to just move on, Hitoshi Shinso from 1B, the boy who had confronted Luke outside Class 1A, frowned. There was no way Luke could just barge his way out of all these teams. Suddenly, the boy coming at them, running at a lethargic pace, blurred. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Even with Toru on his back, the marauder was just too physically strong to be affected by it. Cover the gap. Pony Tsunatori from 1B shouted. Don't let him get away. She had the Quirk horn cannon. Bending her back, she fired 2 horns toward Luke. Smiling, Luke twisted his ankles and effortlessly slid between the 2 horns coming at him like bullets. What? Pony gasped. Suddenly, finding his chance, Shinso shouted. Running away, fanboy. Is that why you won the first stage, because you are so good at it? Hitoshi Shinso, carried by Nairenjiki Shota, Yuga Aoyama, and Mashireo Ojiro, had a peculiar quirk, brainwash. He could force someone to obey his commands as long as the target verbally responded to him. Luke, of course, ignored the comment. Not because he knew Shinso's quirk, but because he just wasn't used to responding to such goading. Nyx, however, was another matter altogether. She opened her beak to curse, but then suddenly paused, her danger intuition going haywire. On the other hand, Shinso frowned, seeing the tactic that usually worked failing right in front of him. Run toward him, he ordered the people carrying him, as he had already brainwashed them. Suddenly, the gap Luke could spy before had closed up. Now, there were 5 teams in front of him, with barely any room to go past them. Luke. Toru said, looking over her shoulder. Let's go back. In response, Luke just smiled, because this was the exact situation he wanted to find himself in. On the other side of the field, after getting their feet stuck because of Mineta's sticky hairballs, Midoriya's team had already damaged the foot gears. Shoji, carrying Mineta, and Tsuyu on his back and hiding them under his tentacles, was hot in pursuit behind them. Suddenly, Kyoka's earjacks came hurling toward them from a blind spot, but got thwarted by the shadow beast. TCH. Kyoka sked. Let's go near. Then, out of nowhere, an ice wall sprang up in front of Midoriya, making them all collide with it with a bang. And the fight for the 10 million points is on. Present Mike shouted. What will Midoriya and Luke do when everyone comes after them? Sit tight. Because. Huh. Erasure had suddenly leaned over, disbelieving the sight. On the field, Luke had slipped out of the impassable crowd, grinning, and holding 2 more headbands. Chapter 86, Cavalry Battle Ends, Easy and Desperate Wins. Seeing it on the screen, the audience gasped. Luke had barged into the teams, getting bombarded by quirks, and with little to no room to escape, and, just when it felt like he was caught, he slipped through them, with 3 more headbands. Behind him, the students stumbled apart as the crowd roared. They looked left and right, and then looked back, finding Luke running away, holding the headbands. Team Pony, Shinso, and Bakugo each were missing their headbands. How? That was the prime question. But none of them could afford to ask and wait for an answer. Get him. Bakugo screamed, Ijiro, Mina, and Hanta already pursuing Luke. Behind them, the other teams fell into the chase as well, their faces paling. But what happened next turned their pale faces absolutely white. Luke snapped his fingers. Nyx let go of Toru's shoulder and instantly gigantified, becoming a small car-sized monster. With a push of his feet, Luke jumped over her, and Nyx took to the sky, her giant wings raising a cloud of dust in her wake. No. One by one, the students chasing Luke lost their will, except one. Booms and bangs rang out as Bakugo threw himself in the air, using the explosions to fly and pursue Luke. You can't run, fanboy. Bakugo shouted over the crowd, his eyes going red. Who would have guessed? Present Mike commented. A sky battle. It's a battle between stamina and passion. What would young Luke do with Bakugo hot on his heels? Next to him, Eraserhead saw as Nyx fluttered in random directions over the field, trying to dodge Bakugo's blasts. However, he knew the more Luke and Nyx stayed in the air, the faster they would lose stamina. Going up was a bad strategy. Aizawa commented, closing his eyes. 10 million on the ground, or up in the air, it doesn't make any difference. Suddenly, Eraserhead's eyes snapped open, a possibility bubbling in his mind. No way. Is he? On the field, Luke sighed as he saw a mad Bakugo determined to chase them to death. Toru, he said, holding tight to Nyx's feathers. Drop your headband. What? Toru asked, shocked. She had already tied the stolen headbands around her neck. Even though she had been on Luke's back when the students attacked, she still failed to remember how and when Luke stole them. "Trust me," Luke said. "We have already stolen enough points to make it to the next stage." Toru looked over her shoulder and saw Bakugo's face twisted like a monster, and somehow, she agreed with Luke. Under the stunned gazes of all the audience and the students who were watching them from the ground, she took off her headband and dropped it. "You think I will let you go?" Bakugo growled, ignoring the headband altogether. This time, Luke was truly shocked. He leaned forward and shouted, "Just what did you do, Nix?" "I always knew something was wrong with him," Toru whispered in Luke's ear. Suddenly, a long tape wrapped around Bakugo's waist, holding him midair. "Let's get the points, first, Bakugo. Only half the time's left." Aijiro screamed as Hanta pulled Bakugo down. "Or we will lose." Staring daggers at Luke and Nix, Bakugo finally let go and fell back in his position. Then, their eyes landed on the team that had been lucky to catch the falling headband, Nito Monoma, from Class 1B. Bakugo's palms let out murderous sparks. "Just take me near him." "On it." Aijiro, Hanta, and Mina shouted, breaking into a run. Seeing all the teams that had come after him going after the new 10 million team, Luke let out a sigh. Even Nix fell into a cruising flight, slowing down altogether. Then, scanning the field, Luke's eyes landed on Midoriya's side. "He's in trouble," Toru said. "Somehow. I feel good that Todoroki didn't come after us." Todoroki's team had played incredibly smart. First, Todoroki froze the surrounding ground, trapping all the teams who were pursuing Midoriya. Then, before the students could use their quirks to free themselves, Kaminari let loose the 1.5 million volts move, electrocuting everyone. Meanwhile, Momo had created a sheet, insulating them from the electricity. By the time it was over, Todoroki had already stolen the headbands of the almost passed-out students. Surprisingly, Fumikid's Shadow Beast had taken on the electricity, preventing Midoriya's team from getting electrocuted. But, the moment Midoriya and others freed themselves from the ice, an avalanche of ice surfaced around them in a half-circle, trapping them against the boundary line. From the sky, Luke observed an oddity. Midoriya was always keeping himself to Todoroki's left side. Why isn't Todoroki using fire? Toru asked, voicing Luke's thoughts. Doesn't he have both ice and fire quirk? Luke was as puzzled as her about this. It felt like Todoroki didn't want to use his advantage at all. Perhaps he is training his ice powers, Luke guessed. Or maybe, it's something personal. By the way, Toru, you can let go of me and sit comfortably. A heavy, red blush took over Toru's cheeks. Hastily, she pulled her arms and legs off Luke and sat down, almost planting her head in Nix's feathers in shame. Luke's lips twitched, his eyes falling on the field outside the ice zone. It's getting intense, he thought, eyeing Bakugo bombarding the Class 1B team. Less than a minute left now. Suddenly, a massive boom rang out. Luke had just blinked when he saw Todoroki snatching off Midoriya's headband. What happened? It was Ida, Nix said. I blinked, and he was gone. That kid is fast. And we have 2 new 10 million teams. Present Mike said. Midoriya has fallen to 0 points. With 30 seconds remaining, can he make a comeback? Luke narrowed his eyes as he saw Midoriya charging toward Todoroki in desperation, lifting his hand. Is he going to use one for all now? Caught off guard, Todoroki raised his left hand, flames dancing on it. But, instead of attacking, Midoriya used his quirk to brush the space in front of Todoroki, the air pressure forcibly moving the flaming hand out. Screaming, Midoriya lunged and grabbed the headbands around Todoroki's neck. Simultaneously, Present Mix's voice echoed all over the stadium. Time's up. An original image of Luke riding on Nix, with Toru on his back, is available. Chapter 87, Final Round, One-on-One Battles. Luke landed between Midoriya and Todoroki's teams, Nix regaining her original size, both panting. As he approached Midoriya, his eyes suddenly fell on the headband the boy had stolen from Todoroki at the last moment. It said, 70 points. Luke looked up and found an extremely disappointed Midoriya staring back at him. Now let's take a look at the top 5 teams right away. Present Mike commented. In first place, Team Todoroki. Not caring for the cheers, Todoroki was staring at his left hand, as if disbelieving he was about to use the flames. In second place, we have Team Bakugo. Outside the ice zone created by Todoroki, Bakugo slammed his fists on the ground. He was just about to go for the second 10 million headband when time had run out. And it was all because of that bird and that fanboy. Arga! Bakugo growled. In third place, we have Team Luke. Luke had given up their 10 million headband, shocking many. However, the headbands he had stolen using Marauder's thieving powers, combined with Clown's dexterity, were enough to send him to the next round. Thank you. Toru said, standing next to him. Luke shook his head. I told you I would take you to the next stage. Hearing Luke's words, Midoriya's expression fell even lower. I am sorry, guys. Deku. Uraraka suddenly pointed toward Fumikage, grinning ear to ear. In the fourth place, very surprisingly, we have Team Midoriya. Deku saw Fumicage's shadow beast holding an almost 600-point worth headband that it had snatched from Todoroki, and he broke out in tears. And, in the fifth place, we have... Whoa. What? It's Team Shinso. That made Luke raise his brows. He had stolen Shinso's headband in the very beginning, he remembered. But they didn't have any powerful quirk users in their team to get back so many points within 10 to 12 minutes. Shinso's quirk must be unusual, Luke noticed. Meanwhile, Nyx shared her danger intuition experience just when she was about to reply to the boy, confirming Luke's doubt. One simple spirit vision should let me guess what his quirk is, Luke thought. Right, Miss Justice. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't sense any massive spiritual fluctuations recently. No need to continue holding back anymore. To not get caught off guard, Luke had been becoming quite wary about when to use his spirit vision. Like the USJ incident, if he ended up seeing something that he shouldn't, especially in public, then even if he controlled the mutations using cogitation, it would raise innumerable questions. Okay. It's time for the lunch break. Present Mike shouted. Eat your fill. More fun has yet to come. That was a solid strategy, Momo said, finishing lunch. I didn't think he would give up the headband so easily. Luke nodded, not minding her reasoning. But I knew you would win, Momo continued. That's why I didn't come to you. Luke's hand paused on the way to his mouth. He thought that Momo didn't join his team because it just didn't make sense to be on his team. You are too strong, Luke, Momo said, getting up. If it isn't the likes of Todoroki and Bakugo, then whoever pairs with you will remain in your shadow. This is UA's sports festival. My father can get a hero agency for me easily. But, I want to earn it by myself. I want to stand out, too, with my own efforts. Luke stared at Momo as she went away, a small smile surfacing on his face. And here I thought I figured her out in 1 year of marriage. Why are you smiling like an idiot? Nyx came fluttering in. As Luke began speaking, she interrupted. Whatever. Must be something stupid. Listen to this. I chanced upon something good. Then Nyx told Luke how she heard Todoroki and Midoriya talking about Todoroki's quirk and why he didn't want to use his left side. Quirk Marriage. Luke frowned. I didn't know that. The kid must want to prove to the world that he can win without using his father's quirk, Nyx said, knowing that Todoroki had gained his fire half from his father, number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. I really hope we can fight him in the first round of the next one-on-one battles. Luke nodded. Knowing that Todoroki wouldn't use his left half, they could easily take advantage of it. Where's Momo? Nyx asked. Why? I have something to do. Nyx cawed and then flew away toward Kaminari and Mineta's direction. After lunch, to help out the students who didn't clear the second stage, the school organized recreational activities. Meanwhile, somehow, Nyx, Kaminari, and Mineta convinced the girls that they all needed to act as cheerleaders before the third stage began. What's the matter, 1A? Present Mike shouted, shocked. What kind of fan service is this? As the rest of the girls bashed Kaminari and Mineta and chased Nyx around, Toru neared Luke. Are you okay? She asked, knowing that Luke needed to recover enough stamina to properly fight in the third stage. When he nodded, she giggled. All right. I will cheer for you. Luke found the excited girl quite funny. You know. He said, hating to break her bubble. What if we end up fighting each other? Dropping the bomb on her, Luke walked away, sighing to himself. Why are you like this? Nyx already scolded him now and then, Luke thought, his lips twitching. Now, Miss Justice, too. Before the recreational activities could start, though, Midnight gathered everyone to draw lots to determine who would be fighting whom. Surprisingly, Ojiro from 1A and Nairenjiki from 1B, both from Team Shinso, withdrew, stating that they didn't remember anything from the second stage. Despite Midoriya and others' pleas, both boys decided not to participate as it would hurt their pride even more. In their place, Ibara and Tetsu from Class 1B joined the third stage. When the lot drawing was over, Midnight displayed the results on the huge display for everyone to see. I had a feeling we would be fighting first. Nyx cawed. They looked left and found their opponent looking right back at them. Don't hold back, Tenya Ida warned. Because I won't. Chapter 88, Luke vs. Tenya, to prove oneself. Audience. Present Mick's voice riled up the crowd, cheers and hoorays overwhelming the stadium. The finals you have been waiting for are finally starting. On the field, pro hero, Cementos had used his quirk to create a massive field of 100 by 150 meters, taking a seat for himself. He would be acting as a judge for the final round. Match number 1, present mic introduced, displaying the students on a huge panel. Luke versus Tenya Ida. 2 students from the hero course's same class. Is it the start of a new rivalry? Tenya walked out from one entrance, cracking his knuckles and finishing the last can of orange juice. Through the recreational activities, which lasted for half an hour, he had gotten enough rest. Also, using the orange juice, he had already fueled his engine Quirk enough. But Tenya knew this was true for Luke as well. He must have recovered his stamina, Tenya thought, balling his fingers into a fist. If I want to win, I must win it quickly or... Tenya belonged to an elite pro-hero family, where all members had served as pro-heroes. His older brother was Turbo Hero, Ingenium, the current number 53 pro-hero. As much as the sports festival was about getting scouted by the hero agencies, for Tenya, it was also to prove to his older brother that he had what it took to become a hero. But whenever Tenya thought of Luke, a heaviness settled in his heart. After spending around 3 months with him, Tenya knew just how ridiculously strong Luke was. Let's not even talk about the many quirks he could use through Nyx. He himself wasn't easy to deal with. Tenya had a plan to work around Nyx's known quirks, if Luke wasn't hiding more of them. Regardless of those plans, though, Tenya felt unsure. It was like a needle that kept stabbing him in the back, screaming that, no matter what he did, it won't be enough. Luke stretched his arms, lightly jumping on his feet. He didn't think that it would be an easy fight, unlike the second stage. But to say that Luke was entirely serious about the fight, or, if put in a much broader sense, the entire tournament, then it would be a lie. The only reason Luke was doing it was to keep up appearances. He was a student of the hero course at UA High School and, as such, he must maintain the persona. It was the same reasoning that Miss Justice had mentioned while urging him to make friends at the beginning of the school term. Think of it as acting, she had said, Luke remembered. And if he could act as Midoriya, Mina, Shoji, Toru, and others' friends, then why couldn't he act as a student who wanted to prove himself to others, to the world, to prove that he wasn't just a discarded bastard? Now. No need to get emotional. Keep your head straight, Luke. Don't hurt any kid. They are not our enemies. Not yet, at least. Luke's lips twitched. Sorry, he apologized to Miss Justice. I didn't mean to. Luke. He turned around and found Sand standing against the wall. Here for some motivational words, Sand. Sand let out a wry smile. I just wanted to say that don't get emotional out there and end up hurting someone. Luke's mouth opened slightly. See? I told you. People are observant, Luke. And it won't cost you anything to let someone get close to you. It helps in keeping a balance. You will understand later. Miss Justice, Luke asked, you are just pissed about what I said to Toru, aren't you? I am pouting. Smiling and feeling a lot better than before, Luke nodded at Sand. Did you like my joke, he asked, moving out as Present Mike called out his name. Sand shook his head. I can't imagine how many nights you must have wasted, coming up with that kind of courage to do that with so many people looking at you. Anyway, was it worth it? Making a fool of yourself. Luke looked over his shoulder and laughed out loud. Sand narrowed his eyes as Luke disappeared into the light before bursting out with a laugh of his own. Perhaps. Sand thought, putting his hands inside his pockets. Perhaps it was worth it, I guess. The rules are simple. Present Mike commented as Luke and Tenya climbed the stage. Force your opponent out of the bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, I give up. Also, let it go wild. Because we have got our very own recovery girl on standby to heal all injuries. Morals. Ethics. Put them aside. Of course, any life-threatening activity will get you disqualified. As Luke and Tenya stood opposite each other, Nyx joined them, fluttering out of the sky. Cementos eyed the 2 students and raised his hand. I will stop you if things go too far. So. Let's do a countdown, P.O. please. Present Mike shouted. 3, 2, and 1. Begin. Quirk, engine. Tenya crouched, time almost melting in his surroundings. Gigantification. Illusions. Exchange positions. These were the quirks he knew Nyx could use at any moment. He wasn't worried about gigantification, as Luke was too smart to use that against him. Illusions wouldn't work as long as he didn't look Nyx in the eyes. Only exchange positions could threaten him, Tenya knew. But, what if he turned this quirk useless? Tenya forced the torque and RPM of his engines into overdrive, the red-orange fire burning out of the mufflers on his calves turning blue. Recipro burst. Tenya had used this move during the second stage, letting Todoroki snatch Midoriya's headband, too. It granted Tenya an enormous boost in his speed, but it would only last for 10 seconds before his engine stalled. So, he must finish the fight within 10 seconds. With a massive boom, Tenya covered the gap to Luke within the blink of an eye. Then he kicked, his leg blurring like a blue, flaming blur, burning the air itself, Luke dodging the kick by the width of a hair. Yes. If Tenya kept himself close to Luke throughout the fight, then there was no advantage in using exchange positions at all. The thing was, Luke had already seen this move one time. An original image of a fighting scene between Tenya and Luke is available. Chapter 89, Luke vs. Tenya, New Quirk. After attending the hand-to-hand combat training under Dust Hero, San's guidance, Tenya had realized that he could assimilate Taekwondo moves into his quirk, especially when it came to close combat. Ever since then, he had been diligently learning it, practicing it for hours even after school. Combined with his Recipro Burst move, Tenya could throw high-power kicks back-to-back, overwhelming someone who didn't have a physical, augmenting-type quirk of his own, like Luke. So, even if Luke somehow dodged the first kick, there was no way he could do it again, right? Luke crouched, Tenya's kick going overhead, brushing his hair. In the very next moment, Tenya did a backflip, kicking again. The tip of his feet was aimed at Luke's head. If it landed, it would mean half the job was already done. Suddenly, to Tenya's great shock, Luke, who was still bending his knees, slipped and rolled backward comically. Boom. Tenya's foot landed on the ground, the concrete floor gaining cracks. Oh, my, Luke acted, laughing. Lucky slip, I guess. How? Tenya asked himself, shocked. Does he have a sense-based quirk, too? Wait. Where's Nyx? With his heart jumping to his mouth, Tenya suddenly realized that Nyx was flying up, her red-colored pupils planted deep into him. No. Tenya gritted his teeth, going after Luke. Exchange positions needed Nyx to be within 50 meters of the target. However, if the target was moving or if she couldn't focus on the presence of the target concretely, then the quirk wouldn't work. Knowing this, from All Might's combat training exercise, Tenya rushed toward Luke before Nyx could send him to the sky. Barrages of kicks after kicks burned the air blue, Luke dodging all of them, falling, rolling, and laughing. The sight was so comical that even the audience began laughing after a few moments. Tenya ground his teeth, feeling humiliated. He eyed Luke, who was now running away from him, still laughing. Is he? Tenya thought, bursting out into a chase, making fun of me. Tenya's eyes suddenly gained a redness. The blue flames of Recipro Burst became even bluer. Within a fraction of a second, he appeared next to Luke and kicked. Oh, shit. Tenya had kicked so fast and with so much strength that if it landed, it could mortally wound Luke, breaking many bones. Even if he stopped using his quirk now, Tenya couldn't stop the kick because of momentum. On the other side, Luke was still laughing as if he hadn't registered the kick coming. Not only he, but even the audience was the same, excluding a few pro heroes with special quirks. Seating next to the stage, Cementos suddenly moved, sensing the disaster coming. Suddenly, something happened that shocked the pro hero, but Tenya the most. Tenya felt like his superfast kick had entered a tub of super viscous mud. Not only him, but even Luke's reaction felt slowed down. It was as if someone had decided to pause the video and began playing it at half the normal speed. With a heart-sinking feeling, Tenya realized something. The worst he'd thought that could happen on the stage had finally happened. Nyx had used a quirk different from the one he already knew. B-I-N-G-O. Luke said, the corners of his lips arching up ever so slowly. Quirk, delay. Complexity, B. Consumption. Spirit. Stamina. Contact time, 5 seconds. Activation time, 15 minutes. This was the fifth, and the last for the foreseeable future, quirk Luke had decided to use as part of the Raven quirk. It didn't discriminate, had a low, effective time, and was AoE, perfect to be used as a hero course's student. And, to his chagrin, Tenya realized why Luke used this at the cost of slowing himself down. Tenya's leg was gaining speed by the moment. Luke was bowing down toward Tenya slowly as well. But Nyx, not needed to keep looking at Luke and Tenya, flew out of the stage. Then, the moment her eyes fell on Tenya, just before his kick could pulverize Luke's head, she used another quirk. With a blur, Tenya and Nyx exchanged positions. Boom. Carried by his momentum, Tenya went rolling across the field, slamming against the large cushioning walls propped in front of the audience. Silence. Then the crowd broke out with a roar, Luke seemingly bowing to all of them. Amazing. Present Mike commented. What a turn of events. I thought even Recovery Girl would have her hands full of healing Luke, but... Another quirk. Erasure Head said, seeing Tenya getting up, shaking. Still, it shouldn't have worked so easily. Tenya lost his cool and suffered for it. What a show. Present Mike shouted, winking at the audience. The kid's a box of treasures and, entertaining, too. Haha. First battle winner, Luke. Rubbing his head, Tenya stood up and found Luke standing right in front of him. "You did say not to hold back," Luke said, giving him his hand. "You did not say you wanted to murder me." Going red, Tenya suddenly realized what he had almost ended up doing. If Luke didn't have this new quirk, then he would have needed to be hospitalized despite getting healed by Recovery Girl. Tenya bent his back several times, apologizing. "I am sorry." "Haha." Luke laughed, Nyx landing on Tenya's shoulder. "He's just messing with you," Nyx cawed. Tenya lifted his head and found Luke smiling at him. Somehow, the heavy feeling he had been carrying about Luke since the start of the sports festival melted away as he saw that smile. Tenya took Luke's hand and shook it, the crowd going wild around them. All right, Erase Your Head commented, feeling sleepy. "Enough with the drama. Let's get on with the second battle." "Oh, you all will like this one." Present Mike replied. "It's first places back to back." "Yes. You have guessed it correctly, audience." Next battle, Midoriya from Hero Course vs Shinso from General Education. Chapter 90, Shocking Event, Fight. Hitoshi Shinso from the General Studies has gotten the better of Izuka Midoriya from the Hero Course. Present Mix words carried surprise and shock, reflecting the emotions of the entire audience. What happened? What went wrong? Why was Midoriya just standing listlessly on the stage? Class 1A students, seated in an area exclusive to themselves, were gobsmacked as well, Ojiro holding his head as he remembered his warning to Midoriya before the match began. Luke and Tenya were discussing their match, seated next to each other, when they too raised their brows at the strange development. On the stage, Shinso eyed Midoriya with a flat look. "You are lucky. You all from the Hero Course are lucky." "Blessed, I would say," Shinso said. "I didn't make it to the Hero Course because my quirk wasn't suited to the practical exam. I made my peace with it, like I have always had. Now, you must make your peace with what's going to happen from here on, Midoriya. Turn around and walk out of the stage's bounds." From Class 1A sitting area, Luke narrowed his eyes as he heard Shinso's words, more or less confirming that the boy had a brainwash-type quirk. Luke wasn't overly concerned about Midoriya's win or defeat, though. To an extent, he agreed with Shinso when it came to luck. How else to explain Midoriya having won for all? However, what happened next made Luke shoot up to his feet, his eyes going wide. The world in Luke's eyes blurred, golden spirit particles dancing on a multicolored background. The entire space was rippling as if someone was folding it from the outside. A distinct hum buzzed in Luke's ears, his blue eyes glowing bluer than ever. His spirit vision was activating by itself. "Luke. Close your eyes. Massive spiritual fluctuations are happening in your line of sight. Now wow." Luke didn't want to close his eyes. He wanted to see what was going on. Yet, something primal within him, fear, perhaps, made him snap his eyes shut. Almost simultaneously, a massive boom rocked through the stadium, wind blasting against the audience's faces. By the time Luke opened his eyes, his heart thumping wildly against his chest, Midoriya had already pushed Shinso out of the bounds. Midnight raised her hand. Midoriya advances to round 2. As Shinso stepped off the platform, and a few of the pro heroes remarked that it was a waste not to keep him in the hero course, Luke sat down, stunned. Just what happened? He asked a few minutes later, catching his breath and dearly wishing that Nyx was with him right now. No clue. It's all normal again. But whatever it was affecting your spirituality enough to activate your spirit vision involuntarily. These cases are the worst kind, Luke. You need to be very careful to keep your senses intact and go against them, if needed. Luke licked his lips. Running away is easy, Miss Justice, he said after a while. If I want answers and progress further in my investigation, I need answers, right when the opportunity presents itself. You mean? As Midoriya joined them, his and Luke's eyes matched. A touch of the friendliness they shared for each other was dwindling on its last legs, it seemed. With Luke winning against Tenya and Midoriya winning against Shinso, the first match of round 2 would be between them. Still, a clown could wipe the emotions off his face like colors. Luke let out a friendly smile. Are you all right? He asked as Midoriya sat near Uraraka. What happened out there? Midoriya smiled wryly, giving an excuse. Luke nodded and looked away, confirming that it was something related to One for All, otherwise, there was no need to give an excuse. If you aren't willing to share, Luke thought, clenching his fingers into fists, then I will find it out differently, kid. Rumble. Luke's eyes popped out of his skull as the hundreds of meters tall wall of ice almost brushed against his face, scaring the system out of him. One moment, Hanta was wrapping Todoroki in tape, gaining an upper hand. In the next moment, in the blink of an eye, an ice mountain sprang up on one half of the stadium, passing right over the audience's heads. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Let's hope we will never have to fight him. Luke's mouth twitched wryly, hoping for the same. The next battle could only begin after half an hour, as they removed the ice only when the audience had slowly walked out from under it. In the fourth battle, Denki Kaminari fought Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B. Her quirk, vines, gave Ibara hair-like vines that grew on her head. She could lengthen and manipulate the vines, allowing her to attack, defend, and grapple simultaneously. As soon as their fight began, it ended. "Tenya," Luke said, smiling, "they broke our record." That brought out a few laughs from everyone, Tenya smiling wryly. Meanwhile, Midoriya pulled out his notebook and began taking notes on Ibara's quirk. "Hey." Luke leaned over Tenya's lap, trying to see into the notebook. "What do you have in it over me?" Midoriya instantly shut the notebook. That again brought out a few laughs from everyone. "I have to say. I thought you would not digest the clown potion till next year. But you are learning fast. Being a genius does help, I guess." Luke leaned back to his seat, smiling. "If you are impressed by me," he thought, talking to Miss Justice, "then just wait for Nyx to become a clown. Seer pathway suits Nyx, Luke. Just like Marauder suits you." Luke's smile flickered at Miss Justice's honest remark. Suddenly, he eyed the students who would be fighting the next battle. "Oh. It's your girlfriend, Luke." "She's not my girlfriend, Miss Justice." Luke eyed the two girls taking the stage and couldn't help but shake his head. Next battle, Toru Hagakure vs Mina Ashido. Chapter 91, Love Rivalry. Giving pointers to Momo. A few minutes before. "You like Luke, don't you?" Toru asked. Mina Ashido blushed so heavily that even her pink skin couldn't hide it. "Wah. What are you saying all of a sudden?" Toru and Mina had left the 1A seating area together. But, just before they were about to go on their separate way, Toru stopped her, saying she needed to ask something. "Don't hide it, Mina," Toru said, blinking and smiling at her, which Mina, obviously, couldn't see. "I have seen you looking back at Luke during breaks so many times." Mina's mouth hung open for several seconds. "How? How do you know that? You sit way opposite me." Mina sat on the first row, second bench, while Toru was in the fourth column, first bench. "Wait a minute." Mina suddenly realized. "Do you?" Hee hee. Toru giggled. "Yeah. I like him, too." Mina's mouth twitched. For a moment, both girls awkwardly stood there, the entire stadium waiting for their arrival. Suddenly, Toru's giggling stopped as she took a deep breath of air. "I just wanted to say. I will be going after him. You don't know him like I do." Mina's brows furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, she had a crush on Luke, but she had never considered it to be such a big deal. Not only her, even some seniors had a crush on Luke, if what she heard was true. But as she heard Toru's words and sensed the seriousness in them, Mina realized something: she didn't want to lose to Toru, not when Luke would be watching. "Why do you like him anyway?" Mina asked, pouting. In the last few months, the girls had already come close enough to know each other's personalities. If there was one thing that Toru shared with Mina, it was their romantic side. "He's different," Toru replied. "Exactly," Mina hissed. "Did you see how he handled?" And the girls began gossiping about Luke, sharing their moments. It was only when Present Mike called them again that they hurriedly dropped the topic, running away. The next time they faced each other, they were already on the platform. There was an understanding in their eyes, of a mutual, undiscussed rivalry. "Begin," Midnight shouted. "Here we go." Present Mike riled the crowd up. Secreting acid from the holes of her shoes, Mina suddenly dashed toward Toru. Meanwhile, Toru ran in the opposite direction, taking off her shirt. "I won't let you," Mina shouted, picking up speed. If Toru took off all her clothes, then it would become impossible to find her, Mina knew. The best thing was to make sure that she defeated her before that happened. Coincidentally, her quirk let her slide on the cement floor like skating on ice. She was dead sure that she could get her hands on Toru before the latter took her pants off. Toru had already covered half the stage while running as she took her shirt off. But it was going to be a monstrous task doing the same with pants. Sure enough, as Mina guessed, Toru had just begun taking off her pants when she caught up with her. "It might sting a bit," Mina screamed, hurling out a pillar of acid toward Toru. She had a solid plan. The moment Toru dodged, she would swipe the ground, covering the entire floor with acid as well. With Toru already struggling with her pants, the girl was bound to fall and give up. Recovery Girl would heal her later. So, Mina wasn't worried about. Her eyes popped out suddenly. Instead of dodging, Toru had thrown herself toward her, uncaring of the acid. "What are you doing?" Mina screamed, shocked. She involuntarily took a step back. "You will get. If you." Ouch. Ouch. Toru slipped under the acid, a few drops falling on her. If you aren't afraid of hurting me, then I am not afraid of getting hurt as well. What? What kind of reasoning is that? Still, knowing well that Toru was excellent in close combat, combined with her invisibility quirk, Mina covered her entire body in acid so that she wouldn't touch her. To Mina's dismay, somehow, Toru had used the acid thrown at her to rip her shirt in two. Now, those two halves of the shirt were wrapped around her hands, like gloves. No. Mina was shocked. Did she plan everything? Did she know I would be? Toru's cloth-covered left fist landed on Mina's side, a painful grunt escaping both girls' throats. Mina stumbled, covering her body under another thick layer. But, even though the cloth on Toru's left fist was gone, she still had her right one intact. She kicked the back of Mina's knee, making the girl bend backward. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, she put her right hand on Mina's head and smacked it on the cemented floor. Bam. After the heated battle between Toru and Mina, which sent both of them to the infirmary, Yuga fought Mei Hatsum from the support course. Mei used Yuga to showcase all the devices that she had manufactured herself before walking out of the bounds. Then, it was Momo's turn. She would be fighting Fumikage. Momo had a strategy, but she wasn't very sure of it. Are you nervous? Momo spun around and found Nyx, casually eating corn from a cup, perched on a small table. Was she so lost in her thoughts that she didn't even notice Nyx? Momo asked herself. No. Not lost. Nervous. No. Momo outright rejected Nyx. It's not cheating if I don't mention Fumikage, right? Momo frowned. To be honest, she didn't have a good impression of Nyx. She had seen her hang out with the likes of Kaminari and Mineta, trying to peep at girls, especially when Nyx could just join them, instead. Still, Momo's nervousness overtook her judgment, making her nod. All right, Nyx said, eating another piece of corn. Here's a fact for you. Do you know boys' balls shrink in winter and hang low in summer? Momo's jaw dropped. As she ran away, fuming, blushing, and grinding her teeth, Nyx caught from behind, Shadow Beast is Fumicage's balls. Chapter 92, Momo and Uraraka. Look at her go. Present Mike commented. When did 15-year-olds begin moving like that? 2 months of hand-to-hand combat exercises, Erasure Head joined in. Everyone has learned when to switch between using their quirks and depending on their physical abilities. Momo's staff blurred her way through Fumicage's Shadow Beast, parrying his constant barrages. Ever since Dust Hero, Sand had given her pointers, she had been working on her staff skills, taking them to the next level. These skills came extremely handy in situations like this, when her opponent preferred physical confrontation and didn't give her time to create something unique. However, Momo had underestimated Shadow Beast's strength. Every claw that hacked at her rocked her to the bones, despite parrying it using the staff. Not to mention, no matter how much he hit the beast, it just didn't work on it. Momo even considered creating shields. Then, she could try to approach Fumikage slowly, keeping the Shadow Beast in check. The moment that thought came to her mind, though, she buried it. It wouldn't work, she knew. Now, she was losing her breath. Shadow Beast hacked downward and the staff broke in half. Again. Momo twisted her body, dodging the claws, simultaneously creating another staff. It was something she had learned while fighting against Luke. Moreover, a staff was easy to create, unlike a complex item, like a gun. Even if she created a gun, it would pose problems of its own. No. The only way she could win was if she could somehow go past the Shadow Beast. Shadow Beast is Fumicage's balls. Momo frowned as Nyx's words rang in her mind. She slipped. And Shadow Beast's claw landed on her, throwing her away. By the time Momo came to a stop after rolling for a few meters, her entire back was burning with pain. She lifted her head and saw Fumikage running toward her, the Shadow Beast becoming bigger in her eyes. Bigger in her eyes. Momo's eyes widened like saucers, suddenly. At the same moment, Nyx's vulgar words resonated with the words in her mind. Even if she didn't want to take the help of Nyx's words, Momo couldn't control her reasoning any longer. She clearly remembered All Might's combat exercise. She also remembered seeing Fumikage on the screen, fighting using the Shadow Beast. That Shadow Beast, within the building used for the exercise, was way bigger than this one. Momo had fought against Fumikage in the second stage of the sports festival, too. In the cavalry battle, Fumikage was Midoriya's horse, the Shadow Beast acting as their vanguard. Why didn't Fumikage make the beast as big as on the day of the combat exercise? The moment Momo asked herself the question, she already knew the answer. A rod-like protrusion appeared on her arm as she used her quirk, creation. That won't work, Fumikage warned. Give up. To Fumikage and Shadow Beast's horror, Momo hadn't created another staff, but a bomb. Pulling the trigger, she threw the stun grenade between her and the towering Shadow Beast, closing her eyes. Bang. It lasted only for a moment. But it was bright. Too bright, for someone like Shadow Beast, who was weak against light. By the time Fumigage's eyes gained vision, the edge of a knife was pressing against his throat, Momo eyeing him with tired eyes. On Luke's shoulder, hearing the crowd go wild, Nyx grinned. As Ijiro with hardening quirk and Tetsutetsu with steel quirk battled it out in the arena, Midoriya offered his notes on Bakugo to Uraraka, with Tenya standing next to them. Uraraka looked at Deku's notebook, but ultimately shook her head. Everyone has been giving their all, Uraraka said, smiling, remembering Toru, Mina, Momo. It's time for me to take that step, too, Deku. I am going to prove to everyone, to you, that I can fight, too. Uraraka. Midoriya lowered his notebook. Hee. Uraraka gave him a thumbs up. Just watch me. Flashy moves won't help you, round face, Bakugo said, standing opposite Uraraka. If you think you can fight like that Birds Hit fanboy, then think again. Give up now. You will not be walking with just an ouch later. Never. Uraraka stared Bakugo down, making him grin. All I need is one touch, Uraraka thought, rushing toward Bakugo the moment the battle started. Just one touch. With her quirk, the moment she touched Bakugo, she could make him float, sending him to the sky, effectively winning the battle. Unfortunately, the same lessons that were improving all students' physical abilities, Bakugo was attending them, too. In the last few months, he had taken his insanely fast reflexes to a new height. It didn't come as a surprise that Bakugo kept blasting Uraraka away in the next few minutes, no matter how much she tried to take advantage of the smoke, using different strategies. In only a few minutes, Bakugo had brought Uraraka to her knees. Surprisingly, right after Aizawa put down all the boos against Bakugo, something changed. The audience found the sky filled with stones that Uraraka had used her quirk on, while getting blasted away by Bakugo. Then the stones rained down, Uraraka charging toward Bakugo. However, just as she was about to touch him, Bakugo lifted his palm and blasted thousands of stones into dust instantly. Silence. Uraraka, thrown away by the last, stood up, shaking. She didn't want to give up. Not now. When she was so close. But the moment she took another step, her body gave up against her wishes, and she passed out. Let's pull ourselves together, audience. Present Mike commented. First round is over. Let's move to the second round right after a short break. The break didn't last more than 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Ijiro and Tetsutetsu fought a tiebreak as their battle had ended in a draw. Ijiro won the arm wrestling, advancing to round 2 as well. And, soon, it was time for the first match of the second round. It is here. Present Mike shouted. The match you have been waiting for. From Hero Course, Class 1A, we have Luke and Nyx vs Midoriya. Chapter 93, Luke vs Midoriya, Losing Control. Luke and Nyx eyed Midoriya, the roaring crowd melting away in their surroundings. Did you go to Present Mike to include your name in the announcements? Luke asked, knowing Nyx well. Yeah, she nodded. Smacked his ass for being a naughty kid. Luke's lips twitched, bringing a smile to his face. Opposite him, Midoriya's heart thumped. There was no way Luke was hiding another quirk, Midoriya knew. He just needed to make sure that Nyx didn't catch him off guard with the exchange positions quirk. If he were right about Luke, then he would surely combine Nyx's delay and illusion to counter his explosive strength. Midoriya had never underestimated Luke, despite him having a quirk that benefited Nyx, not him. Luke was physically strong and well adapted in hand-to-hand combat. But, more than that, he was a strategic genius. There was always a reason behind everything that he did, no matter how small or bombastic. So, when Midoriya saw that smile on Luke's face, he knew that Luke knew what kind of strategy he would be using in this battle. I need to end it fast, Midoriya thought, resolving himself to use the full power of One for All from the start. One moment. One moment of carelessness and I will be sitting next to Ida. On the other side, Luke finally got the chance to confirm the oddity he had felt when Midoriya had been brainwashed by Shinso. But the entire world's eyes were on him. If something went wrong, Luke couldn't afford to lose control at this moment, letting everyone see the fleshly protrusions on him. Even if he were to use cogitation, then, it would already be too late. Nyx, Luke said as Present Mike began the countdown. I will use Spirit Vision on Midoriya after using Gigantification on you. If you see me losing control, then guard with your wings until I return to normal. No. You can't keep losing control and then depend on cogitation, Luke. One day or another, you will suffer from permanent mutations like this. Cogitation is not the answer to losing control. It never was. The answer is to be cautious and stay away from anything that could overpower your spirituality. Preparation is the key, Luke. Luke didn't need Miss Justice to reprimand him to know that what he was doing wasn't the right way to go about all this. The more he thought about the 3 sequences, and the more he felt their powers, Luke realized that the core of these abilities lay in the word, preparation. Coincidentally, that's where bioalchemy shone, too. As long as Luke had made ample preparations, he could even hold off someone like All Might for a moment. But if someone caught him off guard, then bioalchemy would end up becoming the most useless quirk. The same had happened in his previous life as well. Even before he could use his quirk, everything had already burned to ashes. Unlike Miss Justice, though, Nyx's words were more direct. You know, being a blessed of Mr. Fool doesn't really mean that you need to act like a true fool, she cawed, eyeing Luke with anger in her eyes. You know that, right, genius? Luke was about to reply when Present Mike shouted begin and Nyx activated spirit vision. No. Luke's breath gave away as he sensed what had just happened. On the other side, both mentally and physically prepared to not give Luke any chance, Midoriya flicked the forefinger of his right hand, concentrating one for all in it. Boom. There was so much power behind the blast that it threw away Luke and Nyx as if they were made of paper. Grabbing Nyx, who seemed to have passed out, Luke spun midair, depending on Clown's abilities. His feet landed on the floor, but the blast still made him skid almost out of bounds. If it wasn't for the physical enhancement granted by the Marauder potion, he would have certainly lost right now, in one move. From afar, Midoriya bit through the pain and opened his eyes, holding his broken finger. What he saw left him as surprised as Present Mike's commentary right now. Luke hadn't used his quirk at all. Now, he was holding an unconscious Nyx, trying to get her up. For a moment, Midoriya just stood there, not sure about what to do. Suddenly, his feet began moving step by step. By the time Midoriya came to his senses, he was already running toward Luke as fast as he could. He wanted to win. He wanted to defeat Luke. No matter what, he didn't want to back down. This was the only opportunity he would get, Midoriya knew. If he let go of it, Luke was the guy who would make him pay for it twice. I am sorry, Luke, Midoriya said, raising his fist in desperation. You are too strong. On the other hand, Luke was panicking. He didn't care about anything at this moment. Not about sequences, Mr. Fool, blue or red supermassive black holes, Miss Justice, mysteries. Anything. Nyx. Luke's voice shook. Oi. Oi. Come back. Nothing. 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 Luke's pupils dilated, a touch of redness surfacing at the end of his hair. Brokenly, he looked to his right and saw Midoriya aiming his fist at them. It's you. Luke said, his blue gaze holding a madness within them. It's you. A redness replaced Midoriya's vision, a primal fear rooting him to his place. It was like a beast, from the depths of hell, was eyeing him down. The fist of resolve he was about to hurl at Luke suddenly paused in its place, his entire body shaking. Then, the beast blurred. In a fraction of a second, Luke went around Midoriya, wrapped his legs around his waist, and his arms hugged Midoriya's throat in a chokehold. Let her go. Luke's growl sent a chill running down Midoriya's spine. It was as if someone had coiled a steel bar around his neck, tightening it by moments. He wanted to say something. Anything. But, Midoriya could feel it, Luke was killing him. An original image of Midoriya before Luke attacked him is available. Chapter 94, Vestiges, UA Sports Festival ends. Luke felt like he was falling into a sea of black fog, hands clawing at his face all over. He didn't know what was going on. When he tried to remember how he ended up here, he couldn't, either. Fortunately, or unfortunately, this endless plunge into nowhere didn't last long. Colors flooded Luke's vision as figures began to take shape right in front of him, a cloak of black fog still surrounding him. He was in a hall. In front of him, sitting on high-backed chairs, were people, staring right back at him. And, pressed against the breasts of one of them, was Nyx. The moment she saw him, she tore herself away from heaven and cawed, Luke. Nyx. Luke worded out as if he was still in a daze. He held Nyx as she came to him, surrounded by light curls of black fog as well. Suddenly, as if just holding her brought him to his senses, Luke realized where he was and at whom he was looking. Vestiges. One for all's past users. Did I activate spirit vision? No. Luke asked and rejected his theory instantly. They did. What a wonderful quirk you have there, young man, the female said. She had a black costume, with yellow gloves and a white cape. Luke recognized her instantly, as he had read about her in his previous life. She was one for all's user before All Might, Nana Shimura. If she's who I think she is, then... Luke's eyes landed on the man sitting to her left, with a frail face and white hair. The original user of One for All. Luke thought. All for One's brother, Yoichi Shigaraki. One by one, Luke looked at everyone, trying to bring disbelief, confusion, and a touch of fear to his face, if they could see him. Surprisingly, one thing did shock him truly. Among the vestiges, he could also see a faint, golden outline of All Might, despite him still being alive outside. It basically confirmed Mr. Fool's theory about the spirit particles being the true carrier of the echo of the consciousness of the original Quirks wielder. You recognize him? Nana asked, raising her brows. So, you must know Toshinori's true form. It's getting even more interesting. Luke suddenly remembered what she had said about his quirk being interesting. Does she know about bioalchemy? He thought, getting a touch nervous. Or, does she think accessing this place is part of my quirk as well? I am sorry. Luke took a step back. Who are you? Where am I? This is a place inside the boy's head. Nana Shimura said, smiling, the boy you are trying to kill outside. What? Luke's eyes widened like saucers. Suddenly, he felt as if he was sinking backward, unseen hands grabbing his shoulders, pulling him back. It's ending. Nana commented, narrowing her eyes. Yoichi Shigaraki, who hadn't said anything till now, left his seat and walked up to Luke. Through his white hair and frail appearance, Luke saw his green eyes blazing, his face carrying a humble smile. Yoichi put his hand on Luke's chest and gently gave him a push. Perhaps, with you, we can materialize sooner than we'd thought, he told Luke. Come back, whenever you want. Then, just as Luke almost lost sight of those people, Yoichi's final words ended his soul, his green eyes burning blue. We have the answers you seek. Luke. Luke woke up with a searing heat in his head. Luke. Oh, praise be to Mr. Fool. You woke up. The relief in Miss Justice's voice felt like an ominous sign to Luke. Sure enough, the moment he tried to sit up, a hand pressed him down into the bed. Don't, Sand said, his face blurring into existence in Luke's vision. You have torn your thigh muscles. Recovery girl did all she could, but you need rest. Only now did Luke realize that he couldn't feel his legs at all. Then, taking deep breaths, he closed his eyes, opening them again after a while. What happened? Luke asked. He could see he was in the infirmary, but something felt off. How long was I out for? Sand noticed that Luke had returned to his usual self and sighed before telling him what happened. The UA Sports Festival had ended hours ago. During his fight with Midoriya, Luke almost killed Midoriya. Even Sand couldn't separate the boys, despite appearing in the very next moment. If it wasn't for All Might taking Luke off Midoriya, then something bad would have happened. Unsurprisingly, Luke got disqualified. However, he had already passed out by that time. Midoriya? Luke asked. Even if he didn't like any hero or villain, to kill a child. He's alright, Sand said assuringly. He even came to check up on you. I don't think any of your friends hold anything against you because of this. Still, you would need to explain yourself to them. Speaking of friends. Sand tapped Luke's shoulder and went out. In the next moment, Momo entered the room. Sigh. Luke sighed. She was the last person he wanted to face now. So, he let the clown take over him again. Sand told me a few things, Momo said, not waiting for Luke to speak. I understand. Then, one by one, she began talking about a few details. After his fight, she lost her turn against Aijiro. Bakugo and Toru fought next, sending her to the infirmary like Uraraka. It's a miracle they didn't disqualify him, Momo said, remembering the scene. Her blood gave her away in the last moment. Then, Midoriya fought Todoroki, destroying the entire arena. In the battle, Midoriya pushed Todoroki so much that he had to use his fire half. Despite putting up a great front, Midoriya ended up losing. He's in the next room, Momo said. All Might, Recovery Girl, and Nyx are with him. Ultimately, after defeating Aijiro, Bakugo fought Todoroki and won the tournament. Can you take me to Midoriya? Momo nodded. As the door opened, All Might hurriedly assumed his muscle form. Luke, walking with one hand around Momo and using a stick with the other, eyed Midoriya, whose hands were covered in bandages. Both boys looked at each other for a while, then, suddenly, Midoriya smiled. I am sorry, Deku, Luke said, smiling. I have never hugged someone before. So. I think I overdid it a bit. As All Might, Recovery Girl, and Momo stared at Luke, gobsmacked, Midoriya, Luke, and Nyx ended up laughing, the tension between the boys melting away.